It could be Secret's last game, or it could be the beginning of a best of 5 that goes the distance. Gods, these teams have shown us something new pretty much every game here. We saw the Drow Visage come out in game 1. We've seen the Darkseer a few times now. This will be a second appearance in the series. The Pugna and the Warlock reared their heads last game, and now the Nyx appears, and as well as Invoker. Both teams really mixing it up.
For Secret, mixing it up from their previous games, but it feels like S4's plan in this game is let's go back to our comfort zone. Let's go back to what worked during DAC, during the 6.83 patch. As both teams look to make a move towards the Radiant jungle. Kuro's in deep. He needs to be careful. He's surrounded. He has got boots.
No lockdown at all. It's a level 1 Invoker. He's got nothing. They needed a Nyx stun to try and get that kill. And
they got the Grave Chill off. It could have led to something, but apart from the Darkseer, this is like the exact draft Secret was running during DAC in 6.83.
Oh, a lot of contest early. Somebody's going down from the looks of the way this one's shaping up. Faith is into the front lines. They get a Nyx stun. Only a 1 hero. Kuro thinking about a jump on him. Do they want to focus the Undying here, though? He's a fairly durable hero in general. He has scaled up Decay, but Faith, no, he gets it off. He's surrounded for now. Everybody dropping low in Secret. Kuro as well as Puppey, but both alive. They live life on the edge here. However, they might lose Arteezy on the way out. Slowed and brought down, and he skilled the raises. Well, should be okay here as he's going mid, but a nice turnaround at least for IG. Still the first blood going Secret's way, but both supports very low gods. They basically have to go Fountain or blow all their regen. Yeah. And in that sense, maybe IG actually an even trade or even favoring them because of it.
Yeah, and the bonus gold tips things a bit towards Secret, but I feel like overall the actual exchange was really good for IG. 2 supports really low in HP. Draw Ranger did have to level up Frost Arrows level 1, which is also maybe not the ideal scenario. Rather go start getting points in the precision aura. We saw earlier today Arteezy not even getting Frost Arrows, which could have been the plan here as well, considering how this is a very 5-man death ball type lineup. But either way, IG at least kind of balanced things off after giving up first blood.
I gotta say, I'm really interested to see the 430 Invoker. Seeing him on a Quasflex Invoker is something. I know he's played it once on this patch. I believe it's only been 1 game. Luo played it 1 game as well in the Offlane, which was a good point the analyst brought up, that it could be him this time around. But otherwise, this harkens back to TI 2, when many of the viewers here were maybe even just getting into Dota 2. It's an old school hero player combination, but looks like he'll have his work cut out for him against Arteezy. The Shadow Fiend, this is one of his better matchups early on. The Drow Aura may make it a little bit tougher.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. Yeah, I think with the Drow Aura, it becomes a lot better for the Invoker, but it's still a tough matchup. Looking at some of the other lanes, there's an Undying Nyx Assassin. The 2 melee heroes who are not getting that precision aura are going to be paired together and look to contest the farm of S4.
It is a little awkward. It felt like they wanted just a good initiator and someone who can be up in front like the Nyx, which is where they went for the hero. Oh, top lane might make a go here on the Darkseer.
Zai just barely hit level 2 before they went on him.
That's the time to kill him, right before he gets surged. But
Burning takes a lot of damage at top with the Iron Shell on himself.
Yeah, so far Zai getting a lot of the offlane, and that's important because they're running the Shadow Fiend as well as 2 level-hungry supports, and Secret really want that jungle reserved for those 3 heroes. The Shadow Fiend, the Rubik, as well as the Dazzle. They don't want the Darkseer to have to steal all the Shadow Fiend stacks just to get level 2 and get some farm, but it seems like he won't really need a whole lot of help now.
Yeah, for the time being, it's just, they can just kind of let things go as they are. This is, for the 2 teams, a pretty standard opening with 1 kill apiece, and I think the Darkseer is just a hero that you can look towards, and I don't even know if he has to rotate to the jungle at any point. He can really cause some issues here for Burning, who's taking a lot of damage at the tower, has to last hit under his tower as well, which can sometimes be problematic. So Darkseer will look to fight Chuan as well. Once he gets boots as well on top of this, or even just having Iron Shell, he can trade blows with Chuan, especially if he gets in melee range.
And these heroes can't really tank the creep wave. They're just a bit too squishy for that. So we may want to see IG at least grab an early TP to counter gank if the Darkseer starts to get some momentum and dive the tower. But it generally feels like Zai's going to get a lot more out of the offlane for less investment than what IG are getting, as they will make their jump on Luo. They lift him up, drop him down. He could be in a bit of danger here. The Shadow Strike coming out. It won't be your first blood, but it might be the first kill of the laning stage. Luo being pursued heavily. 2 more auto attacks. Oh, they only got 1. Might have even needed 3 there. He will live, but barely at that, and certainly not an easy lane by any means.
Yeah, and they're just pressuring him back. It looks like he wants to stay around with his Tango, so not going to go back home to heal. As top lane Zai constantly getting harassed by Chuan, but
it's pretty unusual to see a Drow draft not having more dominant lanes, but they're not really dominant. Shadow Fiend and Invoker pretty even. The Drow is getting better farm in her safe lane, but at the same time, only one CS better than Queen of Pain, and not keeping the Darkseer out of the lane at all. It's, again, it goes back to, I think, what you said. They have 2 melee heroes bottom, and they just don't benefit that much from the aura as a lineup compared to other drafts.
The Nyx pick does give them these weak lanes, but I feel like they're confident they can make up for it. Top lane, Chuan, he may just give up first blood here. Zai does not have boots, so Chuan, meanwhile, does the TP coming in. Chuan, he gets out of range. Surge forward, and Zai. Solo kill.
TP out. The Decay, though. Nice rotation. Faith, I mentioned early TPs, but I didn't really expect a Decay Tombstone counter gank to get a kill.
Well, I feel like that's actually okay for IG again. Yeah, it's a 1-for-1, but trading your life as an offlaner for the support is often not actually worth it. Yeah.
Well, the second round of First Bloods come out this game and ends up being a 2-2 score.
Yeah, Zai had to just chase that a little bit further without boots. He thought he had the escape plan with the TP, but as you said, unexpected hero to be TPing in the Undying.
Well, a lot of heroes starting to congregate towards mid. We see Kuro showing his head, Chuan coming in. They're going to use the Tornado off the mark, though. And Arteezy just going to swagger away.
Yeah, it was a nice timing to go for a kill. 430 even had the DD rune ready to go.
And needs those phase boots. He gets the phase boots here, and all of a sudden, it is very difficult to run away from the Invoker.
Yeah, so back to the... I feel like the Nyx is an amazing pick this game. It just gave them the slightly weaker lanes than they would have hoped for, especially when you've got this Undying Dro laning stage advantage to some extent. But even so, Luo still getting a decent amount of XP out of this bottom lane, and it looks like for now they'll just leave him down there alone, because I think he does need that solo XP to kind of get into a good position for the mid game.
I mean, they're getting out farmed. And for IG, looking at some of their heroes, if they're getting out farmed now, they're going to get heavily out-farmed later. Secret are much better at clearing stacks, pushing the side lanes. He's got way more AoE. He's looking for Luo, dives in with a couple of auto-techs. There's the Carapace. May allow him to just barely walk away.
Could have gone for a Blink Scream, and I guess the Carapace being back up would have been a problem.
Then he might die to the tower. That would have been a rather risky play. Decides not to go for it.
Made the safer play, doesn't get the kill, and Luo forced out of the lane. But Luo will TP back in, and at this point, S4 kind of out of HP and mana to fully zone him out of the lane.
All right, guys, we've got a fresh poll up at RedBullBattlegrounds.com. Will Secret make the comeback and tie the series, or does this go kind of quietly into the night with a 3-1 win for IG? We want to know what you think, guys. Vote now at RedBullBattlegrounds.com.
Oh, and an unexpected movement towards top lane as Luo heals up and looks to catch out Zai by surprise. And this is not a hero you'd expect to make an appearance in the top lane. Maybe the team's reported like, oh, he just went back, he had to heal, and...
Yeah, bottom lane is also pushed. It's at the tower right now. Secret, I believe, might have done a pull to set this up, but this is a decent time to go. At the same time, Zai is playing very well here. Did I jinx him? I think I jinxed. Dodge the stun, maybe. He can do it. No, he runs right into it. Luo was ready. And meanwhile, mid lane, are we going to see a chase here from 430? No, just getting aggressive on Arteezy.
Thought about it. Has the Tornado to dispel potential invis coming out from Arteezy if he gets to go in with a Cold Snap, which is always...
That was unfortunate for Zai. It's like he's trying to juke left, then he jukes right, and then he just runs right in front of the Nyx. He's like, okay, I'm going to split the wickets here and gets the easy stun.
That was well played by Luo to hold off and make sure that he didn't miss the impale, because that had to land to get that kill, it felt like.
Well, the poll is closed, gods, and the people have spoken. Hell yeah is the answer.
Right.
We're going to a game 5.
I want a game 5.
Sounds
I'll get
good
behind that. Chuan going to take over the top lane, so he's going to get solo XP, even farm. You can get the medallion as well as the more important familiars up. And Burning has the items to just rotate into the jungle pretty comfortably. So this is not a problem for IG, and they're going to spread the wealth. We've seen the supports be the big playmakers on the IG side, or at least key heroes for them, and they're going to continue that trend here, giving Chuan a lot of priority.
Reminds me a lot of like the way that Cloud9 would play their Terrorblade back when Eternal Envy was running the hero, where as soon as you get just normally it was like the Aquila, the Treads, off into the jungle he goes with the Max Illusions. And the thing is, sometimes this can be punished by just killing that support that's off, and it looks like that's what they want to do.
Yep, that's the plan.
Easy for Arteezy there. Oh, man.
Yeah. And that's always a nice move. You see that support take over a solo lane. They are normally heroes without escape spells. That's why they're supports. So you give your cores easier ways to escape. And a hero like a Visage, an AA, Silencer.
More. They've got a ward here on Burning, but can't really get in range, it looks like.
Just the level 1 Frost Arrows. He's not a ganking hero. He's not a fighting hero even at this point. Cancel TP towards top. That's
in the river. They find Kuroki. Out comes the Cold Snap. 2-3 more auto tech should do it, but they can't quite get in range. Kuro's just going to glide away on the Rubik. No, that was a much needed kill for Secret there. And gets them back in fighting shape.
430 with early phase and earn, so wanting to get aggressive and at least offer his team assistance right away rather than wait for something like an Orchid timing.
Yeah, the earn build is not something we haven't seen that much Quaspex Invoker. I feel like we're going to see more of it as this patch moves along, though, and certainly if we're seeing this many Drow picks, it makes the Invoker, the Phoenix, just much more appealing heroes in general.
And now we're getting into the stage of the game where IG probably going to be the ones more leading the ganks with the Nyx Assassin, but it's going to be up to Secret as far as their counter gank is fantastic. A Dazzle TP in with a Grave can save someone's life. Queen of Pain TPs in with a ton of burst damage, but there's no amazing initiation for Secret. Unless they get something like a Haste or an Invis rune on the Shadow Fiend, it's very likely Secret are more just going to look to react to the IG aggression.
Well, 430 going to TP in top and then just kind of stunned and watches as we'll see Puppey walk away, but this tower got...
What stunned him? Was that a telekinesis?
I'm not sure, but I saw like a stun animation
telekinesis
over his head as he landed, so...
I think Kuro like threw a creep on him, but somehow the TP still went.
Yeah, like when you die, but your body ends up at the fountain. But
yeah,
overall, look at the map. Secret, they pressure top, they force a TP. Now they're on mid with 3, and they're pushing the Drow lineup so far. This is something IG can't be too satisfied with. They want to defend these towers. They want to make adjustments, and well, Faith is going to rotate in. They're just not the best at counter pushing. Invoker is their one piece that can reliably slow down a push, but he can't really be everywhere. Secret will get that tier 1 top. They bring the tower mid down by about a third, well, maybe closer to half. And now we'll have a skirmish in the river. They lift up 430. EMP, though, scares everyone away. And this Quaspex Invoker just not going to be the ideal hero to focus first.
Yeah, and on the IG side, they are still out-farming Secret, at least as far as a couple of big core heroes go. And the Drow Ranger as well as the Invoker. Drow especially. Power farming the jungle. Mask of Madness treads. Quelling Blade even picked up. After some recent changes, this is... like,
it's a ranged hero already, and then it's not going to help you against the Roshan.
The bonus damage got buffed on ranged heroes, and the important thing is it's based on your base damage now, which is where Drow has a ton because of the marksmanship.
That's true.
I mean, Burning, I guess, has done the math and decided this is an item you get for when you're jungling.
It really shows you that IG just want to give that Visage a lot of farming space, and Secret...
They want the medallion.
They want the medallion, they want the Aghs, they want the Roche early. Secret, not really the best ganking lineup. They've got the Queen of Pain as the main hero that can set those kills up, but they don't have a Nyx-type hero, a Legion Commander, Clockwork, someone to really get in there, up in the Visage's face, and so far he's getting a lot of space top.
And I imagine, for now, IG are looking for pickoffs using like Lure on the Nyx Assassin, but they're okay not finding them. Visage will comfortably get level 6, and the play there is kind of just go for a Visage plus Drow Ranger, smoke into Roshan, or even just walk into Roshan while Nyx Invoker stand around protecting or go off finding a kill. If you find a pickoff, easy Rosh. If not, they just stand, kind of protect the Roshan so that the Visage and the Drow Ranger can easily take it.
For Team Secret, it feels like they've done a nice job of kind of being on the offense of this game. Even if they're not getting huge objectives all the time, they're moving around a lot, keeping IG on their toes. So far, haven't died to a Nyx Assassin gank. It looks like they're going to maybe make a play on mid. They have the Ion Shell ready. They throw one on S4. They want to move in, and 430 needs to be lifted to start this fight. He will be. Quad Bolt, an easy takedown. Dropped right into the waiting arms of a Shadow Fiend Raze. With Invoker dead, if he doesn't buy back, they may lose the tower mid as well, gods. And this makes this medallion pickup a lot less scary, much harder to walk into the Roche pit now.
So it's still a good idea for IG to not overcommit to defend this one. I don't think they want to buy back the Invoker. They're pressuring the top lane with the Drow Ranger. The medallion's so good at pushing because you just pop that on a creep. And suddenly it's going to force rotation. Secret going to have to give up the push on mid lane because they don't want to trade tier 1 for tier 1 when they're the ones you've got to pick off.
It's funny, I think this item was one of the least purchased items, and like you never saw it on Radiant side, but it seems like we might just see a medallion every game at this rate. Especially with the additional upgrade path you have now from the Solar Crest.
It's even like sometimes viable on carries. I think it was ZSMJ on Jug who used to go for this medallion set the Aquila because you could push with it. You put it on the creep that's tanking the tower, and it kind of acts as a buffed up like Aquila as far as the pushing power goes. It gives more armor.
It reminds me of that old like Sven push where you would just spam Warcry on the creep wave and let the creeps hit the tower. It doesn't work so well against Triad Protector, but otherwise it can be nice. And also great on certain heroes like Weaver. I feel it definitely is going to be one of the most improved items as far as pickup rate goes moving into this patch.
So I haven't seen IG make a move into Roshan yet, but it's always on Secret's mind, and that's where if they want to contest it, they're wasting more time around the pit, they're not farming as efficiently, so at some point if you're Secret, you just have to kind of give up that you may lose.
Surge into a left top lane, they're going to go on Chuan quickly, the familiars follow this up, so Assumption turns and he gets Kuro first anyway. Oh, you poked the lion in the eye, and let's see what happens. Tornado EMP comes back the other way though, S4 gets stunned, he runs out of mana and he's dealt with mid. Chain of kills, and meanwhile there was a Nyx kill, it looks like, in the bottom lane. Luo makes it a trifecta for IG. Excellent movement around the map.
Yeah, they're finding pickoffs and kills there. I mean, Chuan just outplaying that gank more than anything. He knew he was dead, there's no point trying to run, so he just did as much damage as he could and found a kill. And with that, you pretty much open up like a Roshan if you want to go for it, but Birding just says, I'm farming fine enough without Roshan. I'll just keep pushing the lane. The other big thing is, if you take Roshan now, in maybe like 6-7 minutes you're ready to push, and suddenly your Aegis is expiring, so you've got to wait another 5 minutes for Roshan. So waiting to Rosh for when you're good to go and push, which I don't know if there's a big item, maybe the Blink Dagger on Nyx is what they're waiting for. They'll probably look to gank and really control the tempo of the game around the Nyx Blink, and that's when they want to have the Aegis, more so than right away. It's getting to the point where if they took a 10-minute Roshan, they wouldn't have been able to use the Aegis. You take a 15-minute Roshan, you can actually use the Aegis to snowball.
Wow, it's funny you should mention that guy, because look at IG. Into the pit they go. This will drop in about 10 seconds. Unless Secret are just flat out waiting next to the pit, they're just not going to be able to stop it. And like you said, they somewhat know this is going to happen, but still, it's going to make the game a lot harder. Burning, likely to grab this. He will pick it up, and Voker gets a Midas, and with this, IG, we saw it last game, they picked what looked more like a mid-game lineup, potentially, and itemizing as though they want to take this a bit later on. Secret, at the same time though, a very strong late game draft of their own. Much more heavy on the team fight, better damage, better scaling heroes. This is not like the game 3 draft where they kind of have to win within the first 20 to 30 minutes. And gods, if IG aren't taking objectives, they're getting out farmed. Secret's still very close in terms of net worth on a lot of these heroes, and that is despite the Roshan going down. And well, that's where IG may just be looking to start mowing down towers with the Drow.
Still not the best like 5-man for Secret. You have this Darkseer Shadow Fiend. You normally want a 5-man take down some towers, but it feels like they're not going to be able to do so. There's just really good initiation on the IG side, especially once Luo finishes Blink on Nyx Assassin.
They're much better at defending those towers.
Yes.
Then you're pushing into the vacuum, the big AoE follow-up, and potentially some spell steals. Looks like a little skirmish might be brewing mid. Everybody kind of dancing, and now they get off the EMP on Arteezy. S4 looking to turn this one around. He gets pushed back by Gus, slowed down by the arrows. Man, S4 drops great grade by Puppey to keep him alive, and will end up jumping away, but Zai wanted to go in. He unloads the wall. They weren't ready for that one. 2 down. They might lose a familiar as well. Big plays from the Swede. They get a tombstone as well, and
that was
by
the
golly,
surprise of a Blink from Zai. He just picked it up, had the headdress earlier, but Mech was already up on Arteezy.
That's the way you want to unveil a Blink Dagger.
And importantly, Arteezy had the wand charges to pop the wand and use the Mech to heal up his team, give him that little team fight boost.
They do try to stall here with the EMP, and it gets stolen by Kuro. Could be a nice spell, but they don't really have the best setup for it.
Yeah.
They don't have the tornado type spell on their side. You know, that's where you want to see the Nyx active in these fights. Felt like he could have really interrupted the Secret combo, but he was just not there. He was farming the Blink. And he does have it now.
And that's not really on Luo. I think it was more his team getting a bit over-ambitious here. They saw the Queen of Pain kill. They thought they had it. Then they were ready. They were willing to let the Queen of Pain get out of there once the Grave came out, but they'd already overcommitted too far, and Darkseer just got off a perfect initiation to counter it.
Well, with that, they get the tower. They move up towards the dire jungle. They're just getting more confident, Secret, in terms of where their heroes are rotating, and they're going to try to make their way top. They do have the lift to somewhat set up the EMP, and they're going for 430. Surge in, but he drops the tornado. EMP as well got off. It's going to hit Kuro. The stun's there. It's only on 1. Back comes through. Counter EMP hits 2, but not enough. They need a little more from Arteezy, who's channeling the Requiem around the side. They Quaffle and follows it up there looking for a Blink Scream, but they need to be sure they'll get kills off of this, and S4 gets Cold Snap. He loses all his mana to a mana burn, but nice grave by Puppey. Keeps him in fighting shape for now. He screams desperately. Familiar's laying into him. They can't kill him off. He blinks out, but they still lost the Darkseer. A 2 for 2. Very even fight, but that that was without burning. Who's just off mid? Yeah, I'll take your tier 1. Thanks for that.
And it was so close to getting worse. S4 had urn charges, zombies on him. He only barely stayed alive thanks to a grave and then a well-timed shadow wave as the grave was wearing off. So
you could tell S4 is hesitating. He's like, do I want to jump in here with the Blink Scream? Tried to do the math very quickly, but just didn't have quite enough damage.
Yeah, S4's having an okay game here. He's not dying. He's only died the one time as 4 assists, but still 18 minutes in. No Orchid up on your safe lane Queen of Pain. That is slightly worrisome and slow, I feel.
I guess now he has to go for it now that he's bought the Oblivion staff, but it almost feels like at this point, is it the item he really wants?
The big plays S4 has made is using it to silence those blink initiators. In this case, it's Lua. If he goes in for a blink impale, if you can hit him with the Orchid before he throws the impale, you've made the team fight just go as well as it could on the secret side. But that is not easy to do if Luo's kind of blinking to a spot where S4 isn't going to, or if S4 just doesn't have vision.
How about 430? Does he go Orchid this game? No, looks like he picks up Force Staff. This is very reminiscent of the TI2 Invoker. All you need are the drums, which have received several heavy nerfs since that time. They used to give you a lot more in the way of damage.
I think he's going late game. Like a Force Staff Hex seems to just be very safe, standard, and really strong. If with the pace this game is going, where IG have got the minus on him, it's going kind of to the late game. Hex will be great against the BKB carrier and the Shadow Fiend, and very likely Queen of Pain goes BKB after Orchid.
IG for now on the move, looking to find Secret.
They haven't pushed many towers for a Drow Visage lineup. This is not your normal Drow Visage play.
By the way, it looks like, I think Kuro stole the Drow aura because she activated it. Yeah, he did. There's the stun, though. Where's your stolen Drow aura now? The tornado completely whiffs, though. This could be a time for IG to back off. Arteezy going back into the fight. Tombstone gets dropped. They need to deal with this quickly, and they're looking to do so. Quad Bolt secures the first kill. Tombstone deleted almost instantly. Double Visage stun coming out, and all the familiars will be resummoned. All that for only 1 kill on either side, but the Tombstone down means IG very hesitant to move in again.
Oh, they're going in again. They just picked up Burning's BKB. They want to fight once more, but Secret regrouping. Don't have much mana on some of these heroes, though.
Oh, if they see Secret, they do. Luo jumps in. He did not carapace first, though, and Croak able to lift him up and then try to walk away. Kuro will fall. Good turn here. 1 for 1 now as overall as the fight. Well, it looks like it'll end. IG gonna back off.
Yeah, the lift preventing Lure getting the impale on someone like a Shadow Fiend, which could have been really bad for Secret if that impale caught 2 to 3. But just the Rubik, kind of an okay casualty for them. But, this is a big steal on the IG side. It's a triple stack, it looks like. Or even more. These are
1,
the big
2.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it is a triple. Yeah, unless they already killed a full set. And it doesn't seem like Secret are ready to contest just yet. They do have that Blink Vacuum. And not going in. They don't fully steal it. They take some and just leave the leftovers for Secret. It's almost more annoying because then you don't get a full stack to pull out.
A bit worried about the team fight of Secret, though. Without a wall or a Sonic Wave, I'm not sure if Secret had the...
You know what? They stole it, Gods, but I think they actually stacked it by accident.
As they left.
Some charity comes out here from IG.
Well, for IG, they'll be looking to eye off the next Roshan respawn sometime in the next couple of minutes.
That Surge, what a great combo by Secret. Surge into a back lift, and they get it done. Taking down 430s with prized Invoker. That is some very impressive teamwork from Secret.
And he's been the one getting initiated on a few times this game. Just the 2 deaths now, but it feels like constantly Secret looking to get the jump on 430 and turn it into towers when possible. IG just at no point really seemed to have momentum going their way with the Drow. I think partly it's a playstyle thing where it almost feels like they're playing too passively with the Drow Invoker, not really going for kills, going for pushes.
Yeah, and just like the whole nature of the draft, the Tombstones is going to fall out pretty hard. And I mean, already S4's Orchid's nearly complete, Arteezy's about to get a BKB, and then they can just right-click the damn Tombstone. It seems IG's, it's not that they don't have any late game, but it's like this is going to be the window where their lineup starts to struggle a lot. EMP Tornado, nice deny by Whoa, but he might pay for it. They were ready for this. Tornado comes out, burning BKBs, the wall drop, brings 3 low. Can they finish anyone off? Arteezy surging in, tries to finish the job. He's got a haste for him, but he gets pushed back. Can't finish the job, still drives burning all the way out. They almost lost 3 heroes there. They miraculously don't lose anything, but Secret they're starting to flex a little bit.
Yeah,
so they're going to move on the top.
He seems surprised hit 3 in the vacuum. He's like, oh, I hit 3. I better use my wall now. Unfortunately, the Tornado, it's great when you you catch as many as you did, but you can't deal damage. while they're thrown up in the air. So it was kind of this awkward team fight.
They're coming right back in from the south, looking to go. 430 gets lifted. They had a sentry waiting. They're going to toss him back. The stolen tornado. Clips 2. Kuro has been slowed down a little bit, but he forced steps away. Actually, that was a buddy that bailed him out as he continues to retreat and may end up going down here anyway to Familiars. Where's that grave? He does get graved by Puppey. Side blinks him, but he got silenced. He doesn't get off anything. Arteezy's ready, though. Unwinds the Requiem and starts pounding into Faith. Almost dead. Raze gets it done. It's a triple, but then he's dealt with. Burning also dropping low. Doesn't seem to have the BKB. Puppey endangered of Familiars. Another grave. S4 leaps forward, finishes off Burning. Now 3-on-2, and they forced IG back in the tree line. If they whiff a stun, Secret are going in hard. They'll do it anyway. The stolen Gus. The follow-up stun. 2 dropping very low. Not dead yet. Chuan gets off Familiar stuns. It's 4 dead. IG. It might be a team wipe. Bluo blinks even farther back, but gods, he doesn't have a TP. Well, they can just kind of leave him here, though.
Yeah,
he's out of the fight for how long? Basically a team wipe at this point. What a fight by Secret.
Man, Arteezy in the front lines, that was the time to have a BKB in a fight. Because IG, I think they were just chasing. They were like just gunning for Secret there. They had no HP. Lua was at like 250 HP at the start as they were chasing after. And they're saying, no, this is the time to fight. Shadowfiend doesn't have BKB, but I think he caught them by surprise when he turned with that fresh BKB and managed to do a lot of damage. And the Drow Ranger also just kind of melting it. That was all before S4 even had Orchid completed. He just had the one Oblivion stuff, but S4 did a lot of damage in that fight.
Secret seizing major momentum as they've swung this game around. Over a 4,000 gold lead. They were trailing by about 2,000. They survived the onslaught of that first IG Aegis. They didn't lose any major objectives. Hell gods, they're up against Drow Visage and they have all but one tower standing at 25 minutes. Normally the Drow Visage strat, you look to have at least one, ideally 2 tier 2s down by now.
Yeah, that to me seems like maybe an issue with how IG played this one out, because by no means did Secret have the scariest lineup to push into, and you got off to that early 2,000-ish gold lead, and that should be where a Drow Visage snowballs out of control. You grab Aegis, you take tier 1s, you take tier 2s, you go back to game 1 and look at how Secret played it. Every time they got an Aegis or around from the 15 to 20 minute mark, they were beelining down lanes, taking a tier 1 and a tier 2. Even if they weren't going for high ground, they were always pressuring the enemy base and forcing rotations.
No. Secret do smoke, but as the crowd is reacting, it's spotted out here by an IG ward. They're going to draw a big backstab line. Let's see if IG hang around this tower. We might have a clash anyway. They're going to start with Luo, scouting in from the side.
Not much in the way of detection. Kuro's got a couple sentries.
No gem yet, I guess.
Nope, Secret deciding not to invest in one quite now, but...
Feels like one more fight, and that's where they'll definitely look for the gem.
Good position from Lua. He's scouting out, knows they'll have detection, but he's staying on the high ground, so he'll scout them out first. So if he breaks their smoke, he can just immediately blink backwards, even if they have dust or sentries, and try and kill him.
Still, the Roshan remains foremost in IG's mind. They really want to go for this. You do see the Drow. And normally it's like, well, she could still participate with the Aura, but not really this game. With 2 melee heroes, you kind of need that Drow in fights. So it is a big deal to see her.
Secret, better be careful of their lungs. They go right into another smoke.
Well, they're going to make their move here.
Both teams have been missed. They did catch sight of Burning very quickly.
They got the ward up. Chuan is going to back off.
Radiant Vision.
Everyone's been off the map for so long at this point for both teams, and he's got a familiar over the Roche, so he knows Secret aren't doing it just yet. He's about to find out that they are.
Yeah, and this is not going to, and that's the problem here. Secret are like, well, if nothing's here to scout it, maybe we don't go for it, but they reveal Roshan to IG. They say we're going for this, even with the familiar spotted above.
Oh, Secret. It's going to take a little while. They don't have the Drow Visage factor. They really just want IG to come out and play, I feel like, more than anything.
I mean, Secret have such a vision advantage. Why not? And on the IG side, you got to look to, do they have smokes? They do have one left back at base if they want to pick it up from the shop, but...
Is this another Secret smoke? What's coming here on the courier? Don't tell me they're smoking again. No, I don't think so.
They've got to be running out soon. Yeah, it looks like they don't have another one for 5 minutes of time, but the vision advantage for Secret is huge right now. Even with the D ward on that one spot, there's still 2 fantastic wards up to help secure Roshan. You get a lot of vision top lane. You see if you'll see someone if they're trying to defend or push out top lane, and then you know if it's safe to sneak into Roshan. Similarly, you have vision around the Roche pit as well.
Well, Secret are fine with this. IG, you're not going to come out and fight, that's okay. We're not going to worry about the Roche, we'll just farm your side of the map. They do find Faith, and they chase onto him with the Medallion, Iron Shell, and a couple of karate chops from Zai. They bring him down below half HP, and They do manage to drag IG out. They dewarded one of the wards, the one that's closest to the Radiant, or sorry, the Dire tier 1 tower in the bottom lane.
I don't think that's still okay for
There's
Secret.
still another ward though.
Yeah, Secret still have amazing, as long as they have this one ward up by the Secret shop, they can pretty safely go into Roshan, but once that expires, then things will get a bit trickier. A huge standoff though around the Roshan.
The other thing, Gods, is it's something I mentioned briefly earlier, but IG not really the best farming lineup in general, and also not able to farm right now. Undying doesn't farm, Crossflex Invoker doesn't really farm, Nyx doesn't farm, and your Drow Visage are kind of running for their lives right now.
Well, the Gust misses.
They do scout. They get eyes on 3 heroes as well as the sweet, sweet ultimate. And what a back by Zai! Pulls Fate down, but then they're like, let's not go on that. That's a little risky.
If they see the Tombstone used and they consider Roshan,
that
even without Tomb.
That was just Zai like, yeah, I'm really good at this hero.
Yep.
Just showing off now. Arteezy trying to, he jumps in. And he'll tank an EMP for his trouble. He's not going to be too happy about that. He's the mech carrier. That's a big concern.
Where are the Arcane Boots? Okay, they've got Arcane Boots on Darkseer. I think that... Okay, and Rubik. So they've got double Arcane Boots. Something that used to be... One of the big ways of dealing with the EMP Invoker is you've got to go... Usually 2 Arcane Boots. Sometimes you even see a third, but they're coming up in plenty on the Secret side.
Yeah, a lot of wards getting purchased now. And the dance around the Roche pit begins. They blink forward, but Slow completely whipping on the stun. Can they turn this? They're going to try to with the silence to get the Shadow Strike off, and now Arteezy engages, lets off the Requiem. It's basically a whip. Does slow down a couple of heroes. The Quad Bolt is also an airball, doesn't get Luo, and now the BKB's going to wear off for Arteezy. This has to be the window if IG are to take a fight. Well, that BKB's down. The Quad Bolt's been wasted. But even how can they go?
Luo's a bit low in HP.
The zoning wall gets dropped. They do manage to find 430. He got baited into the trees, and down he goes. Remember, he fought back last fight. I don't think he can rejoin this one. Actually has the buyback ready, it looks like. Maybe can get back. Secret on the run now. They lost their Rubik. Rubik for Invoker. They're happy with that, but the zombies might make it a little more. Luo finds S4. That's the bigger kill. Therein lies the gateway to Roche, perhaps.
S4 blinked into the Tombstone and then took a mana burn, which just crippled him.
And they're going to go for it, Gods. And this is fast damage. Wow. Bernie, what do you know? Very fortuitous. Convenient. Hey, he's playing S4, man. Fair's fair. Zai the Magician.
And they got a 4-star. Bernie needs a TP because you cannot attack Roshan from this cliff. This actually, that's a big play.
I mean, that Zai is the counter to the rune, huh?
Does that stop Roche?
I don't know.
Arteezy's back. Rubik respawned. They're going to contest it.
25 seconds on the Queen of Pain, though. Out of the fight. No Requiem on Shadow Fiend. And they're going to go for it. They get the stun on Puppey off the bat. Has Zai's work been for naught? It seems they'll lose another. Down goes the Shadow Priest, and in goes IG. The Roche will fall. I mean, Zai is doing some heavy lifting this game, but Secret unable to rise to the challenge to join him, at least so far. Big turn there for IG.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like this is an Aegis which is going to suddenly allow IG to push a lot of towers. They've still only taken the 1 tower. It still seems Secret are, for the most part, the ones in control. It may deter them from going for another push until the Aegis expires, but very much feels like Secret are the ones deciding when the fights happen and move around the map and keeping IG scared. Secret smoke up, IG hide. IG smoke up, Secret will say, okay, come, we'll take a 5v5 team fight if we're in a position we're okay with.
Not sure if that's going to remain the case, though. They have the Aegis now. The Visage is about to get an Aghanim Scepter. It is a bit on the late side, but that will be a very important pickup. They've already got the level 2 ultimate on the Familiars, and that might be where IG get aggressive. There's still a tier 1 top and bottom if they want to try to press out, and for now, it doesn't seem like they want to make that move.
430 to me is the big one who's missing his item, which is going to be the Scythe of Vice, I imagine. About, what, 700 gold short of it. Needs the Ultimate Orb as well as the Mystic Staff, and that's going to be an initiation tool as well as just a big team fight tool to deal with a Shadow Fiend or a Queen of Pain. Even with triple BKBs on the Secret side, if you can initiate before they BKB or just survive until the BKBs wear off, which with 4 staffs is quite possible, this item can turn things around.
Both teams slowing the pace of the game down a little bit. That very politely stacked set of Ancients that IG provided to Secret will finally be cleaned up. It's been a while since they've seen this part of the map, but they're going to make their way back now that the Aegis is in IG's hands. What is IG waiting for, Gods? It looks like Butterfly's coming soon on Burning. Chuan's going to have the Ags. Is there anything else you see this team working towards that is a game changer?
I just don't think they want to push, because you group up as 5 and push, that just plays into the Secret's hands. It leads into the vacuum wall, the wombo combo with a Sonic Wave Requiem. There's just no incentive for IG to go for a 5-man straight-up push.
How about a little Rat Dota with those familiars, the Precision Aura?
Sure, absolutely.
I haven't really seen it yet this game. It's been kind of quiet on that front.
Yeah. I think IG just feel a lot more confident going to the late game. Just looking to play around the big team fight of Team Secret. Even with an Aegis in hand, they do not want to push. They want to get a Scythe of Vice now in 430. They want to go for pickoffs more than they want to do pushes right now.
Speaking of pickoffs, Luo is the one in front here, looking to find one on the Nyx. Scurries around into the Radiant jungle. Arteezy able to blink away. Kuroki, though, has been spotted. Are they going to make the move on him? They're worried about who's backing him up, and IG won't go on that. So Secret dodge a bullet. We'll see this SNY again from Arteezy.
I like that.
He's really digging the SNY BKB. Not honestly something that he was not building at all in the previous version, but it seems like his new Shadow Feed build.
I guess it's like the Skadi replacement as far as his survivability.
Yeah, that's true.
Skadi receives some small nerfs. Top lane, Luo. Goes in, gets the blink out.
Vendetta. This could be big. Now they have someone who can kind of get up in IG's face and look to start the fights.
Getting to that time of the game where both teams probably going to be looking towards buying a gem, really prioritizing map control, especially for IG. I feel like finding pickoffs is very much about having a vision advantage over your opponents. And for Secret, they're more team fight centric. They can just group up and decide where IG move around the map. So it's less important to get a gem for finding kills, but it does obviously help dramatically against the Nyx Assassin.
IG settling down into a farming rhythm here, but it's looking more and more like it's going to be 2 farm heroes and 3 supports. As you just see the farm distribution on their team. Sure, they've got a Visage with an Ags, but we're 35 minutes in.
Meanwhile, Secret with the Nyx with the Ags. That was one of the crazier upgrades that we had.
What is he building? Are we going to see the Nyx Ags?
What else does he build at this point? Could get like a 4-staff potentially?
Maybe the BKB, because he is up against that Orchid, and Orchid can really mess him up.
There's a lot of items you can go. Ags, though, gives you like all these crazy new spells. I don't even know half of what they do.
I mean, that's the crowd pleaser, right? There's no question about that. Little rat commences.
You mentioned Rat Dota. There we go. Chuan's on it.
Something that they can easily do bottom as well. The lane's pushed in, and S4 taking a double stun.
Yeah. The tier 1 towers should drop pretty easily, but for Secret, they're not really that important tier 1 towers.
Well, it's Battlegrounds. Uh-oh. 430 on the move here now. The rat ramps up, and apparently the people love their Rat Dota.
Where's the detection? 430 saying, I found someone. I think the Ghost
He's even got the sentry. He's going to lift up Luo into the Requiem. See you later, says Arteezy. Now they surge him forward, but they're not going to find anything else. Still, though, IG, I think they're okay. Losing the Nyx, but taking 2 towers for free.
Yeah. And the Gold Swing is slightly going back the way of IG, at least during the Aegis timing, because Secret just say, we're not pushing into that. We're also going to be big careful about sticking together, but...
No, 430 has that Hex ready. Does he try to make a go on Arteezy? He needs a +1.
Yeah, this is... he has not got the damage, even with the Drow Aura.
Maybe with the Familiars, but they're nowhere to be found, and... This time at DD run going the other way. Arteezy going to pick it up, moves on towards mid, and does not see Faith. Faith going to just ramble into the trees and escape up bottom lane. They might make the go now in the Dazzle. Initiation comes out. There's the Hex to start the follow-up, and they'll take him down again. Puppey overall has done his job. In the river, meanwhile, looks like Faith just see him like wandering around with 3 Secret heroes. Just like, we'll let you go this time.
And Secret are paying the mid lane. That does not make sense. You just lost your Dazzle. I don't see you pushing high ground 45. We've seen how important the Dazzle can be in these teams.
They found him again. 430. So much for the piano playing. Okay, never mind. He's going to walk away. Caught bolt off the mark.
S4 perhaps needing to work on his finesse as well.
That's the second Queen of Pain ult that's been a bit off from him. Not the easiest ults, to be fair. They don't have that great reliable setup. Just the Rubik lift, and that's it.
I mean, that one looks bad, but it's like he force ups away, you throw it and just hope it hits. Maybe he makes a misstep. Maybe it just clips him at the edge. You don't actually really have good vision of him, so it's not too costly. Secret
still hunting on mid. No, Luo's gonna back up.
It's a game of cat and mouse, and both teams taking turns being the hunters and the hunted as. Right now, both teams go for a pickoff. Occasionally there's a counter gank, but most of these gank attempts just not succeeding.
So Gods, earlier he managed to steal the Vendetta, and now he's got the Ghost Walk. By the way, as our observer is showing us, this is a very tanky Dazzle we're seeing. The Crimson Guard to deal with the Familiars.
Ooh, that HP.
Yeah, and then, he's a beefcake, Puppey.
One of the answers to the Familiar damage. Helps a lot when you pop the Crimson Guard during a team fight. Familiars just deal a lot less.
Well, he's a large guy in real life and trying to get big in Dota as well. Definitely bulking up here. Secret gonna hang back at the bottom lane, but they overall kind of blunt the IG offensive. We don't see them go for tier 2s with the Aegis. They take tier 1s that they could have gotten anyway without an Aegis. Feels like not too bad for Secret, all things considered.
Both teams kind of taking turns looking for pickoffs, and when Roshan respawns, we'll see both teams again posturing around the pit, trying to use their smokes at that time. There's no real reason to use a smoke now, I feel. At best, you find one kill, but then you're unlikely to turn it into a push. No one's really keeping the lanes pushed out on either side. Secret may be the one slightly in a better position if they found a pickoff on a key hero like the Nyx or the Invoker to go for that high ground siege, but for the most part, those kills just not presenting themselves.
IG sitting back, and looks like Secret want to make a bit of a move here, showing the Shadow Fiend mid. Normally that means there's someone behind him. And now going to swing around towards the Roche pit. Who are you giving the late game edge here to, Gods? You've got Secret with what looks to be the better 5-man team fight. IG with the better Rat, maybe slightly better single target damage with the Drow and the Visage.
I don't know if there's an edge going either way. I think it's execution all the way. It's going to come down to who gets the better jump. With the Hex usage coming out from the Invoker, whether Luo can hit a big Impale in a team fight, which is going to be hard against BKBs, but maybe he gets a Carapace on multiple heroes as well. There's just so many things in the team fight going on, and then on the Secret side, I mean, Zai, vacuum walls, Puppey if he gets focused down before he can grave a hero getting burst down. It's purely execution. I don't think there's a clear advantage either way.
You know, you mentioned the Nyx Ags. What I really want to see is the level 25 Invoker with the 360 deafening blast.
That's why I rushed the Midas. Could have get to that level 25.
He's still got a ways to go if that's the case. But to me, that's a spell you can swag with in the team fights. Very devastating if you get it off.
So on the Radiant side, they actually have 2 smokes, and can see they're not using them to gank right now. They're really prioritizing around Roshan, but...
All right, nice gank on the Familiar. Yeah. Secret, easy takedown there.
I guess if force a resummon means if a fight breaks out in the next couple of minutes, Chuan will not have 2 lots of Familiars, but they're on the wrong side of the map right now, Secret, and... Well... Roche's respawned.
This is dropping in a hurry.
I think that was a pretty fast Roshan respawn. Secret maybe just banking on a slow one.
It's just tough to stop it. This is the power of the Drow Visage. They'll get another Aegis, another cheese.
They smoked and everything. Maybe they can try...
They could still win a fight if they get the jump on IG.
Yeah, they have the high ground advantage, but the problem is Puppey just showed himself mid lane, which I feel like is too much of a telltale sign of where the rest of the Team Secret are.
IG looking for that opening now. They're feeling confident to make the fight happen, but Secret in good position. Only showing Puppey, who just walks down the mid lane and then thinks twice about it.
430's got a gem, so there's your first gem of the game. Still no gem on the Radiant side, but I feel like Sentries is okay enough for them for now.
It's like they need this gem because Kuro just keeps on stealing the Vendetta and the Ghost Walk almost every fight.
Right now, levels is a bit of an issue for some of these heroes, especially look at a Rubik. You ideally have level 14. You want that max null field. They're only sitting on 5% magic resistance, and that's something where you'd really ideally want it maxed out right now.
There's so much physical damage, though.
Yeah.
It's like you block that, but then the Drow Visage might kill you anyway. But it would be nice.
You need like every little bit kind of counts at this point, and that's where it feels like IG getting the Dro just bigger and bigger. Burning picks up another big late game damage item.
Jeez. MKB. If he gets some lifesteal on top of this build, it feels like you might just build a man fight Secret, unless they get a wall and are able to turn that. I'm
kind of wondering if, like, is there a critical mass for Dro Ranger where you just get so farmed that you can't be fought? And I don't really know if there is this game.
I mean, the issue to me for Secret is they don't have a way to deal with evasion, and they also now get the Super Medallion, so you're looking at an even more difficult to bring down Drow Ranger with the triple Familiars.
Yep. And the big thing about this MKB is that was right as Arteezy got his Butterfly not long ago, so already Burning was either just ready for this, had the money stocked up, and happy to go.
Well, we do have a live poll, folks. We'd want to know what you think. Which team is ahead right now? Is it IG or is it Secret? To vote, go to redbullbattlegrounds.com.
This game looks headed for the ultra late game though. Maybe if IG can somehow break through the buyback defense of Secret here with Aegis, but pushing into Darkseer, always very risky.
IG do take out that tier 2, and they keep on going. There's no real split push. Arteezy's farming the enemy woods right now, and they're going to do a lot of damage to this tower. Familiar's bring it down by about 20%, just with the first volley of auto attacks. Do they get punished on the way out? They will be resummoned. It's a pretty big cooldown to use, but
you force out the resummon. You got the offensive weave on them as well, which also I think really deters IG from pushing. That weave is a very, very important late game spell here, especially against a very physical damage-based IG lineup. And on the Secret side, you've got decent physical damage, especially coming out from Shadow Fiend and potentially a Darkseer wall. That's a lot of illusions, so minus armor can help boost up the damage those illusions from the replicas are doing.
Luo's on the hunt. He's going to find S4. Oh, complete whiff on the stun. Trying to hunt the familiars now. Nope, maybe trying to hunt Luo. Silences him. Double familiar stomp.
Luo going for a bit of an old school build with the Yules, or at least the 6.83 build.
They're gonna lose 1, maybe 2. Oh, 2. There's no resummon for almost like a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
That's IG not really wanting to push now, and probably not wanting to even really team fight. It's very much a stalemate, because Secret aren't going to push. There's Burning, who's massive with an Aegis, and if you're pushing, you're making it really easy for Luo to get for decent initiation. At the same time, IG just getting kind of kited around, and if they ever group up too much as 5, that Darkseer initiation is just going to tear them apart.
The Burning Illusion's doing what the hero doesn't want to right now. Brings the tower down below half HP.
Okay.
Enter rat mode. And Secret are not that good at stopping the rat. They don't have an MKB carrier. They can't quickly kill these illusions, which do get the evasion passed through. And they were able to hunt the familiars, but it took the whole gang being there. And you're not always going to have the whole squad available.
You have to imagine that Arteezy's going to be eyeing off an MKB as his next item pickup because of the butterfly.
He does go for a butterfly of his own. It was just completed fairly recently, but of course Burning already ready to deal with that in his own right.
So we'll see what the next move for the two teams is going to be. It really feels like as much as Roshan can normally make a huge difference, this is just one of those games where IG can take all the Roches they want, but at some point, do you want to go high ground against Secret? Not really.
But do you want to let them farm until they're all 6 slotted? Probably not.
That's where we're headed. I mean, it could be some time before we reach all 6 slotted, but 45 minutes in, neither team looking like they're
well, 430 trying to end it quicker. He gets up the Hex on S4. The stun follow-up. Very nicely done by IG. They'll bring down that Queen of Pain, and they're going to really lay into the push now, gods.
Yeah, that's where execution comes in. Getting off the Hex, the Impale, before these heroes can BKB, especially when they're alone, and they may even force out the buyback off of that Queen of Pain, a vital piece of the defense.
Does split push here, takes a tier 2, but he is not going to push as quickly as a Drow Visage, and up to the high ground they go. Familiars in tow. They do deploy the Puppey ultimate to try and slow down this push. Look at the attack speed of Birding now as they lay the Alacrity onto him. This will force Arteezy to come home. He is hitting for 490 damage it was for a second there.
Rubik steals Precision Aura, which is a bit of a dud spell to have. You really want something.
Yeah.
You really wanted the Gust, I guess. Yeah, there's some BKBs around. It's plus 12 damage, so it's like
pretty underwhelming. They're going to find Artur, though. They get up the Hex, and now the follow-up can come. Cold snaps there. Tornado as well. He does have BKB. He's able to bait it. Yeah. He wants Sai to find that opening for a big Vac Requiem, but doesn't. Sunstrike. Well, that's just a slap on Arteezy right there.
Yeah.
Puppey does get caught, but he's tanky for this Dazzle pick as he's got the Crimson Guard. They don't even try to commit to him.
And this is where I think IG really want the familiars pushing out the bottom lane, or at least some split push going on, because just the one lane being pressured, Secret can handle. It's when you've got 2 to 3 lanes pushing out that it gets a lot trickier to deal with.
Well, IG, they've tickled some of these buildings, but they haven't punched a hole in the Secret defenses just yet. And at this rate, gods, it feels like it might be Roche number 4 that they're waiting for. Our longest game of the series now, up to 47 minutes. Secret, a loss here, and they go home. For IG, a win, and they are your Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 champions. A lot of pride at stake for both these teams, as well as some money.
Oh yeah, this is one of the first big championships to be played on 6.84, and see who's going to come out on top. One of your Western favorites taking on one of the Chinese favorites, and for now, neck and neck here in Game 4. Secret still unsure where they want to make their move. It very much feels like they have to kind of play reactionary against IG. IG, the one who has Cheese, are likely to have Cheese and Aegis soon. with the fourth Roshan coming up. A double cheese in ages.
Well, they are protecting S4 here mid. Zai sitting behind him. They might make the go anyway. You see 430 just lunging into the lane. He's the one who's looking to start these fights, not Luo with the Impale, but just that easy Hex setup.
A refresher on 430 is also very scary. Double Hex and just double everything else of your spells is going to be very difficult to win a kind of prolonged team fight against IG. They'll just have too much damage output from 430. Unless you can get the jump and bring him down early on, that's just a hero that's going to get a lot out of having a refresher of. May even become a candidate to take the next Aegis if you decide that he's more important with his hexes and spell output than someone like Burning, who could just buy back and boots a travel in.
That's a good point. I wanna mention here, S4's gone for an unconventional item, as we're seeing on that Queen of Pain. Picks up the Assault Cuirass, which you don't normally see, but up against this much physical damage, feels like it could be a really strong choice. Also will help them Roche a bit more. We'll see if it comes into play, but between that and the Dazzle, you're mitigating the vast majority of IG's damage, potentially.
Yeah, they have been using the Weave a bit more offensively, but I guess it's like, well, we also need to be able to kill them, which is becoming an increasingly high problem for them, especially Arteezy. Yeah, he's got a huge damage output, but he also gets kited around by Force Staffs, Yule Scepters, and just the general itemization on the IG side. Looks like IG may go for an AC of their own.
Puppey and Luo duking it out in the jungle. Kuroki will lift him and then zaps him with a Mana Burn for good measure. And then both teams are gonna just let's stand down a little bit.
Well, it's about to be a standoff here at the pit because good old Roche has respawned and both teams will have their eyes set on that. Unless Secret are content giving IG another free Roshan, but at some point you gotta say no.
Familiar flying high over the pit. Secret moving in.
I just try and do something which not many Visage players do, even though it's kind of should be more common, is just split up your familiars. Don't just have them all grouped around together. Keep two with you, keep one by the Roshan pit, one scouting, or have a couple split pushing and then one with you for a stun in a fight. Just good decision making to split the familiars up.
Now comes the scouting Sunstrike from 430. He's closing in on level 25, man. The 360 dream. It's real. 5,000 gold as well. Could see that refresher coming out next. Maybe the Ags. I'm very curious what 430 wants to build. I have not seen him play a late game Invoker in years, I believe.
Secret doing something very similar to early on where it's like, okay, that first attempt failed. Let's just go for another one right away following it. But they don't want to go into the pit.
Oh, the wraparound. Why is it always this bottom lane? It always seems to be the place where stuff happens, and Arteezy smoke gets revealed. Secret moving in. Blinks forward onto Chuan. BKB pop. They need the big back. They only get Chuan with the wall. That's not the best initiation, but it is the first kill of the fight. Tombstone deployed in the middle of everyone. Could be focused quickly. They're going to kill off Faith as well. Two supports down. 430 running in. Drops the meteor. Doesn't really do a whole lot with this. They need Burning to be the heavy damage dealer. Finds Kuroki. Three auto attacks will kill him off. That one to S4. He's low though. He calls at the end. Great from Puppey. Turns the fight. 430 trapped in the trees. He's the last man alive and the last man down. It's a team wipe. Secret smash IG against the rocks.
And they want to make sure they get Roshan off of this. They don't know the buyback status for IG, so it's like, okay, there's top lane to push out, but let's get Roshan while there's 5 there. This could be the only opportunity to do this. And the wall was not perfect, but it was good enough from the Secret side, and it just created this location where IG had to really kind of spread out and fight around it. IG could just not be as grouped up and as protective as they wanted of their kind of squishy supports. Chuan goes down, you lose all the damage output. Then they lost their support Undying, and from there, just went from bad to worse. Whoa! Curry unfortunately gets sniped.
Not sure what. Oh, 6,000.
Yeah, that was the Hex as well as the MKB. So Secret gonna have to wait they have to wait the Queen of Pain out anyway.
At the same time, they got the Aegis and the cheese. So.
Yeah, that's not the biggest deal.
It looks terrible. If IG had won that fight, then it's a disaster. But with Secret winning the fight, everything's okay.
And it's always, you never want to just pick up the Aegis and immediately barrel down. It's like, okay, we got 6 minutes. Let's use all 6 minutes. No, you can wait till you have 2 minutes left on the Aegis and go for the push then.
Yeah, it's more if IG are able to push during that time, but they're really not. They lost a lot of momentum after that fight.
One of the problems for Arteezy is he is somewhat slot limited with the Aegis. He's got the MKB completed, or at least it will be once the courier respawns, but he has to commit to dropping either his treads or his SNY or the blink dagger, and the blink I think is really important. I think maybe he drops the treads and just relies on the blink for mobility.
Who got the cheese, by the way? Did we see?
That would be on Dazzle, actually. Dazzle actually has a huge HP pool.
He's
so
actually going to get to use it most of this, it seems like. Puppey almost 2k HP.
That grave on S4. S4
His
also
graves
didn't
have
have to die. S4 probably should not have gone blinking in chasing with the grave wearing off, but...
Puppey's graves have been on point this game. They have probably been the single biggest thing, along with a couple of those early Zai vacuums that have really turned the game around for Secret.
Well, Team Secret, suddenly the ones much more in control now with an Aegis in hand. They're the ones who I feel with Aegis Cheese are better equipped to go for a 5-man push. IG just do not have that good 5-man high ground sieging lineup. Even with Drow Visage, it's great around the 20 to 30 minute stage where your opponents don't have any big items, but now they have items. They've got great initiation with the Darkseer, and
they've got some heroes like the Undying that fall off really hard at this point. Arteezy can very easily bring down the Tombstone. Even S4 packs a bit of a physical damage punch, and well, with more attack speed, those familiars get easy to kill. I feel like 430 is the X factor for this team. He did not really have any impact in that fight. The meatball was off the mark. The Deafening Blast, I think, hit 2, but only at the boundary of it. We need more. If you're IG, like, they're thinking we really need more out of 430 to win these fights, because without a great play from the Invoker, Secret are just going to crush them.
He's got the refresh drop. I don't know if he had that last fight, but
I think it got picked up like I'm not sure if it was during the fight or even right after.
Yes. Something which could lead to him offering a lot in the next fights. Double Hex, double BKB, and just double on the Tornado Media combo. And approaching that level 25. Look, Deafening Blast, one of those spells you won't look to use at the start of the fight, but after the BKBs wear off, like as a follow-up to your Deafening, well, maybe you go like the Chaos Media Tornado and then use the Deafening Blast afterwards, but he offers so much utility in these fights. And the BKBs on the Secret side, most of them getting pretty short. 6 seconds on Shadow Fiend, still 9 seconds on Queen of Pain. That's actually pretty handy for S4.
And good news though, Secret about to get their MKB, as well as that Zai Hex. These are big pickups for the Western squad.
Arteezy not done. He's also got most of a Satanic.
That's a Satanic. He is now one full tier 4 item up on Burning.
Need some space for these items, but
get rid of that Sanjanyasha.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, sounds like you want the MKB plus Satanic, and you replace Satanic, replace the Sanjanyasha, maybe put your boots on the ground for a little bit,
and then grab the once your Aegis.
That's a minute without familiars. Shouldn't. Maybe Secret can pressure quickly, but doesn't look like it. But even so, just having one lot of familiars in a fight can hurt IG.
Well, gods, now we start thinking towards the ultra late game here. If they don't win soon, is the new Moonshard could be Arteezy's next pickup. You know, get that 7th item that doesn't take up an inventory slot when you activate it.
That was one of those new items where I'm like, this sounds like one of the worst items in the game, except in like 80-minute games.
Yeah, especially once you activate it, you lose half of the value of the item. But
I mean, I feel like you only ever buy it to just activate it for some free attack speed. It's like, oh, I got 20k gold. Okay, Moonshard, let's go. Woo! And then you lose your night vision too, I think. So
yeah, that's the other thing about the item that does give you that little bonus. They're gonna jump in now. Zydo gets the Hex up on 430, gets 4-step down, not good enough. Lifted and dealt with by Secret. Now the spell steal of the Tombstone as Secret are forced back a bit. The Grave comes on the Crow. Man, they're also tanky. Out comes the Crimson Guard. They're still kept alive through all of this as both teams kind of backing off. Dueling Tombstones, and as the fight ends, there's a bit of lag and we'll have a pause. Looks like the players were having it too.
Still good engagement from Secret. They know if they can pick off the Invoker, IG lose any chance of taking a team fight. So 430 immediately buys back, but when you use that Invoker buyback, you're really looking to get a counterplay. You want to get a big kill or two. You want to turn things around and make it worthwhile. Instead, Secret just forced the cooldown. They'll wait the Rubik respawn. They'll wait out for another Hex, BKB on the Darkseer, and wait for another good initiation. Then they'll go in again. Well, unfortunately, they won't have Aegis.
IG won't wait for anything. It looks like 430 is looking to move in. I thought they smoked for this. Maybe not. And they're swinging around, but while they're doing that, Burning's getting caught in the mid lane. Quickly dealt with, finished off by a nice MKB proc there, as Arteezy will close him out. Now the back connects on several. Arteezy does get stunned. Burning's fall back and re-engages 430, trying to finish him off.
He's got no armor.
Not tanky enough. No, he is. He gets off the Satanic and they can't finish him. Triple, make it an Ultra. Artor unstoppable. That Invoker dead for 100, and Burning left to do it alone. Hunts on the Puppey, a couple more hours. Can he finish off Arteezy? BKB activated, but he's chunking him down. And he'll win the fight. It's a rampage.
No buyback on Burning. happening. That is 2 deaths on him. Artur buys back. Boots of travel in. They're going for the win. They're going for the GG. No Invoker, no Joe Ranger, no answer to Team Secret.
You can just throw it at this point. If they saw the buybacks, they go for the mega creeps here. It looks like maybe now they've changed their mind. It's time to go to a game 5, says Secret. This one's going the distance, and it's official now. Secret strike back in a huge way.
Oh boy. We get the full 5 games. Team Secret looked a bit shaky in the mid-game. Roshan after Roshan going to IG, but they just held their own. They weren't flustered. They waited till they got those really big late-game items, and Zai went amazing Dota 2 so far, and we've got one more before we decide our Red Bull Battlegrounds champion.
All right, guys, it's time for that last game. Game 5, winner walks away as the first ever Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 champions. And with that, we get underway. But before we introduce the teams, I want to thank everyone in the crowd for being awesome. You guys have been amazing today. And I want to let you all know that there will be an after party. Everybody who's attended is invited. It will be at the Foundry. So we hope to see you there. We'll be there. A lot of the players hopefully will be. I imagine the team that wins almost certain to be there to celebrate. So once again, that's the Foundry, guys. But with that, let's go ahead and introduce our finalists in Game 5. Secret on the Radiant side. We're going to start here with Puppey. He'll be playing, what a surprise, the Dazzle once again. We've got Zai handling the Darkseer. Nearby will be Arteezy on the Tiny. Kuroki on the Wisp, something he used to play a lot, and then rounding things off, S4 on the Razor. And looking at the opposition here, on the Dire side, Invictus Gaming. We've got Chuan playing that Witch Doctor. Luo on the Earthshaker. Burning going to be playing the Weaver. Getting that early rune of protection. Looks like he's headed to a side lane. 430 again on the Shadow Fiend. Once his bounty rune will get it. And then the curveball gods. It's been at least one kind of unexpected hero each game, and this time it's the Enigma that comes out last.
And I feel like IG outside of this very much in their comfort zone with a lot of the picks that they're pulling out, but Enigma's so good in a game like this. You're in a game 5 of deciding grand finals. These are the kind of games where teams kind of tense up a little bit, more likely to go late game, and Enigma can take advantage of a slower pace. Not to mention, this is one of the few games Secret don't have the best lineup to end the game early. Unlike what we saw back in game 1 where they got a really fast win, or what they tried to do in game 3 with the Undying Pugna. Yeah, they've got the pushing power of a Wisp Tiny, but this is a lineup that wants to go late game with Wisp plus Tiny. You have the Darkseer offering a huge late game team fight, and Razor kind of being that nice frontliner tempo controller for the mid game. So I feel like Enigma was a really clever pick to pull out.
Yeah, it could be really impactful. Guys, we've got another poll. It's time to put your allegiances on the table. To vote, go to redbullbattlegrounds.com. We want to know what you think, and right now it seems the people are favoring Secret. If you're an IG fan, you'd better get involved and change that result right quick.
Well, it's definitely saying something. Most of the analysts saying it's about a 50-50 draft, and coming into this series, it was maybe 60-40 in Secret's favor. But
yeah, and here we have the fans saying, what are you talking about, Demon and Merlini? You don't know anything.
Well, Secret do have that momentum. They just won a really close nail-biter of a game 4, and that's where coming into this finals, they're going to be the ones on a bit of a high.
Well, for now, let's take a closer look at the lanes here. So we are seeing the Tiny Wisp mid, but this Shadow Fiend Witch Doctor dual lane, not easy for this duo to deal with. And if you go into the cast, you could easily get turned on. So looks like early on, about an even farm trade. And more importantly, perhaps the Shadow Fiend not as worried about getting dove and killed off early.
Small things, but like really interesting to see Arteezy's item build coming out in the mid lane on Tiny. He started off with double circlets, already has upgraded one into a bracer. He's really prioritizing early stats and survivability in this mid lane, as well as boosting up his mana pool for his combo.
Arteezy takes a cask, but no bounces, and that'll be it. See a bounty rune grab by the Earthshaker. Kuroki getting that sweet, sweet double damager, and early on can be a big difference maker. But in good news, 430 farming very well, and this Enigma God's not being contested. Well, Puppey knows this hero, and he's hunting around. But
he's now coming. I kind of like this timing. You can block at level 1, but normally a team with Enigma protects their jungle. He swoops in at a timing where IG are not really expecting him to be there, and blocks 2 of Enigma's most important camps for his jungle. This is a really smart move. Puppey knows this hero back to front, and, well, going to punish Faith, trying to greedy jungle it out.
All right, nicely done by Puppey. And in the end, gods, it looks like the scale only slightly tips, even after that 75-25 start. Secret They are the fan favorites here as far as who people expect to win. 69% voting
And
for
Puppey
them.
just leeching XP now, gets up to level 3 with the help of the Enigma. He's being a menace here in the jungle, and this is just nice play because Raze is in a matchup where he can dominate 1v1. With Static Link, this is not a lane Lua's going to have a lot of fun in. Just 6 CS for now, and that's probably not going to get much better. All he can really do is try and last it with Fissure, it feels like, and as a result, Secret can leave their supports to protect the mid lane in the case of the Wisp, or have the Dazzle off in the jungle, as well as protecting top lane on the Darkseer.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any sort of de-warding attempt here, or if he just kind of sucks it up, assumes these are sentries, and waits it out. For now, Faith has been slowed down, though. Only level 3, just hits 4 at 3.5 minutes. This isn't that bad, but you'd really like to see him closer to level 5 and even starting to build towards level 6. As Luo, he's in danger bottom lane. S4 steals a lot of damage, almost enough to die for a kill there, but not going to risk it.
It doesn't have the move speed advantage, and
he actually didn't have mana for a Fissure, which is where I thought he might try for it, but as you mentioned, the move speed a bit of a liability for that kill attempt.
So Lua will secure himself the 4-minute rune at bottom. Not going to get contested, which is nice for him to help just sustain that little bit of bottom lane presence. Also gets a bounty rune, so we'll be able to... He's getting tons of experience out of this lane, but doesn't feel like experience alone is going to cut it for his team. And that's one of those...
It's an Earthshaker.
Yes.
Experience is definitely nice on the hero, but not as important as, like, say, the Dazzle pick, the Rubik we saw earlier. It's much more about getting that Blink Dagger and being able to make early plays for your team.
And that's where teams started putting Earthshaker in the offlane, because you could send him in the offlane in this like 1v3 matchups, and as long as he leeches some XP, he can do a lot in the mid game, he can roam around a bit, but you give him a 1v1 matchup, he doesn't want to leave the lane because it's wasted experience at that point, and he's not really making the most out of it.
On to Chuan, no follow-up for this. He does use the cask, though. They might try to make another move as 430 rotated bottom. He was spotted by Radiant Observer Ward. Probably the main reason why they went in. Meanwhile, Darkseer looking for a bit of creep cutting here top lane. Seems they're trying to keep Burning trapped out near his tower and start to pressure it a little bit, but he's going to find Zai. This could be a little dangerous if he has that Sakuchi ready. I believe it's level 3. Already used the time lapse to heal up, so not going to risk any sort of chase.
And Puppey still has that one skill point, which imagine will be going into that grave, so.
That's a good point. Not an easy lane to get a kill. I mean, actually for either team. No real stun to the Weaver either.
Faith's jungle is really being punished. Even Soul Rings, but you can't convert the Mud Golems because of a level problem. They're no longer magic immune, but Enigma's still unable to convert them.
Uh-oh, Arteezy gets caught though. Maledict comes out, but there's your overcharge. Tether able to heal him right back up, and they'll stay fine. Gets the early bracer, a little bit of extra tank ability. Meanwhile, I just keep on seeing this Earthshaker running for his life from S4, but he's okay for now.
The constant static link, and Faith will have his jungle camps unblocked soon, but he also doesn't know, are they sentries, are they observer wards blocking it? He doesn't. If he's constantly scouting it out, he's wasting a lot of his time, and still just level 4.5. Normally you see that maybe 4.5 minute level 6 from a free farming Enigma, but that is not the case here. And
I mean, like you said, just a very cool play from Puppey. Sure, you see a lot of teams contest Enigma jungle, either ganking him early or warding from the 0 minute mark, but swooping in around that 2.5 minute mark, dropping double sentry, that is a very uncommon. I don't think I've ever actually seen that, to be honest.
It's in a lot of ways just more. It's more potent because of the fact that you don't know when and where they are, and at that point you've already committed to not buying sentries to deward.
It's the type of move you want to save for a game 5 in the grand finals of Battlegrounds. You used that earlier, and suddenly that cat's out of the bag. Teams are a little bit more ready for it, but works out beautifully and keeps it a lot more even than it otherwise could be. S4 getting fissured in here. But we'll just swing around the other way. Meanwhile, they're looking for the Enigma. It looks like off on the hunt. Meanwhile, top lane as well. The Weaver being pursued a bit. Looks like everyone should escape. Oh, are they all going on
Enigma's
Burning?
Completely vacated the dire jungle.
They may just rotate onto Burning top lane. There's now 4 Radiant heroes descending on him. This is going to be a tough, tough kill.
Yeah. And Arteezy
runs right to the tower. But they might just take the tower. Now the Echo looking for first blood. IG, they got him. One last punch from that Shaker brings down the safe lane Razor, but Burning has to watch in horror as his tower falls unopposed.
I mean, not the worst
First
case
blood for
scenario
first
for
tower.
Weaver. It pushes things out, gives him that closer to his tier 2 farm potentially, and they're going to force rotations back towards mid. 430 is pressuring the tier 1, raising down creep waves as possible, and yeah, there's TP back from Tiny. And this will open up the top lane once again for Burning's farm. So his farm's not been slowed down, but it does give Secret a bit of a gold boost to their whole team.
That Shaker early level 6 actually did
He's
make a
going to
difference.
have a really fast blink at this rate. He actually got first blood, has boot soul ring, halfway to a blink dagger already.
Because he's actually CS pretty well too. 26 CS against a Razor 1v1. That is impressive.
This is good news for Luo. This is a hero that you wouldn't expect to be doing this well considering the matchup.
Where do they go from here for IG? The Enigma has hit level 6 now, gods. He's got the black hole. Normally, this is around the time when we see that first Enigma smoke gang.
I wonder if he even goes for another kill in S4. We saw, go back to the game where he's Slaughter, and like you shut down the tempo control in S4, and Secret have had a lot of problems, and that could well be the play you try and make if you're IG, especially with no Radiant Vision around this bottom lane, the bottom river. In fact, very little Radiant Vision at all right now until we see Kuro plant some fresh Observer Wards for the team, so could be an opening.
Secret having a little personal time off in the jungle. RTZ looking to clear out a big stack.
Yeah.
He'll get the tether now, and not quite enough mana for a avalanche or a toss here, but he'll just get it done with auto attacks, and with that, he's going to close in on his first item. Puppey, top lane, he's got the grave, needs to instantly TP out, he will do so. And Burning's going to have to let him go, gets back to the Fountain. Fountain will deal with the bug, and away he goes.
IG about to make a move mid though. They spam out the creep wave, get level 7 on 430, and they're going to go for a smoke here, it looks like. They've got Black Hole, level 7 Shadow Fiend, which is where this hero really starts to have his first early game peak. And they're going to try find a kill in S4 and probably a tower to boot as well if they can.
Wrapping around towards the bottom lane. S4's just got a second or two before he's going to die here to a potential fissure. Luo backs off into the side shop, and S4 are going to skate away. They're going to cask him. This was not really the best way to start the gank. They still have a fissure, holding it for a while. Fate taking heavy damage from the plasma field, basically max damage. Raises come out. S4 survives it. Not sure why Luo didn't just go. Seems like IG didn't have communication together, and now Chuan will be the one who pays the piper, gets backed out of a TP, and goes down in the end. Miscommunication here, costing IG.
It's the right time to go for that play. There's no level 6 on Kuro's Wisp, so you know there's no Wisp Tiny relocated, and once that's available, you've really got to be scared. But IG either need to all commit at once, or I think Chuan maybe need to wait, because the position of the Razor so close to the T1 where it could tuck himself under those trees made him very hard to initiate on there.
It seemed like IG, the rest of IG maybe expecting Luo to fissure, Luo ducking into the side shop and then thinking, okay, we're going to let this wave push, then when he goes to hit creeps, then we go on him with a wraparound, but they just weren't on the same page, and it cost them heavily. And that was a freebie if they did it right.
Off of that, Kuro's going to, I believe, be about level 6 now. Gets, level 6 off of a neutral stack. So now Relocate comes into play, and this is where IG are going to look to sit back, defensively farm. They want to finish off the mech on Enigma. Shadow Fiend needs to tank up and go for some survivability as well, it feels like. May even just go for a straight BKB because of the fact there's a Wisp Tiny on the other team. But this is a game where IG cannot take fights very easily.
What is RTZ going to go for here? It looked like he was closing on a Blink Dagger if he wants it, and he is going to buy one. This is a good game for a Tiny Blink. They have the Razor and Darkseer as their cores. Not really the best initiators, but Tiny can be the man who starts things off in a big way. And you've got, I mean, honestly, all 5 heroes are fairly vulnerable to being bursted here on the IG side. There's no Bristleback or, Timbersaw, no mega tanks by any means.
He's got his eyes on his IG counterpart here at top lane.
No, they both said they respected each other, but no respect shown here as RTZ stuffs Burning 6 feet underground. That is the way you want to unveil that blink, and gods, they have a relocate ready. They could easily look to jump around somewhere else.
Luo, he's so close to finishing his own blink, 100 gold short. Not going to get relocated on, at least for now. But yeah, and that's the thing, you relocate in, sometimes heroes can just escape out of there, but when RTZ has a blink, he can quickly get that fault. That's where you try relocate on someone like an Earthshaker with a blink, you can still kill him and catch him after the blink escape.
Well, okay, has the call. Blinks into the trees.
Like, I didn't blink into trees. What are you talking about, LD?
Yeah, and that didn't happen. IG a lot more defensive now because they know the relocate's up, as you mentioned. The blink's online, and this is just for opening up the map for Secret. They got the tier 1 earlier, and they're starting to take over the enemy jungle, threatening relocate ganks. They could look to go bottom if they want to protect Puppey. He's going to TP out, and Chuan too late for the cask. Can't stop it.
Enigma brought down to the tower. The RTZ Blink Dagger strikes again.
It's paying for itself already. You get these 2 kills, you're taking a tower, you're denying the enemy farm. Very quickly, this item is covered the initial 2250 investment.
IG defense, Lua gets scouted out as well. That's very important information for Secret. They see the Blink Dagger. They also know he's sitting behind this mid lane. They say, okay, top lane pretty safe. They have the Observer Ward behind the tower. They've seen the Blink. They know it's coming their way. Secret are well prepared for IG now. I think IG are going to smoke up again. I think this is not going to work. This is too obvious.
The top lane's pushed in. There's a lane ward mid, though they don't know about that second part. Just the fact that the top lane's in so far makes it kind of risky. And guys, I gotta point out, Secret have some insane wards. They've got 3 wards over near the enemy woods, the enemy mid lane. IG are, it's almost impossible to make a move without being scouted.
I believe that smoke was actually under the ward as well with the Radiant Vision. It seemed to have been spotted, and you can see S4, yeah, he's TP'd out. He saw that smoke. He knows it's coming his way, and he says, if they want this T1 tower, take it. We don't care. Well, this T1 tower does not have any real value for Secret right now. If they can find objectives at like a top lane or find a kill on someone on the IG side, if IG try and defend this top T2 tower, it's very likely to lead to Secret getting a couple of kills as well as the Tier 2 tower. This Tier 1 at bottom just has, there's no purpose for Secret, no real reason to even try and defend it.
Well, tower will fall. IG happy to claim it, but they've almost lost a Tier 2 in the process. Rather expensive Tier 1 takedown. We'll continue pressing in. Here comes the TPs, a flurry of them actually. Shadow Fiend will also come in, burning as well as 430, both joining the top lane, and now going to be kind of squabbling over farm here.
Yeah.
While S4 just hits the tower mid.
They kind of have to commit multiple TPs, or it could go really badly. That's where Secret could look to jump in, use that Blink Avalanche or a Blink Toss back.
They're going to take this tower mid, not denied, and they move the right way, dodging out from Chuan and Luo. And here comes RTZ up from the high ground. This could be the opening he's looking for out through the tree line burning. Going to run in and try to scout them out a bit. Let's see where he goes. He gets the swarm on Zai. RTZ blinks back, and there's no need for Secret to fight. They do get caught at 3. Hero Fissure by Lua, but where's the follow-up? They got nothing. Trying to run him down. They don't have that Shaker blink just yet. Wall gets dropped. Burning still committing. Back away before he can echo. The Chuck comes out, forcing Lua off the fight, and Burning goes in. Will there be a relocate? No, he blinks away. Zai survives Fissure. Can't find anyone. And 430 also thwarted in his efforts to chase.
They're trying so hard to find these kills, but just can't manage to do so.
And that's big with this tiny Midas about to come out, and we might have a big clash here. IG, they're just committing so much to the 5-man, and they're getting nothing.
IG will heal himself up with that Enigma mech, but should a fight break out, S4 has a mech of his own completed now on Razor, and Secret just positioning so well around the IG aggression.
It really looked like RTZ wanted Midas. He had saved up 1450 gold, and then he's like, I'm going to get treads first, so I guess
the way this game is playing out, where there's a lot of aggression, I mean, we're not seeing kills recently, but both teams are trying their hardest to find those kills.
Yeah, he's really fighting his instincts as a carry player. When RTZ came into prominence, it was always about just being more efficient at farming just better, and that's where him and Eternal Envy really bonded and had a lot of similarities in their carry style. But this is, although it might be against what RTZ normally does, it does feel like the right build this game. Just more aggressive, more focused on map control, and not giving IG some room to breathe and potentially take advantage of greed.
Yeah, well, Secret do pick up a medallion on Puppey. Not really a good Roshan lineup for their side, unfortunately.
Easy going in, he gets caught with the Fissure, they're going to follow this up. There's the enchant totem. Will there be a relocate? No, there's a dunk.
He was too far away for the tether.
Home, and he might come back and get caught. They're pinging him out. They know where Kuro relocated from, and just a little bit to the south. There you go, IG gonna set up shop here. There's that little orb. Gets clubbed down. They lose the Tiny, they lose the Wisp, and it's up to S4 bottom to try and get something out of this.
Slightest bit of miscommunication. RTZ really thought he had Kuro backing him up there for that dive under the tower, but Kuro was just out of range for the relocate out. And IG get a big couple of kills.
That is a crucial turn for them, and with that, gods, 430, the blink already complete. Something maybe coming out from on the courier now.
Just gives them breathing room more than anything. They were just being constantly pressured, and Secret were taking full advantage of the vision they have in the top lane, the mid lane, in the dire jungle. IG had nowhere to really farm, nowhere to really get much done, but when Secret present you with a good couple of kills like that, that's time on those observer wards, which is going to get burnt down, even if IG haven't dewatered them. Secret aren't using their vision advantage to kind of increase their lead right now.
They do get some good dewarding here from Puppey, trying to limit the vision that IG have, and I do want to point out, still the vision is fantastic for Secret. I believe they still have that lane ward mid. Indeed they do. Puppey gonna get caught again, but easy TP out. We've seen this movie before. He'll make his way home. At some point it's like, I'm just gonna buy an MKB to deal with you.
Yeah. Oh man, Burning is... I guess he's zoning him out and getting the free farm lane, but yeah, he's still going to be careful. That tiny combo can still burst him down if he's not careful. But for now, he's going decent farm. It has that protection with some vision even in the enemy jungle, but outside of that, the dire vision somewhat lackluster.
Bottom river, Zai again with the clip backs. He might just time-lapse out of this one. We'll see from Bernie. He does. Still.
Burning is just kind of getting toyed around with in some ways. He's still fighting his farm. He's doing just fine, but...
I like the cheeky play of Zai, though. She's like, you know what? I'm really good at this.
And they want to go for a potential sneaky little play here. They get the idol.
If they can get the fissure on 2 into the potential Requiem could be big. The enchant totem comes out. Taroki still there. Arteezy engaging, and now the turn come.
This is just space. They're looking to create space for other happenings on the map.
I don't know how much space they've created. Maybe some for Kuro. The orbs. Barely missing, but backups arriving. Here comes the cavalry. Back on 2. Follow up onto 430. They're going to dunk him as well. Popping that Shadow Fiend wide open. Well, it is space in the end. They are working on the Roshan, but it's expensive space. Yeah. 2 cores down.
They were okay losing maybe the Earthshaker there, but losing Shadow Fiend as well. The T2 tower, which should have been denied earlier, and suddenly Secret get a big gold boost, and IG still struggling to finish off Roshan. They finally get it, but it doesn't even feel like it was like the best use of their time. They could have been getting the same amount of gold farming the Radiant jungle. They could have been pressuring this bottom tier 2 tower. They've got to make use out of this Aegis. It does give Burning some breathing room as far as dealing with a potential tiny blink combo in a team fight and not getting blown up. Or if he gets blown up, he has a second line.
Secret gonna back off now. They don't quite bring down that tier 2 mid, but they do some good damage, and there seems to be a growing movement in their favor here in the audience.
Well, Team Secret with the top 3 net worth heroes right now, and the IG comeback has got to come through their farm distribution. They have got the Enigma up there, kind of as a 4th core hero in some ways, and you get Enigma up to a BKB.
Oh, bottom lane, we're going to have a big jump in. They solo kill the Dazzle. Nicely done by Luo. Finally, they kill the stinking Puppey. Man, he made it hard. Luo trying for a potential retreat. Relocate's coming. Oh, it's going to cost him. Nothing comes for free in this life, says Arteezy. You can't have our Puppey without paying the price. I mean, was it worth it?
Burning's waiting it here at the top rune. He finds Kuro. Kuro comes in alone as well. He's got a TP, but he's taking too much damage.
This is a nice kill. Kuro trying to walk away with the tether, but he's gone. The mech had no mana. Almost got in range for the mech save. That would have been some Woe Dota shenanigans there.
Well, the B-God strikes back, and the IG Emperor wants to take down this top tier 1 tower with Aegis in hand. This is not the best timing for Secret to try and fight without Wisp, and it looks like Arteezy has other ideas as he TPs home, heals up, doesn't have a mana pool to really fight this top lane, and IG may get cold feet though. A lot of heroes coming their way.
They really want this tower. They're committed fairly heavily to it. There's the back on 2, Burning, scurrying backwards. Some damage being stolen by 430. It's S4 in first. He's very tanky here, Burning. 1 more auto attack and he's done.
Okay,
tower be careful. Tower gets denied. Secret did commit 5 heroes for that.
Yeah, it's still okay for IG. At this point, the monies would have been nice, but it denies Secret a tower, which gives them easy access into the Dire jungle, where Secret's made a lot of their plays happen. They've been using this amazing vision around the Dire jungle to great effect, and that's where taking out the T1 top tower, taking out the T1 mid tower can help IG out quite a lot this game.
I think this could be a really big item, Gods. The Deso comes out, and you're up against a Wisp. Used to be Weaver was one of the most popular carry picks to counter Wisp because you really can't get away from him, and they don't have the best lockdown. This item for Bernie is a bit risky, but it could really turn the game.
Yeah, he scouts out Secret in the jungle, reveals what was initially a smoke gank, and
look at the damage from that. Zai gets healed up a little bit, but he's going to be forced way back. Burning going to continue pursuit. Couple more auto attacks come out, denies his own bug apparently, and then walks away. I don't know if that was necessary. Some of these players are really trying to show
that extra level, and he's going to get this T1 mid tower. Glyph comes out, but unless...
The other thing is it helps them counter the rat of the tiny little. Yeah. They can go with the Enigma Eidolons, the Deso minus armor, and try to equalize the tower score a bit.
So for this game, still feeling fairly even between the two teams. Secret just with a small gold lead overall, but We are advancing towards that late game, and that's where Secret not having answered the BKB Black Hole of Faith could become problematic. And Lua, ooh, I'd like to say, he had all this money. I'm like, what do you even buy? Like, you could get a 4-star for something, but...
You know, the last time that I saw a Midas on an Earthshaker was Lanham at MLG Columbus.
He farmed like a super fast 2,000 gold. It's like, he's got such an early blink, and then he suddenly pulls out Midas, where it's like, wait, what?
Never forget, that was the Earthshaker game to end all Shaker games now. Some big shoes to fill for Luo. Let's see if he can get started on that route. He's going to try for it. Bottom lane, there's the Doug, the Requiem, but Arteezy survives it all. Pops the drum, he will fall. Well, they started off pretty hot, God, so they get punished on the way out. In comes the Wisp. They back in one. They just barely miss on the second. That's definitely worth it for IG. Yep. And Shaker, who already bought and I believe used his Midas in exchange for just the Tiny.
The Fissure Requiem a bit awkward because 430 doesn't get the full damage when the Fissure kind of moved the Tiny, which is unfortunate. But luckily they still got the kill. When he survived that Requiem, I was worried for IG for a second that it may backfire in. The Earthshaker for a Tiny, not bad considering the Earthshaker had already spent his money on Midas, although actually got some reliable gold out of the kill. And another kill on Arteezy just slows down that Aghanim's progression and just generally the Secret. They want to go for this maybe 30-minute death ball around the time they have like a BKB on Razor. They're going for a Pipe as well as Mech. Actually, Pipe already completed with Darkseid having it.
This is trouble for Kuro. The Swarm comes out. He jumps extremely quickly, has to relocate the grave. He's just going to turn on Puppey instead, who might not be able to get out his own right. Burning getting pretty out of control here. Backing back though, very low. Time lapse and he'll run the other way, but they're coming from the other direction. Arteezy's on the hunt.
His Aegis expires.
Burning, got to be careful here. There's a blink ready on Arteezy. Is he going to find him? The back already used though. They can't really lock him down.
This is still bad for Burning.
Space created for now, but will it cost him in the end? He worms into the trees. He's thinking about running back the other way. Arteezy hunting for him, finds him all the way in the corner. He knew exactly where to look. And down goes Burning, punished for his own aggression.
He came so close to getting a double kill. Instead, he feeds away the biggest possible kill that Secret could get at this point in the game.
That is not a very typical Burning play. Normally, he's a bit safer, but we have seen him change up his playstyle a little bit in the new version. Really going for more aggressive plays, risky ones. Uh-oh, 430. Caught, he's going to get chucked, and immediately the TP canceled. There's nowhere to go with this one. Maybe the Requiem. Can he turn it? Barely even tickles Arteezy out. He's just...
Possible blink out. He may survive.
Left Avalanche, and with that, Arteezy walks away, but they may still hunt him, Gods, and now, well, okay, he gets away. That was not expected.
IG are going into the Radiant jungle. They know the Tiny got left top lane. They're trying to find someone like the Wisp who came back alone.
They're going to have a blink on the Shaker soon, but
not going to find anything.
3 seconds.
But yeah, Burning's death there, the big story, but I think just getting a bit too aggressive because of the Aegis, which he maybe just didn't think about the timing as he went in for the double kill, and it was such a long chase. By the time the Aegis wore off, he was like, okay, I guess I was in over my head. And IG
definitely feels like a game where Burning needs this next item he's building towards. The BKB is coming, and there is some physical damage, but you're up against that Avalanche Toss, the Vacuum. Those are the two most devastating spells that will catch him out of position, and if he gets hit by the stun, probably get him killed.
Yeah. This game is going to be tense because IG, they're not really behind. It's 1,000 gold lead. It's absolutely nothing. And just a BKB Blink Enigma can just win fights on its own. This is going to be such an important game for Kuro especially. The Grave is nice to maybe try and keep someone alive a bit longer, but if it's someone like Arteezy being Grave and he dies anyways, it just gives him a bit more damage up. But someone like Kuro can maybe relocate him back to the Fountain after he gets saved by a Grave, can relocate him out of a black hole, and there's so many big... This game largely comes down to Kuro's relocates for Secret to win.
Well, that was a very large stack of ancients that we just saw Arteezy have his way with. But Darkseer already the pipe completed. He is extremely farmed on this hero, Zai.
This is without the Midas, too.
Yeah, I was like, does he have a Midas? But I remember seeing him, and no, he's just killing creeps. 105.
He's got the top last hits, more last hits than anyone else in the game.
How often do you say that with the Shadow Fiend and Tiny both in the same game? Whoa. Almost finds the Shaker down top lane. There you go. Avalanche to start it off. Not going to be able to find the toss, follow the Burning. Looking to turn on the Kuro, but he's got to be careful about the clubbing. Time lapse back. He might make the move. No, he's worried about someone else coming in. He's setting into the tree line. And does Arteezy find him? He's got to chuck in one just late. Still, though, this is that stage of the game where Weaver cannot deal with the Tiny Wisp. Doesn't have BKB. still fairly frail just to right clicks as well as the nuke damage, and has to run away and just play keep away for the most part.
Worth noting, Faith has completed BKB, and this is where IG may look to try and secure another Roshan around this. They've got Blink Force on Luo now. He's just making items out of nothing. BKB Black Hole and a Desolator on Weaver. This is a great Rosh lineup. Problem is, Roshan has got a very long respawn time right now.
Haven't seen many kills in a while. Both teams doing a good job of playing keep away, protecting their cores, and nobody wanting to take a big risk. This is the deciding Game 5 of one of the biggest grand finals there's been in some time in Dota 2, and nobody wants to throw it away on a foolish fight.
And I think Secret worried about that potential Roshan. It's been some time since Rosh could have respawned, and they've got this 3-man unit who can smoke up, try find kills, and then have the relocate in, but smoke revealed by Weaver mid. Secret's still okay with this. They were more worried about if they were at Roshan there, they had to get there and take that fight because they've got the Darkseid. They've got the better team fight, it feels like right now, unless a huge black hole comes.
Here comes a surged S4. The enchant totem off the mark. Luo gets 4-step back. He's going to need to blink out. He can't in time. Now back in. They have the black hole and they look to engage Fissure. Almost perfectly timed. It pushes S4 around, and now they catch two. The Requiem Arteezy gets caught in the middle of it. Survives for now. Here comes the follow-up from Burning. And Johan again with the death ward, but everyone from Secret survives for now. Arteezy kept alive, finally brought down, but it's going to cost the rest of the team. It's a triple for S4, the real winner of this fight. Burning scurries back, he might go to clean up. He's going back in on S4, he finds one. Burning, no more time lapse. I don't think he gets another here. The Wisp went back towards top in the end, and if that Fissure was, if he had just a little more life, he could have held it a bit longer, then gotten an actual stun off on the Razor. Could have killed him off sooner too, but
that fight is even as it gets. The gold changed 935 to 936, so a 1 gold advantage going IG's way. They actually had one more casualty on their side, but you lost your 2 big carries for Secret, both Razor and Tiny for the Shadow Fiend, and Burning getting big kills his way, which helped build towards his BKB.
I'm not sure what happened with Kuro there. Normally, that's where you'd like to see the Wisp relocate the Tiny back.
Well, he relocated into the fight from top lane, but somehow lost the tether with Overcharge, which made the Arteezy Tiny take a lot more damage than he would like to.
I think he kind of got zoned away by like the Fissure, the cask bouncing around, and
you don't want to be
the black hole.
You don't want to get by the cast. You don't want to get caught in the black hole. At some point, you kind of just have to split off and hope to get a retether off mid-fight, but it was on cooldown afterwards.
Bottom lane? No. Nothing yet. Just Puppey farming creeps. Something that the analysts talk about is Puppey going to be allowed to just sit here and farm out waves? And it really hasn't been as much this game. He is way behind the enemy Enigma, as you would kind of expect in a normal game.
He got so massive last game. Having 2k HP on your Dazzle just means he's never going to be, or it's very unlikely he's the first target your opponents want to go on. And then if you can sit back, you're tanky, you're guaranteed to get Graves off. It can really go a long way.
Luo is setting up again. So, okay, he's got the Blink Force, Scott.
IG don't want to fight until Black Hole.
When are we going to see that, like, Aghanim's Refresher Veil Earthshaker? Is that the build here? What do you go for if you're a Midas core Earthshaker?
I think Axe is one of the weaker items on Earthshaker. Just doesn't really seem to boost up his damage enough, but Shivers, Refresher type items.
You don't like Veil?
Veil's fine as well, but
it's good with the Shadow Fiend especially, I feel.
Another really cool item you can get is Shadow Blade, but they'll have a lot of detection already for the Weaver, but
yeah,
I think Shadow Blade's still viable.
The super late game Shadow Blade is sweet, although I guess less so now that wards occupy the same item slot. It used to be that supports would really have issues like fitting both types of wards in.
He tried to catch up Puppey, but he managed to get into the right little tree spot where he didn't get scouted.
S4 gonna TP away. I haven't seen many Razor games lately. I guess the next item for him is just going to be probably that Aghanim Scepter towards a Refresher. That's generally the build we see on Razor.
Unless he feels he needs armor, because he's going to have minus armor from the Weaver Desolator, minus armor from the Shadow Fiend. And that's where picking up a plate mail into either Shivers or AC could be very possible. He just bought the Shivers recipe. Oh no, Darkseid bought the Shivers recipe, so maybe an AC for S4, but
that could be, especially with the Dazzle. That is right now their only real counter for the physical damage.
I just don't entirely rely on physical damage. They've got Midnight Pulse, they've got the Shadow Fiend Requiem if they can time that with the Black Hole. And
yeah, and Midnight Pulse got a little buff. I believe it was the cast point that got improved in this patch.
I'll see a Pulse come out, possibly delaying some of the momentum, but right now Secret and IG neck and neck here in our Game 5 decider. Secret after that last fight, pulling about to a 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead, but nothing to write home about.
It's a tense moment here. Has not been the highest kill game, but it feels like there's been constant action in the sense of teams moving around, finagling for kills, threatening for Roshan, trying to force the issue a little bit more towers. 11-8 the score. When it comes to net worth, seems fairly even. Secret having the more farm top carry / core heroes and the tiny Darkseer, but more even spread over on the side of IG.
We'll see what Secret's next move is going to be. It feels like neither team is going to be in a good position to push high ground anytime soon. Even around an Aegis, I imagine both teams will be very tentative to go for any kind of a high ground 5-man push. Tiny great at pushing, but I don't know if maybe with an Aegis you see Secret really try and siege the high ground, but pushing into a BKB Black Hole from Faith, who you got to imagine is picking up a Blink Dagger as his next item and just about 600 gold away is not something that Team Secret have in mind. They could push around the Black Hole cooldown though.
At that point, I mean, what do you have? Toss? That's not an easy way to cancel a BKB Black Hole. IG did not, I don't think they specified yet why there's a pause. Right. Sounds like it is team speak, apparently.
So hopefully nothing too serious as we'll get things back underway soon. There's just a lot of luxury late game items coming out. You've got your Darkseer being played by Zai. He's almost got a Shiver's Guard. You've got Tiny with a completed BKB. Items galore on the Team Secret side. IG, similar story. You've got your luxury items coming up. And Team Secret are going to have their work cut out for them when Burning also finishes the BKB, which he's got the Ogre Club for. Well,
folks, for those of you following along, either here live at the Warfield Theater or from home, we want to know what you think. Which team is ahead right now? Is it IG or is it Secret? To vote, go to redbullbattlegrounds.com.
I think I would say Secret's ahead right now, but
then our observer cheats and shows the graph.
Yeah. The bigger question is, like, who's actually going to come out on top? Because I think IG's draft is fine and almost like you never intend to be behind at 32 minutes in the game, but they've got a draft that's very comfortable playing from about a 5,000 gold deficit. As long as they've got all their core items. That's the big thing here. They may be behind 5,000 gold, but they're not missing any big items. None of their heroes have been shut down this game, apart from maybe the Witch Doctor to some extent. It's not going to be the Chuan Witch Doctor we saw earlier today in that game 3 where they had the Witch Doctor plus Warlock duo. But outside of that, everyone else is very farmed on IG's side. So I feel like IG at least are going to be comfortable even if they are slightly behind. And the outcome of this game is maybe closer to like 60-40 in Secret advantage.
At the same time, though, when they've won with this Witch Doctor, Chuan has been a massive playmaker, and someone else is going to have to step up. If he's this poor, you're not going to see a big death ward. Almost certainly that will get canceled. The Vac, the Avatos, potentially just right-clicking him to death with this gigantic rock monster that Secret now possess.
Faith and Lure have to step up. Those are the two big heroes with a lot of playmaking potential. I mean, Burning, he's got a BKB. He's going to be able to stay alive in a fight and dish out damage, but he can't get kills on his own. The Dazzle Grave is a problem. There's Ghost Scepter. There's Shivers on the Darkseer. The Raze is tanky with a mech. Tiny's got 2.5k HP with a Wisp who can relocate and overcharge him. Weaver will not be able to get kills on his own. He's very reliant on Earthshaker or someone else.
Later on in the game, though, Weaver gets very difficult for Secret to deal with. Again, they have no solution for BKB. Their physical damage is from a melee core who can be rather easily kited. I'm starting to feel like IG just wants this to go late. They've got the Enigma factor, as you mentioned. There's really no answer for that. They have the big AoE team fight. The only trump card Secret really has is the Darkseer.
Puppey. Okay.
Luo just he knows.
He's doing the math in his head. He's like, maybe if I had a level 16 ulti, I could get this kill.
We're gonna show our TZ top. We'll hit a couple of creeps. Game really slows down. Both teams sensing that one key team fight could just lead to a Roche, to a couple of towers falling, and then it could fall apart very easily from there.
And one of the Secret draft weaknesses, even if they're getting map control, keeping lanes pushed out, have not got the best Roche killing lineup. No Assault Cuirass completed yet on our TZ.
IG are decent. They've got the Shadow Fiend aura, the
a lot of minus armor.
I think the IG is pretty good.
Yeah, but the Secret side, especially right now where they've got a lot of map control, they've got sentries up in a lot of places, good vision, they've been de-warding IG, who do not have a single ward up on the map right now.
It's definitely tricky to get in there, but if they're able to, they should be able to bring it down.
And here's the kind of item IG have maybe been waiting for. They can look to make a move towards that pit, I feel, with this. If they can position well around it and not allow Secret to get like a good flank on them, This is very hard to contest for Secret.
Oh, we're gonna see dueling smokes come out. The swarm chucked in towards the pit. IG wrapping into it. They're gonna let 430 go. He's just gonna go right to work. Okay, Bernie's there. This is not gonna take long. And Secret, very little time to do anything about this. Now comes the plasma field. They get eyes on what's going on, and now Arteezy engages. He finds Faith. He clubs him down despite the BKB. No buyback available. What a train wreck of a way to start the fight. They're gonna lose Chuan as well. And with one fell swoop of that giant stick, Arteezy has secured his team Roche and maybe more.
That was just weird. The Dazzle scouted out the Enigma and the Earthshaker there on the high ground, and then they just stood there like, okay, we're just going to keep standing here protecting Roshan. But if Secret engage, they're not going for the Roshan heroes. They're going for the Enigma. Enigma's the hero that's going to win in the fight. The Earthshaker's going to win in the fight. And Arteezy said, I'm going to kill the Enigma before I try and contest Roshan, because there's no way I'm going into the Roshan pit and letting Enigma blink black hole me.
Oh, the drums of endurance getting plopped down on the ground because Arteezy's got a bigger and better item to unveil. By the way, guys, I just have to say, Zai is still the leader in net worth this game. You never see this unless there's a Midas Darkseer. He has been really the star of the show for Secret. Him and Puppey with some of the Dazzle Graves we saw in the previous games.
So a big team fight, a couple tier 2 towers, but even with Aegis, the push may end there for Secret, because Enigma Respawn didn't actually use Black Hole. And IG have a very potent high ground defense with Earthshaker as well as Enigma.
Well, it looks like Secret may even just use this as a farming Aegis. They now have the top 3 heroes in net worth, and we'll see the plate mail coming out for Arteezy. He'll be the one to build the AC. Looks like it will just be a straightaway Aghanim Scepter. I believe that's for the Razor that's being built up.
Yep, he's got it completed.
Oh boy. And, well, for Secret, a very fat Razor, a fat Tiny, and a gigantic Darkseer. Maybe they feel they have the late game.
I feel like Arteezy may just be waiting on the Assault Chris, and Secret could say the word go and go for that high ground push. Especially if they can get a jump. He's holding onto the Blink Dagger over the drums in the hope that he can jump the Enigma or the Earthshaker, take out one of the key IG high ground defenders, and then suddenly you're pushing not only 5v4, but 5v4 without one of IG's most important heroes in the Earthshaker and Enigma to defend your base. If anything, you'd rather pick off these heroes than someone like a Weaver, because I guess they're probably equally important, but you really need the big team fight that those two heroes provide.
Now Zai, the next item is going to be, it looks like a Bloodstone?
He's going for the Octarine Core, I would say.
Oh, yeah, it could be. Just sitting on the Soul Rain, it looks like. May not upgrade it. That is definitely not an item we see very often.
Get the reduced cooldown. The life's still not so important, but reduced cooldown on your wall, your vacuum. Vacuum especially, an amazing teamfight spell.
Hey, this is the counter to Ice Frog. Every patch he seems to add to that cooldown, but Octarine Core, the way to bring things back into balance. We'll see what Zai ends up building, but I think you're right that it offers you a lot more utility. You don't normally have huge mana issues on Darkseer.
Just 700 gold short if that is the item he's going for. And yeah, across the board, Secret just getting very big late game luxury items. IG lose a fight, they lose potential to take Roshan. And 430 are going to forgo having buyback to buy a Talisman of Evasion, so he's going to play very cautiously, but if anything, you want him being the one focused, because that just makes Luo as well as Fate's life a lot easier to get off their ultis when Secret are focusing their efforts on someone like the Shadow Fiend or the Weaver.
Arteezy blinking in here in the bottom lane, and he's going to start hitting creeps.
It's go time.
The team's behind him, but so too is IG sweeping around from the side. They got the Fissure to start. They're going to find Artor. They need to bring him down quickly, though. That Wisp is in position. Arteezy popping the BKB, going to work. Where's the relocate? No, doesn't need it yet. Has the Aegis. And now they look for round 2. Luo caught out on the sidelines. Now the Requiem comes. The Black Hole was waiting for Arteezy and catches out Kuro, but kept alive by the mech. They're going to turn the fight. They bring down Zai as well. 3 dead, instant buyback. IG unable to deal with 2 lives on the tanky Rockman.
And 430 barely blinks out of somehow 5 heroes.
They might lose Burning as well. Fissure on 2, but Arteezy chucks him actually forward. Wants to club Luo instead. A little bit discombobulated.
Can't blink.
As they continue the chase, they're going to Shiva's Luo, and he may die again. Chuck tossing down.
It's a dieback. 80 seconds on the side. Secret are going to push high ground.
This could be it. Secret looking at a potential full lane of Rex. There's no Black Hole. There's no Shaker for 70. It could be more, gods.
This is all your big ultis on cooldown. Not just the Black Hole, but Death Ward, Requiem of Souls. This is at least 1 lane of Rax, and IG running out of answers to the secret push.
Oh, they're going to find another jam. 430 down for the count. And no buyback there either. If Secret know it, if they've done the math, they can go for the win right here. Could this be their first ever LAN win, gods? They've never taken an offline tournament, but they're about to here. It looks like at Battlegrounds, smashing through the bottom lane, straight onto mid. The tier 4 is about to fall. And Secret are your Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 champions, the first ever in the world.
Game 1, it was the Drove Visage, a classic. This game
to win the game.
Yeah, the opening game, I definitely think Secret, I think, had a kind of harder to execute draft, but this time around it just feels like it's very overly reliant on the PA of RTZ, but we'll see what he can get done. Team Secret in the winner bracket finals after taking down Alliance in our opening match. They're on the Radiant side. They're going to be running Kuroki on the support Vengeful Spirit. RTZ going to be on the Phantom Assassin. S4, the son of Magnus, on Magnus himself. And it's going to be Puppey playing the Chen, the captain and drafter for the Team Secret, and Zai on the offlane Batrider. Taking on the Swedish squad, it is going to be the Ninjas in Pajamas on the Dire side. Hanskin going to be playing your Earthshaker. Limp on the mid laner. Jonas going to be on the Phoenix in the offlane. Sealkit on the Skywrath Mage, and that leaves Era playing the Troll Warlord.
We already see a ward placed out from Zai. I think he's expecting to be met with a lot of resistance from the NIP tri-lane, which he should be. I mean, it's a Skywrath, Troll, and an Earthshaker. I mean, Troll alone is pretty difficult to deal with. Sky is pretty difficult to deal with, but all three of them combined is most likely going to lead to a dead Batrider. So placing the ward there, probably because he expects to run to the jungle pretty darn soon. But at the same time, Chen is going to be there. And I'm actually surprised NIP didn't take over the jungle a little bit earlier. They have Earthshaker, I'd say, is pretty good for level 1. Phoenix is like mediocre, but trying to deny Chen those early creeps and try and make it very limited to what the Radiant can work with in their jungle when they have a Batrider and a Chen, I think is key in shutting down their mid game. And the longer you draw this game out, the better it is for NIP.
Yeah, it's very different with what you see most teams do against the Chen. So I guess Kuro does have sentry wards to start things off, but just the pool camp, which has a ward on top of it. So we'll see how things will unravel here. NIP, it looks like they may be gearing up to fight this bottom rune, but Secret with 2 heroes down here to see if they look to fight this one. Already RTZ backing off, and it looks like NIP may be able to snag both bounty runes here with Limp poised to take the bottom one, and the top one likely to go the way of Era on the Troll Warlord. Small edge to start things off, but it's an edge nonetheless for the Ninjas in Pajamas. And Kuro currently struggling to get that sentry D-ward off here at the pool camp.
Unusual ward. Right inside the middle.
It's the if you put sentries like on the right and the left, it may, I guess, be missed by both. We'll see if that works out. But the first sentry, Kuro gonna kind of get greedy and looking to cover the tree area over here on the side of the lane, as well as some of those possible ward spots.
So he's going to check it. Going to see that it's blocked. Let's
Now
see where he
good
places
luck.
the next one. I mean, typically you place it right here or right here, I would say.
There's a lot, yeah, exactly. The observer ward block could be like, it's pretty big, this box here. I mean, it goes even further down, like down towards the bottom here. And Kuro, where is he going to plan it? There we go. Okay, so he gets it there. If the ward was further down to the south, he would not have been able to get that D ward off.
Yeah,
so that was like a 50-50. I mean, he even got it before the spawn. That was a nice play as well.
Oh, that's really important for them. They need to be able to work with the jungle as much as possible, and having that pool camp blocked is really bad for their 2 supports.
Yeah, because Phoenix, if this lane pushes out, gets a lot of XP, and Phoenix just with XP can slow down a lot of the PA's farm and cause a lot of problems with the Fire Spirit's harass. But for now, he's getting zoned out. Meanwhile, Puppey is jungling it up.
Shaker setting up for a kill in middle.
Can he find much off
Well,
of this?
there's a ward there. I'd be highly surprised if S4 died to that.
We're seeing the contrast between what Puppey does on his Chen now and the art style Chen, where Puppey is going pure farm mode. He's farmed up a double stack, and now he's sent it over to farm up a medium stack already with the same tornado. Doesn't clear out the entire camp, but gets it very low. And now he's going to stack again. Puppey plays this he plays like kind of how AUI used to play on his Chen, it feels like.
We'll scout out the bottom 2-minute rune. Will be a bounty rune.
Jonas gets it. Tried to leave it for Kuro, but that's not going to work. But now he's got no dive, and Kuro has a stun in a couple of seconds. Going to get 1 or 2 more right clicks, trying to body block with the Wild Wing. No, but he's just going for the damage. And Phoenix, with that low base armor, survives with the Tenga regen. 20 HP with
Did
the
he
stick.
cancel the attack on the Wild Wing?
I think he got it off. I think it was like a long range attack. Could be wrong.
It was close.
Yep. So now the Wild Wing gonna make its way down towards this big camp, and Puppey just gonna continue to farm away. He's got a double stack ×2. Mid lane S4 needs to be careful. This Earthshaker on the high ground has a fissure ready to go, but Bottle will arrive and will heal S4 back up.
If he gets really low, he can just get sent back by Chen. So let's see. Puppey not going to stack up
First
once
blood
again.
top, Skywrath Mage. That was just constant harassment in an Arcane Bolt. Did not expect that to be a kill.
It's a really tough place to be in. But where does he retreat to at this point? I mean, is he going to stay up in the lane and probably die to the double slow again?
At some point, he's got to go rotate and swing to the jungle, it feels like. But for now,
there's no stacks there. They're all taken out by Puppey.
Exactly. That's the problem. You've got a Chen on your team. But this is where Puppey's maybe looking to farm now, because he realizes that the Batrider will want the jungle around 5 minutes into this game. So
he also has no smokes. He has no smoke, no boots. Not that many creeps.
Just Puppey farming away. He's just keeps going for the Wild Wings, keeps going for the jungle farm and stacks, and so far making pretty good use out of the jungle as far as experience growth gains it goes. And it's now swinging towards mid lane. Centaur in hand, Limp spots it out with an Observer Ward, and doesn't look like this should succeed. But Zai maybe looking to come in from behind. Just level 1 though, and Puppey now could be in some trouble here. There's a fissure to set up an LSA, and Puppey. Hastering on Limp. They don't even need the fissure here. They're going to throw it to set up the LSA, and Puppey goes down. You'll lose to Centaur as well. NIP, fresh off of a win against Cloud9. Start things off pretty decently here against Secret, although they do lose their Phoenix at the bot lane to the Phantom Assassin.
Jonas has been playing pretty boldly. I mean, that dive without any of his without his spirits up was pretty bold, and looks like he has taken 1 death to Arteezy. And Arteezy, he's getting decent CS, but not as good as the Troll, who ended up getting part of the first blood.
And Sealkid's still up here. Will continue to zone out the Batrider, who does hit level 2. That's the big thing. He can't jungle until he's level 2, so I'm not sure if he'll want to head straight there right now with Puppey kind of already residing over this Radiant jungle, but I imagine he's not really too happy about this top lane. At some point, Troll can almost zone him out alone. With Phase Boots already up, once Era has that like Ring of Aquila, this lane gets kind of unmanageable for Zai. If anything, we're already there.
They can stack Ancients though, useful for the PA with Empower later, but Secret just looking to play a catch-up game at this point.
He tried to go for a kill on S4 at mid lane with the Fissure, as well as a potential Laguna Blade. Didn't succeed, but here comes the counter kill. Handskin hit by the Skewer, slowed down. There's going to be Napalm. The Batrider gets blown up by the Lina, but here comes Puppey. 1 kill, looking for 2. Can he get it with the Hellbear? Oh, gets hit by the LSA, and Limp barely gets out of there. I thought that LSA was going to miss the Hellbear and it would be a kill. Another kill on Phoenix at bottom lane while all that action at mid was going on. So Arteezy up to a 2-kill streak at bottom on the PA.
That would have been a big kill on Alina in the mid lane. Just so important to get that Blink Dagger before she gets her Yules.
Well, Hanskin's rotations and assistance towards mid lane so far has not really amounted to too much. Hasn't been able to offer that much help for the Lina outside of that 1 Chen kill, but we're seeing Puppey now, level 5, looking to pressure the mid tier 1 tower, and fairly successful so far. For NIP, it does feel like they can't be letting Arteezy get too much free farm and too many kills, because that's the one hero which will solo carry this game. He's going to have Empower, he's going to have a team fight built around him with Magnus and Batrider. They need to make sure if they shut down anyone, it's the PA of Arteezy they want to shut down.
Yeah, or just get Troll and Lina equally farmed.
Well, as far as those two go right now, Troll farming well. Oh, Lina finds a kill, S4 on the Magnus. This time around the Fissure setup does work, and there was a Laguna Blade being used as ES and Lina bring down Magnus. And you talked about getting the Troll and the Lina farm. Well, those two are your 2 top net worth heroes for now, so Lina having no problems at all in that bottom lane.
Well, Phoenix working on his egg. Not quite there yet. You don't see the value point in Sunray yet from Jonas. What build is Arteezy going to go for this game? We talked about how he can just skip out on Battle Fury, since he has the Magnus on his team, but he is going to have to carry hard.
Yes.
And he's also going to have to get a BKB at some point, but if he gets BKB first, it might hinder his farm too much. But if he doesn't get BKB first, he might just die and be irrelevant in the later game. So, yeah, this is not an easy call for him, I would say. He also opted for the treads instead of the phase.
Top lane, Zai now getting silence up. He did get the Firefly up with a fissure. Era will get the kill as well as the T1 tower. This TP coming in from a PA, and Era has to hightail it out of there, heading towards the river. Sees the PA cancel the TP, and will be maybe safe to just go back to lane. It looks like he's going to continue farming, or at least head to the shop and pick up some of his next couple of items. Gets the Morbid Mask, and we'll throw in some Lifesteal to the mix as well now. Nice bit of play there coming in from your troll.
Yeah, both of these games, Secret's offlaner has just been completely left out to dry. And Era is just going to be ridiculously fat as a result.
Troll Skywrath is going to be, as far as lane duos go, it's going to be one of the most potent ones there is. Puppey goes down mid lane. They didn't even need the Laguna Blade for a really nice control from Limp to hold on to the ultimate. And
I mean, they've been filtering from that same spot like over and over again.
This is where you ideally just want to throw an award there. And Chen keeps the center alive, but loses the rest of his creep army. So Hanskin didn't find too much the first 5 minutes, but suddenly he's gotten 2-3 kills in a row for his team. He's got 2 kills in the mid lane with the Magnus, and the Chen got the kill at top lane, so his Earthshaker rotation starting to amount to something, and he's now going to be rewarded by getting some XP and farm in this bottom lane, but not an easy lane for him to stay in against the stifling dagger spam coming out from the PA.
The Treads HOD build, one of my personal favorites.
Okay. Means it's like Treads HOD and then you go BKB after that, or are you going damage?
It depends on how the game progresses. If you can get Aegis, you don't need BKB. But I like it because it just gives him a lot of armor versus Troll, and she does so much physical damage that the lifesteal is really nice. But I mean, it's not gonna be enough unless they stack up Ancients. They get some huge RPs on Magnus, but Magnus has not had an easy start.
Yeah, this Magnus blink timing is not looking like it's going to be too impressive here. S4 now starts leveling up the Empower. He's just got Boots, Wand, and a bottle. Going for the bit of extra stats even with the upgraded wand.
Vengeful Spirit has also been extremely quiet.
Let's see what Kuro's next move. He's got phase boots here, so he's even been given some farm, it looks like, as he at least taking the pull camps and all that.
Are they going to smoke? They're walking under a ward.
Or do they realize that? The Ancient seems to be maybe what they have their eyes on here. They sentry to make sure it's not being scouted out. They take out a low ground observer ward. They can't really farm this just yet. Bottom lane, meanwhile, Arteezy's the target they want to go, and it looks like he got too aggressive, and Skywrath Mage's going to get some kills on Arteezy. That's your PA. That's the one here you do want to be bringing down, and looks like he went on the Phoenix, who popped the supernova and managed to escape with his life as Secret go into the enemy jungle. They see Era here and walks into a magic missile. Here comes your Batrider, no lasso available. Era looking to run out of the Firefly. He's pretty swift here, gets the phase boots up. Lina shows up with the Laguna Blade, gets the kill on the Batrider. LSA catches 2 as well, and they're going to save Era on the troll. Kuro in some trouble. It's a DD Lina, one more right click. Could have been enough, but didn't want to risk it. And now the Chen, Hand of God, comes into play. Fissure blocks in 2. Uh-oh. Phoenix dives to the high ground, cancels the dive up there, but doesn't hit the Fire Spirits initially until he looks to chase down Puppey. Fissure available in 3. The chase is still on. Hanskin really wants to bring down this Chen. Fissure onto Kuro, gets him down to 20 HP, but not enough. Didn't block him against the wall there, and it seems NIP going to still take what they can get as it's more kills going away at the Lina, and the Troll somehow surviving that gank as well.
Yeah, it was such an important game to survive too, because they had just killed PA, so they were looking for a kill in return. But now Era is just way more farm than Arteezy. Well, still looking for that blink dagger on S4. The Magnuses today have not had that much luck in their blink dagger timing. I don't think any of them have been sub 10 and lucky to get it by 12.
This is a hero S4 is well known for. He hasn't died too much, just the singular death, but still been a very rough mid lane for him. Lina sitting on 6,000 net worth. Yule Scepter treads already complete. Limp starting to gather some momentum here. He goes diving Phoenix goes diving through this top lane, looking to get away from a gank and gets a kill on Zai on the way out. This poor Batrider burns to death, and Phoenix.
Look at his Blink Dagger timing. It is. I mean, how are they going to make plays? Like, their strength is in this mid game. It's supposed to be right now. They were supposed to get their blinks 3 or 4 minutes ago, start getting RP kills, start getting lasso kills, make NIP feel scared, prevent them from doing Roche, but nothing like that is happening. NIP walking into it right now with the smoke.
Oh, they just got their Magnus blink timing. If there was ever a time to get blink on your Magnus, it was as NIP go for Roshan. If he hits 2 in the RP and gets a Skewer to follow,
they need to do that.
This Satyr may scout this out as well. He's going to get there in time. The wave is there. RP on both. The Skewer gets cancelled by a Fissure, but it's going to be a good fight regardless for Secret. Lina as well as Troll go down.
That's so big. That oh my goodness.
I don't know about luck, but NIP, I guess you're going to expect at some point that blink is coming from your Magnus. They're going to fly back on the Troll. They're looking to TP and contest this. They may be too late, though. Roche was too low. Oh, Secret. In some... Well, maybe not in trouble here. Go Phoenix diving through. Doesn't throw the Supernova off. And Kuro going to be brought down here by Era. It looks like Arteezy now trying to fight through with the Aegis. He's just looking to blink and get the hell out of there. Double buyback from NIP, very costly stuff if they don't find some kills, and just a Venge kill does not feel like it's going to be enough. Arteezy still on the run, caught out by the Yule Scepter. There's going to be an LSA waiting for him, and at least 1 kill on your PA, possibly a second. They've got the Silence ready with an Ancient Seal. They get the Silence. Skewer missed as another heal comes in from your Chen. They're looking to bring down Arteezy here. Phoenix with the Fire Spirits. Blink forward from your PA, looking to fight his way out of this one onto Limp, but he's going to go down, but it's 2 heroes brought down by the Shockwave. Supernova comes now, but it's too late. Oh boy, Secret.
Wow, they could not have asked for a better Roche fight.
Yep.
And a better sequence of events.
Kuro catches that Handskin. They're not done just yet. They're going to get a 5th here kill at this point, and Puppey with the Test of Faith brings down Handskin.
My goodness. What happened yesterday? I think there was a team like 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead. They went for Roshan, and they got killed right before doing it. And
that was Empire against Hellraisers.
Yeah, it's like the exact same situation. I mean, it's something that you need to do. But when it's risky and when there's heroes off the map and you're not sure if they have blink and you don't have good vision, you cannot afford those type of risks. You need a support sitting up there and maybe sacrifice their life for it, but you can't have those heroes die, buy back, don't get that many kills, and then die again, and then give up the Aegis to the PA that was struggling in the early game.
And you get a Batrider kill. The blink on this back gets slowed down even further. Was awfully close to it before that one death, and now bottom lane Arteezy doesn't have the Aegis anymore. 1 or 2 right clicks, evade, he's saying, and where's my RNG? That's not the RNG he's known for.
Yeah, I mean, PA is just so weak against Lina, though, especially a level 11 Lina. She's slightly over leveled, I would say, but it's still just not an easy game.
No. All 4 of your main carries are reaching that level 2 ulti point now, as NIP will look to get to work on some objectives. A terrible fight around the Roshan pit, but still in a... Well, they actually know they went into a disadvantageous position. Secret take the net worth lead despite Troll and Lina being your top 2 farmers.
Yeah, but a lot of that's on the Chen. Chen is actually number 3 on net worth on the side of Secret. And they really need the Batrider, who is, I guess, now position 5, to get his Blink Dagger.
Wow, I didn't even realize. Okay.
Zai just has not been on his game today. His Clockwork was less than impressive, missing a lot of hook shots. His Blink Dagger is just ridiculously late. I mean, you could kind of see it coming from the draft with Chen occupying most of the jungle and then the other lane struggling. They're not going to have enough control for Batrider to get his Blink Dagger, but at the same time, like even struggling Batriders usually find it by 13, I would say.
Yeah. Well, from here, NIP. Not going to be happy about that Roche fight, but they're still in a pretty decent position here. Arteezy will be looking to get some catch-up farm in the form of a big Ancient stack. The Empower just level 2, but that should be more than enough with the Helm of the Dominator to heal him back up. Getting some good farm here on your PA.
Yeah, I think we'll see BKB, though.
It really feels like against the Fire Spirits of the Phoenix, I mean, the stuns of the ES Lina. Well, it's not an answer to the Ags Laguna Blade. If you get thrown up in the air by a Yules, you need to be able to BKB so you don't get hit by the full combo.
Yeah, you also need to just be able to kill the Earthshaker. Like, if you don't kill the Earthshaker, he's just going to stun lock you. And yeah, he's probably going to die too, but he's going to kill your PA in most of these fights. So she just needs it to be able to kill people and as well as just keep surviving and keep accruing items. She cannot afford to die in most of these upcoming skirmishes. Looks like they're gathering in position for a smoke. Oh, Batrider does have his Blink Dagger, but there is no smoke.
Coming out on Kuro, maybe? There we go. Venge has a smoke now. Kuro.
It's a little late. I think they missed their timing.
Yeah, it does feel like they do have a ward in their own jungle down bottom, so I think they had an idea that Handskin was down here.
I mean, look at the heroes. They're already back at their T3 tower just because they expected a smoke 10 seconds ago, and now that it's come like 10 seconds late, I mean, they're more than prepared.
They were just sitting around missing off the map for so long. They are going to Firefly their way over towards this secret shop, but at this point, even if Bat finds someone, he's not really killing them on his own, and there we go. He gets a Blink Lasso up. I don't think he's pulling Handskin far enough away. Fissure comes out, and Zai maybe in some trouble. A Mystic Flare, Lina, LSA Dragon Slave kills off your Bat.
He needed a 4-staff for that play, and Zai is just too underfarmed at this point. He can't be going for plays like that. And Earthshaker doesn't have a blink, and he might not have some for that for some bit of time. But if they keep feeding him kills like that, Era heading around the bottom room trying to control. Kuro gets a stun off before he can slow. Is he going to get a bash? Okay, first hit.
All skill, says Era.
Limp comes in for the KS and misses.
Come on, Limp, man. That Era got the bash. He deserves that one.
And now Limp almost has a Shadow Blade, which is very problematic for these Blink initiators who don't have BKB. I mean, Batrider, is he going to get BKB after Blink Dagger? Highly unlikely. They usually go for 4 staves and then into the Blink Dagger, or sorry, into the BKB. And then Magnus, he's working on his BKB too. But pretty much if she finds anyone else aside from the Magnus, they're dead.
Well, the great thing about the Shadow Blade is you can still gank heroes with BKB because you Shadow Blade stun, and you can stun them before they pop the BKB, so it ends up being a way of actually dealing with BKB heroes to some extent. And Zai, for now, still looking to farm that 4-staff up at the top lane. Secret, not looking as hot as they did in their first game against Alliance, where they were just dominant, and the Ninjas in Pajamas just making a good showing here today at the Red Bull Battlegrounds Europe
The
group.
team that we thought was the least likely.
It's another Hellraiser story. You just can't count anyone out in these group stages.
They're all very close in skill.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's the thing. When you're talking about NIP being the weakest team in the group, that's a pretty damn strong weakest team that the group has. They're probably saying that if we were in any other group, we'd be like, if they're in like an SCA or an America group, NIP are probably favorites. So.
So net worth wise, Troll maintaining a constant around 1,000 gold lead over Arteezy. And now that Secret finally had Blink Daggers, maybe looking for some solo ultimate plays from the Magnus here and there.
Alright, well, we'll see what Magnus can get done with this Blink Dagger of his, but NIP maybe have their eyes set on this Radiant Ancient stack, which they just scouted out using the Troll. That's going to come in with a Firefly to make sure it's not going down, but might be well aware of it and seem to be somewhat grouping up themselves towards this top lane they go. Dire Sentry will block the camp from spawning any further Ancients here on the Radiant side, but
all they need to do is limit PA's farm, which is trade kills, like maybe sacrifice Alina for a PA kill or block her Ancients. And an underfarmed PA will not be able to get carried in this game. Unless, of course, there are sick RPs, which NIP has fallen prey to before.
Yep. Well, we'll see. If that's going to be the case here, they're going to continue to farm these Ancients, but this is the last Ancients they get for some time until they deward this. NIP seem to be having their eyes set on waiting out the Roshan respawn, though. They're getting up what vision they can, they're pushing out the lanes, they seem to be focusing more on the map control aspect, and Roshan will be coming up sometime in the next 3 minutes, and well, it's going to be a max Roshan respawn timer. That's not exactly the best news for NIP, although last time Roshan was kind of there on doing.
Yeah.
All top, Zai dead. That's your Shadow Blade reveal.
So Zai continuing his struggles. Oh, gets RP'd. Limp. Skewer back.
And they get a counter kill. That's well worth it for Secret in the end. As much as they do want Zai's 4-staff. That's a big kill to be getting.
Yeah, they cannot afford to give trade kills like that. They can't trade Lena's life for a Batrider. It's all about the PA, limiting her kills, increasing her deaths, and controlling her farm. So an NIP have to be very careful about the Roshan pit engage again. Don't feed PA another Aegis. And then continue your map control, continue your exerting your presence with the Lina, get your Blink Dagger on your Earthshaker, and then they can go for even more picks. Lina on one side of the map, Earthshaker on the other, and Troll, meanwhile, farming.
It's just scary. PA already has almost 2,000 gold on top of the BKB, which Arteezy hasn't even needed to use yet, so you've got to imagine a potential damage item could be coming up in no time at all if PA wants to go for one.
What damage item does it go for? Abyssal?
Well, Abyssal, and you could theoretically still go back for a Battle Fury, but with Empower it seems completely unnecessary. But MKB against the Troll, maybe? I don't know.
Nah,
he's got BKB.
Yeah, I think he needs Basher or... I mean, if he gets Battle Fury now, though, is it worth it?
So. I don't think it'd be bad by any means. I'm just not sure if the Abyssal Blade you mentioned is probably better, I would say, but I still think Battle Fury would be fine as far as damage goes.
It's great for damage. No doubt.
I think he's going to have more issues with like bursting down a single target like a Troll than he is like pushing out creep waves and...
Oh, does Chen have Ags? Chen does have Ags. I see a Golem armor.
Puppey is ridiculously farmed.
Okay, well, Chen, number 5 on net worth. Very healthy lead for Puppey, the Chen farmer. I mean, yeah, it's just two different styles. You can't say like the aggressive level 1 roaming around with smokes is better than it. It just applies for different situations. And Secret, they don't like to lose out on the late game, but they only have one big late gamer in Phantom Assassin, and she has finally overtaken the net worth chart. They're looking for a lasso.
Get close to Jonas here. Now he's going to go swoop back in, and there we go. Lasso comes out. Where's the follow-up though? Puppey's there. There's a skewer as well. And PA with the blink in gets the kill. So Secret get a clean pick off, and we'll also find this Dire Ancient stack. There's Lina from the side. Oh, could have almost gone for a Laguna there, but doesn't have the Ag Scepter, and Arteezy going to heal himself up a little bit with the Helm of the Dominator on the Ancients.
Yeah, Dragon Slave Laguna from a not awkward position would have killed it right there. So, maximum Roshan respawn. It is up. Golem is tanking. Can NIP take a fight in the pit? This time, Secret will be the one starting it off, but it's already at half HP. Their entire team is just not in a good position.
I don't even know if NIP realized what was going on though. Kind of split pushing the bottom lane.
I mean, they had to have realized. They had just gotten a pick. It had been 11 minutes and less Roshan respawn, and that's just textbook time to take Roshan.
Oh, there's a Dire Ward there as well, but a DDPA that just got brought down so fast. So
I mean, they've given away so much of their lead in the past few minutes.
Yeah, well, speaking of the lead, it's going the Radiant way. About 2,000 net worth for now. Experience-wise, a little less. And you're at top, looking to scurry away from some Secret rotation towards his top lane. But I think Secret may just say, well, we're just happy to go for the towers. We haven't had much in the way of towers. Only the T1 mid lane has been pushed out.
How has NIP not
Secret
been able to take down that mid T1 tower? I actually think that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
If that isn't up, they might not be able to make the play on the Phoenix. But a very timely smoke. Not the most obvious timing, but obvious enough that NIP should be playing very carefully around that Roche respawn. They also haven't been checking the pit, I dare say.
So it's going to be Limp roaming around with the Shadow Blade now, looking for their next couple of kills, but for NIP, they've really got to just buckle down and not give away too many free pickoffs like they seem to be doing over the last few minutes. They're in the lead as far as kills go, but you've got an Aegis on your PA, and the damage item is going to be an SMY for Arteezy, so a bit of a hybrid item as far as damage, attack speed, HP goes. You've got the MAME in there as well.
Yeah, SNY is not bad, especially since I think Lina is working on her scepter. At some point, you're going to need the HP. If you go Battle Fury or Yasha or MKB or anything like that, you're just going to get Lina ulted in the face. So having this nice mix of...
Oh, PA blinks in bottom lane. They do the Laguna S4, but that's not going to do enough. Limp now, defensive Yules. Zai's looking for the lasso. Can he get it on Phoenix? Yes, he will. Pulls him back. They've already lost Lina. Now it's going to be 2. As Arteezy starts a killing spree. Uh-oh. Things getting worse and worse for NIP at this point in the game.
NIP just stopped exerting pressure. Which, like, remember last game, the Lena got a pick with her Shadow Blade, and then they proceeded into Roche. Where's that sort of play this game? Instead, she's the one getting picked, and Secrets are the one taking Roche.
Secret are the ones completely control the map right now. Era just forced into some split push play at the top lane, and doesn't feel like he can fight too well into this Secret team right now. And Secret gonna have 4 heroes towards this mid lane. Chen's actually making his way towards top. May look to just bring in his creep army and defend this tier 2 tower, but the rest of Secret, they're considering going high ground. Phoenix respawns, 10 seconds on Lena, and we'll see this tier 3 tower getting tipped away. Arteezy considering a blink in. Decides against it, has an Aegis for some time still, and Hanskin with a Blink Dagger is going to be that big Blink Echo Slam defender if he can find the ulti that he needs.
Man, Batrider, still no Force Staff. Where's your Staff of Wizardry?
This Bat is in, true poverty right now.
What's his score right now? 0-9.
Really? Whoa, okay, I did not realize that. He's more than half of their deaths.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not played well, simply put.
There's nothing inaccurate about that.
No need to make it fancy. Okay, we see a smoke coming out from NIP, but where is the objective? They're smoking into an area that they don't have vision. They're smoking against a PA who has Aegis up in her inventory, and it's just not that great of a time. Actually, they did just place a ward down on bottom.
No. They're going to lead the charge towards top lane on the Secret side. They take out the tier 1, and they're going to make their move to the tier 2. It seems NIP have in mind some split push action. The Troll, though, not down there, who's their main pushing hero, so even if they get to this tier 2 tower unopposed, all of their actual damage output is vacant. And Troll, speaking of which, he's been spotted up by a Radiant Observer ward. S4 nearby has a Blink RP soon. Oh! Heyo! Misses that RP.
But they're giving up the T3. RP is down.
This should not be happening as it is right now, it feels like.
But still, just realizing that NIP is completely out of position.
Yeah, you've got to really be aware of that blink. These Granite Golems too can't be dealt with. You get them low, Hand of God heals them back to full HP. They're just going to keep chipping away on these mid racks. It looks like.
I think they need a balance. I mean, they do have the Aegis, but they don't have RP.
You also don't have mana for a lasso from your Batrider.
Oh, Hanskin has the Echo Slam with the Blink Dagger.
Level 2 now.
This could be Secret's undoing.
Well, I think they've seen it though. He had it the last push they went for, so maybe something Secret are ready for, but
still, I mean, even if you see it, you can ask Navi about the Echoes.
They knew all about Blink, Echo, and Arteezy. He's got the Aegis, so it's Kuro with him. No, he loses the Aegis. Oh boy, that's a big kill. Now the Supernova going to force Secret even further back. The timing of this initiation works out perfectly, and S4 gets blinked on again by the Earthshaker, making all the plays happen, and really nicely done. That
terrible
Aegis,
timing for a push.
Yeah, had expired. It had even expired like 20 seconds ago. It wasn't even like it just expired as he died.
Even if they had it, like, and there were like 3 minutes left, you should just wait for an RP. I think it's just far too risky. The only reason they took the T3 was because NIP was completely out of position, pushing down the bottom T2. And then with RP on top, it's like, okay, well, we have no team fight because our Batrider still doesn't have Force Staff, so if he lassos someone, he might not even make it down the cliff, just because he might get used immediately, or fissured, or, you know, any other thing that can hit him. So, yeah, I would say that Secret overstayed their welcome, missed the RP, which is also a big deal, and mistimed their Aegis. If they didn't have the Aegis, they certainly shouldn't have pushed.
Speaking of pushes, NIP going to make probably the smart move and just back off, decide not to go for this push down mid.
They need to bait out the smoking. I think they need to be sitting on a high ground or be sitting out with a support and then go in with a Blink Echo once they come in with a smoke. I think that Secret are going to try and secure the next Roche because that one's a big deal. When you have big ultimates like Lasso and RP, you counter it by having Aegis. So it's just that much more important for NIP to secure it, unless they want to deal with it with buybacks, which is a much riskier way to deal with them, or not get caught out. But you can't avoid getting single RP'd.
Yep. Yeah, if you're using buybacks, it's not really a good long-term strategy if you're going to be getting new items up on your side of NIP. Not to mention,
Chen is ridiculously farmed though.
He's more farmed than Magnus now. Oh my god, he's the second most farmed secret hero, the fourth most farmed hero in the game.
He has twice as much farm as Batrider. Ideally, those would be swapped, where Chen would have like Scepter and Boots, and Batrider would have Blink, BKB, 4-staff.
Well, I guess we'll see what the Chen can do. The Yule Scepter, not exactly the craziest of items. It does offer some additional lockdown and control for your troll. Oh, Lena going to get one kill. Now they can kill Arteezy with a BKB, brings him down at bottom, and PA goes through that 9-second BKB. Chaz has now picked up a basher.
Bizzle just means there's another tool of initiation, because if they can jump the Patrol Warlord, he doesn't have BKB. So they can blink strike on him, abyssal him, and then if he doesn't die, they can RP and or lasso him and then kill him. And without him, the PA is pretty much immune during the BKB. I mean, unless Lena drops the PA, but she's not going to die during the BKB. And also, Troll does not yet have an MKB.
Okay, and still some ways to go for it, I guess. He's got just the SMY Skadi with the Helm of the Dominator. There's going to be a lasso grab at top lane. That's on Jonas. He gets pulled in and brought down. Arteezy with the DD rune, going to make himself known. Mimo to the side. It's going to be your Troll looking to fight down onto Kuro. Kuro brought down by Troll, but Arteezy, double damage. Can you fight this PA? I don't think so. The Echo Slam comes in. Arteezy is going to be the main focus. Nice Yules though, going to lock the Troll in place. Hanskin goes down. 1700 crit. Arteezy. Oh boy, making it look too easy, as Era next in line could be going down as well. The Supernova, they need a stun from this, but it looks like they're going to try to focus down the egg. Not in time. Arteezy stunned up through the BKB, blinks forward, gets hit by Laguna, but they kill the Troll anyways. Dive with Fire Spirits, causing problems for Arteezy, but he's going to solve them with a blink forward. Jonas, no dive to escape this one, and Chen gets that kill. 4 down on the NIP side, blink into the high ground with an RP. Limp, next in line for Arteezy again! Mega kill streak as he gets a double kill, and they're going to focus their efforts on this mid-Rax as both range and melee going down.
That Yules was pretty clutch by Puppey. It was when it was their window that they needed to burst down that PA. Her BKB had just expired. There was a big echo coming in. Troll was right next to him, and that is what happens when you don't get a BKB on Troll. You just get kited, and that was just so important. He doesn't have an MKB, so his uptime is very minimal on the PA.
Arteezy getting chain stun. The full staff comes maybe a bit too late, and he's going to be brought down. He was trying to get the blink to the low ground, but the Earthshaker fissure into a blink totem was really nicely done.
And Roshan is right about to respawn in about 30 seconds time. Undoubtedly, NIP will head into the pit. The question is, are they going to get the Aegis? They're going to go in there. They're not going to see that it's up. Are they going to camp there, or are they going to keep a chicken there? They're going to have an HOD creep.
Well, they may get there at the right time, especially if Era's going to find the Ancients along the way.
Yeah, why are they not doing Roach? I think they should just do a Roach immediately. Well, especially since Troll doesn't have buyback. That is priority number 1. So he's going to walk in. No?
Max Roche respawn is about 20 seconds from now.
Just 1 second too early.
If they wrote the Roche timer down, they know it's coming in the next 20 seconds. And Hanskins goes back in. There's your due diligence from your Earthshaker. This guy has been maybe the MVP to keep NIP in this game with some of his recent plays, but 25 seconds on PA. Era going to get to work. And here come...
Imagine if they had started it like as soon as that respawn though. I mean, I think Era should have just been sitting in the pit. If they knew that it's like 2 minutes and 45 seconds, then they could do it without the risk of Zai being able to steal it.
And Zai now nearby, ready to go. Is he making a play on this one? The Flame Break comes into play, gets hit by a fissure though. Nicely played from your Earthshaker again, and Zai going to get blown up by the Laguna Blade. Oh boy.
Man,
double-digit deaths.
Underfarmed Batrider. He needs BKB to make those sort of plays too. Everyone needs BKBs.
Yep. And this is the Blink 4 stuff for now, and it's not cutting it. NIP still holding on for now with this game. It's about an 8,000 gold deficit. And unfortunately, they lost their mid-racks, but you have a Troll with an Aegis and these kind of items. It is potential there for that turnaround.
I do see one of NIP's weakness, though, is being able to control the mid-game with an early-game lead. Like the best teams, you give them like a 2,000 gold lead, they'll eventually increment it up to 3,000 after a few minutes, and then 4,000, 5,000, and never let it go. But NIP, they had a pretty sizable early mid advantage, and then they just didn't take out Roshan, they didn't take out the towers, and they even let Secret take a free T3 in the mid lane.
That's easy. Once out, not going to get hit by the LSA.
Yeah, he has enough HP though to tank it.
Yep.
Maybe Lina should get a MKP.
Possibly. Like you go in with your combo and hit the LSA Laguna Blade. PA lives on maybe 500-600. That's why with a battle trance, Lina could quickly finish off the rest of the PA's HP.
Yeah, I mean, alternatively, she could get a Ghost Scepter and Kite during the BKB of the PA, which is not that bad of an option. I would say either one of those.
Could also go just for like the Hex as another possibility.
Oh yeah, Hex is really good.
That can also get rid of the evasion.
I mean, Secret, they do have the potential to make cheeky plays later, like send in the PA with a Test of Faith, and then just have her blow somebody up, hope for a crit, and then have some high ground shenanigans other than having to deal with RP. So it is all in on Arteezy, but at the same time, he has been making it work.
Yeah, for now, 10-5-4 with Abyssal Blade complete. Arteezy is sitting pretty. Imagine next up is probably just completing the Satanic, give him some more HP, survivability. Even has the Ice Armor creep for himself as well to allow him to fight that Troll Warlord just that little bit better.
So Troll Warlord is in somewhat of a predicament. Does he want to farm his MKB?
Oh, limp. He walked into this one, pulled to the high ground. Doesn't get a chance to use the cheese as well.
That's a rookie mistake, I must say.
Yep. Yeah, they were ready for him, and now Batrider being pushed forward. He's got another blink as well. He's just charging forward. Look at them. We'll cancel the Hanskin TP. And Arteezy will blink forward and probably finish him off here. One more Stifling Dagger will be enough, and like you said, a bit of a rookie mistake perhaps.
Yeah, that's just something a very experienced player won't make. Like you have to expect that your opponents will get a gem at some point, especially if you've been making somewhat of an impact. He has 12 kills on his Lina, and they are certainly going to get a gem at some point to counter his deep movements. And now immediately swing up to the T3. And again, Secret, they have a disadvantage. They have the disadvantage in the fact that NIP has the Aegis. And last time it was a disadvantage of the fact that they don't have RP up, which are both pretty sizable disadvantages. And still, they force a big cooldown from NIP, Lina's buyback. Last time they got a T3 out of it. And they're just so good at taking a foot when they're given an inch.
And even just the money that Lina suspends will slow down any further item progression we're seeing come out from Limp.
Yeah, he needed a Hex, MKB, or Ghost. Like one of those three. Probably, or a BKB even would be decent. So, smoke coming out from NIP, trying to make use of this Aegis. About, 1 minute and 10 seconds left on that. Just enough time after the smoke ends. And it looks like Secret. They are pretty wary. They are very scared. They know that, okay, all we need to do is wait out the Aegis, and then we can blow Troll up with an RP. His buyback is still down for a minute and a half, but he doesn't even have enough money to complete his MKB nor buyback after a death.
Yeah, just runs into the Chain Cryptor and right into Arteezy in the front lines. Abyssal Blade, BKB, popped error. He's going to be brought down before the fight even begins. It may just be an Aegis. S4's got an RP waiting for him though, and they'll use it on the Troll. It's a solo RP, but it's well worth it if they get the kill. But Hanskin shows up, blink, Echo Slam, Fissure. Is this going to be enough? It may be, but it doesn't look like it. Arteezy blinks out the Supernova, perfectly placed. Will salvage the fight for now. Secret. They've lost two. Will buy back the bat. Nice blink to the low ground. Arteezy jukes himself out of there and will be sent back to base by Puppey, whose TP gets cancelled. The Earthshaker Fissure. Oh, can he find a little nook and cranny to hide this one in? Doesn't look like it. Gem gets dropped in. Arteezy will TP himself back in. That Earthshaker once again saving up to save the day. Meanwhile, Zai, in a bit of a deep spot here, but it's S4 rocking up to turn things around, brings down the Earthshaker. Meanwhile, the Skywrath goes down in error. He's trapped. He's going to get kited around by the Batrider air, and then Arteezy's going to show up with a new Abyssal Blade soon if he needs it.
Man, that blink strike into the Test of Faith. Plays coming out from Secret and just outplaying NIP. They had, again, a great time to burst down the PA. They had Battle Trance up, PA BKB down, and then locked in the Echo, and then again a Yules to save the day. Secret will get another kill on Jonas at the T4s, and now I mean, it is. Troll is in the grave for 57 seconds. I'm not exactly sure why he bought out his javelins when he could have had his buyback available at this point, but yeah, they are crumbling. They are falling apart, and that was a sick jump. They knew that the smoke was coming.
Oh, it's another pick off. Arteezy going to find Jonas once more. He just bought back, and Lim going to get skewered back into the BKBPA. Defensive Yules is there, but he blinks forward onto your Skywrath instead. Limp gets off a Laguna Blade, but it looks like he's going down anyways. Magic Missile will find him, and Secret put 4 NIP heroes onto the bench.
Amazing teamwork from Secret, I must say.
Yeah.
Like, Zai didn't play the best, but I think everyone else more than pulled their own weight.
Looking like this may be the game-winning blow as GG is called, and Secret are through to the best of 3 finals here at Red Bull Battlegrounds Europe. Group play, they've taken down Alliance, now they take down the Ninjas in Pajamas, and all they've got to do is wait to see who will emerge from that lower bracket to challenge them in the finals.
19 kills on Arteezy.
It was impressive stuff from him.
Very impressive. I'm still pretty wild that NIP.
They're big offlaners. They're all still out there. So the Beastmaster, the Ohio Special, has been the Batrider over the past couple months. Less so the past 2 or 3 weeks, but probably his most stable offlaner if they want to get someone who can be the key initiator for the team. You do have to worry about the defensive relocate, though, and that makes things a little tricky here for them.
Yeah, that's where you'd ideally want someone who can maybe look to cancel the defensive relocate. Someone like an Earthshaker is always really nice at protecting Shadow Fiend and doing that.
Centaur's pretty good at countering offensive relocates. They will go for the Shaker that you mentioned.
Yeah, just solid all-around pick. You can even run him as an offlane. I've seen a higher play an offlane Earthshaker from time to time, although typically it is a support, but good at canceling the relocate is a big reason this hero is picked in.
I think after the last game, the big offlaner that both teams will probably be eyeing is the Axe, though. That guy did a lot of work early.
Yeah, as much as he kind of was a letdown in the mid to late game, he crushed the laning stage. He got so much out of that lane, pushed a T1 tower in his zone, and got a very good timing on his Blink Dagger. As we'll now go into the Malaysian next, we'll pick Magnus banned out. Hero S4 is kind of very well known for. It's the kind of tempo controller mid, which seems like a lot stronger in the new patch, where it's kind of like DK, Pandit, Brewmaster type heroes I mentioned. Magnus feels a similar lines where he's not going to need a whole lot of farm. He's not really a carry mid, but he can do a lot with this new patch.
It'll be Secret who removed the Bristleback. Not an easy hero to burst in general, and could be a little bit stronger this game, it feels. The Gyro is pretty good at zoning him, though, with the Rocket Barrage. So if they want to throw the Gyro on the safe lane, not the worst hero to deal with him. Beastmaster now the ban from Malaysia. I guess with the Wisp pick, we're unlikely to see the Kuroki Visage at this point. So the big questions for Secret are probably going to be, what does S4 look to play here, and what is Puppey going to be handling?
Yeah, and both those bans were on the S4 here. To say, okay, we banned enough of Puppies at the Chen Enchantress. You can get the Enigma if you want, but that's like too greedy, it feels like. With Wisp, who wants to stack, we want the jungle mostly for your mid and maybe your carry Gyrocopter, so doesn't feel like Enigma's going to be the pick. And they say, okay, now we target S4. So take out Beastmaster and Magnus. S4 used to play a lot of Beastmaster if you go way back to like his Alliance days. He played it from time to time, so is a hero he can run.
How about that Zai Techies? Techies got some nice buffs in the most recent patch.
Yeah.
He's been trying to make Techies a thing in 6.83. Now he's got a little extra ammunition.
Okay.
Do you see a chance of that? Very small chance.
Yeah, you know, there's anything can work, as our good buddy Johan once said. Great guy once said, anything can work in Dota 2.
Well, Secret going to ban out the Lion here. Maybe have their eyes on something like a Storm, a Queen of Pain, who's particularly vulnerable to the Hex.
Yeah, I feel like the Gyrocopter's not scared of the Hex. He's got the Wisp behind him. Not like a super scary ganking support either. A bit curious to see it. Maybe they're going for an illusion-based. Oh, I mean, you've got your carries.
I mean, the big one is PL, and honestly, PL's pretty good against even Lion, I would say, because you just always have a new army of illusions.
It's more, yeah, I guess with the
instant disable is good, though.
So Clockwork gets picked up.
Great against Earthshaker. Also great against Shadow Fiend before he gets BKB. And even after he does, you can still just kind of soak up the BKB charge and prevent a good Requiem. So
yeah, you can cancel the first attempted cast of it. So Queen of Pain, third pick. And I think this is probably a safe lane here for KYXY.
Yeah, I don't really see this in the offlane for Ohio. He's much more on the Bat Rider, Centaur, Clockwork type heroes.
The really nice thing about this hero is that you probably start with a support zoning out the Clockwork, giving Queen and Pain free farm, but once you get 3 or 4 minutes in, that support can then go roaming and ganking, because Queen and Pain can dominate the Clockwork one-on-one with the early help and support. So we'll see probably some early zoning, and then Queen and Pain left alone in there. Whatever the 5-position support, or maybe 4-position support, whatever goes with the Earthshaker, is going to be able to help contest runes, help the Shadow Fiend out, maybe even look for kills on the Secret mid laner.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Secret chooses to use their Gyrocopter. We normally see him in the safe lane, I would say. Even with a Wisp, he isn't the best hero killer just because he has to get right next to you. In mid lane, there's not much room to chase. But if you want to run a dual lane, then potentially could just have the Wisp mostly off stacking and just keep on spamming that homie miss on the Queen of Pain. I guess there's always the very slight option of a support gyro, though. It does feel pretty unlikely with a Wisp already. Both heroes more on the greedy end, and then you wouldn't really have a proper stone.
Yeah, there we go. There's your other support to go with this. Witch Doctor, some good team fight, which the Wisp maybe doesn't provide as much as far as team fight control and damage output. So Witch Doctor kind of make up for some of the Wisp's weaknesses as a support.
They have pretty good setup for the Death Ward. The hook shot, the call down for zoning potential. Malaysia's draft looking very much like what Secret would have picked in the previous patch when they were having their success. They have the Queen of Pain Shadow Fiend duo, looking for a second strong support.
Even the way they're going to lane it, it's going to be like the Shadow Fiend mid, the Queen of Pain safe lane. That's something Secret's done quite a bit of. So
yeah, the big question mark is what is Ohio going to play this game? And it feels like probably time to ban the Bat Rider with this Ancient Apparition being picked up.
I think... Do they want? I mean, Bat Rider may be not the tankiest of heroes, and there is the Wisp with the relocate save, but that's still not something you can fully rely on against an Earthshaker.
Yeah, I feel like the main reason is just because they get the AA, and Bat seems to be the hero to initiate for AA.
You want someone who can... I mean, the highest hero...
Position them into the ice blast.
The highest hero is always pretty much the initiator, be it the Axe, the Blink Axe Centaur, or a hero like a Bat Rider. I mean, something which is going to go ganking.
I would love to see him do something different. I'd love to see that Ohio Nature's Prophet. You know, we've got the new Aghanims upgrade, which is, I don't know how effective it is. It's kind of cool sounding, but they definitely need someone to initiate this game. So probably not the game to go.
If you had a mid hero that was like the Beastmaster,
or like a Dragon Knight.
Yeah,
maybe.
if you had a mid hero who could fill in that role and start fights off, great. You can pick up a Nature's Prophet. But this game to me just feels like it doesn't work. But Secret maybe think it does. They ban it out. There is a lot of global potential with AA and Prophet, but
I mean, if they really want that, I guess there's still the offlane Zeus, but he may struggle a lot against a potential gyro Wisp lane.
Ohio also one of the best Prophet players out there. I mean, going back to like the TI3, it was him and Bulldog who were like the two scariest Nature's Prophet players out there. They played very different styles, but he's very well known for his Nature's Prophet.
All right, well, Team Secret, time to lay all their cards on the table here. It seems most likely it's an S4 hero at this point. What are what's your favorite S4 hero left in the pool?
What's going to be you? Against a Shadow Fiend mid, you haven't got much gank potential with Witch Doctor Wisp as your two supports, so I mean, he's not really known for his Storm play, but is a potential hero you can have, and it can benefit a lot from the Wisp.
Invoker's out there.
The Brew you mentioned. There's your S4 hero effect.
All right, well, Team Malaysia working on their final pick of the draft, guys, and while we wait to see what this pick is going to be, there's a live poll now at redbullbattlegrounds.com. Get involved and let us know who you think they should have reflected to. Was it the correct move to reflect onto Malaysia, or was this a mistake in the end by Summer's Rift? Let us know. Very curious to hear what y'all have to say.
All right, so Team Malaysia, they've saved all their reserve time. They are so cruisy with this draft. They've just got all the time in the world to think about what they want to go for.
They have like 2 minutes for their last pick.
Yeah, 2 minutes. So do we want the Axe? Do we want the Bat Rider? Do we want the Centaur with his new Axe upgrade?
It just could be one of those games where you pick Bat and like every single lasso gets relocate saved. You got Gyro to get a quick level 6 for the Wisp. Shadow Fiend, maybe the hero that goes mid, very killable if Earthshaker's not there for that duo potentially. So
and Clockwork decent against Bat as well, because you get that hook shot off on him quickly. You can stop him pulling away the target and kind of locks the Bat in place. So curious to see what Secret do with this draft. It doesn't feel like the most well-run draft to me. They haven't got the best burst damage coming in. It really feels like this is a draft that can't really push towers, that doesn't really gank amazingly well outside of the Clockwork Hooker until the Brew gets a blink, so it feels like they almost have to play for the late game. And
they team fight really well though. Once they get their items up, if you get the hook shot, you have the Brew blink, you have Witch Doctor getting a good ult off with the call down. But there's not super reliable setup. I guess that's the main concern that you're highlighting here.
I am liking the Malaysia drop better at this point. They still got a pick to go. The other thing Malaysia can do is run the Earthshaker as an offlaner, but nope, they're going to pick up.
I was actually just Void, but this kind of fills a similar role here with the Ravage.
Yeah,
good setup for the AI Splash, the Requiem, the Quap ulti. We have seen Tide struggle a little bit more in the offlane today, though. The stacks don't come quite so fast and furious. You don't get as much gold out of them. And if it is the Gyro safe lane, he is going to get zoned out pretty damn hard. Kraken Shell will not help you too much against the Rocket Barrage.
Okay, well, we'll see how things unravel here. Yeah, I think that's one of the things. You can have an amazing team fight. Malaysia's like, well, let's just throw in some more team fight ourselves. Maybe not as good. He is an initiator, but not in the sense where he always wants to start a fight. You can't rely on Blink Ravage to hit 5 heroes if there's just one hero in the front lines, whereas if it's a Lasso or an Axe Call, you're happy to use that on one hero because it's got that shorter cooldown, or Lasso is meant to be used on one hero, but you have to be a bit more patient with the Tide, which is where a bit more fine, clean initiations.
All right, with that out of the way, we get into our 4th game of the day. Team Malaysia down to 2 lives, Secret and IG, the 2 teams that remain with 3 lives. Potential for Malaysia to either be the first team down to 1 life or to drag Secret down to their level and leave IG as the undisputed kings so far in day 1. And with that, we're going to go ahead and introduce our teams here. We've got Team Secret on the Radiant side, Malaysia on the Dire. We'll start with Secret. It'll be S4 playing the Brewmaster heading towards bottom, going mid, at least for now. Be Arteezy on the Gyrocopter. His partner in crime will be Kuroki on the Wisp, looking to get that bounty rune, rush the bottle. Following up will be Puppey playing the Witch Doctor, and that does leave Zai as the offlane clock.
On the Dire side, we've got Team Malaysia. KYXY playing safe lane is on Queen of Pain. We're going to see Ancient Apparition in the hands of Johnny on the support role. We've got Kachik Imba going to be going mid on Shadow Fiend. Earthshaker going to be in the hands of Mushi. And finally, that leaves in the offlane, Ahayo playing Tidehunter.
Yeah, well, might see a little invade here early on by Secret as they move towards the ramp into the Dire jungle. Not actually going to happen, and do want to point out...
You really want that bounty, that level 1 bounty rune on Wisp.
That would be sweet, and it looks like they should get it, judging by the position of these heroes.
Malaysia's like, we ain't getting this. Let's go bottom lane. Let's try and take the fight to S4, but S4 holding his ground for now. There is a fissure available, and that's going to cause S4 problems. He gets gushed as well. Ahayo saying, we can get this kill, and that fissure blocks off the ramp. S4's trapped. Ray's leveled up by Ketchigimba as well, and S4's going to go to deny, should not be able to get it. Oh, Roche doesn't hit S4. It's hitting the Tide. S4's like, why? Oh, the clap! Gets him with the clap! And Ahayo's like, okay. Double kill for Roshan. Now we're talking. S4's like, Roshan, why are you betraying me? What are you doing?
Oh my god. So first they miss a raise, then he brings him down to critical HP while under the Roshan. Roche cooperates at first, starts hitting the Tide, but then he bashes the Tide, then the Earthshaker runs in, which triggers the clap, which gets the deny. And then just for good measure, Tide's like, I might as well deny to Roche. That was the clowniest series of fails we've seen in some time.
That's fails of the week worthy for sure.
I hope Suns fan is watching.
Oh boy, that was something special. I mean, the biggest mistake there was the Shadow Fiend. You should have waited to KS with the raise. Not even KS, just like secure the kill so he doesn't deny to Roche.
Let him run into the pit, get low enough where the raise will last hit him, and then you throw it out.
Yeah.
But just got a little excited, maybe didn't do the math quite well enough in the heat of the moment, and cost him, in the end, the first blood.
Oh, we're seeing good zoning from Puppey, going for that level 1 Maledict you occasionally see from Witch Doctors when they're trying to zone out some of these tankier offlaners like Tide, like your Bristlebacks, and something very effective in general.
All right, guys. So now the lanes are going to settle down a little bit. We will see the rocket, or not the rocket barrage, the homing missile being leveled up here early on, which is a pretty irritating build to lane against. Every time you see that missile get dropped, you basically just walk back to your tower. With the Earthshaker here, maybe you can get away with posting up a little more, but it's not even the damage or the kill potential of the spell itself. It's the fact that every time it's cast on you, you just want to walk away.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is here, there's just constant mana sustain for Arteezy. He can throw the homing missile out for days, whereas the fissures are very limited. Mushi only has the 1 clarity on himself, so at some point you run out of fissures. Arteezy should not run out of mana.
Well, we see the poll results now, thanks to those of you who participated on RedBullBattlegrounds.com. And
Should have challenged IG.
The people have spoken. They wanted the vanilla, the safe choice. Just make sure that IG or Secret at least lose one game moving into the fourth match of the
I'm with the voters, man. I'm partly biased because I wanted that Secret versus IG matchup, but I think it maybe was the strategic move to make as well.
So this obviously really hurts Malaysia. Not only missing on the first blood, but now their Typhon in the offlane is leveled up Gush, and that makes him a whole lot easier to kill as we see this endless homie missile harass. Boink again. Just forcing on the Shadow Fiend off the lane. He's only got 7 CS gods, and even if he's got some stacks in the jungle, that's something that the Gyro Wisp could look to contest and even steal once they get level 6 on the Gyrocopter.
Oh yeah, you gotta be a bit careful here, and we'll see Wisp maybe hit level 3 soon. They can get really aggressive and start considering diving if they ever think Earthshaker is not nearby. You've got a DD rune up on Kuro, but mostly just using that to get to the bottle charger to heal up himself and Arteezy and sustain their mana pulse.
Well, you mentioned for Secret that they didn't have the best initiation unless they get the Brew Blink, but the way the game's developing, he's going to have a fast blink. He's
now
hardly contested at all bottom lane.
He's made an interesting move here. He's really trying to bait out KheZu in the mid lane, because this is not a hero you'd expect in the mid lane. If you're Secret and going for dive, you're not expecting to get gushed.
Oh, top lane in the meanwhile, Zai posting up. If he gets cold feeded, he might be the real first blood of the game. One more auto attack. Malaysia will draw it. They had to do it the good old-fashioned way after the clowny little Roche skirmish. But still, for Secret, getting a lot out of their safe lane. It is entirely uncontested, so not all bad by any means.
Yeah. For S4, it's a completely empty lane. Arteezy at mid is outlasting the Shadow Fiend as well, as you'd kind of expect with the laning setup, but it's worth noting that Shadow Fiend, yeah, he's doing very poorly as far as his farm goes.
Looks like the Earthshaker is stacking the jungle pit again. The homing missile is coming in, and we'll take another doink on the head.
That's the thing. Malaysia have stacks in the jungle. The Ancients, they are in Stack City right now, which is where the catch-up will come for Shadow Fiend, whereas Wisp has not really spent as much time stacking up his own jungle.
I think if you're Secret, though, you've played enough Shadow Fiend in your day, you know the stacks are being made, and wouldn't be surprised at all if they use the Clockwork to scout them, maybe get the early Wisp relocate and look to contest them. And with the fast Brew Blink that they'll most likely have, they have the tools to get in nice and close. As we will see in the mid lane, a bit of a dive onto KheZu. Fissure is available. Connects on Kuroki, one raise, and one more auto attack. He gets the kill. A little nice erupting from the Malaysia corner here. They're getting into it.
Yeah, they have. At this point, you've got to pump yourselves up after that loss to Hellraisers. This is an important match. They beat Secret before. If anything, they want to get in Secret's head. They want to say, look, we beat you guys before. You guys are in trouble now that you're versing us. And
in the past, it has been an interesting divergence between most of the Eastern teams and the Western teams. Looking at the International 2, great example, where Fluff and Stuff and Complexity really felt uncomfortable not having headsets on to be able to communicate over the microphone, and instead the players at first were just kind of yelling at each other loudly in the booth, whereas for a lot of the Asian teams, especially the Chinese teams, they're very used to playing in LAN cafes, to be in a more open environment and just yelling their heads off, basically. So this is kind of more of the old school ladder way.
Some of those players would even play without Dota 2 sounds. Like, I remember, I think it was at TI2 where some of those teams didn't even have earbuds. They were just communicating inside the booth without earbuds and even hear Dota 2 sounds, which do give a lot away about the game. You can hear certain spells, you do get information, but they'd have like 1 or 2 players like their mid laner with earbuds and the rest of the team just purely emphasizing the communication. And, well, for now, that's a very kind of, Malaysia-oriented way of playing things here as well. They're getting into it and really kind of moving around well in the early game with a 3-to-1 kill advantage.
Well, they might be getting into it as far as the audio goes, but Secret are really getting into it here with the Brewmaster as far as the last hitting goes. Already S4 CSing so incredibly well, entirely uncontested, and I mean, Arcade Boots, Vassy, and he's got 800 gold towards the Blink Dagger. This is going to be a concern for Malaysia. They don't have a great way to stop the split. They have good burst, not exceptional. They don't have any silences like a Global or a Skywrath to instantly lock them down, and they may struggle to deal with this.
Smoked up, but this is not what he's hoping to find. It's a double. He was hoping for much, much more out of the smoke.
It's the same stuff we were seeing at Starladder. The stack snipes.
This is not that big. I mean, it was a double stack. If that's a triple or a quad stack, it's a lot more.
I think they really expected a bigger one, given that it's a Wisp mid. Normally, you'll see a triple or a quad.
Absolutely. That was not that crucial for Malaysia. It could have been really big. He's going to scatter the other camps and doesn't find all too much. Okay, no, Mushi said, here's where the money's at. Here's a triple.
I found the mother load. Come and get it, KheZu.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Radiant Squad has scouted up the Dire jungle a bit with some Wisp illusions.
This is
good for Malaysia if the Haya can bait him into the Shadow Fiend raises.
They're going to throw in the Gush, and now they're bringing in backup. S4, he is a beautiful bounty to be claimed. 1 raise, 2 raise, they get Puppey, and they may find the Brew, but he's got to split. He'll clap, he'll split quickly, and now the Gyro comes in. Boulder onto KYXY, they bring him down, they're looking for more. With the relocate not ready yet, they can just run down Kachikimba. Thought he might have gotten close to 6 there, but doesn't quite have it yet. Doesn't need it either.
Good rotations from Secret, and that's one of those big problems where Queen of Pain went for 2 points in Shadow Strike. Well, I guess if he had 3 in Scream, only has level 1 Blink, so didn't have a good way out of there. And that Blink forward, they didn't even need the Queen of Pain for the 1 kill they got. If anything, the Queen of Pain rotation was a poor decision from Malaysia. They weren't ever going to kill Brewmaster because the split was available, and that's where KYXY is going to be regretting that rotation down bottom.
Well, and of all the lanes to gank, it's the one that's most well equipped to rebuff the assault with the Brew already hitting level 6. It's just a scary time now, as Secret will pressure up this lane. S4 up to 1,500 gold.
Johnny does hit level 6 at top, so we could see that Ice Blast get thrown down towards bottom lane. He's got to throw it soon, though.
And they need some sort of setup. The Fissure probably the main way to deal with this, but right now the Earthshaker not even remotely in the neighborhood. Here comes the dive, they force out the Queen of Pain Blink, and that will secure the tower. This homing missile, just such a good zoning spell.
Yeah, he's gone. I don't know if he's going to keep leveling up. I think at this point, the 2 points is enough. One, you're kind of laning stage, and the plan from here is going to be start leveling up flat for the farm efficiency. Mid lane.
There's the Fissure, the Ice Blast you mentioned, enough to secure the kill.
Yeah.
Very smooth move by Kachikimba, who suddenly is nearly even with that Brewmaster in terms of net worth.
Oh, he's played really well, considering it's such a tough lane. Just played it patiently, really showing his prowess in this mid lane, understanding the matchup well, not getting too aggressive, giving away any kills. And I feel like it helps having your defensive support mid lane be someone who's probably played this Shadow Fiend versus Wisp dual lane matchup as well. Mushi knows what kind of support to offer Ketchik, knows that he can support him to some extent, but also needs to make sure he has stacks, because if he sat mid lane without stacking, Ketchikimba's not ever catching up. He had to stack, but at the same time, he also wanted to keep him alive.
Well, now that the Ice Blast is ready, and we're just going to see an endless barrage of these things, as one will head towards the bottom lane, where S4 farming up. Will he walk back into it? He will step right back in. Queen of Pain may engage now. KYXY a little worried about the Drunken Haze.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to force the issue.
If he had maybe 4 points in Scream there, he could go for it, but
a lot of pressure by this AA, though. Even when they're not getting a kill, it's just forcing Secret to play more defensively and keeping them a bit on the back foot. They're going to TP out the Brew, though, and he does have his Blink Dagger gold now if he wants to buy it.
Yeah.
Fix it up.
And right as his clap comes back up, I think he's probably asking for a smoke. Yeah, he gets bought a smoke from Kuro, so going to make his next move and probably look to smoke up maybe with a support.
And they have to relocate almost. Just a wave or two more and they'll have it.
They can kill pretty much anyone on the map, outside of maybe Queen of Pain, who can get that fast Blink escape.
There's no Ravage either. There's no great counter initiation, at least not yet for Team Malaysia. They got to be very cautious now.
This is only, if this doesn't lead to a kill, it's a big win for Malaysia. Puppey, though, going to get killed by KYXY.
Oh, he reveals the Blink as well. S4 jumping into KYXY's Cone of Vision.
That's a huge win.
A big loss for Team Secret. Did they use the smoke as well? Or
no, he just used it now. So he's right after the kill, and he's looking for a Kitchik in mid lane. I think that's the biggest kill on the map to be getting.
All right, trying to make their move in, but look who's in position to cancel this. It's going to be Johnny. He may end up falling, though. Blink, if there's no split immediately, he'll make it out. And
wow, Malaysia are playing so smart
top
right
lane,
now.
There's a hook in onto the Tidehunter. Bit of an engagement coming here as Ohio doesn't have the Ravage just yet. Good move by Zai, finds himself a solo kill and may set up here for a push on mid.
Yeah, that's a nice play, because Secret was struggling so much to find kills off of S4's Blink Dagger. 2 missed Blink kills in a row, not even missed, but 2 Blinks in a row that didn't amount to much. S4 at mid, forced a Brew split defensively.
May help them take the tower.
Okay, yeah, it'll help them take the tower, but again, you'd love to find kills off of this.
Let's see if they get punished on the way out. Good cycle in there, keeping the Shadow Fiend back.
They look to kill Brewmaster.
Fissure coming through. It almost hits the Brew as the split ends. Instead, KYXY and Mushi get caught in the cast. Heavy damage. He goes in with the Echo and Chance.
Oh,
they're gonna miss! S4.
Johnny's chasing.
Just walking away. It'll be Johnny next. Kachikimba maybe thereafter, dropping the Requiem. One more auto attack. Who's gonna win the fight? Nobody, apparently. The pings come out.
Oh, Zai wins the fight.
Yes, it is.
Doesn't even have to participate in the fight, and he wins it for his team.
Ay.
Wow.
What a mess. He almost timed the Blink Scream so that it hit as the Brew split, ended and he reformed, and it was just like a quarter of a second off.
Oh man.
Then he ends up dying. The Earthshaker comes in to help, gets caught by a bouncy cask, and the whole fight just falls apart. And gods, we're 12 minutes in, still no Ravage. It's crippling Team Malaysia. They just get it now.
Malaysia just went too all in on trying to time that fissure to catch the Brewmaster as he came out of the split. It missed, the screen missed, and everything fell apart from there, unfortunately. But now they do have Ravage. They've got tied up to level 6. But this is all being scattered out. Some good Radiant Vision in deep in the dire jungle. And this, oh boy, they scattered out.
Now let's see
That
if
is
Team
costly.
Malaysia knows they're going to send the Clockwork into position. Zai will bring the smoke. Malaysia dropping a ward. They get a gush off onto Zai. Now looking to retreat. Chilling Touch comes out, and with the Ice Blast, they almost get him. He tries to hook his way to safety.
No,
That's what's going down.
I guess he was really like expecting them to head towards mid, I think. I don't know. Zai did not need to be there.
Now relocate bottom after the Queen of Pain blink. KYXY. Oh, it's only Kuro though. Doesn't have any backup. There's 5 seconds. Turns with the ult. Not enough with the overcharge coming through. KYXY. Mandem going down. They just need a crit. No, the clap will do it anyway. They get the kill. They're going to bring that score back, and they're immediately rumbling top lane. Not sure about that turn though. They didn't have the brew split, and they just waddle into a gigantic Ravage. Easy knockdown there for Ohio.
A couple uncharacteristic mistakes there. Kuro bringing back the brew into death, and not sure what happened, whether it was Kuro's fault or the Tether target's fault. There's Arteezy ramboing in top lane. He's going to go down quickly. Nice raises from Ketchik. Unfortunately, Johnny's going to pay the price as Zai TP's in, traps him in a cogs.
Oh, great death horde by Puppey. Walks back. The Earthshaker trying to hunt him down in the tree line, but no way to stop the death horde at that point. Finally gets off the fissure on one hero, but the damage was done, and both teams just back and forth over extensions, and resulting, it's a very action-packed Dota here, gods, early on.
Oh, yeah. Someone left their ball behind. They're
right.
going to find Zai, though.
Well,
It's worth
somebody
leaving
left
your ball
Zai
behind.
behind as well. He's going to hook to safety.
Okay.
Oh, the heal's really coming into play here. Both teams, 5v5 Dota. This is a crazy amount of aggression. Now they go in. They've got the brew split ready.
Well done.
S4, blink, clap, initiation, Kachikin, but no mech yet. He's really struggled to complete this. I think it's even coming on the courier now, but into the trees he goes. The courier man falling as well. Boulder toss, not enough to finish him. They pop him in the end with the wisp as the Earthshaker looks to be next. Looks like the Rocket gonna dink him while he's in the air, but that's okay. Rocket barrage, couple of auto attacks, and Mushi also will bite the dust. Every time there's a big ult up, a Ravage or a Brew split, it's just right back the other way. Somebody's gonna turn the game around.
By far the most aggressive game we've seen yet. Finally a moment for a high to breathe. He's managing to take some stacks, and this will suddenly be a Blink Dagger. He took ages to get level 6, didn't have any farm.
Did he clear any ancients? I'm not actually. I don't.
Farming it now, but I think it was that 2 kills at top where he was really far behind, and then the Wisp and Brew came in. He helped set up those 2 kills. Probably got one of. Yeah, he's sitting on 3 kills at the moment, so I think got at least the last of 1, maybe both, and that just gave him a big bump.
And when you're behind like he was, that gives you a lot.
Yeah.
As there is a hookshot attempted off the
relocate
mark.
too.
It's only Kuro, but the solo
enough.
kill with the Urn charge.
Oh, it's not.
Almost.
2 HP.
Still the orb's bouncing. He's going to head back soon, and will a Rocket find him on the way out? I think it's still cooling down. He predicts he'll walk back, but actually TP'd home.
That was a nice relocate. Even though he had no one with him, I think he didn't. I think that time around it was just like, I can get this kill my own. Unfortunately, didn't quite have enough damage against the magic 1 charges of KYXY.
Jesus, man, this is intense. And for Malaysia, it means everything. A loss here, they're down to 1 life, and I mean, maybe they've stringed together a massive series of wins to come back, but at that point, everybody's going to be gunning for them just to knock another team out of the event. Splash comes in, they S4, no split available, but KYXY just can't deal with how tanky S4 is. Easy Drunken Haze, TP out, and finally, gods, they have the mech. It feels like this is long overdue. It's really been hurting Malaysia not having it.
And you know, S4 going for the Guardian Greaves, this new item. At least it looks that way. He's got the Arcane Boots, he's got the headdress up, and looks like that's what he has in mind for himself.
Unless he just wants like a straight pipe here even. I think they already have a mech on the Clockwork.
Clockwork, yeah, has the mech as
Maybe
well.
Clock will go for the Guardian Greaves.
Okay. See, yeah, possibly. Yeah, I'd say Clockwork X is the one building Guardian Greaves. You're right. Maybe they're going for like a mech pipe. Let's 5-man push your high ground with mech pipe, a BKB gyrocopter. Speaking of gyrocopter, farming up some ancients now. He's almost completed that BKB of his.
Yeah, I think the item that S4 could really go for here is a Vlad's. Would go pretty well with the gyro. You are up against the AA though.
Yeah.
It's such a good ancient aberration game. You're countering the Witch Doctor heal, the Wisp. potentially even lifesteal from the Brew.
I think you're right. It's
a lot of
gonna be,
tools to deal with.
It's going to be the Vlad's coming out. I mean, your standard kind of Brewmaster pickup now.
All of a sudden, Gyro has a lot of lifesteal. He's got the Dominator, is currently farming up a nice fat stack of Ancients, and well, he'll have a lot more regen to work with. And I feel like that's where this Ancient Apparition play has to be on point as the game moves forward.
Okay, well, we'll see what Malaysia's next move's going to be. It feels like they needed to sit back, farm up, KheZu, get up to his BKB especially. And KYX from the Queen of Pain has had a bit of a rough game, 1-3 with the 4 assists. He's not got the kind of farm he'd hoped for, considering he was the safe lane farmer for Team Malaysia.
All right, looking at Malaysia now, the big item is, like you said, I think that KYXY Orchid. He really is going to need it to deal with the Brew, and the good news is Brew may have a very delayed BKB the way he's itemizing. There's still the defensive relocate, but generally you're going to want to reserve that for the gyrocopter.
Having a fast Orchid when Brew blinks in before he can ulti. If he goes for a clap, you have to get the silence. Even if he doesn't go for the clap, you should still be able to silence him before he ultis if you've got fast fingers, and KYXY's mechanics are up there with the best of them, so should be able to see him get that quick silence off if needed.
TZ now BKB complete, and for Malaysia, can they deal with this? That's basically the question at this point. They're almost entirely magic damage. Chica that has no big DPS items. Oh, bottom lane, Echo. Quap hold, see you later, S4, says Mushi, as they will jam him back into the well. Very smooth kill by the squad there.
No hookshot for any kind of a counter initiation. They get the TPs out, and Mushi, 1,400 gold. He's the bottom net worth hero, but all you need in this hero is that Blink Dagger, and suddenly you've got a big team fighting AoE hero in Earthshaker.
It's so hard to go high ground. I mean, you already mentioned Secret is not the best lineup at pushing in general, and they're up against one of the dirtiest 5-man defense lineups in the game. This is a game where even if Secret pull ahead and look like they're going to take it, it may be a very long time before they can even think about cracking the Malaysia base. And right now, Malaysia looking real good here, Gods.
Yeah, for Secret, it's just keep on farming for the late game with TZ. The early game net worth still favoring Secret by about 2,000, but yeah, they've got no real good way to end things here. Take more towers. They don't want to push into Tide, Shadow Fiend, Queen of Pain. In so many ways, Malaysia have the superior team fight, the better ability to defend high ground to turtle it up. Late game wise, it's going to be interesting. Heroes like Brewmaster can fall off quite a lot in the late game, especially when you're not completely snowballing, which right now S4 is not. He's behind Queen of Pain and Shadow Fiend on farm, only barely ahead of the Tide Hunter, so I feel like heroes like Tide benefit a lot more from farm than the Brewmaster in this scenario, if you can get up to like that Arcane Boots, 4-staff refresher type status.
Speaking of that, Brew is going to find KYX by the Scream, will cancel a blink, then silences Puppey to prevent follow-up, but there's the hook. And the clap comes through, gets the kill. Nicely done by Secret, who are immediately going to smoke off of this and make their way towards mid.
Okay. See what they can find. They don't have hookshot available, but the blink clap split is going to be the big thing that they look to fight around.
They do have to relocate as well, something to keep in mind. And the smoke going to get revealed by the Tide. That they are coming in. Do you want to relocate on this? It could be risky, but they're bringing in the whole gang. 5 heroes hunting that watermelon. And he's going to TP out right where the relocate came from. Almost taunting them on his way there.
He stumbled upon this. He's like, oh, they're going to be back here in a few seconds. Let's TP.
Waves his anchor as he jettisons himself towards safety.
Space create from Mushi, who's now closer and closer to Blink. 100 gold short.
Man, it's been a while since I've heard anyone utter that expression. Space created for Mushi. He's been the guy having to give space to his team for some time now. Oh, the good old days.
And also KheZu, who still needs a BKB on Shadow Fiend, but getting a couple hundred gold closer to it. They've got decent damage screwed through BKB, Witch Doctor, Death Ward. You've got Gyrocopter, who hasn't got much physical damage yet, but you can have a Vladzora for your team. But all in all, Shadow Fiend with a B, as long as he gets his BKB off when he's still fairly healthy, will deal a lot of damage. And it's going to take Secret's entire effort to bring him down, and especially the Death Ward as well.
It honestly seems like Puppey will be the second biggest damage dealer and most important teamfight hero after the Gyrocopter.
And that's where Malaysia want to focus him. I don't know about focus him, but they want to make sure they either cancel the Death Ward or hit him in the Ravage, get an Ice Blast on him, hit him with the Sonic Wave. Make sure their AoE spells also catch Puppey, not just the core heroes of Team Secret.
Well, that BKB is available, Gods, and out it will fly on the shitty Wizard Courier. Moving into position, I'll pick it up now. Do Malaysia look for a fight, do you think, with this? Or do they just continue farming and angling for late game, even with the BKB?
I could see them going for pickoffs or looking to bait. They have Queen of Pain farming bottom lane. This is a bait opportunity where they're hoping kind of maybe a relocate comes in or a gank comes in, and then they counter initiate with the Mushi with the Blink Echo. I don't think they'll group up as 5 and go for a push. That's not where their lineup excels. Where their lineup can excel is baiting teammates and defending towers.
Ice Blast being flung towards the bottom lane, but pretty barren bottom lane it is. It'll be a complete whiff.
It's all about I mean, from Malaysia, it's find a pick-off, go farm, or go farm and then find a pick-off. So they're going to just keep playing a slow-paced game. This is not looking like a game that's going to end anytime soon. Possibly one of our first long games of today, apart from that opening game between Summer's Rift and Malaysia.
Yeah, the pauses definitely made that one a little longer than it actually
And this
was.
game is action-packed. At least for the first 15 minutes of the game, we were seeing constant kills and fights from the two teams, but we're kind of entering that stage where both teams will look to farm up their kind of late-game core items, go for smoke ganks when possible. Can't really take Roshan or push very easily, although there is a juicy-looking tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and that's what Kitchigimba is actually going to pick up.
Shadow Fiend gets a free tower because Secret just not in position to defend it. Maybe a little scared about some potential smoke play from Malaysia. Zai will walk around in vision of 2 supports. He hooks in onto Mushi. The relocate comes in and the rest of the gang soon to join them. Fissure can't get it off just yet. Now the clap will end one. Mushi should be next. Artur able to bring him down. It's a 2-0. Secret coming out way on top there.
It's just such a nice thing to have a relocate on your side when you're a Clockwork. You can just go roaming through the most crazy positions on your own, because even if they run at you, suddenly you've got a BKB gyrocopter being relocated in it. Well, then you win a fight off of that. So
Secret really seemed ready for that one. They did not end up trying to take the Shadow Fiend when there was heroes behind him. Then when they do come in, they find the supports, they blow them up instantly, and like you said, just a very good time to have an Invis rune on your key initiator.
Blink available for a high. They get the glyph off, but
They don't have the BKB on the gyro, so it seems like this is a time when Secret want to play it safe.
KheZu was walking in as if he was going to try and fight, but if a high had Blink, I think they would have gone for the Blink Ravage there, but it was on cooldown for 2 more seconds from a previous Blink usage, so they did miss their opportunity to maybe catch Secret by surprise. Even with teammates dead, they could either buy back a TP into the tier 2, or just win the fight with a Blink Ravage Requiem.
Oh man, it's a dead heat so far, to be honest, Scott. It's a slight lead now for Secret, about 3,000 gold, but both teams with their strengths in the late game. Secret a little bit more mobile and has a very good team fight carrying the gyro, but on the side of Malaysia, the more well-rounded late game lineup, it feels like multiple sources of reliable initiation. They're gonna find Kuro here in the river. Out comes the Echo. He's able to just tether his way to freedom. This has been a game of just hook shots away. We may have a little bit of a lag spike here. Looks like everything's settled down though. Chikimba taking a homie missile, but we've seen the tether away, the hook away. This is just a get to the chopper kind of game.
I really like the Malaysia late game just because it feels like it's very versatile. They've got decent physical damage next camp. Chikimba caught out. Doesn't get the BKB off until now. He doesn't. Okay, not bit shot on Mannequin 1.
For the Requiem. Does have the stick, not using it. Feels like a good time as Arteezy will just BKB his way through that Requiem. Takes basically no damage. Now being pursued by a homing missile. And where's the backup? Ohio with the big 4-step away, but the missile's going to follow him. Seems Kachik is slated to fall. He is no way out at this point. Another rocket. They also find the tide. They get forced at the Ravage. The 5x build on Shadow Fiend, but with no Requiem, what can he really do? Ohio blinking out, dodging the clap. They leap forward onto him as KYXY turns attention to Kuroki. Will Ohio Ravage or will he just accept his fate? 4-step to the high ground, but the rocket's there to greet him. Zai again and again keeps on finishing off kills. The last man standing is KYXY.
Oh boy.
Who scurries back to freedom.
And you asked where was the backup for Shadow Fiend, and classic S4 Brewmaster keeping the tide locked down. He was cycloned up in the air twice during that fight at the most inopportune moments from Malaysia. Really good execution. You find the Shadow Fiend, the heroes who can back him up and help him turn the fight around weren't available. Whoa! Huge Ice Blast! Queen of Pain Sonic Wave, but Queen of Pain dies in it. And no one on Secret side goes down. The mech, the Voodoo Restoration, they're going to heal back up.
Imagine if they had the Ravage right there. How big would that be? A Ravage, a Requiem, anything. But now, looks like the Roche may end up going down here. Mushi blinks forward and tries to grab it. It'll cost him his life as well. And
Yikes.
all of a sudden, what was basically a dead heat through the first 20 minutes
Oh, and Johnny now caught out the bottom.
is turning into a very one-sided round. Johnny under the call down, chucks out nice blast. He'll die as well. Malaysia self-destructing at the 25-minute mark.
Absolutely. This game was very even. Malaysia had plenty of good late game options, but they make it few bad fights in a row, and it's something which is going to happen. Wisp relocates have a way of finding those pickoffs and punishing mistakes harder than any other hero in the game, and that's where, against a Clockwork Wisp lineup, it's so unforgiving. You make a small mistake, and suddenly it turns into a huge lost team fight, because you lose that 1 or 2 heroes at the start, and then suddenly the Wisp relocate is finding 3 or 4 more, and suddenly you're team-wide. So, Malaysia going to find their high ground under siege now by an Aegis Gyrocopter who's got a Sanjin Yasha and a Demon Edge on top of that. Suddenly, Arteezy well ahead of the pack on farm.
Yeah, at this rate, MKB is not far off, and this is long before anyone in Malaysia gets their first real big damage or luxury item. We're nowhere near the Shadow Feet Butterfly. The refresher for Tide seems like a distant dream at this point. And for Malaysia, they're desperate for some kind of momentum. They have the Ravage, also the Shaker available, but immediately KYXY caught and burst down. And Mushi's been initiated on by a Wispo Ball hero, just walks into him in the tree line and planks him down with the Pea Shooter, while the Witch Doctor does a little bit of extra work from the sides. That was just great anticipation by Kuro, and well, I wonder why this Tide Hunter is trying to defend this tower so hard with this team. Probably there's a Shaker in the trees. Great game sense, and it looks like it may even be a lane of Rex for
They
Secret.
have too many things to scout out heroes in the trees. You've got Earthshaker and Tide both trying to use the trees to their advantage, but you've got Wisp Spirits, you've got Rocket Flare, and as a result, these heroes who think they're safe in trees aren't actually safe at all. Ohio's going to look to do something kind of sneaky here, but he needs teammates alive for damage. He can't go in by himself.
Malaysia, should they go on to lose this, which certainly feels like the way the game is headed. They are on 1 life the rest of the way, gods, and
oh boy.
I guess they still have the reflector, so they can dodge 1 challenge, but you know more are going to be coming.
And who knows if that challenge is even at them. If Summer's Rift is up next and challenges whoever, they could make a deal. They say, look, we're going to challenge you, use your reflector, and give us Malaysia, and we'll look to knock him out.
Free, quick heal trip from Kuro, and all of a sudden, Secret back at full strength. They are just beefing up in a big way at this point, getting very tanky and difficult to stop. But Gyro seems almost unkillable with the Brew and the Clockwork just always supporting him and setting up a good perimeter so that nobody can really get close. And he's never the first man into the fight. It's always the Clockwork initiating, and then the Gyro comes in. And there's just no way for Malaysia to stop that BKB at that point. No, we expected a pipe, or we're actually going to see it from somebody else. It's going to be, in the end, a Wisp pipe.
Yeah, I mean, things will slow down now, it looks like. And Secret, I guess, still of Aegis may go for another 5-man push, but they've got some big items picked up. I mean, taking a look at some of them, MKB on Gyrocopter. Clockwork now has a Lotus Orb, so you can throw that Echo Shell onto the Gyrocopter in the front line.
He's just going to be almost unkillable at this point. Now the hook, this time it gets blocked by S4. Not on the same page as Zion. Looks like the rocket won't connect. BKB forced out on Gyro, and they're still chasing in. The Death Ward trying to finish off the Shadow Fiend, won't do it. Doesn't even kill Johnny. Unfortunate there for Secret. Not able to finish the kill, and Zai's probably just a little bit frustrated that he couldn't get that hook off.
Yeah. Well, for Secret, they are ready to go high ground with Aegis in hand, and S4 can initiate it on anything he wants now that he doesn't have to worry about the Orchid because of this BKB completion. This is really handy for him to have.
Secret moving up towards the high ground. The pipe gets activated, and in they go. And this tower seems all but certain to go down. Secret will take it, and if they take this lane of racks, they are just 1 lane away from Mega Creeps, closing in on a win here and remaining undefeated, should they manage to do so. They haven't been challenged a whole lot, but hey, 3 lives is 3 lives. Now Mushi, top lane, gets trapped. He tried to leave the base, so be punished for it. Brought down, now the Brew split onto Johnny. A hook forward from Zai. 1 small leap for the clock. A giant jump for Team Secret. 2 heroes down, might be 3. KYXY stunned and dead. And Malaysia with no buyback may just tap out now. Secret seem unstoppable in this game.
Yeah, just really good at taking advantage of even the smallest Malaysia mistakes. They just found their opening windows, capitalized upon them, and then Malaysia just crumbling bit by bit. They were kind of neck and neck for most of the game. That 3,000 gold lead was really nothing when you're 23 minutes in. But suddenly, in the course of 7 minutes, we're looking at a 20k plus gold advantage going Secret's way. 4 racks down, and Secret looking to go for that crushing blow in the top lane. Put the nail in the coffin. They may not have an Aegis any longer in Arteezy, but there's more scary items flying out.
Do they really need it? They've got the defensive relocate, the Witch Doctor heal, you have the Echo
Lotus
Shell you
Orb,
mentioned, the pipe. Yeah, it's A lot of ways to deal with any sort of Malaysia onslaught.
I don't see RTZ very likely dying the front lines. If Secret want to play things cautiously and safe, they can back off, and looks like they may just farm for a bit longer. They've got the entire dire jungle to take advantage of, and most of the map to take advantage of, as Malaysia really just bottled up now.
And Malaysia is hard to go high ground against when all 5 are alive with their ultis, but if you're Secret, you maybe just wait for that next stages, and then you just let Zai lead the way with the hook shot. Once he gets the hook, Malaysia at best are running away. They're certainly not initiating on you.
Well, Team Secret, their first game of Red Bull Battlegrounds and their first game of 6.84, and things looking pretty good for them.
It's been a solid showing for this team. Not quite the dominant fashion they exhibited at DAC, which seems like it was their best tournament so far as a team, but still solid, and looking like they're going to take their first win here if they can keep it up.
Yeah, so we'll see them. Not sure if they're waiting for any kind of key item here or if they're just trying to wait things out. Okay, there we go. RTZ picks up a Glimmer Cape of his own. Normally an item you'd expect on a support, but I mean, this is
they're all magic damage, right?
Yeah,
you just pop
absolutely.
this thing and Malaysia can't even scratch you.
It's attack speed, it's spell resistance.
Glimmer Cape and BKB with a pipe backing him up, heals and relocate. He's basically invincible, I feel like.
Okay. I mean, I feel like it's actually, that's the crazy thing about this item. When you can get this as a, like, 6th item, I think it's just like, okay, we've won the game, or at least we've taken 4 racks. What's an item I can buy now to just go for this game-winning push? And he's like, yeah, Glimmer Cape, this item's damn good right now.
Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe we'll start seeing it on more cores, and at that point, perhaps it sees another nerf or two.
On paper, you don't need to buy on your cores because your teammates can cast it on you. But hey, I guess the more the merrier with this team, or actually, it's...
I mean, there's just so many nice buffs that you can throw on frontline carries right now. Between that, you get the medallion buff along with the potential evasion that comes out when you upgrade it, and you just can't kill that frontliner, it feels like. I feel like that's where we may just see a lot more of the Dragon Knight type heroes in this patch moving forward. But now S4 Blake's in on to Mushi with the pipe active, not yet using the split, just clubbing him back to the well. They force out the Kichi, give him a BKB, will secure the tower. Now they'll Bruce split for a bit of zoning. Clockwork Hook still available. They're going to cyclone up the Tide, and with the Tide up in the air for some time, that'll be the tower. Probably the 3rd lane of Rax. Malaysia pretty much have to go now and just throw bodies at the Secret Squad, but they can't because the Death Ward Boulder Toss is forced Ohio back. They're getting nothing during this time. Kichikeva unable to Requiem because the BKB's down. He finally gets it off, but Secret, they've already got the Mega Creeps. They're diving them to the well. Another hook from Zai. He just keeps on laying them in. And RTZ will start the Fountain Farm. Secret looking good here in their opening Battlegrounds match.
Jukes Mushi there. Actually, no, he goes to the Fountain anyways. It's GG. Woo! Okay, that's Team Secret. That was a decent showing from them and a good start to their Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 campaign.
They played well, but it also felt like Malaysia just that one
against the Stampede, so that's where, yeah, Dream Call's great, RP's great. Yeah,
that might be a good way to deal with Centaur ult is Ag's puck and just try to kite it. I mean, that's kind of far-fetched, but it's still an option to consider. Some people might choose with Yules, maybe like a Song of the Sirens sleep. Who knows?
Or return of like support Naga Sirens or something.
Dude, support
the
Naga
ultis,
is so legit.
With the Acceptor or just like in general?
In general. Yeah. I mean, that hero is insane.
That was TI3. Everyone was just running support Naga Siren. Well, by everyone, I mean mostly Alliance, but teams quickly picked up that was the way to play the hero.
Some people also like having Disruptor versus Stampede, so people can't get away. It's also decent versus Shallow Grave. And it's a good way to keep people in place, so you can drop that ultimate. However, it can be countered by BKBs, something that probably Team Secret is a little bit wary of.
So your Queen of Pain band now come out from Team Secret. And then you mentioned like the mech carriers, and this is where Team Malaysia, fewer options as far as that mech carrier goes.
They can always go Bristle.
I was about to say, if they want to use Centaur safe lane, Bristleback does work quite nicely and suit Ohio pretty well.
Bristle Dazzle is pretty common.
You know, there's still a Wisp in the pool also, which could be, I guess Team Secret's normally Kuro, well, Kuro more known for his Visage than Puppey. But depending on how Puppey can play the Visage or the Wisp, they're
still fit it in. Malaysia's probably like, well, if they really wanted Wisp, they would have taken it first phase.
Yeah.
So clearly they don't want it that badly.
I wonder if Malaysia would even consider running it themselves, like a Wisp plus Bristleback or something.
I don't think so. Doesn't seem that too much their style.
And there we go. There's your offlane for Team Secret. Standard pick for Zai. We've seen a lot of his clockwork throughout, well, 6.83 at least. I'm about to say throughout this tournament. He played one game. Although I believe he was on Clockwork that game.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
things are going to change up a little bit with the Clockwork in the mix. Just need heavy range. Magnus not as good anymore. And yeah, it's still questioning what S4's hero is going to be. But
Maybe
it's good to keep...
Brewmaster?
Brewmaster?
Brewmaster, Beastmaster, or the Beastmaster, another possibility. for
Beastmaster,
lockdown.
I think, is good. It's a little bit better.
The Beastmaster Aura with Visage Birds, kind of okay. I mean, the birds hit super fast already.
But pretty much some way to keep him in place. Hookshot and Cog, obviously, pretty solid combo versus that. And locked into Cogs with Visage Familiars is no fun at all.
All right, so see what Team Malaysia have in mind. This pick going to probably reveal a bit more about what they have in mind. Centaur still kind of ambiguous which lane he's going to, as to what there may be other support going to be. So wait and see what will come out. Another hero they run with, which that replaces the Viper every now and then, is the Razor. But for now, it's a PL pick.
Into the Gyro. We've seen PL pick twice. I think twice it was versus Gyro, and twice it lost.
PL's lost, I think,
3 times?
the entire tournament. I think it's only been played twice.
Yeah,
maybe.
it's lost every single time.
Has not been the pick of this tournament, at least. But maybe here in Malaysia feel confident in.
Yeah.
Does have the Dazzle to back him up. You get that bonus armor from the Weave, and
But at the same time, a lot of the movement around in 6.84 happens really quickly and really early. And I think Phantom Lancer kind of succumbs to that just because he just needs space to farm. He needs to farm up, I would say, for at least 20 minutes.
I was to say, Malaysia going to pull the Coddle PL, and then Team Secret say, no, we're taking the Coddle. Keeper of the Light is coming our way.
Coddle.
Well, Malaysia, at this point, they'll see that and say, we're probably not pushing or ending this game very quickly against Coddle.
Could be Coddle Storm, Coddle Zeus, and I think either of those are good picks, and Malaysia can't ban both of them. But yeah, Keeper's a good pick. I actually think Puppey's a really good Keeper of the Light, although sometimes he dies a little bit too much, but for most of the time it's for a good reason. Team Malaysia, I'm just not the biggest fan of a PL pick, and especially a PL pick before the 5th pick, just because I think you can just mass AoE, mass heroes that just own the Phantom Lancer.
Well, the first Phoenix pick of the tournament. There's been a ban hero there. This was one of the top picks in 6.83. Didn't really get touched in the patch. And here we go. 6.84, Phoenix is back, or at least for this game.
Phoenix, I think, is actually pretty good here. They don't really have a good way to kill the egg, and I mean, Secret could pick Troll, could pick Meepo, but I doubt it. Could pick
Meepo. please bet.
No, Meepo's good versus Centaur. He's also good versus Phantom Lancer. He's good. I don't know.
He got nerfed in the patch. He was not picked before the patch. Now we got.
But he's still very good versus lineup.
Yeah.
Like it's. I mean, you're a Meepo player. You should know. You probably see this on gosh, glorious Meepo.
It's pretty good. It's pretty. Yeah.
He owns illusion-based heroes like really badly.
PL's just annoying with the doppelganger, but yeah, he'd be pretty good against this game. Laning versus Phoenix is not fun, but yeah,
please, you have 35% magic resist, easy. You have poof if he fire spirits you.
All right, well, we'll see what the last pick's going to be now. Malaysia likely looking for another support depending on how they want to run the Phoenix. Could be a 4-position Phoenix. So as for Secret, they need their mid lane for S4. Actually, you know, what's Malaysia doing here with Centaur, PL, and Phoenix? It actually probably will be a support Phoenix. They haven't got a mid either.
Yeah, seems about right.
Both teams looking for their mid, and Secret choose first, so Malaysia can look to maybe get a pseudo counter pick if they want to.
I mean, Malaysia have no good lockdown for Storm, and his Storm is pretty darn scary. I would say that's probably the best pick with Keeper Light in the pool too. Like recalling Storm and feeding him mana is just a nightmare to deal with. Also, they can have a somewhat soft counter to Phoenix with the Orchid, although they do have Dazzle as a backup plan.
Would force Malaysia's last pick to be some kind of lockdown, like to deal with a Storm if they went for that.
What else is there? Zeus, I think, is okay too. A little bit more damage just flying around.
I think Malaysia really like the Razor too as the other hero, but you can't really pick Razor if they Storm just because I feel like you'd need more lockdown maybe, but if Team Secret just get like good Razor versus DK.
DK's good. Yeah, I think Razor's actually a good call here. Dragon Knight's nice at pressuring towers, which is also one of Phantom Lancer's bigger weaknesses. And as we all know, Dragon Knight did get a couple of buffs in the patch. Breathe Fire, sorry. I still think that...
It should be Fire Breath.
Or
Breath of Fire.
Breath of Fire, yeah. I will breathe fire on you.
There's no other spell names which are like verbs, I don't think. Or I guess there are. No, that's a lie. There's like illuminate. But
Shoot light.
yeah, illuminate. As I say that, like the first spell that comes to mind is like, okay, actually, no, I take that back.
Yeah.
Normally it's like a
Shoot hook.
dragon tail. This is going to be an old school matchup. Brewmaster going to be going mid against Dragon Knight. That's going to be the Ketchik Imba hero. And Team Malaysia have a very scary team fight with Brewmaster, Phoenix, Centaur.
Definitely, and they have a lot of ways to protect those heroes in case they get DK'd on. You have Grave, you have Counter, Centaur, Initiate, you also have Phoenix with the egg and swooping in, so Team Secret are going to have to be really spot on with the burst just because they don't have that much AoE control. It's mostly single target with the hookshot, single target with a Dragon Tail, and they have a lot of AoE damage, but not AoE control. And on the flip side, Malaysia, they have a lot of everything.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see how things unravel here as we get ourselves into the game. I can imagine both teams look like they should have fairly predictable laning set with Zai, your offlane Clockwork, the Centaur likely to be in the offlane for Malaysia. You've got a Broom DK, both slated for the mid lane. Unless one of the two teams wants to run a dual lane. Phoenix often use set with a Phoenix Centaur lane, maybe the call for Team Malaysia.
Well, one thing that I actually noticed about these two teams, I was wondering why they picked DK over something like Storm, and it's because Malaysia actually doesn't have good anti-push, and they're also very ulti reliant. And these ultis at level 1, the Primal Split as well as the Phoenix Egg and the Stampede are just really long cooldown level 1. So I think they're probably looking for Malaysia to make a mistake with one of their ultimates, which is highly likely at some point you're going to just have a wasted ult and then just push down towers very heavily with the sustain from the Keeper of the Light, with the constant damage from Dragon Knight and Visage Familiars in front, and with the threat of the hookshot to actually engage a fight if they want to defend. So I think this actually shapes up to be pretty darn nice.
They probably see the DK more as a tempo controller because he can actually go and force Malaysia to make rotations, whereas Storm, he can maybe gank a hero, but he can't, like what we saw IG do with Dragon Knight Enchantress. Dragon Knight just rotate bottom lane and push 2 towers. If you're a Storm, you rotate bottom lane. If you get spotted by a ward, you're not getting any kills, and then you're not pushing either because you're a Storm. If Dragon Knight gets spotted rotating bottom, doesn't matter. He still pushes. So I feel like it's maybe more S4 oriented hero.
I also think it's just you straight up need push in this patch. And it kind of reminds me of the Hellraiser game where they picked the Pugna, but they were so far behind, and then they just took like 2 towers with Pugna, and then they just kept taking towers. And it's good when you're ahead, it's good when you're behind, and you just have to be able to take objectives. It's not all about kills, even though hero kills do give a little bit more gold.
Do you think Malaysia have enough push with their lineup? Because they haven't really got any obvious push.
Phantom Lancer has to be stacked. That's their ticket to win the game, and they have to keep down a gyrocopter. Again, that is just such a mismatched. It's just a mismatch.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost reminds me a lot of the Summer's Rift drafts in games where they had that one big carry for Banana Slam Jammer, and the other 4 heroes have to create a lot of space and be these more team fight centric heroes. But we'll see if Malaysia can pull it off with what they've got going now. It's time, guys. We're going to get into it. We're going to introduce our 2 teams here. On the dire side, it is the Malaysian squad. Team Malaysia with 1 life left here at Red Bull Battlegrounds. We've got Ahayo playing the Centaur, likely to head into the offlane. Ketchik Imba, the mid lane player for this team on Brewmaster. We've got Mushi on Dazzle. We're going to see Johnny play Phoenix, and that finally leaves Phantom Lance in the hands of KYXY. On the Radiant side, Team Secret sitting pretty on 3 lives still. We're going to be running Puppey, the previous captain for this team, on Keeper of the Light. We're going to have Zai playing Clockwork. It's going to be Gyrocopter in the hands of Arteezy. We've got S4 playing Dragon Knight, and then finally that leaves Kuroki playing the Visage. Are you a Visage or a Visage kind of guy?
I go either way. Because I usually say Visage, but I mean, isn't the correct actual word Visage?
You know, I don't know. It's been corrected so many times, I don't even know.
I think the actual like English word is Visage, but I mean, it's a proper noun, right? So it might change a little bit.
It's a hero name. You can say it however Valve decide it's pronounced. So we'll see. Guys, just a reminder, you guys can follow all the action over at redbullbattlegrounds.com, and if you're based in San Francisco, check out the tickets for the main event on May 10th. But here we go, Malaysia fighting for the top bounty rune, and more importantly, fighting to stay alive in Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 to try and make their way to that grand finals in the Warfield Theater on May 10th at San Francisco. 1 bounty rune apiece between the 2 teams. More importantly, on the Malaysia side, going to their mid laner.
Well, Gyrocopter is 4-0 against Phantom Lancer in this patch.
Okay.
But I'm trying
Small sample size.
to check all time.
You're normally the first one to like doubt stats. And when you've got a 4-game sample size, I'm going to doubt it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just giving you numbers. I'm not saying that they're straight counters. I'm just giving you numbers. Do what you want
can
with
tell
it.
me they're straight counters, but not based on 4 games of stats. If you have other, I mean, as you said, the hero by its nature is a counter to PL, though.
Yeah, and
Which I'll agree with.
it seems like the weaker teams like PL too, just because maybe they think they can protect one peeps. Well, Rocket's coming out.
Yeah, that's no fun. Gets bombed. So Secret going with a dual lane of their own, actually putting the Keep with the Light up top with Clockwork. And on the Malaysia side, actually going for the full trial lane. If anything, I was expecting maybe Malaysia to run the dual lanes with Phoenix, but it seems like they want to try and protect the PL. And we kind of mentioned this is the big thing with their draft. Protect the PL, get him farmed. I guess from that point of view, it makes a lot of sense.
And we see KheZu in the mid lane taking up a very early point in Drunken Haze. You typically don't see this matchup or this happen against heroes with a spam ability, which I think Blue Fire would be considered a spam ability, but still pretty nice.
The Breathe Fire just, with the new changes with the minus physical damage, makes it really annoying for KheZu.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Knight's base damage is not that great though. 52 compared to Brewmaster's 58, now 61.
You're a betting man, Ben. We've got a poll going. Who will get first blood? You guys, the viewers at home can bet over at RedBullBattlegrounds.com and take part. 84% Secret.
Let's see.
It's Malaysia with the tri lane, if anything. And
Well, they have a PL trying.
yeah. They're going for the kill. Will they get the first one to dive? So it looks like our betters may be wrong today.
They are wrong.
Team Malaysia get it.
That
They'll
was
give up a
quick.
kill in return. Well, you didn't even have to make a prediction. You had the answer presented to you as Team Malaysia strike first. They give it their Phoenix, but get the first blood. Last hit went to the Dazzle. Okay.
Puppey protecting the rune. Looks like S4 maybe waiting for his bottle to get it. Bottom lane has been secured by Kuro picking up that bounty. Looking to out-economize the other team. And Panda not having the greatest time in the mid lane.
The new DK laning stage with that Breathe Fire gets even more annoying for a hero like
And the thing is,
for any hero.
even though Zai gave up first blood, he's still level 3. And Centaur's level just hit level 2. So, I mean, he's getting XP. And this is in a dual lane, mind you. So he's getting some of that shared with Puppey.
Yep. It doesn't seem like the lanes are going too badly in that one. One trade didn't really hurt. If anything, it seemed like it's a pretty even trade-off. And the lanes seem to be going better for Secret than Malaysia. So we'll see how things progress from here. Keeper of the Light is still level 1, so that's partly why Clockwork... I mean, it's a dual lane, but it's a dual lane where Puppey's hardly getting any
Yeah,
XP.
but they're able to utilize this pool. This should not happen in a 3-on-2 situation. The Centaurs are getting slain by Team Secret, and then once it gets low, Kato can just blast it, and what he's supposed to do about that huge nuke coming in. Look, he's setting up right now to blast.
The PL says, let's see what I can do about that. He actually goes to the low ground with the doppelganger. The heal's there, but not enough damage from it.
Nice try, though. I think
We'll play.
they definitely should try and contest his Keeper Light's movements, because he's trying to play a little bit greedy and get the most out of this offlane.
It looks like he didn't get the last hit as well in the center. I don't know if you saw.
Clockwork got it with his
Oh,
rocket.
okay. So it did still go the way of Team Secret. And the lane's continuing to look pretty good here as Arteezy 3 farm away in the safe lane. He's your top farmer on 22 last hits and 7 denies.
And Ohio forced to go somewhere that he doesn't really want to go to.
Well, 4-minute rune coming up.
He does have return though, so that should make things a
Both
little bit
teams
better.
looking to fight over this top rune. Phoenix going to swoop in as well and gets the Sun. And S4 secures a DD rune of all things. He looked to fight this one, but here comes Center from the top lane. S4 maybe in some trouble. Has the bottle chance to heal up, but not with the Phoenix dive on him. And it looks like S4 gonna go down. Tries to get the return kill on Johnny, but not gonna do so. Meanwhile, top Puppey surrounded. The heal. Shadow Wave from Mushi gets another kill going Malaysia's way. Zai can't attack the TP out. Oh! At the last second, at the buzzer, Zai gets him with his little cleaver in. Team Malaysia, though, all in all, going to be very pleased, especially with the kill on the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, this early Phoenix is just doing so much work. Early boots, and that Fire Spirit is pure ownage at early levels when you don't have any plus attack speed. And yeah, I mean, DK has a ton of armor, but looks like he is slowly losing in CS to KheZu. 2 CS down at this point.
Create a bit of space for the PL to get a bit more free farm as well in the safe lane, although he's still behind the Gyrocopter. We'll see what KOXY does. It's a very annoying late for him with the constant harass and spam coming out. He was getting blasted earlier by the Keeper of the Light, and looks like they made changes. Puppey actually rotates into his own jungle now, deciding that Zai needs the pure solo XP to try to get up to level 6 at this point.
It's a little bit too scary now that it's nighttime. They don't have an observer ward, so I mean, he could just easily die. Spirit Lance, juxtapose, or sorry, double walk into a heal bomb.
Dive and stuff as well. You got the dive to slow.
Yep. Looks like Ohio has returned post to the bottom lane after his foray into the top rune.
He says it's nighttime, but I ain't scared. The creep wave has pushed up near his tower, so that's the good news for him.
Brewmaster picked up a little bit of purple in his inventory.
This is an interesting move to make. He gives the mid lane to the Phoenix and looking to get active on the map, perhaps.
At this point, Ohio trying to check the rune. It looks like he's going to jack a lot of the experience. Ketchigimbo has not yet popped his smoke. I believe he has been spotted out by the ward, though, and Kuro in a very dangerous position.
Without Stampede, they have got the Radiant Vision here, so with the ward in there, they do see this, but the Drunken is slow, the clap not going to reach. And the dive actually clips Kuro. That's going to slow him down. Now the Primal Split comes out. This is definitely a kill on Kuro. And Puppey says, you're on your own, mate. I can't do anything to help you. Centaur taking the last hit to help secure his way towards his Blink Dagger.
Brewmaster ult, though, plot for that, not the biggest deal. At the same time, I'm surprised Kuro stayed there. Oh, Zai getting a jumped on top. Heal bomb coming out.
Oh, Zai hiding out in the trees with Arteezy's CP. It looks like that will be enough to keep him alive. The cooldown on Mushi does a decent amount of damage, but Mushi's got a creep wave now. The homing missile can be following him down at no points in grave. Mushi in trouble, just going to scurry back to his tower and actually dies to the rocket barrage. Maxed out. Arteezy going for a very aggressive early game build here.
I mean, rocket barrage is way too good at pass up before. I mean, it might have been questionable before the patch, but no cast time.
Yes.
It's really good. KYXY looking for Arteezy.
And Arteezy TP'd up here. They know he's kind of trapped and surrounded here. We'll have to see which direction he goes. He's going to head towards mid lane, and he's got a Phoenix running directly at him. But as you kind of mentioned, rocket barrage level 4, very potent. The clap is going to come out. KheZu gets annihilated. Oh dear, and Arteezy's got another rocket barrage. And this is just tearing apart the Malaysia side, but now Arteezy maybe in over his head as 3 Malaysia heroes swoop on in. Phoenix hits the last hit on Arteezy's gyrocopter. Ultimately an okay exchange to the Brewmaster, although I don't think he expected to die as fast as he did. That level 4 rocket barrage, oh boy.
That just destroyed the Brew. Mushi really needs to pick up one level in Grave for those particular situations. And just Grave TP, Grave so Brewmaster can use his ultimate, Grave so Phantom Lancer can use his double walk.
Zai on top, there's a Shadow Wave heal, but he gets inside the cogs, and that's a problem for Zai. As the cogs do push KYXY now, and won't be a kill. They do zone out Clockwork from this lane, it looks like.
Phantom Lancer is also going for a headdress. They really like their mech, I guess.
Is he going for a mech, or is it casual head?
I'm not sure.
Mushi, Rocket Barrage coming out, getting him low, but Poison Touch actually slows him down, which is, I guess, one way of preventing Jargo.
But on the backside, we see Zai looking around for the hook.
Lane, they go diving in, they found Kuro again. They realize Kuro's kind of on his own trying to get level 6, and here comes a higher effect. TP coming down, Stampede going to block some of the tower damage. No, I'm sorry, what I'm talking about. Doesn't block damage until you got the Acceptor. Visage gets the kill on the Phoenix, and Ohio now trapped underneath. Looking for a double edge, but won't even be able to use that against the battery assault. Zai double kill. He's suddenly level 8.
That is so much experience for Zai. And yeah, he died once, but it's not hurt him that badly. S4 sieging the mid tower with that corrosive breath. Looks like there is nothing in sight for Malaysia to defend with. Maybe Ketchigimbo, but he does not have his Blink Dagger at this point.
That's the power of the DK. He really can push and pressure towers. As soon as he hits 6, that's all he needs. You leave the lane and suddenly your tier 1 tower's gone.
Yeah, Malaysia's trying to punish this great, and I think they've been doing a pretty good job about it, but Secret's just applying pressure on multiple sides of the map at once, and I think a lot of that has to do with Arteezy's rotations, and yeah, he paid for it, but at least he's making this PL thing twice. Already forced out another doppelganger from him. Oh, he's going for a Vlad's. What is this strange build from Phantom Lancer? Headdress, Vlad's recipe, and Bassi.
The headdress is, you need the headdress for the Vlad's now.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering, I was like, is that a mech?
I got confused by that yesterday when I saw a headdress come out. I was like, huh? It was S4 and Brewmaster got a headdress. I'm like, oh, he's going for, like, I thought he was going for the new boots or whatever, because he had Arcane Boots headdress. So I was like, oh, he's going for the new boots. But
Good
no,
call.
He went for the Vlad's.
Forgot about that.
So,
Cool.
Vlad's PL, you see every now and then.
Oh, yeah.
It's not
That's
not uncommon.
Yeah, it's really nice for sustain. Mask Madness getting a little bit of a nerf. It's sometimes a go-to for players if you do not have a bottle for sustain. S4 trying to stack up a little bit as he checks a 10-minute rune. S4, I mean, Dragon Knight's really good at taking out stacks, but he needs level 11 to do so. Oh, actually, Dragon Knight is also really good versus Phantom Laser because he has that AoE splash damage.
Yep. Yeah, that splash damage got buffed as well. That was one of the other decent buffs to Dragon Knight this patch, so. See how the DK comes into play. It's the most farmed here in the game as far as net worth goes at the moment, so. That's good news for Team Secret, who across the board are looking really solid on all their cores. Visage still looking for level 6. We've seen him a few times at this bottom lane get picked off, but there we go. He gets level 6. As Familiar's now available to assist himself as well as his team.
Ohio's also level 6 though.
Yeah. Stampede available. I think the one big thing Malaysia is still looking for is Phoenix to reach level 6 to get Supernova.
One more creep, it looks like.
Yeah. Phoenix will get in the mid lane.
A lot of ultimates online. I mean, it was pretty important for Mushi to get 6, but instead he does pick up a Weave instead of Shallow Grave.
Huh.
Could come back to bite them.
But like Malaysia really need their blinks right now, both Brewmaster and Centaur, before they can do too much.
Zai makes a move towards the bottom lane, looking to pick up Ohio. Can he hit this and get this hook shot?
Look for the Stampede. The hookshot could still find him. He's going to try and scout the Rocket Flake. Could look for the blind hook, and Ohio gets a stomp. This is looking bad for him, though. Hookshot can still go through. He's holding on to it for now. Zai wants to make sure he doesn't miss. Ohio trying to juke. He's going to hit it. Ohio can only juke for so long, and then Zai came on in. Double Edge gets thrown out. A bit of space created, but top lane, how much space is it? It's KYXY. Taking heavy damage from a cooldown, and doesn't look like Mushi as well as KYXY can do much about this, especially with the Dragon Knight rotating in. This may just be a tower they have to abandon at this point.
I don't know. Ketchikimba's right around there. He's really desperate for his Blink Dagger.
Until he has that, it seems very difficult for him to come in. They've got smokes up on the Malaysia side, both Dazzle as well as now Phoenix picking one up, but...
Keeper Light doing some creeping shenanigans here, being very efficient with his double Illuminate.
S4 picked up an Ogre Club. Saw what IG when they went for the Dragon Knight go for the Shadow Blade first into the BKB, I believe it was. But...
Ogre Club in the Shadow Blade.
Yeah? Why not?
Oh, he got like a...
Okay.
He had a big influx of gold.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Malaysia's not close to killing any towers. And yeah, the kill score is even, but the way the game is progressing, Malaysia, they're struggling to get a foothold in the game. They need Blink Dagger, they need Brew Ultimate to be useful, they need Stampede online with a Blink Dagger, and I mean, those all come at a priority, and that's considering like PL getting farmed too. So like they can't push towers and get PL farm and get Blink Daggers and kill people with their ultimates. Like
I feel like this pickup for the Brew has to now start getting something done. Malaysia need a team fight around Stampede, Supernova, and this Blink.
How does Visage have so much HP? He has 1119 HP. Is that
Tread's wand, I guess.
I mean, is that
that's
for real?
And Visage, I mean, it is a fairly, as far as HP growth goes in strength, he's one of the better heroes.
Brew has less than 1,000. Centaur has right around 1,000. Oh, smoke comes out. Visage
Blink forward, climbing against the Dragon Tunnel. Ketchikimba needs a grave. Where is it, Mushi? I don't think he's leveled it up still. Oh boy, they won't even get the Supernova off. S4 was ready and prevented the Brewmaster split. This Dazzle skill build has really cost Malaysia, it feels like.
It's just a safety net. Like, Weave is useful, but if you don't get off your Brewmaster roll, you're gonna lose a fight. Whereas if you don't get a Weave off, it's not the end of the world. And that's gonna be 2 towers. And now Phantom Lancer is probably feeling really threatened. It's like, oh crap, my team is just getting destroyed everywhere else without me, and it's not a good feeling. That's why he's feeling right now.
He's trying to just do what he can on his own. Split push the map, but...
Oh, they do have their ultimates up still, though.
That's okay, so they can respawn and look to take a fight. Yeah, Secret decided, let's not get too over-aggressive. Let's actually defend our T1 now. Easy. He beats himself in. Has a cooldown available. We'll throw it. KYXY charges forward. Solo kills on Teasy. Awkward.
Yeah, I think he should have dropped the call down earlier. I think he underestimated the damage from the Vlad's PL. And,
yeah.
I mean, he doesn't want
He'd also giving KYXY a secondary slow after the Spirit Lance.
That was a big kill. That's huge. And now KYXY might be able to get the tower after getting a gyrocopter kill. So, yeah, Malaysia lost a big fight, but I think more than made up for it with this. KYXY, though, maybe in pursuit by Zai.
He's like, is this another solo kill? Is this happening? Maybe. He's going to go for the tower, gets clipped up now, and Zai going to have to make a move if he wants to deny it. Could go in for a Cogs, but gets slowed down by a Lance, trying to get the battery sold out. KYXY gets pulled into the Cogs, he goes for the tower now, will get the last hit, but needs to escape, and will actually get the doppelganger out. KYXY
making space as well as plays happen for his team, and now he's got the support of the Centaur up here. Does he go for this one? He's got a Lance to set things up, but the Centaur going to sit back for now.
Yeah, not sure what S4 saving up for. It looks like it could be the Ogre Club in the Shadowblade build again. Honestly.
Well, looks like Secret ready to group up and go for this top tier 1 tower.
Uh-oh. Brewmaster TPing in with a Blink Dagger. This could be really bad for Secret. They don't have the T1 to fall back to anymore.
See what KheZu can do. He's looking for the engagement. Treating the Centaur going with a Blink Stun, and this time there's no Dragon Tail for Brewmaster. S4 locked in place for now. The Supernova comes out as well. That's a Supernova that cannot be dealt with. S4 likely to be the first to fall. No one on the Malaysian side taking too much damage. One dead. They want Arteezy next. Trying to stay away from the Rocket Barrage. Johnny, he's down though. Ahaya gets off a second stun, trying to escape. Solar Substance will find him though in Secret. They're turning this one around. The power of this gyrocopter really being shown here, and Mushi trying to just hide his way into the depth of these trees. He's going to get caught out, blown up by Visage. Kuroki dishing out some serious damage with those soul assumptions, and
that was pretty much 3 ultimates used to kill all S4.
He's just so tanky.
And he also bought his hammer right before.
And look at the damage that both Visage and Keeper of the Light had the highest damage dealt of anyone in that fight. Everyone was just sitting in there, soaking up Illuminates, soaking up soul assumptions. That was just not the... I mean, Malaysia just don't have the damage for that fight. That was the perfect Blink Stun, Blink Clap, Split, and Phoenix had the Supernova right in the middle of everything.
I mean, Dragon Knight's really tanky. He has 1450 HP, and he has a ton of armor, and he's just not your ideal target. I mean, you need to kill him, though, or else your tower's going to fall.
Would you just, like, cyclone him and go for someone else? You need to go for, I feel like, the supports at the back.
Or Arteezy. Arteezy getting focused.
Arteezy, there we go. They're going to go in this time around. They're fighting without ultis, and now Keep the Light Illuminate comes in. Just adding a lot of damage, and now the Solar Substance go flying. 2 Malaysian heroes they've dropped. They've taken out Arteezy, though, but it's still not looking good for them. 3 dead on their side. Ahaya blinks east. Will look for that TP escape, and it looks like he'll find his way out of there.
Yeah, that's a big mistake by Malaysia. They're tempted by the gyrocopter kill, and they know they can kill him with the Blink Stun, but at the same time, they don't have ultimates, which is pretty much their bread and butter for escaping a fight. With the egg and the Brewmaster ult, like, transforming you so you're invulnerable for a period of time, and they just all pay for it. And 3 for 1 is not worth it even when gyrocopter is your target.
XY, please. This is some aggressive stuff from him. He will be okay. Trying to get aggro on the Secret side. And Secret, they look to end this game quickly. Zai on the Clockwork has picked up a Vlad's of his own. Engaging, they blink in with a Centaur Stampede. The dive goes through as well, but the follow-up not really there. The Brewmaster split still not available, and without that, Malaysia weren't ready to fight, but now it's back up. And see what KheZu has in mind. He has to be very wary of that Dragon Tail. Offensive weave used from Mushi. But they've got vision of KheZu.
Not a good time for Secret to go in. Their Visage Birds are down on the ground. KheZu looks like he is ready for an initiation. And
he really wants level 2 ulti though in the Brew. He's still just level 10.
They just have not gotten enough mileage out of the Brewmaster, and this is his time to shine. Like 8 to 25 minutes, that's when Brewmaster is supposed to dominate the game. But I mean, Secret just putting a lot of pressure, and they really use recall well too. Just immediately putting pressure out on that mid tower and the top tower at the same time. And Malaysia, with their big teamfight ultimates, do they really want to use it on like 1 or 2 supports on top?
The other crazy thing about Secret is the current net worths of their heroes. They've got 5 of the top 6 heroes in the game. Their supports are ridiculously farmed. Puppey has Arcane Boots mech. Visage has 6k net worth. The item progression on these heroes is absolutely insane right now.
Visage has a freaking Solar Crest.
Oh, but that helps against the PL for the gyrocopter especially. If PL's rushing at you, give him some evasion, give him a lot of armor.
Yeah, kind of counters weave.
Okay. Very pesky item for Malaysia to have to deal with, and Malaysia, it's going to get difficult from here on out. We've got such high farm all across the board on Secret. Everyone between that kind of 6 and 10
stand up.
Yeah, there we go. They were successful enough to keep it alive. The mech not going to help out there. Kuro gets stampeded on through, and doesn't look like he'll be able to finish off Ahaya here. Whereas at the soul assumption on Johnny, Supernova comes out just to make sure the beat stays alive. But Kuro almost gets out of there until Ahaya finds him with the double edge, but the stun will cancel Ahaya's TP out. Ahaya now one last stun, but he goes down to the rocket barrages. Arteezy gets himself another kill, and to the west dives your Phoenix, and Arteezy next. He paid for this one with his life. That's his 4th death of the game, and
Malaysia with a decent 3-for-1 trade. S4 looking for more, but
Yeah, that was a mistake by S4. He chased to the right and tried to kill another hero. And I mean, he could have saved Gyro, but I think that's more important.
uh-oh. KYXY was not expecting that clockwork rotation, and Doppelganger to the side, and to see if KYXY can keep on juking and jiving here. Zai will have a rocket flare, but I don't know if he can catch up to KYXY. It looks like KYXY may be able to get himself out of this one. One more rocket flare will be coming in 10 seconds time, and KYXY, get out your juke and choose. He should have enough HP, but oh, sniped by the Illuminate. Puppey comes in, gets him from downtown.
Great TP by Keeper.
That rocket flare was not going to be enough damage with the string threads and that one, even just the one stick charge.
Well, at the end of the day, both carries end up dying, and Malaysia used a smoke. And don't get the target that they want.
Still looking, yeah, quickly past Malaysia. PL is doing just fine, but this has very much become a 4 protect 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Secret are getting their items. As we mentioned before,
They're getting their items. They're also getting their initiation. Zai finds another pickup here on Clockwork. S4 trying to kill
he also has
still.
BKB now too, so it's really difficult to burst him down. They can't really chain stun him either because of the Solar Crest.
This is where you definitely have to just ignore Dragon Knight. Throw him up in the air with a Cyclone from Brewmaster, but that's about the extent of it.
Veil, pretty useful item on the Clockwork. I think it synergizes very well with Gyrocopter, but probably more importantly, it will be able to nail those Army of PL illusions as well as reveal the real PL with that tint of purple.
It's actually a really good point there. Finding the real PL always with the Veil once it's on him.
Yeah, I mean, and then they can just nail a rocket on him too.
One of the kind of unknown counters to the PL.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of counters to PL nowadays, it seems. And looks like MY grouping up for a movement together.
The Radiant Vision is so good. At some point, they'll just say, okay, they're not farming the jungle, they're not going down mid lane.
They already rocketed Roche. That's how wary they are.
See, that's where Malaysia are headed right now.
And they have to know something. It's been far too long.
Can't wait for the Expire. It does wear off now. They haven't got the best lineup for killing it, though, unfortunately. And the other problem is you've got Familiars, you've got the likelihood of another Rocket Flare coming out.
Well, looks like Puppey will be split pushing top by his lonesome. Everyone else still huddled around their towers, waiting for the smoke to reveal. Now the KYXY is on bottom lane.
Yep.
They have to know everyone else is in here. It is just far too obvious, and Kuro will send his familiars in to scout out. We'll catch a couple of heroes.
Yep. There's one familiar, maybe just forces out a resummon here, but Keeper Light can kind of split push the top lane and just look to force rotations. I don't imagine Malaysia commit to anything down here. If anything, they just probably want to TP back and push out their other lanes, although they may be worried about some defending.
Now KYXY has TP to the top lane. That is a signal for MY to retreat. However, Keeper Light, maybe he might recall someone. Yeah, it looks like he has.
Kill. Brings in Zai.
That's a difficult kill.
Yeah. It feels like you need the Clockwork.
They can also wait for another recall, though.
Possible.
Yeah, he can like chakra himself and recall to get another one really quickly. Yep, that's what they're doing.
This kill here on bottom lane. That's fourth big jump here, and he comes gets it off now, and the physical damage is not really the greatest from these heroes. They're trying to bring him down just barely at the last second. Mushi gets off the Shadow Wave. Meanwhile, top lane, PL just fine. They bring down the tier 2 tower at least. But Secret lose Dragon Knight as well as his precious 10-second BKB. Nice little gank by Malaysia. That's a big kill to be getting at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that's huge. They really feel like a...
Oh, Kenchik. Maybe forced to split, but won't even get a chance to do so. That first damage with the Solar Crest.
This tower under a little bit of seed from bottom, but Puppey right there for the big old Caudal Blast. And that will be the word back for Malaysia. And I mean, Malaysia, they're getting a decent amount off the map, but Secret, they're always getting a tower here, tower there, and I mean,
maybe a
Malaysia,
kill here, a kill there.
Yeah, they only have one tower left on the outside of their base, just the T2 on top, or on bottom rather.
Well, Zai's still chasing here around the bottom lane, but decides against it.
Here,
Pace around.
Arteezy getting chased
Top
by
lane.
KYXY.
Yeah.
But
KYXY is going to take a long time to reach that scary late game status because he's gone for these this kind of drums, Vlads, treads,
I mean, even the Yasha, like all these kind of casual item pickups that aren't really your super late game items. I'll help him farm faster and stay alive, but...
I'm not sure if Arteezy took out an Ancient Stack or not. It kind of seems that way because he has leapfrogged over PL and net worth, and the Ancient Stacks are currently clear. So it may look like Arteezy might not be able to get that big and bad, but he does have the HOD.
HOD BKB, he's the late game threat, really, and that's where PL can only do so much. Again, well, Dragon Knight's the other hero, too. You can have a Dragon Knight who's gone BKB. Even if he doesn't go Shadowblade, you can go for other items like an Assault Crest and really turn your Dragon Knight maybe into more fighting mid laner that can counter PL. We've seen items like Maelstrom in the past picked up, especially against illusion-based heroes.
It's still hard for him to farm. Dragon Knight's not a terribly good farmer unless you have Ancient Stacks, but that is reserved for the Gyrocopter.
Well, it's do or die for Team Malaysia. They need to find a way to turn this game around because this is their last life of Red Bull Battlegrounds. And well, unfortunately for Johnny, he's been the target of many a challenge throughout this tournament, and it's been a tough couple of days for Team Malaysia. But right now, Secret just continue to sit back, and this would be just their second game of the tournament. And a win here would secure their spot in the finals, and looking to make it happen as they make their way towards the mid T3 tower. Blinking from a higher, misses the stun, and then for BKB. So higher gets forced up out, but into the waiting after side. Oh, maybe gets not. The Grave not going to work against the Cogs. Trapped in place, and Zai going to finish up a higher one. They go for the other kills, but S4...
This is a high ground push. It's so swift, and a nice move by Secret smoking into the mid lane. Baiting out S4 because they knew that they went on him before, and they're going to take a ton of damage in the T3.
Got Vlad,
get a react.
Got Solar Crest, they've got the Keeper. Is that an Axe on Keeper Live? What?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. 4-star mech for now. Hasn't actually upgraded the Arcane's boot mech into the new boots, but I imagine that may be something that also comes out with due time.
Yeah, very explosive lineup from Secret and S4. I mean, S4's done so much damage to the towers at 470 HP. Maybe get one more volley in before Centaur revives, but it looks like they are also backing Dragon Knight Ultimate wearing out in about 5 seconds time. Yeah.
We'll play it safe. They're getting close to another couple of items, like your DK sitting on 2,000 gold suddenly. Kuro's getting close to an Ag Scepter. Keeper the Light's close to an Ag Scepter. You may as well wait for this next level of items.
And on top of that, this really nice ward has been placed too. So, I mean, if Malaysia smokes, it's kind of obvious because no one's there. And if they don't smoke, it's really obvious that someone's there. And now they can shoot in probably a rocket. Let's see. Where is old Zai? He does have his rocket up, but he hasn't actually used it yet.
Well, they're going to get scattered out now. Radiant Rocket Flare comes on top of the Roshan. It sees Malaysia, sees what they're doing, and the Solar Crest trying to help things out, but here comes Arteezy. They're going to blink out and look to escape. They get a 2-hero stun on Puppey as well as S4. Can they bring him down? Phoenix Supernova comes out, and Team Secret, they're going to lose Puppey to start of the fight. The Sentinel did go down return, and Arteezy in BKB form is holding his own, fighting through the KYXY Phantom Lines, who dies as well as Mushi on Dazzle. Secret get a triple kill onto Artur, as Malaysia's Phoenix as well as Brewmaster just scurry away, and they've left Roshan nice and low for the taking. Sunray trying to delay things or make things worrisome.
Yeah, they don't have ultimates. There's no way they can contest this.
Lads, this.
Very nice play from Zai. Zai used the Veil on the Phantom Laser. They found out where he is, and they just homed in on him. Yeah, sure, he had the Shallow Grave on. They almost killed the Egg, too. I think Arteezy was the only one focusing it with his BKB, but in the end of the day, Malaysia's ultimates were not enough, and Secret looking to close this game out very quickly.
Yeah, S4 gets Solar Crest, the tower even getting that mischance, and well, this is looking worrisome from Malaysia. That mid lane of Barracks under siege here. TP coming back in from Dazzle. Ketchikan on the front line says not have Primal split here higher. Just gonna go blinking in with the sun trying to buy some time. In goes Ketchikan as well, but he has not got ultimate. He gets stunned up. He may become the new target. Solar Substance bring him low, but do not finish him off. Meanwhile, the Clockwork Hook helps get him a double kill. Mushi and Ahaya are dead, and KYXY forced a doppelganger away. He won't go down to this, but Team Secret have played immediately racks in mid lane. They mech up. Everyone back to full HP more or less, and they'll get the range racks as well, and could consider rotating towards top lane, and that's what S4 has in mind. Leading the charge up there. No more Dragon Form though. Does make things a bit trickier. But here comes some new item pickups. Sanjin Yasha now acquired for Gyrocopter, and they're going to keep on pushing, it looks like. Solar Crest even just on a creep at this point. Anything to help the push up, anything to help sustain this is...
They still have the Aegis. That's the scary part. Everyone's pretty much topped off at this point.
And Zai's got another hook shot. You've got to watch out if you're Malaysia. They're waiting on the respawns. They'll have Split as well as Stampede. One last hurrah, perhaps, and we'll see what Secret's move is going to be. Maybe they wait for the Dragon form, but with Aegis, it feels like they can take some risks here.
You know what's ridiculous? The Visage is more farm than the Phantom Lancer. Visage.
It's a sad, sad state of game from Team Malaysia fans right now.
Yeah, and it seems
4
like
of the 5 Malaysia heroes more farm than PL. And Keeper of the Light is up there, almost on par.
the most successful 6.84 games that we've seen, I think, is when the supports get really, really farmed and the position 2 and the position 3 aren't that farmed.
That was the Hellraisers game as well, with like the Pugnan dying. Everybody had 8k plus net worth. And the position 1 and position 2, it's never a full protect 1. The position 1, like Arteezy this game, was never that far ahead of his team. Earlier on in this game, he was like the same level of farm. It was actually the Dragon Knight who was topping the farm chart, so.
Oh, this is it. All 5 ultimates up for Malaysia, although Phantom Launchers doesn't really count.
Secret, it seems, just one last push away from securing their spot
Look
at the San
Johnny's
Francisco Grand Final. Team goes higher with a blink hoofstop. KYXY trying to bring down Puppey as well, but the blinding light causing him problems here. Zai gonna get locked inside his own cogs here, possibly with a fight he doesn't want to take, but KYXY takes a huge hit with the Illuminate happening. Meanwhile, in the enemy base, Malaysia on full retreat. Their Rex under siege here. There's a fight going on, but Malaysia, maybe they realize they're losing Rex. They're trying to fight it out with KYXY, but he goes down to the Illuminate. Insta buyback, trying to take this one. Catching him, but his ulti's worn off. He's going for Puppey, but Puppey has force up. They're just too outfarmed. Too many items on the Team Secret side of things. And catching him up. Stun number 1, stun number 2, stun number 3. Perfect chain stun coming in from Kuro's vision. Catching him caught out of the corner. As is Muji. He dies to the Gyrocopter corner. Next in line could be your Grave Dove. Catching him, but Brewmaster, he's dead. And Team Malaysia, they look done for. They're chewing through their buybacks here. They're losing heroes left, right, and center. All for a clockwork kill so far. And it's GG, Team Secret, knockout Team Malaysia, and they are going through to the Grand Finals where they will be facing on IG in a best of 5. We don't even see that matchup at the playoff. These two teams are going to be going into that Grand Finals.
All the more hype. Excellently played by Secret. I mean, they seem to have, I mean, it seems like push is a very big component in this patch, and it's
Ganks and avoid fights for the most part.
It's good counter initiating against Clockwork too. You just throw your cask and then just dump down your ward, and it's really difficult to stop the ward if Clockwork has to hookshot in, and you don't really want to hookshot in on the Witch Doctor.
All right, well, things have unraveled here with our Game 1 draft. Alliance taking on Team Secret. Opening game in the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 Europe group play. We're going to see Team Alliance on the Radiant side. It's going to be Mad playing the support Bane. We're going to have Nikwa playing the Spirit Breaker. We've got Pycat playing the Troll Warlord. Loda on the Juggernaut. And that leaves Ake playing the Witch Doctor. They're going to be taking on Team Secret on the Dire side. It's going to be Zai on the offlane Clockwork. Boots first for him. S4 going to be going mid lane on the Shadow Fiend. Puppey on your support Lich. TZ going to be playing your Sniper. And then it leaves finally Kuroki playing the Night Stalker as that 4-position support. Currently up in the top lane. So seeing these two drafts, feel either team has a draft advantage coming out of this one, Ben?
I'd say Alliances is far easier to execute. And aside from that, I think both of them have their strengths and weaknesses, and overall they're about equal. There's not one that I like in particular. How about yourself?
I think if Secret execute their draft and manage to like avoid the early game aggression, they can just sit back and I slightly favor Secret, I guess, but I'm not dead set on that. The Troll Warlord factor is definitely there.
I mean, Alliances has much better, like, later, I would say, just because they have so many things against BKB. Pretty much all their heroes can do a lot of work against BKB, whereas Secret, like Lich, Clock are both pretty useless against BKB. Night Stalker isn't terribly useful, and Sniper doesn't have any like bash, which Spirit Breaker and Troll Warlord do, so he's also going to lose the BKB war. So if it comes down to a passive farming game, I think Alliance will end up winning. So that's again why it's easier to execute for Alliance.
They're also going to get aggressive with their lanes as well. Offensive trial on top. Ake is completely zoning Zai out of his safe lane. He can't even get to his tower until a creep wave comes along. And Bane's going to head back mid lane. Probably look to drop down some Enfeebles on this Shadow Fiend. The Lions going for a very aggressive laning set with the offensive trial, but Secret have kind of preemptively put their Sniper in the bottom lane to make sure he can get some farm.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for them to do the Sniper dual lane off. Firstly, it's not that expected, and secondly, it's just really easy to protect him down there.
So it leaves just the Witch Doctor to zone top lane. It seems like both teams turning their off lane into the safe lane at this point. Neither safe lane solo hero are going to be able to get too much. Nikwa as well as Zai thinking they maybe had an easy safe lane, but not quite the case.
Yes, if you pair up the Sniper versus the Spirit Breaker is not that big of a threat. What's he going to do? Charge you with no one else in the lane? It's only scary if Spirit Breaker comes from another lane, so ideally RTZ should always be matched up versus Spirit Breaker.
Alright, well, similarly, it's top lane. There's not much the Clockwork can do up here. The Bane's coming back, hasn't skilled anything just yet. Has gone for the boots first, so maybe hoping for a potential Nightmare initiation onto Zai, but for the time being, not finding too much. He's going to swing back towards mid lane. 2 minutes approaching, so these first couple of runes are going to be coming out, and I think Puppey a bit worried about this top rune being a death trap, as he's not even going to go.
He has scouted it, though.
Yeah. Knows it's a bounty rune, and it's a haste rune bottom lane. Kuro's going to look to rotate. They're going for a gank here. Pycat takes a raise. There's your Void Slow, but from behind comes Machka. He's going to have no spell leveled up just yet. One Frost Blast comes out from Puppey, and neither team going to be picking up any early kills here.
And looking at the CS in the mid lane, Troll is winning big. 11-3 versus dual lane, and this is with a lot of creeps being sacrificed. So I'm very impressed with Pycat's CS in the mid lane.
Yeah, has the early bottle up and 2 points in the Whirling Axis, standard stuff, but yeah, S4 has just not found the farm that you'd hope for with a dual lane Lich Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, they need this lane to win. Like Lich's greatest strength, I'd say, is just straight up winning his lane and denying the opponents a lot of farm.
And looking at the two farmers, RTZ as well as Loader, pretty similar as far as the actual last hits go, 14-12. Fair few more denies on Loader, but he's actually sitting on 14 last hits, 14 denies. Last hitting machine up in this top lane, and Zai, as a result, just level 2.5. Similar story for your Spirit Breaker, though. He's just level 2.5, not really getting too much out of his lane against the opposing carry.
Yeah, and both heroes are probably equally useful or useless, however you want to look at it, without farm. So I don't think either team is getting too much of an edge in these side lanes. Zai is able to creep pull, though, so that's definitely working in his favor.
Yeah, he's going to be able to lead some XP here. Mad comes in, has a point of the Nightmare, gets pulled into a cogs, no battery assault leveled up, but with the creeps here, some good damage coming out, and Mad going to lead with a Nightmare now. The cast coming from your Witch Doctor. Can Loader get here in time? He's going to be close. The body blocks is there. Zai gets out of there. No, he's getting blocked by his own creeps. They work against him. First blood goes the way of Mad. The counter kill's now coming. Puppey gets one with the help of the Frost Blast. Nightstalker getting the last hit. He's got a stick and another void in just a second
Nighttime in
here.
3 seconds.
Uh-oh. The healing ward keeping Ake kind of healthy here. There's your slow from the void, and it's not going to be enough from the healing ward. It looks like Ake with a cast, trying to keep himself alive. The healing ward finally going to be brought down by Kuro. As Nighttime hits just 1 point in the Hunt of the Night, but here's your Bane. Back with a Nightmare. Loader not going to be able to get the kill on Kuro, but the Bane will. He gets the brain sap off, and 2 kills apiece. A bit of a bloody mess here in the top lane. Alliance break even, but they got the first blood, and Bane 2 kills to his name now.
And now Shadow Fiend has closed the gap in between the CS and the mid lane, just 1 CS apart from the Troll Warlord, who was dominating him so much early. And that gank on Zai just took forever.
Yeah.
Because they were stuck in the cogs, and then he ran away, and then he got slept. And they're going pretty much behind the T1 tower, and that just allows all the time in the world for Secret to come up, and also just biding time for that 4-minute mark, which is so crucial for Kuro to get his kills.
He
almost boots NS.
Almost even managed to kind of get out of there as well. It was if that creep wave didn't block him, I think there was maybe slight chance he could get away from Loader. Speaking of Loader, getting constantly mana burned by the cogs, not really fun for him as far as having that kill potential now that he's lost that mana pool.
So they've scouted out the 2 heroes on the bottom lane with the Observer Ward that blocked the spawn, and looks like RTZ is setting up for a kill. If Aki were out of position, they would certainly go on him, but Nico with 800 HP is...
Here we go, there's an Assassinate coming in. Ake gonna go down. Nightstalker gets the kill. Nicely played by Secret. Just a Shrapnel as well as an Assassinate. They're actually gonna go Nico with charge on cooldown. They think they can get this kill. The second Shrapnel comes out, and Arteezy with the headshot slowed. They're gonna get another. Sniper gets one. Nightstalker gets the other. Nice aggression from Secret in the bottom lane.
Secret's just doing a very impressive job of protecting the Sniper. When you look at Sniper versus lineup, you view him as the weak point, the hero that you want to kill early, you want to kill often, and then it's going to be useless come 15-20 minutes into the game. But looking at him now, he's the highest CS in the game. He's been protected, even though he's in the off lane. He has gotten a kill on the Spirit Breaker as well as another kill on the support. And he's also way over level. They were able to blow up that Witch Doctor because they had the Assassinate.
It's getting charged at mid, but is invisible, so
Nico not going to follow that one up.
Mad gets scouted out by
Yep.
Kuro.
Does go both ways here, but Kuro for now probably just want to heal up a bit with the Tranquil Boots, and has got backup on ways. S4 has 2 raises available, and they're going to lead with a Void. 1 raise, 1 more raise coming out in a second with the Silence. Mad will not get a spell off.
The Night Stalker nighttime vision is underrated. I also don't know why Bane stood around. I'm not actually sure if they saw the Night Stalker.
I think he pinged it.
They pinged it, but I think they might have just like expected him to be there without actually
Yep.
seeing him. I think if you see him, you just immediately peace out.
Loda now getting spotted out, but it's going to be onto Kuro. They go in with the cars, looking to body block him with the illusions. Nice bit of play there, Kuro. Getting taken out. Loda gets the last hit. Good micro coming out from your jug.
A little bit of help from the ogres too.
All right.
The cask bounce.
And Loda just going to rotate fully into the jungle at this point, giving the offlane to the Spirit Breaker. Probably going to make his way towards this bottom lane unless they decide they really want to give Mad the solo XP. It seems Loda actually is going to go just for a straight up full jungle at the moment.
So finally they've moved the Spirit Breaker out of the sniper's lane. I think this should have happened a while ago, but now that Nico has died, it's a convenient opportunity for him to switch lanes.
Arteezy going for very early game items here. Phase, double Wraith Band. He offers a lot of damage output here in the early game.
You can't go greedy versus this lineup. If you... Oh, Nico.
And he gets slowed down by the Void Silence up, but should have a charge out of this one. But Zai's there, ready, goes in with a Battery Assault. Can he get the charge cancelled? Yes, he can. Nico, I think, just charged Kuro, actually. Did he not charge down bottom, I guess?
It didn't look like it. I think it would have been stopped anyways, but maybe he could have timed it in between Battery Assaults.
If you get far enough away from the clockwork, I'm not sure how likely that would have been to cancel.
See some stacks coming up. S4 taking on the Ogre and the Satyr stack, but no large camps stacked on the Dire side. Mad trying to catch up in experience after roaming for the fair amount of the early game.
Decent as far as farm. Having boots as well as an earn on him. I'm looking at some of the supports. Kuro's got good farm, Tranquil's wand, and almost an earn himself.
Oh no, they spotted out Arteezy's ward in the bottom lane, and the Alliance supports will ping it out and very likely deward it. And now they can't let a solo sniper farm their offlane, not versus their lineup. That's just unheard of.
I imagine Zai will give up this top lane at some point. He's level 6, approaching level 7, has his bottle TP coming out. This is kind of time for him to go gank with the hookshot, but if he's giving up to the sniper or the Night Stalker, we'll have to wait and see. It is daytime, so Night Stalker probably unlikely to want to go gank some of these other lanes just yet.
And Arteezy, being the efficiency king that he is, will start farming the Ancients. So that's kind of a nifty tool that you can use as the offlane sniper. You can't stay in lane.
It's not going to be fast by any means, but it beats farming nothing. I guess you could go back to your own jungle, but hey, why not? Take a little bit here and there, and yeah, he's going to get some at least okay farm there at your Ancients. And Secret making the most out of what they can get here. The mech coming soon on S4, and then probably around the next nighttime. I imagine they get aggressive using the SF mech, using the Clockwork Hookshot. Speaking of Clockwork Hookshot, he goes looking for the bottom lane, but Creepwave completely blocks the hook onto Aki. Not even close to that one.
Yep, a lot of that is due to that very nicely placed Observer Ward by Alliance. They scouted out the ward, they scouted out the Clockwork Gank. It's paying dividends.
See what Alliance's next move is going to be. Right now they have both Troll and Jug who kind of both want to take over some of the farm in that jungle, but Pycat getting enough out of the mid lane. 0-0-1, he's sitting on 57 CS, is being out-farmed by the Shadow Fiend by a pretty big margin at this point. But that's kind of the nature of the Shadow Fiend, who can rotate into the jungle, taking out the big camp stacks. He's getting a lot out of the lane as well as the jungle.
Alliance going in for a kill on Arteezy.
Not going to succeed. They do get the D-ward off.
So much of Alliance's strength is being able to take out Roshan. And Secret, they have enough of a lead that they have good enough control of the pit, but if they give up one fight, especially during daytime, then they can easily just give up a Roche. And even if Secret know that they're in there, they might not be able to stop it. So they have to be really careful not to give up any unnecessary kills, and especially like big team fight wipes. Pycat and Juggernaut are still a little bit under farm right now, but they're going for a pick to take down some towers and then to take down Roche. Mad and Loda smoked up in mid behind the T1, waiting for someone to peek their head out. And it will be S4. He has a mech.
Treads. This is not going to be the easiest kill with an Omnislash. They think they can get it. Pops the mech now. S4 still tanking it up. And this Blade Fury may not be enough. Just level 1 on an S4. Going to get around. The hook shot off the mark though. Zai cogs in S4. Bit of a mishap there from your Clockwork, but it looks like they'll get the slow loader anyways. And all these goes a healing ward at this point. Chewing through the Omnislash Blade Fury, no cancel onto the TP on the Bane, so...
What a disaster.
Secret rotate in all 5. They could have got even more off of that, but they did not come close to killing. Oh, they came close, but...
This is why Sniper and SF are just going completely non-greedy builds. S4 just built pretty much all the defensive early items that you can, Magic Stick, Mech, and Treads on the Shadow Fiend, as well as the Bottle. So he is probably the only hero that can take that amount of burst.
He's going to get charged at the mid lane. Nether Strike comes through as well. The silence on the Mad means no brain sap for now. Cast goes flying with a Death Ward. S4 getting low, gets another mech off, gets slowed up, but now the Urn comes in. He's being healed back up. Has a rune waiting for him at top lane. Make it a double rune if he wants it. DD and an illusion. Actually, Zai going to brief his bottle with that. No one going down just yet, and Alliance going to be forced back once more.
These are also with missed hook shots, mind you.
Yeah.
Zai hasn't really been doing that much in the way of hookshotting and initiating for them, but Secret's still coming out ahead. 7-3, the kill score.
He's got another hook available. Doesn't have the mana for the battery assault as well, but possibly a hook into a cogs. Although he throws out the rocket flare. There's your hook shot. Where's the follow-up though? Assassinate, not going to be enough. Kuro wanted to go for that one, maybe thinking he should have cast the Assassinate. Again, Zai not being the most impressive game from his Clockwork, but I guess he did zone him out so they can get the T1 tower.
Space Greed.
Yeah. It's not the ideal result. Your Clockwork hooks in on a low HP Bane, you're thinking you have a kill, but...
Yeah, it's nighttime for Secret. It's time to take down objectives, take down those T1s, and protect the Roach Pit. The Roach Pit is just so important, and Alliance is already having a hard enough time face rushing the Shadow Fiend and the Sniper, and if they get an Aegis, they're just going to play so aggressively on them that their face rush strategy is going to completely fall apart.
Okay, well, we'll see how many objectives they can take during this time. Arteezy's back towards the offlane, just solo farming as an offlane sniper. He's
without wards.
Really good. Yeah, 2,100 gold, phase, double Wraith Band, nothing super impressive right now as far as items go, but the fact he's on par with the top farmers.
Oh, they smoke up top. Kuro's out in front.
Can they get him? The charge is going on to S4. Once again, they want to go on the Shadow Fiend. He picks up a TP. Kuro there. Gets a silence on Nikwa. No Nether Strike for now. S4 pops a mech, but the Omnislash will finish him off.
I don't actually know why Kuro waited to silence him. I think he could have interrupted the charge.
It doesn't interrupt charge, the silence.
Well, what about the Void?
Oh, the Void, yeah.
Yeah, he could have interrupted the charge and then...
I thought you meant the silence, yeah.
Well, he silenced the ultimate, but by that point, he was already in a terrible position. And if he had stopped the charge, they could have retreated back to the T1, and then Alliance may have reconsidered engaging on him. However, he will take a spill, and Zai, again, nowhere to be found. Where's those clutch hook shots? He was in a pretty good position. Like, if they hook shot and then he went a little bit to the northwest and then cog blocked them, and then they Requiem, they would have been able to take a fight there. But an unreturned kill.
Just need to tank some of the Omnislash as well. That's just a level 1 Omnislash from Loda, so if he hooks in and helps SF out there, it could have been a very different fight. Well, we'll see the move towards the mid lane now. S4 going to start throwing up some razors. Pycat doesn't get hit by the hook. Again, Zai slightly off the mark. This has just not been his game on the clock. Secret's still looking okay here as far as the farm goes. Shadow Fiend topping the net worth chart. Sniper's picked up a Blink Dagger as well. Not a very common item to see on snipers anymore.
Yeah, most certainly not. And we also see Kuro. He's getting Fiend's gripped up top. TP reinforcements coming in. He is saving it for the Midas.
Fiend's grip is going to end and the slow's not going to hit with the big nighttime Tranquil Boots giving him so much movement speed. That's a hasted troll, but Kuro going to turn and fight now. The Void Slow is there. Chain Frost available. They may not even need it. Pycat going to go down to your Lich. Gets too aggressive up top, and Alliance feed away a bit of a freebie there to Team Secret.
I must say, like, Kuro is playing amazingly on this Night Stalker. He's a support Night Stalker, and he is really highly leveled. He almost has his Midas, and he's been putting Alliance in these really bad positions. He's like farming right outside of their T1 tower, and he's daring Alliance to go on him.
Kind of making up for, I guess, Zai's performance. He's actually out farming Zai on the Clockwork, despite Zai having that safe lane just for quite some time. Kuro now going to help bring down this tower. This will be his Midas money, although he doesn't quite get the last hit. Goes away with S4 Shadow Fiend in. S4 now close to a Yule Scepter, just 200 gold short.
And notice every time it's nighttime, Secret go and push for an objective.
Aki at mid lane could be in some trouble here. Arteezy thinking about chasing, but not going to fully commit to that one.
Another ward placed for Secret, a very aggressive one right above that T2 ramp in the mid lane. Alliance, they have 2 wards, but they're only covering the bottom. And that's only to protect Spirit Breaker's farm, which is not of utmost importance, but they do have Troll and Juggernaut. Both can take out Ancients, both have lifesteal, both can also solo Roche.
Okay. S4 going to finish up the jungle farm, get up his Yule Scepter, and Kuro, he wanted that farm, he wanted his Midas, but he's going to take a separate camp here, so things looking very good for Secret. And kind of as you mentioned, Alliance's inability to take down Roshan is going to really hurt them moving forward here in the mid game. Medallion up on your Lich is just going to make it so that it's much more likely Secret who take Roshan for themselves.
The items are coming out for Secret, but this is the point in the game, I think, where they're supposed to be slightly ahead, given their lineup, with Night Stalker being, I'd say, more effective early before BKBs come out, Lich really effective in the early game because of Sacrifice, and I don't actually know if they have enough of a lead. It's only about 6,000 gold for them, but once BKBs come out for Alliance, or for Troll and Spirit Breaker in particular, it's going to be really rough for Secret to cope with that in team fights. However, they will have the Aegis to help them.
Blind Roshan. I guess Alliance have no good scouting tools, and just not. At this point, Alliance have much better vision on the map. There's no wards for Secret. This is some risky stuff.
It's because they took out those 2 towers.
Yeah.
Alliance don't have that much vision to work with because they're busy trying to spend time pushing out their lanes. And if they don't, it just makes it so obvious as to where they are and where they are and what they're doing.
Arteezy picks up the Aegis and makes his way back towards bottom lane. He's got Aqua, Blink Dagger, another 1,200 gold, and imagine he'll be starting to look towards a bigger damage output item at this point.
Alliance want to regain control. They have 3 Observer wards out on the map right now, but at the same time, they can't really take a fight. Not with that Aegis and not with all these defensive items on the Shadow Fiend. He has a Yules on top of that. So, screw getting defensive supports. He has all the items that they need because of a very successful early game.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Secret maybe are meant to be ahead at this point, it feels like their lanes in early game went better than it possibly should have, with Alliance not really getting too much done with the offensive tri-lane. The Bane rotation's not really amounting to too much. They really had to kind of overcommit to even kill Zai in that top lane. So we'll see what the next move is going to be. Alliance have got that kind of scary face rush mid-game with the Jug,
but
now level 11 too.
That's one of their main facets of their strategy, as well as Roshan, and they've kind of failed at both, I would say, at least in the early game. So now that Roche has gone to Secret, now that Spirit Breaker has been very ineffective in the Pycat trying to TP out, he will get Chain Frosted and Assassinated. Easy kill.
Okay, well, Troll caught out in the top jungle, meaning Alliance give away even more. Nico even TP'd up there to try and help out, but it was well too late.
They're getting kited by all the slows, and this isn't supposed to happen, at least not what Alliance had planned into the game. So now they pretty much play defensive, farm up the jungle, farm up Ancients, get BKBs. Troll Warlord looks like he has an Ogre Club. I'm not sure if it's going to be S and Y or not, but Spirit Breaker certainly needs one. They just cannot walk in. Ake.
Oh, more freebies going the way of Team Secret. Kuro gets gripped up, but there's your hook shot. They're going to hit Mad with that one, and Ainsap maybe going to heal him up a little bit. Zai pushed out of his own cogs, and will find the kill regardless. It's Kuro getting that one. The Death Ward comes out. Nether Strike onto Kuro. They change target with the Death Ward. Kuro still alive and kicking for now. Will earn back up and turn and fight. They want Nico, and with the Frost Blast Rocket Flare, they'll get him. Jug goes down elsewhere. That's Arteezy getting a solo kill, it looks like. Oh boy. Oh, blinks forward once more, once Aki. Assassinate is there, and with a Void, Aki goes down, Sniper. On a 4-0 dominating streak, 4-for-1 trade.
Everything's going wrong for Alliance. They have a sniper who's blinking into them, who's solo killing their sniper, who's blinking right under the T3 tower, and is just not scared of anything. It was just daytime, too.
And Secret are playing this one very well. And right now, Alliance running out of options.
I think the two things have gone really well for Secret that maybe Alliance didn't expect. First is a sniper offlane, and second is the roaming Night Stalker, who picked up a couple of early kills. And he like when Bane was sitting up that hill, he actually prevented with that kill on Bane, he prevented him from sending a vision. And once you don't have vision for that, you're really, really scared to go out for the next nighttime, the next darkness, and it's just a chain effect at that point. And now Alliance, I mean, they don't have wards in ideal positions. Before it was protecting Spearbreaker, but they want offensive wards. They have a face rush lineup. They want to go in and get kills. They want to be able to use battle trends on people. They want to charge in on people, use Nether Strike as well as Omni Slash, and they just aren't getting anything except for some farm on neutrals.
I do have an idea where S4 is here as he walked past a Radiant lane ward, but he'll make his way back towards this bottom lane. Getting scattered out once more. Charge coming out now. S4 in the side shop here. Has a TP, not going to use it just yet. Has the Yule Scepter as well to cancel the charge, and I imagine, yeah, Nico's going to have to cancel it.
That Observer Ward has died now, so Alliance's vision is just getting worse and worse as the game progresses.
Yeah. They got a new ward now down towards the mid lane river, but we'll see what they can get done out of that one. But the farm on Secret, on heroes that you wouldn't expect the farm on. Kuro almost has an Aghanim Scepter at this point. He's on 1,700 gold, just another 1,300 away from the completed Ags. This is scary amounts of farm. They see Nikwa charging with a Rocket Flare. Zai's getting the hell out of there, and another unsuccessful charge from Nikwa, just going to cancel. It's still not necessarily a bad thing for him, as this is kind of just what you've got to do with the Spirit Breaker. Just throw charges around and hope you find one which is going to succeed.
Yeah, I think they're hoping a little bit too much at this point. Clockwork has been doing a good job of scouting out with flares and not dying. I mean, he hasn't hit that many hook shots except on a Bane who's channeling Fiend's Grip.
Hey, sometimes those are not the easiest. He had to sidestep around the Night Stalker even to hit that one. You know?
Sometimes creeps are in the way.
He hit a hook shot mid lane. Pycat locked in place, gets out of the cogs, looking to get past the next one, but his own creep's going to block him, and Pycat goes down. Kuro with another kill. Suddenly just 500 gold away from an Ag Scepter.
That is a ridiculously farmed support. We call it support.
He's out farming the troll. He's almost caught up to the jug.
Yeah, I mean, he has been just playing amazingly this game, phenomenally. And it's an unusual build with the Tranquil Boots and whatnot, but it allows them to just always stay on the other side of the map and always get vision. They don't really need Observer Wards because Kuro is just constantly scouting them out and seeing where they're going, seeing where they're going to set up Spirit Breaker ganks. And I mean, if Spirit Breaker can't gank, he's not very useful. They can't really play the farming game with him.
Well, Secret now going to get to work on more towers here. The tier 2 at mid lane, unlikely to be standing for much longer. Arteezy almost has a complete Skadi, and going for just pure survivability on the cause of Secret. They say we don't need to go for your Mask of Madness, your Yashas, your S4 on the Shadow Fiend doesn't want to go for a big flashy damage output item. Everyone's just going defensive with their item builds. And
yeah, no Yashas even, which is a little bit surprising. No Maelstrom.
Well, Nikwa now, the charge going down towards bottom lane. He's gonna spot up Puppey. There's your assassin. Arteezy realizes what's going on. Oh, he traps himself on the high ground. Nikwa gets himself a bit stuck, but it looks like Secret decide they may not want to take this fight regardless.
It's just a terrible positioning for them. They don't really want to fight outside of the creep wave.
Oh, Rocket Flare will scout Nikwa out on the higher ground. Zai could go for a hook shot, but these Jug Illusions causing him some problems. Gets past him. There's a Frost Blast charge to the low ground. Nikwa goes in on Puppey. Assassinate is there. Now, Chain Frost going to go through. Bounces back to Nikwa. Oh dear, and the hook shot's still available. Zai may look to go back in and hit Loader with this one, but on the sidelines it's S4. Looking to bring down Pycat. Kuro again on the front lines. Loader gets an Omni Slash, but it doesn't bounce. It catches just one. The hook shot now there as well. Loader going to be on the run. Mask of Madness as well as Manta Style gets him out of the silence. That's a Mask of Madness soon, but a couple of raises going to bring him down. That's a team wipe. S4 gets a triple kill, and Team Secret plow their way through Alliance to a 20-6 kill lead. And a very sizable gold lead on top of that.
Man, those illusions just own Nikwa.
Oh man.
A bit of friendly fire there.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen too much in Dota.
Secret off of that, get their sniper Skadi, the Night Stalker Aghanims.
And you can tell how pressured Alliance are though, because they're taking fights like right next to the Roche pit, without vision and during nighttime. And those are usually big no-nos, but they're desperate. They're taking fights that they normally wouldn't want to take just because they know they have to do something to try and get back in this game. But this game is all in Secret's control right now. Everyone's really farmed.
I mean, even your support Lich is sitting on close to 5,000 net worth, is working on what looks to be a Crimson Guard, I guess, with this buckler. They've already got the mech on Shadowfiend, unless they're thinking about swapping things over with that. But, well, for now, 15 seconds of very fast Roshan respawn. Secret are going to be very pleased if they scout that one out fairly soon. And
I still think they want to like take a fight around the T3s and then maybe siege high ground. I don't think they always want to play on their side of the map and keep farming up just because of one BKB coming out for Spirit Breaker pretty soon. I mean, they're farming amazingly well right now, and they're certainly outscaling just because of how much map control they have.
I think Loda just dodged a hook shot with Manta Star. That was pretty sick.
Oh, nice.
It's not a game-winning play, but it's something cool to see. Other problems for Alliance is they lost their gem. Mad actually bought a gem and lost it during that last fight. Goes over to Arteezy on the sniper, so I mean, you lose your Curie, you lose your gem. Everything just looking pretty poor for Team Alliance
Very
at this
grim.
point. Yeah, they're smoking up. This is a bit of a Hail Mary play, perhaps. I feel like they're just one team fight away from almost even tapping out, despite having Rax still standing. The comeback potential just isn't really there when you fall behind by this much against a lineup with Sniper as well as Shadowfiend. And you've got such a vision disadvantage because of the Night Stalker.
They see Zion mid and they just completely ignore him. Completely skirting around, looking for an easy kill.
They get into Roshan at the right time. Seems that's what they have their eyes on. Where's that rocket flare? Pulled out for 3 seconds.
He expects something. They know something's up. They've been missing for far too long, and they know that they're so far behind that they have to do something.
Oh, spots out Nico with the rocket flare, but not Roshan. They're going to be too late.
Yeah, where's the rocket flare? Oh, they expected it to come out a long time ago.
He shot it at the Spirit Breaker. The Spirit Breaker. They may fight this regardless. They may just say, who cares about Aegis? Let's go in. And that's exactly what Zai has in mind. 2-hero cog. Aki gets silenced up. The Omni Slash is there. But to the high ground goes Zai. Nice force up. Gets him out of there. Magicka on the Bane. Likely to drop to one more rocket flare. That's a 2 for Neil so far. Lich going to go down in the backlines to Loda. But the chase is on. Pycat getting slowed down by the Skadi. Nice Centaur stun coming into play. And Pycat still going to be brought down. That's not going to save him. 3-for-1 trade. Loda has the Aegis, but an easy team fight for Secret. Just, as soon as they know where Alliance are, they're like, oh, Alliance are 5 men in the Roshan pit, let's go take a fight. We don't care about the Aegis.
Well, they all had to run away. They had good vision around there, too. Nice hook shot.
They have good vision around everywhere at this point, Ben, with a nice...
True that.
From behind comes Loda with a DD, but still not an easy fight for him to take. Gonna just go in on Arteezy. Mask of Madness and look to bring him down. Loda gets slowed down. Nice defensive cogs. Arteezy still being chased, and Nikwa gets hit by a hook shot. Battery assault there as well, and with the silence coming into play, he can't get off the Nether Strike. That's one more kill. Arteezy blinks forward, looking for Mad on the Bane, and bring him down with the clock once more. Aki next in line. 4 dead on the sidelines. Alliance getting overrun. Their base now under siege. Tier 3 tower going down fast as the Rax next in line for Team Alliance to lose here at the mid lane.
Secret getting their revenge after Alliance recently 2-0'd them.
Arteezy just saying, let's go for the tier 4s, let's go for the throne. What are they going to do at this point? There's 3 dead. Loda may have an Aegis, but...
He's like, Omni Slash me, bro. Yeah, look at him. He's ridiculous.
Ice Armor is just so useful here as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look that useful, because mitigation's hard to see unless it's like GA or something like that, but, I mean, that armor, 9 armor. It's rough.
Not to mention just the attack and movement speed slow when Loda's trying to kill heroes outside of the Omni Slash.
I don't think Alliance varied their damage type enough. I think going for the Jug pick was a little bit over the top. It worked well with their strategy, but at the same time, they didn't have any outs. Like, they already had a good Roshan taker. They already had good physical damage, and they already have good, like, anti-BKB and like bash, so I don't really think they needed to go for the Juggernaut, and he was the one that ended up having, you know, a decent amount of farm at the top lane, but he just couldn't translate it to anything because him and Juggernaut, or sorry, him and Troll overlap in a lot of what they do.
Alright, we'll see bottom lane now. Mad put out by Kuro. Where's the TP cancel? Yules is there. This time misses another hook, but this one not going to amount to too much. Easy kill on your Bane, who was just trying to get down some deep wards. Does get the ward above the Roshan pit. Meanwhile, Zai would have loved to have a hook shot for that one, but Was still on cooldown.
He has an eggs.
Oh, yeah, at this
You
point,
can throw out
everyone's
more.
farmed. Yeah, you can miss more and maybe hit a few more as well at the same time. Everyone on this dire side just getting scarier and scarier.
The systematic push.
Yep, they've almost got a Crimson Guard as well on Puppey. The dreaded Vanguard Lich coming soon.
Loda.
Can they bring him down? The charge is being used
He
on
has
Kuro.
ages. It's not worth it for them. Not when all 5 of them aren't there.
They want to kill Kuro. He's got a gem, but nice Yule Scepter coming out from your Shadow Fiend will prevent the charge, and Loda going to give up the chase. It's bottom lane, or where'd Sniper get that kill? Top lane, where they killed the troll.
That's another thing about the Night Stalker with the gem. Spearbreaker can't ever catch you by surprise.
And they keep sniping couriers. Second courier kill in a row. Team Secret just finding more and more money to throw their way as Kuro gets up to 4k gold now. Could see like a BKB or something come from him, although not necessarily a BKB game against all this physical damage. Zai gripped up at bottom. Here comes his teammates though. They're going to be able to protect him soon. He just needs to get out and stay alive. Nether Strike is there. Zai gets the Yule Scepter coming from the Shadow Fiend. Requiem to follow. 4-star out. Zai still alive for now. The cast. Death's Ward. Zai, is he going to see kept alive? Almost with the hook shot. 4 dead though. Loda the only one left standing. Alliance in all sorts of trouble.
This has to be GG soon.
Yeah.
They are just masochists if they stay in this game.
There's nothing to be gained here. The Shadow Fiend, the Sniper, both so tanky. Both going for the Skadi build.
4 heroes committing on a clockwork. Couldn't even get the kill on
They
that.
almost...
Or barely got the
Yeah,
kill.
barely got the kill. When he hook shotted there and cancelled the Death Ward, I actually thought it was going to live for a second, but Team Alliance get...
It's fun sometimes. It's fun when it's like this. It's like, okay, he hasn't been picked all tournament or banned, and then he's just picked up now and then when you completely slip up and don't pick that much AoE.
All right, well, we'll introduce our 2 teams and see how things will go here in Game 1 of our finals for Europe. It's going to be Team Secret on the Radiant side. They came through the winner bracket and have got themselves a pretty nice draft here in Game 1. Zai going to be playing that offlane Broodmother. Arteezy looks to be going mid on the Sniper. S4, the Centaur Warrunner. Puppey on the Chen, and that leaves finally Kuroki playing the Disruptor. He's doing some early scouting down bottom. We'll see Bone 7 here. Bone 7 with a ward, but seems to be getting denied the ability to plant that one.
Very important for them. Limit their farm, force Phoenix to try and soak XP somewhere else, and try and let the Brood succeed and thrive.
And Brood with this Cliff Web can also scout out that Envy is at the top lane, so gets an idea of what's going on. On the Cloud9 side, we're going to introduce things here. Eternal Envy going to be playing your safe lane farming Ember Spirit. Fata going to be going mid lane on the Templar Assassin. It's going to be Misery on the Rubik. Bone 7 on the Phoenix, and it leaves Big Daddy No-Tail on the Jungling Enigma. Going to do an early creep deny down at bottom lane. But for now, it looks like Banner Rune's coming out, and Cloud9 want to go get this top one, but Zai is there and looking to snag it if possible.
Does Misery have any wards on him?
Okay, he's got 2 sentries. Both Bounty Runes go the way of Radiant side.
It's a nice start for old Broodmother.
Bone 7 got really low off that. Kuro with the Thunder Strike level 1.
Phoenix doesn't have boots, does he? Yeah.
No, it hit Tango salves, and
That's rough. It's a rough lane.
forced to salve up already. At least you can get back in time. We'll get this lane pulled back a bit by the Eidolons, and the Eidolons even doing that creep block slightly for him. But guys, here we go. Your finals of your Red Bull Battlegrounds. Be sure to let people know on Twitter using the hashtag Battlegrounds, and you can tweet using @Red Bull Esports as well. But right now, things getting underway. It's going to be a Sniper versus TA matchup in mid lane. We saw this matchup earlier today.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He's like playing up really close to the creeps, and he wants the TA. If he ever wants to attack him, he wants him to be right next to the creeps to burn the refraction charges, and then if he does that, he just chases him down with shrapnel. So Arteezy is one of the best mid laners, and he's also very familiar on how to play against a TA. And like last time that we saw the matchup, it wasn't. Oh my goodness!
This is maybe a kill on Fatih. If Arteezy can cut him around, the tornado damage is pesky. Not going to be enough. It looks like Arteezy got a bit too low.
no self, but he's not scared.
I think he's got something coming. Yeah, there we go. He's prepared for this moment.
It's an Enigma anyways. Like Enigmas typically don't rotate before 6. It's very unusual in today's game.
Fata did bring out additional tangos, but that's not going to cut it, it looks like. He's now getting zoned out of this mid lane.
Yeah, he went for a greedy build. With the
Meanwhile,
raid ban.
bottom river, Bone 7 forced to dive out. Kuro and Puppey almost bring him down. Unfortunately, Puppey just level 1, and
His
Has he
creep
been
helping out the mid lane.
smoking?
I think so. Yeah, he's got one big camp double stack, and that's about it. Top lane, Brood. How's our Brood Mama doing? Zai, just a few last hits here and there, but seems to be pretty on top of this lane. Has a sentry still in hand if he wants to deward the lane sentry, but until he feels like he really needs it, probably won't be looking to do so. Poor man's shield on Envy. This, I feel, is like essential against the Spiderlings. Otherwise, as soon as there's like 6 or 7 Spiderlings, you're going down.
Especially with his armor. I mean,
Yeah.
Ember is notoriously low armor for an agility hero.
Well, Ring of Protection and the Poor man's shield to try and make up for that. So we'll see how he does at the top lane. Just 6 CS. He's actually outlast hit by the Brood. So this is not exactly a lane going well for him. Meanwhile, mid lane, Fata getting low as well. Arteezy going to throw the shrapnel. Wants to commit to this kill. Rubik TPing in. Whoa! Arteezy says, where was my headshot proc?
Wow.
First blood goes Misery's way. No headshots onto Fata. If he got one, that's a kill.
That would have been worth it had he gotten the kill.
Yeah.
But obviously not worth it now.
It was like, what, 3 hits in a row without a headshot? At least 2, I think, but... Nice TP. He saw the TP, could have backed off, but he was all in on that kill and didn't manage to come out on top.
Yeah, maybe he could have placed the shrapnel slightly better, but yeah, it's pretty bad RNG to not get that. Well, now things are a lot rougher for Sniper.
He's still got like the CS edge here, and Fata didn't actually get golden XP for that kill, I don't believe. Maybe got XP. He's actually ahead on XP, so I think he may have got XP, but didn't really get much money out of it.
Yeah, it's nighttime coming up soon, though, and Misery loves to roam, so he could share the same fate as our last Sniper if he's not careful.
We'll see how... The problem is this leaves Envy in a 1v1, which I feel like is not exactly favorable for him. He's lost his sentry ward for the lane, and Brood going to start stockpiling Spiderlings fairly soon, so... Misery now TPing down bottom. Looks like he's going to be in charge of stopping the push coming out from Secret, just using that Fade Bolt to pull away the creep wave if needed. So no rotations from Misery here. He's
Isn't that Phoenix's job, though?
What is Phoenix up to? It looks like he's gonna...
He was around checking the rune, but I mean, you need your Rubik to do a couple of things. Firstly, help out the TA. Secondly, help out the Ember. And thirdly, try and look for opportunities for kills. And I think soaking up XP is pretty low on that priority, especially when Phoenix is already in the lane. And, I mean, Envy could get dove right now, especially with no TP up on Rubik. This is a very dangerous time for him.
There's a lot of Spiderlings for Zai. Seems like he's going to just prioritize his farm more than anything. Sends him into the jungle. He can either win the lane getting aggressive, going for kills, but then at that he risks kind of getting picked off, or he can just go for this jungle play and out-farm anyone on the dire side. S4 with an Invis rune. Doesn't look like he'll be able to latch onto anything in this mid lane. Does free up that bottom lane for a little bit with Kuro taking a few CS here and there. It was scouted out, the bottom rune, that it was picked up and was a Invis rune for your Centaur.
Brood still dominating the CS chart at 30.
Yeah. And Envy with 22, but I imagine some of that is Spiderlings, which aren't giving you quite as much money. Level-wise, both teams doing decently well. The level 6 is coming out earlier on Team Secret, though, and now Envy, with an early bottle, is trying to do what he can as far as bring down some Spiderlings. Zai micros them to the side, searing chains, just under the creep wave here. Envy just wants his level 6. I imagine soon we'll just see him like TPing home to just refill this bottle as needed even, just to keep himself sustained in the lane.
Yeah, Ember's actually doing very well.
Yeah.
I would say his net worth is suffering a bit.
He's still Brood is more just like Brood is farming at a ridiculous pace. Ember Spirit it's not like safe lane free farm speed, but it's decent speed. TZ now in trouble. Here comes the smoke gank from the side. They don't get the telekinesis right away. There is going to be a Midnight Pulse Black Hole available if they want to go for it. 2 heroes caught inside of that Puppey as well as Arteezy. Both going to go down. Immediate buyback from your sniper. He wants some counter kills. Fata is going to be the target assassinate available, and Fata gets sniped. Looking for a second on Big Daddy No-Tail. There's 2 heroes down for Cloud9, about to become a third if they can get No-Tail's Enigma. And it's a good buyback from Arteezy. Wow. He gets a double kill. What a
crazy
call.
Good buyback.
That is, I mean, that cost him absolutely nothing as well.
Wow, that's just something that you don't see.
Cost him like 300 gold, and he easily makes that back with a double kill.
Very sick buyback. Good positioning by Puppey too. I think he expected a gank coming. And Misery.
This is
that's a lot.
Without a TP, yeah. Spiders can get the solo kill here, but he'll nuke him down. MB out of the lane temporarily, and during that time, Misery goes down. You just can't come to this lane, even hiding in the trees.
He's usually all about that efficiency.
Yeah, looks like he walked back. I'm not sure what happened there. Triple Fire Remnant gets some Spiderlings. Well, there's your efficiency. Gets about 100 gold.
Worth. Yeah.
Probably.
Good enough.
I mean, all he's doing is farming this game. He doesn't want to use... It's only not worth if he dies because his Fire Remnant's on cooldown in the next 20 seconds. Speaking of efficiency, No Tail in this jungle. He's level 7 and doing a lot to just keep his farm going, chopping down trees, getting good stacks happening, and it's been, for the most part, a pretty good Enigma jungle, but...
Look at TA's farm relative to Arteezy. Even Arteezy with the buyback still about 1,000 gold ahead of Templar Assassin, which is no small feat considering that TA only has 2,000.
The early game laying advantage, you can really see it coming into play here. The Shrapnel going to lead things off. Puppey trying to go in. The glimpse back into the Centaur stuns. Kinetic Field there as well. The Stampede now used, and Fata dies again. The TA's woes continue. Meanwhile, top lane Brood killed off your Rubik once more. Oh boy. Envy may be the target. As soon as his Flame Guard wears off, he has to be very cautious.
This is a completely different playstyle than what we saw Alliance with the Sniper, and they kind of just let Pycat got one kill and then it's like, okay, we're gonna leave him alone.
Zai's going in for this kill. The Fire Emblem is going to come out to try to bring down the Spiderlings, but
He still has bottle charges.
okay, he has no Flame Guard is the big problem, but Zai chasing him down doesn't look like he'll get the kill. Need another nuke and didn't have the mana for it. Mid lane though, Arteezy killed off the Phoenix.
That's unfortunate that he didn't, the chains didn't hit the Spiderlings. I think if the chains hit the Spiderlings,
Brute can get that kill.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the slow. I didn't have the mana. I don't know if his Soul Ring was up, but
I mean, he could just chase him down.
Yeah.
I think right click with Spiderlings taking tower. Anyways,
they got towers. Cloud9 just losing ground everywhere on the map at this point.
such good early game presence from Puppey on his Chen. He is probably the best Chen at balancing farming and fighting, I would say. Maybe sometimes he farms a little bit too much, but this game I think he's been spot on with being in the mid lane to protect the Sniper as well as kill the TA.
Oh, they've got the glimpse back. Pulls in Misery, but
And Misery's been playing very reactively, right? He's been having to help out the Sniper in the mid lane, help out the Phoenix in the bottom lane, as opposed to what he normally does, which is running around and set up kills with telekinesis.
Yep.
And trying to react to the Brood push on top, dying twice already. So, I mean, the Rubik is just not working out for Misery. Not in this early game.
One Secret just going from tower to tower at this point, using the Centigrade effect. Envy looking to engage at bottom lane with a Searing Chains, but he walks into a Static Storm. May need to be glimpsed back in if they want to try and kill him off, and doesn't look like, again, they actually sent back the Sniper to be on the safe side, but Ember Spirit off the top lane means Zai can just do whatever he wants up there. Big Daddy No Tail will come in on the Enigma, but doesn't look like he's going to have the best time as well against this Broodlings.
Look at the net worth. I mean, the 3 Radiant
boy.
heroes are just supremely overfarmed. And looking at S4, Blink Dagger online. And how are you supposed to deal with this as an underfarmed C9? Ember is still trying to fend off the Broodling push on top lane. Templar Assassin doesn't even have upgraded boots.
Normally you get to the 10-minute stage and there's one hero on the opposing team who's gotten a lot out of the early game lanes and is hard to deal with. At this point there is 3 heroes who are hard to deal with. Brood, Sniper, and Centaur. No answer for the Centaur Blink, no answer for the Brood really, and even the Sniper doesn't seem to have an answer for him. TA goes down with the Spiderlings burning the refraction. Envy needs to be careful. His Fire Remnant moving oh so slowly with the Spiderlings slow. He will get out of there, but Zai's chasing on through. They get the vision for the glimpse, they're going to pull back in Misery, and with that, Rubik brought down. Brood gets another kill. Top tier 2 tower, there's a dive underneath it, and that's a 3rd kill for Cloud9. Centaur Warrunner comes into play.
Just an early massacre by Secret. I mean, the Broodlings are just too much. They even provide vision for the glimpse so they can turn 1 kill into 2, and they just keep stacking on top of each other. 10 kills for Secret in 10 minutes time.
Oh, this is, it's going to be ugly, but we'll take a look. Almost 10,000 gold lead for Team Secret at just 11 minutes into this game.
Blink Dagger up on Arteezy yet again, going for the unusual build, but he makes it work.
Yep. And Cloud9, it's not like they got super greedy with this. I guess the second pick Enigma is kind of greedy, but it's more they got caught by surprise by the Brood. And also just the TA pick for mid just doesn't really suit a game with a Brood in as well. It's almost like the limited hero pool of Fata gave Cloud9 some problems here. If they had something more like a Shadow Fiend, I feel like they'd be in a much better position.
And Secret like to play with finesse. With the Blink Dagger to run around a kite, like they're waiting for Disruptor or waiting for Ember to go in so they can just kill him with Static Storm. And you know, they don't really like to BKB brute force like a lot of other teams.
Looks like C9's comeback Roshan is now the order of business. Stampede towards bottom lane, though they want Misery first. He steals the Stampede before the sun hits, but he dies anyways. And they cancel Roshan. They're going bottom lane. They want to fight Secret. Arteezy TP's out before the egg can hit him. Black Hole comes in, only catches one, and he's sent back. Puppey saves S4. Sick plays coming out from Secret. And while all this is going on, Brood pushing the top lane. They get a kill on the Rubik. They get out. They force plenty of rotations, create space for Zai. That's just not what Cloud9 were hoping for. Fata as well as Notel were smoked up to try sneak a Roche. It looks like they'll still go in for Roche, but
they're already headed there. Look at Sniper. He's maybe poised in position to throw down a shrapnel, and Fata is not farmed. He still does not have upgraded boots, opting for that Aquila instead, and their T3 is under siege.
They're going for Roshan while their tier 3 may just go down here. Misery brought down inside his own base. Envy shows up. He's going to be the lone defender.
Classic Cloud9.
Fire Remnant forward. Disruptor's there. Static Storm and Envy. You may just be trapped in place here. Assassinate there as well. Envy, does he have a Fire Remnant out? He goes to the side. Not going to make it. Shrapnel chases him. Roshan is slowly going down. They don't even have the Eidolons. He didn't get the resummon on them.
I mean, it's pretty clear that they're doing something strange just because so much action is going around our T3. There's only 2 heroes, but they don't care.
Exactly. Aegis is not going to do anything for Cloud9. The main thing about Roshan is the gold boost, I feel, at this point. If you kill TA once, you're probably killing TA twice. Brood has 9,000 net worth, doubling up any of your C9 core heroes. It's getting embarrassing.
What does he have? Is that Orchid?
Dagon maybe? SMY? Oh wow, he normally goes for the Dagon, but this is more aggressive coming out from Zai.
I think the Orchid would have been really good. I guess they don't really need it, but it's just almost guaranteed kill on Ember as well as Phoenix.
Ember just not a hero that wants to go for like a Manta or BKB, typically speaking.
Yeah, he wants Battle Fury.
Where is Envy's farm right now? He hasn't picked up anything. No one has farm. What are you talking about?
No.
Enigma with a mech, maybe? Yeah, Enigma with a mech is the only real item on the Cloud9 team right now. Everything else is just little kitty toys.
Here they go. They want to fight bottom. There is no Ember Spirit, but they do have Aegis. They do have Black Hole. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Underneath is S4. He's going to walk over near this trap, and I think he sees it with the tower detection. Says, let's get out of this one. They're pushing their 5-manning. Zai can do a lot top. Envy goes in, even with the triple fire in it, doesn't even do enough damage to kill off the big spiderlings. Well, just pulls him back. Once he has if he levels up his ulti, I think that 450 damage will be just enough to kill off the spiderlings if he wants to use triple remnants, but this is just not looking good for C9. They managed to get their first tower of the game, but they're losing so much elsewhere on the map, and there's deep wards being planted by Secret, so even if whether they get this tier 2 tower or not, they've managed to use the map control to their advantage to take control of the map. Chen gets a mech now, and looks like Arteezy just happy to sit back and chip away at this tier 2 mid tower.
Free tower. No one in sight. They have to know they have a ward though, because he didn't drop a shrapnel.
Yeah.
So
something's giving vision of the tier 2. Alright, well, maybe now 1400 gold. Nothing to write home about, that's for sure. And they're just sticking around the dire side of the map. Kuro looking for that base ward, and will get one down, and I think he does so undetected, so giving a lot of intel. Secret, you know they're playing aggressive when you just look at where their 3 wards are right now.
Bottom lane, trying to get a kill on Puppey.
Doesn't look like that's happening. He uses the mech here, but top lane, that's where your tier 3 tower's under siege. You've got to get back and defend if you're Cloud9. TP gets scouted out, Bone 7, right next to this observer ward, and I guess the push is going to be slowed down. That annoying minus damage here. There's Bone 7. Getting hit by the assassinate. I think he pings things out saying there's a ward somewhere here, but
yeah, I don't know if that assassinate was worth it, especially since he has Tranquil's running.
Revealing that ward here seems not value. If he did so, there was pings coming out, so I assume that was a, hey, get some sentries and take this ward out. That was a fresh ward as well. Not worth it if it does get dewarded because of it.
Half damage on the T3 tower on top, and more importantly, kind of draws C9 into where Secret wants to go. Secret, they don't like to be at a time where like, okay, we have to back down because they're putting so much pressure. Fata.
He may have an Aegis, but they may just look to kill him twice. Fada gonna go down to one or two more right clicks. They've refocused their attention on the Supernova, but Arteezy quickly realizes
The Stampede and run?
cannot fight. Yeah, Stampede and run. That was not a fight they're going to win. Well-placed Fire Spirits from Bone 7, but they mech back up, and Arteezy may or less just go right back down the mid lane and keep on pushing, farming, and looking to fight Cloud9. 13 kills to 4 now. The gold graph still leaning upwards, up to about 14,000 now for Team Secret. The Sentry Ward S4 maybe the casualty here. Doesn't realize that initially until too late, but not enough damage output to bring him down as No Tail. Gets glimpsed back a short distance here. Envy now wants to go in, but goes flying into a static storm, and he's trapped inside this. That's going to be a kill, or is it one more right click? Disruptor! Right clicks him down, and No Tail now, with the Spiderling army coming into him, he needs to be a bit careful though. Phoenix will send through some Fire Spirits and a dive, give himself some nice money. Woo! He's making bank there, but even so, this is still very, very tough for Cloud9, losing Rubik and Ember Spirit.
I mean, Kuro has been so good this entire series, though. His Night Stalker, his disruptive play, just completely countering Envy. Anytime you want to Remnant in, boom, static storm kinetic field, and he almost died the first time. This time, he took a spill.
Team Secret just going to swing their attention once more towards the top lane. This tier 3 tower just slowly getting lower and lower, and Arteezy with Mask of Madness and just throw Assassinates out kind of willy-nilly. They glimpse Big Daddy No Tail back in. No black hole opportunity for you. Also, the Phoenix walked into that one, and they get out of the Midnight Pulse and can just chip away at this tier 3 without a glyph available. Things looking very grim for Cloud9.
Easy T3, beaten on the racks right now. Arteezy doesn't have that many items, but it doesn't matter. Cloud9 does not have the force to cope with his Chen army, this over-farmed Spider.
That's it. Lane of racks, 18 minutes in. It's just GG.
Yeah, it's...
Team Secret tap out.
He got brooded.
Oh, it's Team Cloud9 tap out. Secret, take it, 1-0. Yeah, brooded.
Yes, that's the thing. Cloud9 just have the potential to just get completely outdrafted, and that was... I mean, of course Secret played well, but that was all set up by the excellent draft. Ember's just not that great of a brood counter. He can't handle the lane alone.
As far as their players and having kind of signature heroes go, this is it for Secret. You've got the S4 Queen of Pain. They played a best of 5 against Virtus Pro, or Aces Polo at the time the other day. He played Queen of Pain all 5 games. Puppey on Chen, Arteezy on PA. Zai probably the only player. Zai and Kuro neither, I guess not on signature heroes with the Rubik going to Zai, but heroes that Secret are going to be very confident on.
Man, Rubik Offlane is so bold, especially versus Sniper.
Well, is it going to be the safe lane Sniper? It looks like it is going to be picked up by Envy, so presumably will be a Sniper and Skywrath dual lane. Phoenix in the offlane, Fata can go mid and put you No Tail Bounty just roaming around that Radiant jungle and annoying the Chen as much as possible. Still not going to be easy for the Bounty Hunter. I feel like the Bane is going to be the big hero for Secret, where they're going to look to punish the Bounty Hunter rotations through the jungle.
All you need to do is kill him once, and then he just takes so long to get back that generally your Chen will be out-leveled or out-leveling the Bounty Hunter and have enough gold to repel him with more dust and sentries. Yeah. So it's all about getting that first kill.
And even if you have to get sentries as well as dust at level 1 to do that, they pay for itself if you get that one kill.
Mm-hmm.
The value for the Bounty Hunter is if you spend all this money and he manages to elude everything that you throw at him. So we'll see. Looks like a little toilet break coming out. As Cloud9 ready to get things underway. Here we go. Game 2 of your finals for the Europe group stage. You guys can follow along over at redbullbattlegrounds.com. But right now, we're going to talk Dota 2. Cloud9 going to be playing on the Dire side. We'll introduce their players and roster. It's going to be Bone 7 in the offlane on the Phoenix. We've got Fata, your mid laner, playing Magnus. Misery on the Skywrath Mage. Eternal Envy on the Sniper. And that leaves Big Daddy No Tail on the Bounty Hunter. Boots first for him with a ward. On the Radiant side, leading 1-0, Team Secret. Going to swap things up. It's not Zai on the Rubik. He's back on the Bane. Bit of sneaky, sneaky plays coming out.
Do you think that Zai's going to support?
We'll have to wait and see. We'll look at some of these other players and items. Arteezy on PA, S4 on the Queen of Pain, Puppey on Chen, and Kuro on Rubik. He gets scouted out. He does have Boots first. Shrapnel going to slow him down as well. The Boots may allow him to escape this one. He goes with a lift, turns around, and, well, looking to run away from this Magnus. He needs 10 goes through, will not do so. Phoenix gets the kill. 3 shrapnels used, and it's well worth it in the end. As Cloud9 secure themselves a first blood. Meanwhile, to the side, Big Daddy No-Tail, Boots and Shurikens looking to chase down S4, although just the Shadow Walk to add some.
Nice hyper-aggressive play from Cloud, taking down Secret before the horn.
Curious to see what this Bane will be able to do here in this offlane.
It seems like he's just going to get kited. Like, if he's in a bad position, chase him down with shrapnel, and because of his super low range. But they have some plan.
Okay, well, Bounty Runes come up. Magnus and Queen of Pain get 1 apiece, and Secret do have the mid lane advantage as far as having that Queen of Pain versus Magnus matchup. Not an easy hero for the Bounty Hunter to gank as well. Having a Queen of Pain mid just means this bounty is unlikely to be able to pressure this mid lane whatsoever.
Sentry ward already placed. Puppey just completely dodging.
Okay, he's going to get scouted out though. This Phoenix is up here, and I don't know if he's been spotted just yet. Phoenix, yeah, he saw him, and he wants to block the big camp. Does do so. Puppey's not going to be too pleased about that one. At this point, all they can do is try and maybe right-click down Bone 7 some, but Big Daddy No-Tail also coming top. He says, okay, you're trying to avoid me, well, you're not going to be able to do so. The chase is on, and Big Daddy No-Tail is not going to let Puppey get away with this one. He's even got boots, so he can just poke after Puppey and just chase him long and far. Brings out the Satyr, trying to burn down No-Tail's mana, but he's not going to be successful. No-Tail may just look to chase Puppey down till his demise. Puppey without boots against a Shadow Walk and Bounty Hunter who does have boots. Misses one auto attack, but the chase still on. Shockwave, not going to hit. Puppey going for the deny. No sirree. Big Daddy No-Tail gets another kill. He's getting mana burned up now. This is going to be pesky considering he has no clarities, but another kill goes Cloud9's way.
That was not an impressive deny from Puppey. I thought he was going to wait for the Windwalk to hit. He can just stand there and wait for the Windwalk. If he doesn't Windwalk, he doesn't need to attack the creeps. But set up an easy kill for Bounty Hunter. S4 sitting really low, but with the Sentry Ward there, should feel safe from the roaming shenanigans of No-Tail.
And the Chen just, Satyr and Mindseal are coming in continuously to burn down some of this Magnus mana, but Vata already has his bottle up, so should be A-okay, not to mention the 2-minute rune coming soon, so that's going to be some additional regen for your Magnus. This Satyr going to keep on.
Oh, and the refill.
Oh, wow. That's some value. And Big Daddy No-Tail quad clarity build coming out. This is what you've got to do. S4 obscure a bit. Now, this is just Vata trying to chew through all his mana. He knows he's going to keep getting mana burnt here in this lane, so he just wants to eat through as much as possible. Whoa. Who's going to come out on top of this one? Puppey's there, but he's just level 1. Vata turns around with a shockwave, but there's your bottle from S4. Healing himself up. Puppey was actually the one holding it, so I think that caught him a bit by surprise, and Vata's on the run now. Blink available in 1 second, but he's not going to go chasing.
Man, that bottle from No-Tail actually really helped.
Yeah.
Kuro, super vulnerable.
Kuro dead.
And, I mean, just no escape from him. I mean, we talked about how difficult of a lane it is going to be for Rubik, and nowhere's easy for him.
Well, the support roaming Bounty Hunter has definitely paid off pretty well here in the early game laning stage as far as Cloud9 are concerned. Really helping them out. Mid lane S4 is just not having the best time. He's winning the CS battle, but Vata just one skewer shockwave away from a kill here as S4 is constantly low on HP and No-Tail nearby. Can't really go through this pathway without getting too close to the town. Yeah, he gets spotted out. S4 will just blink back to safety, but just being forced out of this lane is enough in itself, it feels like.
How's Puppey doing?
Puppey is doing not too well. He's level 1, has a TP and a Sentry Ward, and oh, guess what? Big Daddy No-Tail's found him again. Has a Soul Ring recipe and everything, so he's going in with a Janata slow, and he Tango's up just so he can maybe go for a Tau deny, but not going to dive too much further.
Puppey does have a TP scroll. Maybe he can draw the Bounty Hunter onto the opposite side of the map and then TP back to his own jungle, but that's a tall order. They also do have an Observer Ward up in Secret's jungle to make sure Puppey doesn't get anything.
He's not stacking any of these camps. He hasn't really got any catch-up farm available. He's harassing the mid lane with a Wild Wing Tornado, but ultimately Vata's doing pretty well in this mid lane. Has his bottle coming back, so he'll be able to heal up his HP and mana, as well as refill that bottle if he wants to down at the bottom rune. And
Offlane Sniper looking to get punished. Kuro pinging out on him. Arteezy is at half HP, but there's 2 heroes coming in.
Oh, here comes No-Tail. Teasy has a blink escape if he needs it. They're going to go on Kuro instead. Or it looks like they're kind of undecided on this one. Kuro now gets slowed up. Who are they actually going to go on? Teasy becomes the new target. Just level 1 on the blink. Doesn't have it anytime soon. Envy gets low. Chen the one TPing in. That's a level 1 Chen. Don't know what he was planning on doing there. Sniper did kill the PA, the shrapnel. Finishing him off in the end.
Nice play from Envy there. I didn't expect that shrapnel to kill him. C9, 4-0 in this early game. No Tail. Yeah, he is playing so well in this bounty hunter, keeping Puppey irrelevant.
Getting so much done here. He's got another TP scroll, and he may just TP back towards the mid lane and refill Fata's bottle, or bring back Fata's bottle, if anything. Just expedite the courier process, since that mid lane does give him easy access back to the lanes, and he wants to keep tabs on Puppey, make sure he doesn't get stacks going in the jungle, and look to catch up on farm through that.
Zai's the only one doing well. 31 CS with a soul ring to boot.
What an odd hero to have as your solo. He's crushing the Phoenix, so 32-18 CS to the 12-0 Bone 7.
Yeah, that's the Enfeeble at work.
Enfeeble, yeah, and just Phoenix not really very good base damage to begin with. Deep Observer Ward's coming out. Cloud9 want to remain aggressive and make sure they have vision and knowledge of what Puppey's up to around this mid lane. And here we go, No Tail coming in from the side. May look to start pressuring Puppey once more, but I think more than anything, just want to be making sure he doesn't get stacks going. He can swoop in and cancel this stack if he wants to. And it looks like that's going to be the play. Oh, there we go. He'll swoop on in, block the stack, and just keep Puppey's life absolutely miserable.
Yeah, Puppey knows he's there, though. There's no reason that the spawn should be blocked unless there's a bounty hunter or a ward, but most likely bounty hunter would be the one to place
Bounty may just come in and take some of these last hits if he really wants to. Get that big Dark Troll summoner. Puppey doesn't have detection, has No Tail spotted out, and if he wants to, he's going to go for this. I don't see any reason not to. He's got another Shadow Walk to get out, so easy last hits for No Tail. All right. Sniper.
They're doing even in terms of levels, though, so it's not that bad for Puppey.
Yeah, I guess from that point of view, both your 4-position players have kind of been negated. Artesia at bottom lane, TP's out from a gank.
Oh.
Okay.
Smart move from him. I thought at C9 we were going to wait for the Assassinate to come up, so he can't make that play.
Yeah. Well, he needs the TP, succeeds, and he gets out of there. Move on mid. Yep, lift up. Fata brought down. There's your Sonic Wave gank, and Kuro finally gets Secret on the board. In a much-needed way as well.
Well, we're looking at No Tail. He's out of clarities.
And one thing to look at, as much as C9 were kind of controlling the early game, it's actually a gold advantage going Secret's way. Experience dead even, so the graphs are telling a story where neither team has much of a lead right now. Problem is for Secret is that a lot of this farm is on a Bane, who is not really a conventional hero to get this kind of a farm on.
But he's crushing the Phoenix so hard that I think it's actually worth it for them.
2 points in, and normally you'd say, okay, got 2 points in Enfeeble, but could hurt later on.
What's he going for with the chainmail? Is this a blade mail? Bane?
Maybe. I'd say more likely a mech, but we'll see. I guess Chen's your mech buy, but Chen is not getting a mech anytime soon, that's for sure. So we'll see what the build is going to be as far as the Bane's going. It's almost like the old school Bone 7 build. Yeah, Arteezy blinks in on Misery. There's a lift available, but I think with the TP they decide, let's get the hell out. Unfortunately, what they don't realize it's just a level 2 bounty hunter, but then here comes your sniper.
That's awkward. They need Shuriken tossed badly.
Yeah.
And bounty hunters have spent a lot of time trying to nullify this Chen's effect, but Puppey's actually out-leveling the bounty hunter right now, and they wasted so much time. On top of that, Queen of Pain gets a kill.
Yeah, the Fiend script from the Bane at bottom lane kills off the Phoenix, and it feels like Secret are getting enough out of the lanes. Arteezy's not really farming too well on the PA, but PA's a pretty good hero to fight with even when you're not free farming away. Just with the Stifling Dagger, the Blink Strike, you can get a decent amount done.
I still wonder what this chainmail is going to be. I think a mech would be pretty good. It would be pretty cool to see a chainmail, though. Or, sorry, a blade mail.
It's like the old school Bone 7, blade mails on profits and stuff on these int heroes. I mean, Bane's a tanky hero. That's one of the big criteria for going blade mails. You want to be fairly tanky to begin with to get max value out of it. And with 1k HP already, this is not a bad idea for a blade mail.
Arteezy salving up. He's hurting in terms of levels.
Yeah.
Mid. Oh, just asleep. Casual sleep. Into a brain sap.
Shuriken finally out for No Tail, so That's the good news for him. He scouts out Puppey with a big stack here. He's probably going to look to leech XP on this one. Although there is a Radiant Sentry Ward nearby, so actually decides not to. Decides to go back towards the mid lane and...
Oh, that's a big... He didn't actually see the stack.
Oh, he's just...
Because of the Sentry Ward.
Yeah, he was just nearby and got scared off. So Kuro nearby as well. Second Sentry coming into play. Make sure that this bounty does not come anywhere near things here. So Puppey gets some catch-up finally. This will get him up to level 4 in a bit.
Puppey
actually
also
shares
sharing
XP
some,
with Kuro, yeah. What a jerk.
Kuro's
Kuro.
behind.
Yeah, that's the thing. Secret are very behind as far as levels go, but it feels like they're being matched by C9. You talked about Bounty Hunter being behind. Similarly, your Rubik's
Smoke,
behind.
Misery.
Oh, they're going to get revealed from the high. Oh, Big Day No Tail. Walks into Zai. This is a tanky Bane, though. He gets silenced up. I don't think he's going to go down immediately for this. They need the Magnus here for some additional damage. There's your Brain Sap. As the Stifling Dagger slows Misery more. One more right click could be all it takes here. RP catches just Zai. In comes Arteezy with a shrapnel in place. I don't think this is a fight Secret want to take underneath that shrapnel. Blink out from Arteezy. Queen of Pain shows up. Sonic Wave Scream gets dodged by the Phoenix Egg, I think. Actually, no, Phoenix was just on about 5 HP, and PA goes down, the Supernova pops, and Queen of Pain forced out. That Phoenix at about 50 HP when he popped that Supernova, according to the little health bar up top.
So close. Wow. Well, unfortunately, they were not able to get anything out of the Bane right there. And as you said, yeah, you have a lot of farm concentrated on your Bane, but he wasn't able to do anything in that 3-on-1 situation.
There's going to be a Blade Mail coming out. One of the better items against a Skywrath, because it's not like Skywrath can really prevent you Blade Mailing his damage once he's thrown his spells.
It's definitely unusual. I can't even theorycraft if that would work or not. We'll see. That's why you got to playtest. And Smoke, 3-man, Kuro, Arteezy, and Zai.
And one Envy.
Do they have...
Envy's farming a bit too well for Secret's liking.
Well, relative to... Oh, Zai actually turns around and grips Misery at the tower.
Oh boy, that's going to be 2 going their way now. Misery.
Man, that smoke was... If it had come 2 seconds later, Envy wouldn't have died there. And if it had come 2 seconds earlier, Misery wouldn't have died. So just perfect timing for that.
Yeah. Well played from Secret. They're going to look to turn this into the Tier 1 tower as well. S4 going to just nuke down the wave as fast as possible. And this will be some much needed just gold going the way of Team Secret, especially on heroes like the PA, the Chen, the Rubik. Both teams with very underfarmed supports, and even some of these core heroes. The Phoenix struggling on the dire side, but the PA struggling even more as far as Secret are concerned.
But getting the first tower of the game, so important. Secret will get a kill. Zai will pick it up, and Phoenix goes in.
Assassinates on Arteezy. He's done for. Kuro going to go down as well. Just got too greedy trying to finish off the Tier 1 tower. He should have gotten out sooner. And Zai maybe in too deep here. Sniper with no shrapnels available, though, means that's not going to be any kill potential on your Bane.
PA is so poor. He needs more HP. Well, S4 doing very well in terms of farm. 3-0, highest net worth in the game.
Smoke from Cloud9. It's Fata as well as Misery going to look to continue to be aggressive. S4 is the ideal target for this.
Oh, that's a newly acquired Blink.
Well, Blink RP with a silence. They kind of overlap the RP with this, but it does amplify the damage, and that's all it's going to take to bring down the Queen of Pain. S4 brought down by a nice smoke gang coming out from Fata and Misery.
And it looks like Queen of Pain did spend all of her gold before dying.
Okay. Not the end of the world there. No Tail now at mid. Gets ganked out. They have got Dust as well for him. PA gets the kill. Arteezy says, thanks, I needed that.
Bounty Hunter struggling for level 5, let alone level 6. Puppey is farming peacefully for once.
He's got his level 5 and halfway to level 6, so at least that's some good news for him.
So Bane was owning the Phoenix in lane, but Phoenix with those couple of kills just bounced right back from that atrocious laning phase. Blade Mail has been picked up by Bane, 1100 HP with Straight Treads, and then add another 300 with Brain Sap, and then maybe a couple hundred with Chen Heal, and that's a lot of damage potentially reflected. Although Phoenix doesn't really care because he has ultimate. Sand and Shrapnel, and Blade Mail it back. Next level strategy.
That's the thing with Phoenix. It's like he doesn't actually need to get good farm in lane. It's all about the levels, and then you can either come back in the mid game through team fighting or just offer a lot to your team. Even with, I feel like a Phoenix with 1500 less farm at 10 minutes in does more than a Bane does with the extra farm.
However, the Phoenix does not have a Midas this game. Most of the time we see Bone 7 on the Phoenix, he gets ridiculously farmed. Like a Tranquil, Midas, Yules in 15-20 minutes. But this time it's probably going to be like a 20-minute Yules.
He really wants to rush it against the Orchid that's going to come from S4, I guess.
I mean, he can still get Grip, though.
Yep.
So he has to be careful.
Grip, Telekinesis, there's still, plenty of options as far as keeping this guy in place. Rubik at mid now, level 6, has stolen just Shockwave to give him some extra AoE nuke damage, some wave clear.
Fada's RP is up in 2 seconds. Let's see if he tries to make a play with it. He does have a TP scroll. They really would like to kill Quap, I would say. Quap or PA are the primary targets. Blade Mail Bane.
Yeah, we haven't.
I'm still watching him.
When's the Blade Mail coming to play? He's actually maxed out Enfeeble, by the way. We saw him with just 2 points earlier on, but this is potentially a pseudo way of dealing with the sniper.
If you can get to him.
Enfeeble's got a pretty big cast range.
Yeah, I mean, he has 121 damage, so he'll be flinking you for 1 damage.
It's actually kind of crazy how big that Enfeeble cast range is. So from that point of view, I think there's with how he pops a Blade Mail and runs in, no one wants to attack him while he's Blade Mail. This is the strat. You Blade Mail, you run in, get the Enfeeble off, and they can't stop you Enfeebling because you're Blade Mail.
What a strategy.
Unless you get, like, Ancient Sealed, I guess.
Or Shrapnel.
He doesn't want a Shrapnel. The Blade Mail's there. He's too worried about dying. Actually, speaking of Sniper dying, he's got over 1k HP with a Sanj Ring of Aquila build, so...
Going for that damage control build. The Pycat build.
Yep.
I mean, he's ahead, though. I don't think he has to go that build.
We'll see. Once he gets to I assume it's going to be just an SMY, but we'll see. Fata now. Ooh. Skew into Roshan and a TP out. Not even being chased by Secret.
They assumed he had Blink Up, but if he had Blink Up, he wouldn't have skewered.
We'll C9 just playing things at a kind of slowish pace for the time being. They've got about a 2,000 XP lead. Gold favoring Secret by about 1,000. Kind of no difference between the two teams as far as the actual overall graphs go, but where the farm is the big problem for Secret especially, I'd say.
Yeah, PA is sitting at number 6, and on top of that, C9 finally have track online, so they can try and widen this gold lead or actually swing it towards their favor by getting some trap kills. And Fada, Bone 7, smoked up, looking for a kill.
And they're going to catch out the Rubik.
It's a track kill.
Yeah, let's say track's the big thing there. Oh, I don't think they got track off. Danny wasn't there.
Oh, he wasn't?
No track, so I mean, at this point, if a Rubik tanks a smoke gank, it's not the end of the world for Secret. They'd rather Rubik than the PA or someone again. But opens up this mid tier 1 tower for the tank, and Queen of Pain pressuring the bottom lane. But Sniper gets the tower, and they're going to look to defend bottom lane.
Well, he's thinking about running in with Blade Mail, right?
Yeah.
He does have point booster, so...
Oh. Fata went for an RP, but the blink fell a bit short there. So he's tanking up now. Point boost is Ags, or do you go Bloodstone?
The Ags is pretty sick. The only problem is they have a lot of ways to stop it without him having... without them having to attack him.
Oh, no tail. Gets spotted out by a sentry, and S4 takes the free kill. That's his Orchid coming up, too. Probably didn't need to use the Sonic Wave if he had that before.
Israel's in a pretty tight pickle right here.
Gonna slow on him. No Fiend's Grip coming. There, pop your Blade Mail. Now we're talking. Zai runs in. Where's that Enfeeble? Throw it out on the Sniper. He's gonna Self-Nightmare. Now he's gonna Enfeeble. No, he's gonna go for the Grip, but it gets cancelled by a Skewer. Only Enfeebles now. It's too late for that one. Should have Enfeebled sooner. Puppey on the front lines. Pretty's used his heal, but it's gonna be a death to Bone 7. The blink in from your Magnus. Making some plays happen. Fata.
Oh, he has Supernova on Kuro.
Oh, can they protect the egg? Doesn't look like it. Oh, the Sniper, S4. Just forced to blink out. Assassinate will follow S4 out. Puppey actually gets the last hit on the tower. One more blink out will help S4.
The Blade Mail Bane.
He doesn't Enfeeble. If he Enfeebled the Sniper, it would have been... You know, you may have 1 damage on your Sniper, but you still count as a hit on the egg. Well, it was a Rubik egg, so you're not really thinking that far ahead. Like, you're not planning for your Rubik to steal Supernova. In fact, I think that's the first time I've ever seen a Supernova steal in Pro Dota because of how hard it is to do, since it stuns and you have Dive as well as Fire Spirits. Normally, as soon as you come out of the egg, you just cast Fire Spirits if you're in a team fight.
Yeah, how did he steal it?
Dyer's middle
I don't know,
tower
Bone
is
7
under
maybe
attack.
just got orchided as soon as he came out or something. But yeah, that was an interesting little fight. Slightly Cloud9 favored. I think it was a 4 for 3 in the end, and yeah, we're seeing the gold graph dip down a bit towards their favor.
Arteezy's in Struggle City.
Yeah, this is not looking fantastic for him. It's up to 1500. Do you think just like the Treads Homeless Dominator build coming out again?
Treads BKB.
May need this is definitely a BKB game with the Shrapnel, the Magnus nukes, the
He
Skewers,
keeps getting nuked down to that.
Skyrath. Yeah.
Phoenix, in particular, owns him. Because he only has level 1 Phantom Strike, so he can't counter the Fire Spirits by constantly Phantom Striking.
Now, into the enemy jungle go Cloud9. They see Zai as well as your Chen. Bane pops the Blade Mail, not a target they want to go on. S4 did not Orchid Farta, but they get the grip on him, and Farta now locked in place, brought down. There's a Scream, Sonic Wave. The egg becomes the new focus, and Cloud9 going to lose 3.
The Blade Mail!
Oh boy. S4 still chasing. No TP for 38 seconds. Misery just going to look to hide in this little nook and cranny.
There. Zai's pinging him out.
They got to go through and check though. They may have seen he had a TP and just assumed he used it, not realizing it's on cooldown though. So it seems that Misery will be kept alive for now. Not worth checking every little spot.
Why didn't they... I guess they wanted to kill the Quap, but if they had silenced the Bane, I think they would have owned. Regardless.
I mean, you silence him, you don't want to kill him though because he's got that blade now. Jeez. I wonder if this is a Bloodstone or Ag. What is exactly is the Ag's upgrade?
If you attack
for
him,
Bane?
you get Nightmared, I believe.
That's going to be a cool little change.
I have to double check though, because I have seen it like 1 or 2 times.
Misery brought down with the help of the Orchid as well as a Brain Sap. Big Daddy No-Tail gets on a Deep Observer Wood here. Not being counted just yet. Sentries are available on Puppey's Chen.
Okay, I'm looking it up.
I need a refresh on some of these Ag's upgrades that you never see.
Increases damage per second, mana drain, and duration. If an enemy tries to attack Bane while he is channeling Fiend's Grip, they will instantly have Bane's current level of Nightmare inflicted upon them.
So pretty good against the Sniper at least.
I suppose, but they still have a Yules, Skewer, RP, Shuriken, Ancient Seal, Yules on Phoenix.
You BKB Ag Scepter it up.
BKB eggs would be good.
The only thing at that point is RP, but hey.
Or just BKB and right click them.
That's true.
Unfortunately, it seems like there are a lot of counters. Actually, yeah, that's a lot of counters.
Well, you've enfeebled the Sniper. That's the play, surely.
Yes. He needs like a blink though, I think, right? It looks like he is going for Ogre, or Ogre Club into Scepter.
Yeah. All right. So a quick pause coming out. As Team Secret, 22 minutes in. Pull ahead once again by a small little margin here, but experience also going in their favor for the first time, but still feels like a much closer game after that Game 1 Broodmother walloping that we saw. This is cool to see something different. I mean, the Bane offlane. We've seen teams experiment with a lot of different offlaners, be like the Sand King for Yoki. We've seen the Rubik from him as well, the Earthshaker in the offlane, but now we get Bane.
An unusual one, and one that it just doesn't make that much sense on paper. And
do you think it would have worked if he was if he didn't have a 1v1? Like if he was against the Sniper Skyrath, what would this Bane been able to do?
Not that much, but then Arteezy gets free farm.
Yeah. Okay.
Which the problem is, does an underfarm Bane do as much as an underfarm Phoenix? Apparently, I mean he seemed to have like more farm and he didn't do as much, so probably not.
I think Phoenix and Bane are kind of similar in that they both don't need farm so much. It's more they need levels. But if they get farm, they can make... I mean, we've seen the Blade Mail actually help out a bit. Mm-hmm. We've seen like a Phoenix with a Yule Scepter definitely is a pretty useful item to have. So I think Phoenix, though, falls off as far as items go a bit faster than a Bane will.
Yep. Sniper going for the SNY and Mask of Madness, and not immune to the Blade Mail effects.
Well, snipers do not like to go BKB.
That's not. But if you hit hard enough, you can just life leech.
Yeah. Now, Bane and Feeble can't be purged. Does that include BKBing it off?
Correct.
So you can't BKB off in Feeble.
But you can just BKB preemptively because he has no ability items. Like, you can't just let a Bane walk into your lineup.
I mean, if he's running at you like a... I guess if he's walking into your entire 5-man, chances are you're killing him off, so...
and then he's doing 1,600 damage.
That's worth it. It's worth time. I mean, 1,600 damage spread between 5 heroes, maybe.
That's worth.
Okay, well, we'll see what the next move's going to be. Arteezy working on a Battle Fury, going for the farming item this game. Catches out No Tail. And if they got the detection, here comes Kuro with a dust, and they'll bring him down.
They made a good job of keeping No Tail underfarmed. They can't afford to keep him alive in fights because then he'll have track gold, and then Cloud9 will outscale them into a later game. They're still trying to play the catch-up game, and PA needs to get her farm on, but it's not going to happen if Bounty Hunter keeps getting track gold and track kills, and if he has like Battle Fury, you're gonna have like BKB, SNY, Maelstrom, MKBs, and all these items that he doesn't want to have to deal with.
Cloud9 smoke up, but it's just going to Roshan. I was about to say, smoking without your Bounty Hunter for track doesn't seem like the ideal way to do things if you're not getting track money for a kill, but it's a smoke into Roche. And power on your sniper means he's getting a lot of bonus damage and bringing down Roshan fairly quickly. This seems like a Roche secret will not be able to contest.
It's slow though. Not that slow.
Well, Secret's still far away, have not even made a move towards the pit. Even with the fresh BKB on the Queen of Pain, it seems that they're somewhat unawares. Only now they're TPing towards mid, but too late. Envy picks up the Aegis on Sniper.
Time to kite him. I think they can probably kite him with like Sleeps and Enfeeble if Bane can actually get into there. It's a lot of it is on Zai, since he is so farmed.
So far it's been pretty good. Even just being a distraction. We're going to see a blink in with a silence. There's a defensive Yules. Your Magnus went for this one. He picks up an RP, but it's too late. They lose the Phoenix and the Magnus to a blink. Coup de grace coming out from Phantom Assassin. 4 dead on the Cloud9 side, and one of those is the Aegis Sniper who's about to respawn and die once more. Eternal Envy gets surrounded, brought down, and that was not a friendly arrival.
Man,
coming out of that Aegis.
Quap is so scary to play against when you're Magnus, especially when he gets a BKB like that. I mean, we talked about how Quap had a decent amount of farm early, and then she was, not getting too many kills. But now that she has Orchid and BKB, she can just completely control the Magnus. Blink right on top of him. She casted Orchid. Magnus tried to counter by Yules, and then he went for an RP, but BKB did 0 damage to the Queen of Pain, and then everyone fell like flies.
Yeah, the Sniper is the only physical damage they have to hurt the Queen of Pain during that BKB.
But he went a tanky build, right?
He went a tanky build, and the rest of Secret can deal with the Sniper. If you're RPing just the Queen of Pain, that's where your Bane, your Rubik, with their control can deal with the Sniper. At least throw him up in the air and keep him locked in place.
And more importantly, the PA with abysmal items is actually getting back into the game. Battle Fury, complete 700 gold, and I mean, there is like Chen Heal and stuff to keep him alive, but I think Cloud9 need BKBs to deal with the Blade Mail and everything else that they have to throw at him.
It does feel that way. Right now, Arteezy farming in kind of dangerous enemy territory where he will be scouted out by No Tail, but
Fata certainly needs a BKB. Envy probably.
Looks like Fata's picked up an ultimate orb. Is this going to be for a Lincoln's? Or a Hex?
I'm not sure. Is Lincoln's that good here? I don't think so.
The Orchid or the Bane? I mean, there's a lot of telekinesis.
I think it has to be a sheep, because if he were scared of the Quap, he would go Shadowblade or actually probably not Shadowblade. He'd probably go BKB. But if he just wants to kill the PA or kill the Quap before they pop their BKBs, that's what the sheep is for. But he has to be able to get a jump on them.
Maybe to help out a teammate from like a Fiend's Grip or something.
I mean, he has Yules from the Fiend's Grip.
Scarier, but yeah, I totally agree. It seems much more likely to be the Scythe of Vice at this point. That does help counter the PA evasion, so...
Could be Scotty.
Scotty Magnus. That would be a first. Seems like it's
Battle Magnus, man. I've seen Dendy do it.
I mean, you gotta get the Mask of Madness and stuff first. And then this straight Scotty with no... I guess it maybe gives some attack speed, but...
Arteezy still slightly poorer than Bane, but Bane is keeping up with the rest of them.
Oh, just going BKB, not at least for now going BKB.
Casual point booster, yeah.
He can go back for the X top lane. Orchid coming out on Phoenix. Hasn't popped the Yules just yet. Nice telekinesis means they'll bring him down. And Kuro gets a stolen RP off on Skywrath Mage. Well played. Kuro managed to set that one up. And
is Arteezy getting BKB after?
On the PA, probably. He's got 1k gold. Hasn't bought anything just yet, but we'll have to see.
He just needs to survive these fights, because he can outscale the Sniper, even with Empower on the Sniper's behalf.
And Kuro's Rubik having out RP expires. He must have stolen that the last fight, which helped turn things around. And
Blade mailed.
Blade Mail inside the shrapnel. Does use the RP, but S4 will blink in and finish off one more. He wants Envy as well. The BKB from S4 gets some backup from Kuro. That Fade Bolt with a Mask of Madness doing a lot of damage. Now the Queen of Pain gets sent back. 4 Cloud9 heroes taken out for kind of 2 in 2 separate fights here, but that one was a 2-for-1.
The Blade Mail is doing work. It took the sniper down pretty low, and Magnus was like, oh, what I do now? However, Big Daddy trying to get a track kill.
Kuro, don't see him getting out of this one. He's going to turn in Sunray. Just do as much damage as possible. Not going to find a way out of that one. Chen just split pushing, using his creeps. Throws out the triple tornado as they do the little bird dance.
Wave those wings.
In comes Misery, just to defend this bottom lane.
Misery's so poor. 2 null talismans. Queen of Pain working on something with that Hyperstone. AC, actually, I don't know. She doesn't really need the armor. Mjolnir for more damage. I think Mjolnir is much better. Mjolnir on your Bane. have him just be a lightning bomb.
Oh boy. That sounds like a fun way to play a Bane. Not often do you get to run in as a frontline tank as the Bane, but maybe that's going to be the case here.
But now that he almost has BKB, he can just BKB and then grip the Magnus, and that's it for Magnus. Like, they can't stop him. He's too tanky to die to the right clicks from Sniper.
And Magnus is kind of the ideal target anyways. He's the one you want to kill before he pops the RP.
And if he RP someone else, you could just BKB RP or BKB grip the Sniper, and then what does Sniper do?
Yep.
I mean, it is nice having a farm Bane. He has a lot more leeway in his positioning.
All right, well, for
Bounty
now,
Hunter are going for a Lincoln's. Is it a Lincoln's? I'm not sure. He has a Perseverance for some reason.
Refresher's not doing anything, and Battle Fury is not doing anything.
Yeah,
So
I would have to say Lincoln's. Casual Perseverance.
that's the old school way some players used to
Do
play.
you see that damage, dude?
The plus 10 damage.
Yep. Multiplied by Janata. Whew. The value.
He's hitting hard.
The value.
Not like he has unlimited HP and mana regen from Tranquil Soaring. You can burst. At that point, you're actually getting it for the plus damage, not the HP or mana regen when you've got Tranquil Soaring.
I mean, what else could he get that would be more effective?
Force Staff maybe, but I guess you could get another Yules, but
Drums, Vlads, Aura Master, Bounty Hunter.
Drums doesn't seem like a build anymore these days, unfortunately.
Yeah. Vlads would be pretty useful for armor. Actually, it's not that useful. I don't know. There's no BKB is usually a pretty good choice, but then again, he's pretty far off.
So BKB now picked up by the Bane. As Secret going to push the top lane. They've got all 5 up here, and C9 limited split push options available. They're headed down towards bottom lane, but
Almost BKB up on Arteezy. If he gets his tower, he will secure it.
okay. From there, imagine Secret and just be ready to keep on pushing. They have a DD on S4, and they're going to throw in the high ground. Force TP's back, and Cloud9, they do just that.
They're not scared of the RP. There was a 2-man RP right there. But look at Kuro's positioning. He's right.
Yeah, Kuro's ready to steal it. Chen's ready with a send back. Do you really want to try and make that play if you're Fata? This isn't like that earlier game today where he'd just go for the 2 hero RPs and pull someone back against NIP and try.
This is why he needs
Turn the game around
BKB.
there.
If he gets BKB, he can do it not with impunity, but close enough.
Yeah. Worried about the spell steal. I guess with the Linkers, it means that there won't be an insta spell steal onto him.
Yeah, but he can just Fade Bolt and then Spell Steal and then Telekinesis. Or Fade Bolt, then Telekinesis, and then Spell Steal. Lincoln's is not a solution. Not the solution. Sheep, however, if he blinks and Sheep's the Rubik. But you have to have vision of the Rubik, which is not terribly easy, especially since Secret covered their tracks with an Observer Ward on that high ground. Envy, MKB, 2/3 completed.
That's good news.
That is good news.
Going to help a lot against this PA. It means he doesn't have to rely on that Scythe of Vice from the Magnus when it comes out. Arteezy, though, has a BKB of his own, so as far as his ability to fight into the Sniper, he's going to be hitting level 16 soon to get that 3rd point in coup de grace.
S4, number 1 on net worth by a large margin. And his items have just come in at the right time, too. Like his Orchid timing was impeccable. That BKB right at the Roshan pit was really good. And now he has AC on top of that. AC, very unusual build on Queen of Pain. I thought it was going to be a Mjolnir. maybe scared about the BKBs coming out from C9 that are actually not coming out.
I guess the sniper in general will be sitting back, getting off decent damage, but does amplify the PA's damage with some of that minus armor. And
Yeah, but don't they need BKBs? I'm still like wondering why they are not. Like,
on the C9 side,
yeah, I think that Magnus desperately needs a BKB so he can initiate without the Rubik owning him.
even just stuff like S4 I've seen so many times with an Orchid, you try blinking for an RP and he gets that fast fingers Orchid on you before you can RP, or even if you get the RP, you don't get the skewer out because of an Orchid.
I think the Yules is kind of overkill. I think having a BKB instead of the Yules would have been much better.
He went Lincolns.
He did go Lincolns. So
Okay.
the only problem with that is that Rubik cast point is so incredibly low that it's probably one of the worst heroes to get a Lincolns against.
And if Secret ever get vision of him, even if Rubik's sitting back, PA's in the front line, Stifling Dagger, Lincolns is broken.
If he had BKB Lincolns, that would be a completely different story, because then he's preventing grip or spell steal, which both are which he's scared of. So difficult game for Magnus. Well drafted by Secret in preparation for dealing with a stacked Fada.
Well, now, next point of contest will be this Roshan pit, it looks like. 1 minute about until the Roche respawn, although teams aren't fully aware of exactly when this will be happening. C9 managed to deward above the pit as Secret smoked towards them, though, and C9 need to be careful. Sniper just spent all his money, will not have buyback in any upcoming fight.
A lot of this fight is on S4. He needs to get vision of the Sniper and the Magnus and be a man with BKB.
Ooh, no tail.
Do they not have a gem?
They have just dust. Kuro was not in range, and definitely feels like time to buy a gem if you're Secret.
They really needed that kill. Actually, Bounty Hunter kill is not that important, so.
I wouldn't necessarily even set them up to take Roche.
Ours, C9 looks like they're wrapping around themselves with the smoke to the south side, wrapping around west.
Secret aren't even roaching right now, but they are in a kind of vulnerable position where they could get caught out by surprise. No-Tail going to lead the charge with the Shadow Walk in.
Uh-oh.
Sentry's available though. Puppey's just picked some up, so...
This is close. Smoke has about 10 seconds remaining. And all of Secret are running away, and...
They've got to... At some point, they've got to be suspicious that 5 heroes have been missing for too
Where was the help arrow?
long.
He ran the help arrow away from the pit. That's an awkward pause. No comment.
You've commented enough on a certain player on this Radiant team, and
I don't know what
paused
you're talking about. No comment.
It may just happen to be that same player who just paused.
At this point, it's too late, though, right? Like, if they go in the pit, it's already going to be dead. 7,600 HP left on it.
Oh, could be. I guess
no.
Yeah, with
Queen of Pain is way too far.
Queen of Pain is the most important hero to have in this fight. It feels like
if he TPs to the T2 and blinks twice, maybe he can make it. But even then, that's what, 9 seconds at best.
Yeah. So PA picked up a point booster. We're going to see a Skadi come out. This is...
He needs HP, though. That's for sure.
Seems like a smart build to go for. Oh, coming back. The super lags. Not just lag, super lag. So, hopefully get things back underway fairly soon. Secret taking control of Game 2. This would clinch their spot here at Santa Monica for the playoffs of Red Bull Battlegrounds. They are getting very, very close with a 10,000 net worth advantage.
Do you think Roche actually means that much in this?
I mean, we saw last time it didn't. If Envy picks it up, he doesn't. Without a BKB, it doesn't seem to mean as much.
It seems like it means a lot for Secret, though. Like,
I think if Secret get it, they can just straight up win the game. But from that point of view, it's important for Cloud9 to get this so that Secret do not. But
yes.
I don't think it really changes the position C9 are in that drastically. None of these heroes with an Aegis is going to be able to do a huge amount with a second life. If Envy's dying once, it's probably because he's lost the Magnus and he's going to die a second time.
Yeah. They don't all in on heroes, which is where an Aegis is really good.
Yep. Let's see. Maybe they'll prove us wrong. Caster's Curse has been pretty real today and yesterday. Hellraiser has proven everyone wrong.
Yeah.
That's all fat. When we're talking about fat, and then suddenly goes and like feeds like 3 kills, misses some RPs, and
Zai's been doing terrible today.
Yeah.
Big Broodmother wins in 18 minutes.
Oh yeah. My favorite was the Fata one. We've just been talking about him for like 2 minutes straight, and then he blinks into RP mid lane, misses the turn RP, doesn't get the skewer. They miss the arrow and completely blow the kill in that game against NIP. Oh man, can't get anything right some days. So, looks like should be pretty straightforward here as far as C9 taking out Roshan, and hopefully pretty straightforward as far as getting this game resumed sometime soon.
Right-click Roche, pick up Aegis.
That's the plan. I don't see it going anywhere else apart from the sniper.
He's really underfarmed, looking back at it. I mean, he's on par with Phantom Assassin, and Phantom Assassin was struggling mightily.
Yeah, Pierre was ridiculously far behind the sniper at one point. Pierre was like number 6 or number 7.
She was in Poverty Town.
And C9, some of these heroes really fall off the longer this game goes. I mean, looking at Bounty Hunter especially, he's just going to be a walking track at some point. I guess with the Lincoln's Fury, he has some extra added strategic benefit to his team.
Yeah, but Chen has a mech.
Yeah.
He also has a scepter.
You can't compare what Chen... I feel like you'd much rather have the Chen than the Bounty Hunter at this stage.
He wants a golem. Man, if they have a golem. Ooh.
Bane, you got Fiend Script to go through BKB. It's a BKB Fiend Script too, so very hard to deal with or to count.
What I'm very surprised with is how Bane has been able to keep up his farm and keep up that 4/5 territory that he was in early. Like generally, if you think of a Bane and they do well in the lane, they tend to fall off because how does Bane farm? What are you gonna do? Brain sap creeps? You have to stay alive and you get to get kills, which is not easy.
144 CS. It's not just kills that he's been getting, it has been actual lane farm too, beyond the lane stage. Because yeah, like you mentioned, back when there was a period of time where Bane solo mid was kind of popular, and the hero would dominate the lane, win most 1v1s, maybe get a kill or two, but then you flash forward to 30-35 minutes in.
Yeah, if you don't have like Neko 3 plus BKB, you're useless.
Yeah, your farm quickly can kind of trail off a bit there, so... We're not seeing it with this Bane. Bane about to hit level 16, and it's getting a lot done, Zai.
Some reconnects back into the game, and looks like Bane will be picking up a Scepter post BKB. And yeah, it's fine if you have BKB and Scepter. I think getting Scepter with their lineup is overkill, or actually it's just a terrible idea without a BKB. But now, if you have BKB, and especially with Sniper not going for BKB and being underfarmed, it's decent.
I wonder if the Scepter Nightmare applies to teammates. Like, let's say your teammate tries to attack you while you're Fiend Scripting. And you have Shadow Strike on you, so you're in deny range. Your teammate tries to attack you. Do they get Nightmared?
I don't know. Let's see.
You could Nightmare all 9 heroes in the game.
Technically, it says enemy on the tooltip, so...
Who knows? Maybe that's a bug to explore. I don't know if it's a bug. I feel like that's something that was not tested. Was whether you could Nightmare your teammates during a Fiend Script. It's such like a very niche thing that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, the chance of Bane getting an Ags in the game is already pretty slim.
Yeah. All right. Well, Bane, he's looking like he will farm at this game. Elsewhere, you've got your Kuro Rubik, kind of the poorest of the secret heroes and the support.
But still stealing RPs. It doesn't matter. That's the thing about Kuro's Rubik. It's so scary, even with or without farm.
And at some point, he will have a Blink Dagger. He's sitting on 1,600 gold right now.
He could sell his Soul Ring and his Magic Stick right now and get his Blink. So he clearly doesn't want that badly. Not at the sacrifice of all his items. But Tranquil Soul has been way more popular. I actually kind of like it, because if you have Arcane and then you take like one spell nuke, like an Assassinate or Shockwave even, then you have to go home and heal, or else you're just going to flop to whatever AoE comes your way.
I think it was yesterday we saw one game with a Sniper versus the Chen. I think it was the Navi game versus Hellraisers, where the Sniper, when they were pushing, just kept spamming Assassinate on Chen, and Chen would just be constantly on like 200, 300 HP. He has no HP regen, so... It seems incredible. The HP regen seems incredibly valuable. It gives more movement speed than any other boots outside of Boots of Travel. Even when it's broken, it still gives... The broken Tranquils gives more movement speed than phased treads, well, unphased phased boots and treads and all that.
It's good. It does so much sustain.
Yeah.
And, like, Arcane is nice, but if you're not 5-manning, Arcane is not that much value. It's also super expensive. You can get...
You never want to go Arcanes as a support. You're only getting it because it's like the team really needs it. It's like it's like getting a pipe. You never want to go a pipe. You'd rather get a BKB. And you'd rather be selfish and get a BKB, but some games it's like, okay, got to get a pipe and help everyone out. Arcane Boots seems kind of similar. But not even Chen getting out. I mean, at this point, Secret don't need Arcane Boots with their lineup. No mana problems anywhere.
Tranquil's too good.
I mean, even like a Magnus. This is a hero you used to see as Arcane Boots as a core item on. It's just treads these days.
Yeah, I thought Tranquils were a bit weak, but looking at the amount of Tranquils in this game, does not look weak. There's what, 4 Tranquils maybe?
Dude, Tranquil's OP.
3?
3. Just 3. But like, it's this kind of support-only thing, so... The only support who... I guess Puppey doesn't have Tranquils. Theoretically could get them. Misery also, yeah, that's a offlane Phoenix, so... I guess Misery, it's got the money for him.
I wonder if C9's like been really antsy these last 5 minutes. Like, we don't know where they are. Are they gonna come to us at Roshan? What's our plan?
That's the thing. Secret have had all this time to like be like, okay, they've been missing for at least 30 seconds. they can think about Roshan going down right now. Like that's.
But yeah, if they lose the fight, they lose Roche, that's a huge swing. Whereas if they just lose Roche,
points C9 are committed. It feels like.
yeah, and the risk reward is just I don't think is worth it for Secret. Like they can probably win the game without Roche, but if they go in, they have a huge chance of losing.
Yeah. It doesn't look like they'll be able to.
Yeah.
Mouse Commanders will wear off, but.
Yeah, it's not happening. Well, looks like game will be resumed shortly, guys. Game 2 of Secret versus Cloud9 in this finals for the Europe region of Red Bull Battlegrounds. G's come out.
All right, let's get things underway. They're going for Roshan. You can see they only spotted the Bane in mid lane, but he's headed up top.
Yep,
So
they're leaving. Nope.
Yep. They're ditching.
So, yes, I agree. Like, whatever, Sniper gets Aegis, still doesn't hit that hard. As long as Arteezy is able to survive, which he probably should be with the newly acquired BKB. He was able to survive before, so if he has BKB, he has an AC Aura, he has a Granite Golem, a Mech, and a Chen Heal. You're pretty much doubling his current HP.
They got the Granite Golem yet?
Oh, that is really lucky. That
There we go. Yep. Just respawn. As I say that.
Yep.
Here we go. Triple Wild Wing. I'm not sure how this is necessarily the ideal creep arrangement at this stage, but
I think anything with a Granite Golem is an ideal creep arrangement.
put some Ice Armor in there maybe, but the Ice Armor is probably one of those
Does
better
he need
late
Ice
game
Armor?
creeps.
He probably has ridiculous amounts of armor.
Oh, but it's like more. Why not add more armor as well as the slow?
Tornadoes, dude. 3 tornadoes.
No tail pushing forward. This is where at Secret still no gem coming into play just yet.
Yeah, the heroes that you want to focus on just have incredible amounts of armor. 23 on Queen of Pain, and 15 on Phantom Assassin without the AC, so 20 armor on her.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the Wild Wing aura. The armor. Think of the armor.
Okay, so Zai taking damage here. Shrapnel as well as Assassinates kind of locking in place. Dive forward from Phoenix.
Yeah, he has BKB though.
Yep.
They could just send him home if they want to
Skewer
be
back.
safe.
Puppey gets caught out. He's tracked out. They're going to supernova defensively. Not going to go for it. Enfeeble comes into
Oh,
play.
the Sage proc.
Oh, Zai on the run. The track giving vision. Everybody tracked up at this point. Not really a good fight for Secret to be taking because of that, but Arteezy going to BKB and look to turn things around. Without a supernova, this could be the death of Bone 7 on Phoenix, and he'll get taken out by the Chen. Face on. S4 blinks forward. BKB still active for the time being, and Misery slowed down. 1 or 2 more right clicks will finish him off. He's getting bottled back up, and
S4 hits so
oh,
hard.
the blink scream. S4 brave plays as he blinks to the high ground. He'll be sent back home, and I think off of that, Secret just back off and farm the lane.
Secret's so tanky. Like, they tried to kill Puppey, didn't work. They tried to kill Zai, didn't work. And then they tried to kill Arteezy, he pops BKB, and they're just no good kill target. And generally, you view a Chen as, like, super easy to kill. But with all this armor from all the auras, the +8, as well as the mech and the Chen heal, and the Granite Golem aura, everyone's just impossible to disperse. And that's really what you rely on with heroes like Skywrath and Bounty Hunter.
And Cloud9 also just with a lineup without that much burst at this point. The Skywrath Mage, maybe with the Mystic Flare, one of their better heroes, but none of their cores really have great burst damage. Sniper, decent right-click damage with the MKB, but he got hit by an Enfeeble as well fairly early on. Doesn't take away all his damage, but even minus 120 is a big, big deal to have to deal with.
Especially for the agility heroes.
Yeah. Like, I clicked him, I'm like, oh, he still has plus 60 damage, but that should have been plus 180.
Yeah, I think versus a Sniper, or versus the Bane, you might actually have to vary your build and just go a damage build instead of a attack speed build. But, I mean, no one expected the Enfeeble to actually matter in this matchup, right?
That Blade
That's something in
just
hindsight.
running in.
Yeah, I know. What do we do?
God, just panic. He actually was just like BKB in the middle there and throwing out Enfeebles and Nightmares, and
He could have gotten like a Manta Scotty. I think that might have been, like, it's not that much damage, but if he gets Manta, then he might not be able to Enfeeble. And then if he gets Scotty, he can also kite the BKBs reliably instead of having to rely on a Sage proc.
Rubik now with that Blink Dagger as Kuro's ready to go, already sealing up. He wants this game, and we'll see what more he can do. The Kuro Rubik, always fun to watch.
BKB on Phoenix. So that is really important considering they have no Slice of Vice and they have to... I mean, he's really squishy though. 1400 HP, 6 armor. If he gets crit by the PA, he has to be really quick on that Supernova button.
Well, the other scary thing is S4, AC complete, is now sitting on 4,000 gold, ready to get to work on his next item as well.
I'd say Scythe.
Yeah.
They don't have any force staves.
Absolutely.
I mean, he could also go more right-click. If he got like a Daedalus, oh my goodness.
Oh, Big Daddy No-Tail gets too aggressive there, going for a track, and S4 immediately just blinks forward with the Orchid. Had decent vision around this area with the Radiant Overlord, so knew that there weren't too many more dire heroes in the neighborhood, and Secret are just going to go look to push Icon, it seems. Get that triple Wild Wing going. They got the Granite Golem for the bonus HP, and
Fada, what can you do? Get the big RPs. That's what they need.
it seems like the main option here. Tier 3 tower being tipped away. They've got Glyph as well.
Look at the triple tornado.
Let's cancel some blinks. Fata gets a bit too close to one, and he cannot blink in right now. He's being chased around. Stolen track from Kuro. That's actually a really important spell. That's
the Golem's dying. Puppey,
he's gonna heal. He's got Hand of God. He's baiting. Hand of God? Okay, never mind.
That's a big deal. The 15% HP on everybody. Time to bounce. No golems.
He's being pinged.
And it's another golem. What in the world? Still, they're not done yet. S4 in a little bit of trouble.
Looks like he'll get out okay. Puppey heals up his little Wild Wings, his trusted birdmen.
Kuro's like, oh, here you go, golems.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure C9 are looking at him with track and be like, what, really?
Track has got to be one of like the best spells Kuro can steal outside of like a team fight where he wants an RP.
Or Supernova.
Yeah.
It's still Supernova.
Like, to kind of lead into the team fight, this is the ideal spell to have, and then you're looking out for that RP still like in the mid fight, or a Supernova if for whatever freak reason you can get your hands on it, which seems like it should never happen. But it helps set things up so well in a team fight. You mentioned Envy going for a damage build. He's doing just that. He's picked up a Crystallis going more of a glass cannon build, but without a BKB, life is going to get very difficult this game.
Yeah.
Not to say he shouldn't do this build, but he's going to have to be very careful with his position.
He's going to crit for like 200. With Enfeeble. A little bit more.
Okay, and I think our TZ has got a completed Skadi. Yep, Courier's going out, and that's going to give him just more HP, more armor, better ability to fight the sniper if he ever blinks onto him.
This is a big problem for Cloud9 because now PA can just stick on the sniper, and then what are they going to do? He can't run away. He doesn't have BKB. If he has Mask of Madness on, he might die in a crit or two.
Caught out No-Tail here. Going to try to bring him down. A couple more right clicks. It's the Bane with a Brain Sap. Is that a gem on Puppey? Yeah, you betcha. Top lane meanwhile. S4 going in on his own. Trying to just 1v5. Doesn't get the kill on Envy. Blinks out of there just barely. Shockwave not enough. Great mech saves, and Puppey with the clutch Chen plays. S4 tries to blink in for a kill. It's Fata to the side. Fiend's Grip, Nightmare both available, and Zai gonna get the kill on Magnus. Meanwhile, Sniper got chased down by Rubik. Kuro with the track vision. Keeps up with Bone 7, and oh my gosh, S4 somehow goes into a 1v3 fight, comes out alive, gets saved by Chen and Rubik.
That's such a smart build from him, getting massive armor. If he expects an RP, he BKBs, and he doesn't die to the sniper, who went mass physical damage. And that's just incredible, a quad being this relevant 42 minutes in.
He got sent back to base, buys boots of travel as well, so he's here for the push now. The ACR is there, the rack's gonna fall fairly fast because of this. Zai, BKB, Fiend's Grip, who's he going on? It's the sniper. Magnus has no RP available. Skewer not going to hit, and that's a dead sniper. No chance for C9 to defend without the sniper. It feels like Fata's next in line. The Supernova Egg Stun doing decent damage. Rubik only sealing off the dive. Arteezy's BKB wearing off, but Mag dead. Dive through the fountain. Kuro just trying to keep everybody at bay. And Secret, I think, realizing, okay, we got to back off now. Zai, his Blade Mail on cooldown. Not going to do too much more. Bane going to actually buy back and look to seal the deal here. Top Brax has been claimed. Arteezy turns around, fights onto the Skywrath Mage. S4 on the front lines as well. Tornadoes everywhere.
The tornado vision is highly underrated, keeping it up on
the track vision as well. I guess most of those tracks wearing off now with Kuro not having it anymore, but he wants to steal it once more. If he sees this bounty, he's going to try to grab it, but
looks like Secret well underway to take an undefeated sweep of the Europe region.
They have, every game from them has been pretty decisive. This has been the closest game for Secret yet, but their mid to late game has just looked like they've been completely outplaying Cloud9.
Yeah, their team fight and execution is, it's really nice to watch.
And with all these heroes dead and their buybacks on cooldown, boots of travel for your PA. Not an item he was probably expecting to buy as his next item, but there's an opportunity now. 10 seconds on Sniper, 24 seconds on Magnus. Second lane of racks to be claimed. Secret getting closer and closer to sealing the deal here. Bottom lane unable to be taken with a tier 2 tower up. They're pinging the tier 4 towers here. They do have to worry about a Magnus RP, but very tanky on a lot of these heroes, and they will now finally decide to back off. But with a 2-lane advantage, this game gets very, very difficult for Cloud9 to win.
Yeah, still not giving up yet. Still could turn it around with a big RP coming out from Magnus. But Fada has been coming up short due to the excellent control from S4 and Kuro.
Well, Zai maybe in over his head has a defensive nightmare. BKB available. He's trying to buy time and space. Doesn't BKB, instead goes for the blade mail. Now going to turn and fight onto Misery. Ghost Scepter's up, Sonic Wave on the side, PA gets 1 kill on the sniper, Misery gonna burn down. Meanwhile, Arteezy, during his BKB, wants to chase for more Fiend's Grip on Fata. Fata's dead, as is the sniper, GG! Secret have won the European group stage for the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2, and Cloud9, true to their name, have finished second place.
Some excellent Dota here today, and I am usually impressed with Secret, and today is no different. Some unusual drafts, off
being forced to play each other by reflectors. It didn't happen, so it's a bit of a treat for us that we haven't seen it. We don't know what to expect, and you can see the crowd here is hype. It's a packed house at the Warfield Theater. Thank you to everyone for coming out. It's going to be an awesome series.
Absolutely, and two very interesting drafts to kind of start things off. We're kind of seeing some of these 6.84 picks come out, and got to say, really interesting to see how Secret's draft especially works, whether or not the draft Visage is still as strong as it once was.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see that, and with IG, something that you and I talked about a little bit before the group stage is once this team finds kind of their comfortable strategies, they tend to run them a lot. We saw that quite a bit at Starladder Season 12. We didn't see that many games of them from the group stage, but it seemed clear after that one Enchantress DK opening, they just dominated that game, and it felt like a strategy they were going to go back to. To me, Secret were completely ready for it. They had a very quick response with the Drow Visage, and they knew that IG were likely to run that opening in at least one game this series.
Yeah, and I think more than the Drow Visage, the Razor pick, probably something very premeditated this series as far as what they can do against a DK pick and just to kind of deal with that kind of a play from IG, and it fights well in the early game against those pushes. Plasma Field, great for its counter push, and Razor just generally can build very tanky to be able to fight early on.
Well, with that said, the team's getting ready to grab their runes. We're going to go ahead and introduce them. On the Radiant side, we've got Team Secret, beginning with Puppey. They'll be playing the Shadow Priest. We have S4 on the Razor. The Phoenix will be handled by Mr. Zai in the Offlane. So I think the Cloud9 have also run quite a bit in that support role as well for Big Daddy, but this time around Secret going to be running as a core. Kuroki on the Visage. He was dominant in the one game we saw him on this hero in the group stage, and something that, or in the playoffs I should say, and historically it has been one of his best support heroes. Arteezy rounding things out as the Drow Ranger. On the Dire side, we have Invictus Gaming, burning your Offlane Weaver with the Deso cosmetic already picked up, looking snazzy there. Faith going to be moving around a lot early, potentially as the Shadow Demon in the mid lane. We'll go 430 on the Dragonite. He's going to have a tough matchup, as you mentioned. Off in the jungle will be the Enchantress, for now missing from the map, and that does leave Luo. They're actually going to give the Darkseer the safe lane, so they are not running him in the off lane.
That's the important point to know. When you have burning in the off lane on Weaver and a safe lane Darkseer, that means IG are going to look to be aggressive. Faith joins burning down bottom on Shadow Demon, and you've got to expect this Enchantress is going to be roaming a lot early on, either towards the mid lane or maybe even more likely towards this bottom lane to help out burning, get his farm, and get some kills on the very vulnerable Drow Visage. These heroes do not cope well with ganks.
This is potentially a really good Weaver game. Looking at Secret, they have no reliable stuns whatsoever. Their best tool for dealing with the Weaver is probably that Drow Silence for a certain stage of the game, but going later, it's going to be up to Kuro to have some amazing familiar stuns, or they're just not going to be able to lock him down at all.
Yeah, I really like the way IG have lane things as well. The Darkseer, it's a good matchup against Phoenix in the top lane. That's where Luo should be able to out-farm Zai. Zai does not last hit amazingly well on Phoenix, although the precision aura does help, and then Luo can also rotate into the jungle, take advantage of the camp save with that Iron Shell.
I am wondering for IG, are we going to see any early movements for them? For now, the lane's going okay. The Darkseer is dominating, as you mentioned, but the other two lanes are struggling. Burning, not getting his early farm. Neither is the solo mid DK for 430, though you really would not expect it. Razor versus DK, very disadvantaged to begin with, and then you've got the precision aura coming in. That is just simply not a lane you can win as DK.
Yeah, so they're going to look to get on the move soon. There was one shockwave creep towards mid lane early to help out 430. 430 now going to look to set for kill. He's got no damage, but they should be able to get a first blood. One Sentinel stun. There's a second as well. And S4 brought down by 430, who gets the last hit as well. Very important, considering he only had 4 last hits.
A lot of IG fans in the house, man. They were excited for that one, and it's something S4 expected undoubtedly would happen at some point this game, but he didn't know exactly when the gank was going to come, so unfortunately didn't have any vision on the initial smoke. Well played by IG, and they're going to transition into the enemy jungle now, perhaps looking for Puppey, as he is off doing a bit of stacking.
That was just a great little bait from Dragon Knight in the mid lane. It's like, okay, you can static link me, keep on chasing, bam, there's your disruption. And now the next move coming out is going to be very important. You don't want to just get that 1 kill, you need to keep the aggression up. And Faith, unfortunately, does not get the disruption off. He tried to come around the corner and catch Puppey out, but unsuccessful.
Well, we had a poll about who won the draft, and I think it was still ongoing after that gank, which is where suddenly it turns out to be close to 50-50, 51% voting here for Secret. Again, guys, to participate in those polls, just go to redbullbattlegrounds.com, and they are live. But for now, we're back underway, where Burning is likely to start getting a little more space here. As long as IG are occupying the Secret jungle, he's not going to be under the same pressure he was at the start of the game.
Yeah, the early start for him was not good. Just on 6 CS for now, but that's very likely to change. If this lane's pushed up, RTZ can't really farm unless the supports are shielding him.
They found him. Disruption to start. Follow-up stun to follow. The silence coming out and just gets run over. Now the dive onto Kuro with the swarm there. A little shadow poison giving some extra vision. They might just be able to kill him off. Solo pops the stick, trying to survive. Still slow down. RTZ also dropping. Surrounded by the centaurs. They get the visage. They don't get Artur though. Pushes them back. Here comes Puppey with the heal, but I don't know if he can get out. Has to juke. Puts on his Nikes and begins to dance. Suddenly Faith in danger. May end up dropping one more auto attack. They get him. Nice turnaround by Team Secret. Looked like it could have been a lot uglier.
Yeah, that salve at the perfect time when he was about 50 HP, gets around the corner and just kind of baits the Shadow Demon in a bit further. I don't think Faith needed to go so deep. He had a triple poison stack on Visage and he had the kill even without diving underneath, but still great aggression from IG, making their intentions known from the get-go.
Yeah, score now 3-1. Technically for IG, a win there as far as the kill exchange goes, but they are still dominating the CS charts for Secret right now. We see 3 of the top 4 on their side. The Dragon Knight will be very happy with his involvement in the first blood, but Secret, a lineup that can give up a couple of kills and still come out even or potentially even on top because of their Drow Aura and the 5 ranged heroes.
Yeah, the analyst talked about it's all about the timing with the Drow Visage. You don't have to have an amazing laning stage, but if you can get that T1 tower to T1 tower timing, get your Roshan at a reasonable time, and then just snowball from there. This lineup really kicks up and gets steam. Around the time Drow hits level 6, 10, 15 minutes in the game, you start pushing all the towers, and then you never look back. And that's something IG are very wary of, and they want to make sure they get a lot done here in the laning stage because they will be very vulnerable to that Secret aggression later on. And
to me, the big hero that can be the X factor when the push comes is Luo. Not only having a great start in terms of CS, but Darkseer got a pretty big buff in 6.84. The wall lasts 45 seconds, I believe it is, at all levels. It used to be 15 seconds at level 1, but because of that, I think it's even early game going to be a bit more difficult than what Secret may expect to push in.
Yeah, I can definitely see Darkseer being kind of the key IG hero. They gave him the safe lane, but he may go down. Top lane, Luo, very low on HP. The Fire Spirits burn him down. Zai with a solo kill. Nice dive there, but they're making it go now bottom. Onto Artur for deploying the swarm. It actually is a bit mistimed here. Doesn't get it on. No, it does get it actually. Now the turn. The Phoenix rotates in. Zai looking for several kills. Burning. Can he get out of the burn zone? Barely able to escape, but they already lost 2 around the map. But Secret chasing for a bit more. Out come the Spirits on the 430, but he'll be healthy. Meanwhile in the woods, Chuan playing a little peekaboo here, but S4's found him. The troll trap gonna buy him an escape plan, at least for now. Puppey also meandering in, and Chuan has finally been evicted from this Secret jungle, but feels like he got the job done already. Yeah, that was a 1-for-1 trade. The carry for a support, and IG will be very happy. Not only did they get a 1-for-1 with a decent trade, all 5 Secret heroes TP bottom. The Razor went down bottom, as did the Phoenix from top lane. Oh, Burning just walks in and takes it in the mouth from Secret. That was a punch right there, and now they look to turn this one. Ion Shell deployed, going on to RTZ. The early wall comes out, something we didn't used to see on Darkseer, but we sure are now. Hasted 430, or surged, I should say, getting pushed all around, and wants to go back in. A little dangerous to dive this tower against a potential grave turnaround, though. Really like the surge with a hero like Dragon Knight, because he does really need he's often the one running in looking to initiate. More so than a Shadow Demon in this game, I think it's going to be Ferrari on the front lines, especially once he gets some items, and he can benefit a lot from the Darkseer surge.
Outside, now gonna Cross paths with Johan. There is a bit of a stun coming out. Follow-up troll trap, trying to force out that Icarus dive. Perhaps they disrupt him. Soul Catcher, he might actually go down to this aggression. Turns with the Fire Spirit, so suddenly the auto attack's not available. And in comes reinforcements in the form of a dive forward combined with a plasma field. Secret takes down 2, and now bottom looks like Burning. Oh, actually Luo continue to engage with Curl here, but no follow-up.
We're doing a lot of damage. You can kind of see the potency of this dazzle for Puppey, though. The Shadow Wave doing a lot of help and assistance against the Iron Shell damage, and something to kind of keep note of here.
Now 430, they just keep on going in one at a time to the Drow, and they'll drop another. Now Faith could be next. Disruption's there, but he gets purged a little bit. The chase comes out. They need one more auto attack, and they find him. He scrambles to the south, but the field clips him again. IG.
No frost arrows, no problem.
Momentum.
Arteezy just chasing people down with the triple Wraith Band boots. He's going purely for that assistive build in the max precision aura, and not done pressuring the mid lane. They want the T1 tower.
They have the purge from the Razor. It seems that's all they need when the disruption comes out.
Yeah. They've got no initiation. There's no poison touch, no frost arrows, no slows or really anything, but they just 5-man.
Burning trying to engage on S4, but he just can't get in close. He's not tanky enough, not farmed enough to make that fight happen, as they did force out the Supernova. Zai has another dive available. They need a 430 stun here, and well, won't get it in time, but now Burning comes in as well. There's no way out for Zai if he gets run down, but aside from potentially a grave, Puppey getting in position, Burning silence, drops again. Nice pick off by Secret. The wall deployed, but only on S4. His illusion not going to do a hell of a lot, and now the turn. 430 gets one, but was it worth it? Just the Phoenix for 2 cores. IG making poor trades here. They do end up getting the Drow, which somewhat equalizes it.
I feel like IG need to fight around Secret's lack of mobility a bit more. They don't have any good lockdown. They don't have any good slows. You need to kite them around and not try to just rush into them. IG, I think, getting a bit overconfident, but the damage output from Secret, you've got 5 range heroes, all with precision aura. Everybody becomes a carry at some point, and already Joe Ranger has max precision aura, pointed marksmanship, triple Wraith Band. This is all you need for all of even the support heroes to start right-clicking hard in these fights. DK only has the 2 points in Dragon Blood, so his armor isn't even up that high yet.
Now, gods, the analysts talk about it, and a lot of more experienced Dota watchers and fans know. You see Drow Visage, you know they want to go for a timey push. Later on in the game, generally these lineups tend to fall off. For IG, how do they withstand this stage of the game? Like, what is the next step for them? Losing the tier 1 mid, obviously not good news. They're getting out farmed quite a bit here. How do they salvage this game, and what's going to be the key turning point item-wise or level-wise for you?
I think they want to use their smokes pretty readily here. Try and find pickoffs using the 430 initiation off the Dragon Knight. They're kind of getting out-farmed as well as out-strategized right now. And the one way to negate that and to slow down the push is to find a pickoff. Secret can't really 5-man if you manage to isolate someone, even if it's just a Visage at the top lane. Whoever it may be, find a pickoff, then fall back and look to catch up on farm. Because right now their lack of core items is a big problem across the board on all their heroes. Whereas on the Secret side, you've already got a mech completed. Luo's going for this Arcane Boots. He's not near any core items. Dragon Knight's just got a Bracer. Weaver's got nothing. None of their cores are close to even their first basic items.
All Secret looking to make a bit of a move here into the dire jungle. Arteezy moving together with Zai. They're converging with 5 heroes on the top lane, but meanwhile, IG might suspect a move like this because, gods, there's nobody defending bottom. So even if they don't get the kill here, just looking for the tower more than anything, they're starting to close the noose a bit. Burning. Oh, he needs to be silent, but he got off the Sakuchi just in the nick of time, and they can't prevent him from scurrying away. He'll have another one. Engaging onto Puppey, wants to force out a spell or two here, but has to stay out of range of those familiar stuns. Nice job of stalling by Burning.
This is okay for Secret, though. They came up top to push. If they're not getting a kill, it's still a decent trade for them if they're not losing towers elsewhere on the map.
Dire Squad had their glyph available on the tier 1, didn't pop it. And I think they fortified late there, so they're not going to have a glyph for the tier 2.
Now Razor will TP back bottom to defend it. That means the mid lane may be left undefended for Secret.
Still, IG making pretty good adjustments of their own. They pressure bottom in, force a TP out. They're going to get a tier 1 mid, so it ends up being 2 tier 1s. Maybe Secret take a tier 2 top, but with the S4 backing off to defend, they're going to lose one of their key fighters.
The big thing if you're IG, if you start looking at the items on the Secret side, you see the medallion on Kuro, you see this triple Wraith Band into Bracer from Joe Rangers, so it looks like you'll see even a crumbs on Drow Ranger.
Yeah, no Mask of Madness, no Midas, just early basic items to fuel that push.
Exactly. Your IG, you know they are going all in on this early game push. They're not saying, okay, let's just go for the push, but if it doesn't work, let's build towards the late game. They're saying, no, we're going to take Roshan with the medallion. We're going to go from tower to tower. Even Drow Ranger going for the most early game item possible in the Drum of Endurance, something you almost never see. This is going to be very hard to deal with, and that's where, on the IG side, you're going to have to spend your money as soon as possible to try and cope with this push.
Their general game plan right now seems to be, let's play a little keep away, let's split push with Burning or have him be the one that stalls, knowing that there's no Doom or easy initiation onto a Weaver, some sort of reliable range stun. They don't have it, like a Rubik, for example. So let's just stall and let's wait until we're actually in position to take these fights. Faith will get engaged upon, but Secret can't really follow it up, and all the while, Burning's off in the bottom lane applying pressure, Luo holding the line mid, and Secret not yet taking that tier 2. IG, nice nice response overall to the Secret onslaught.
Yeah, kind of like you mentioned, they just want to make sure they're always counter-pushing, even if it's just Burning. Unfortunately, Burning, there's familiars in his way. This is kind of enough almost to deal with some of the split push. And
it is a big tool for the Secret push, though. They are taking this tower down, but not as quickly as they otherwise could be. Those familiars being somewhat dealt with by Burning. At least he keeps the tower shoved in, but it looks like the tier 2 top will fall. Secret getting it pretty fast.
The good move for IG is they're counter-pushing both lanes. It doesn't really matter who, as long as you're pushing out both the other 2 lanes, try and force as much Secret resistance as possible.
And they want to force this TP back, maybe multiple.
Okay.
Secret, more than anything, just wanting IG to come home, but IG not answering the door. They're off at a friend's house right now on the other side of the world and trying to spam that wave out. They have the Shadow Poison, I believe being maxed out here, and 430 continue to go with the Breathe Fire.
Luo's being chased. He couldn't actually TP back because a familiar was following him, so he had to be worried about a familiar canceling his TP. And
good chip damage from Secret. Now they do start to fall behind in experience when they group up like this, though. Something that is a trade-off for them.
Yeah. The farm advantage is only 2,500, but they just feel like they've got a composition that can just slowly chip away at this tower, and I think they're right with that.
For IG, there are a couple of key levels and items coming out. The big ones for me are on the Darkseer. He's getting close to level 11, and the mech, if not complete, is about to come out. And with those 2 items, IG's high ground defense gets a whole lot scarier. Or that item in that level, I should say.
They finally get some breathing room here on the IG side. Secret going to
bottom lane
Puppey
dive
bottom.
onto Puppey, and he might not be able to get out of this one. Where's the backup for him? He doesn't have it yet. Burning finds a solo kill, and that really takes the wind out of the Secret sails. Gonna have to back off that top lane, and they might even lose another off in their own jungle, potentially. The Visage of Kuro being chased a bit. Chuan trying to deal with him and slow him down. Working on those familiars, can't actually get it, but they do get their mech. A Darkseer level 11 is now officially online.
Yeah, big things for IG there, and just having more space and time to farm whatever items they can. The Dragon Knight's up to 2,000 gold. Let's see where 430 goes. This is, to me, not the best Shadowblade game. It's not like when you're kind of steamrolling, your DK's doing well, you're pushing down towers. Shadowblade, great for initiation tool, but I feel like he just needs something to help him fight, stay alive. BKB always a possible item, but he needs armor this game.
BKB doesn't really feel that great. You're up against the Medallion, the Visage physical damage, the Drow Aura, the Static Link physical damage. It does feel like maybe you just want to go straight into something like an AC or even an Armlet, perhaps.
It's nice against the, there's still a lot of nuke damage. Soul Assumptions, Razor Nukes, and Phoenix Fire Spirit's very annoying.
Speaking of which, I don't even know if they need it. They do throw one out. Easy takedown for Secret in the top lane. IG not going to be happy about that, but it is just one of the consequences of the gameplay. You're going to spread the map a little bit. You're stalling and waiting for key levels and items to come out, and as a result, occasionally Secret are going to find pickoffs.
That's a kind of semi-acceptable loss. You're pressuring the T1 tower, forcing Secret to have 5 heroes at their T1 tower defend means they're not taking out Roshan, they're not pushing the other towers, the outer towers on the map. Maybe they could transition top lane off of that, but it's a long walk from the top tier 1 to the enemy tier 3. During that time, Burning split pushing bottom lane and will force rotations back bottom, or the tier 2 maybe just be claimed.
Luo might get caught out in the mid lane. It was a smoke from Secret. He surges though. There's not a whole lot they could do about it. They're going to try to run him down a bit further, but backup incoming from Faith. May need to disrupt Zai here. Throws out a couple of Fire Spirits. Laying into with the auto attacks. Another surge. A long rain around the world as Burning just says, great, I'm going to push your tower. Finally getting some damage in, and Secret just lacking that initiator that can reliably start the fight.
That's the play to make if you're IG. You know Darkseer is just... He walked in, revealed the smoke, and he's fine. If anything, I feel like Secret should just made a beeline to Roshan. Even if IG sees you walk into Roshan, if you have the stronger lineup to fight, they're not going to come. They're just going to keep split pushing, but they're very worried about the amount of pressure Burning's doing in this bottom lane.
And as though the creep cutting with Sakuchi wasn't enough, now he's got a haster him. So unless you get that instant silence off, you're not killing him. And Gods, you question whether Shadow Blade is the right item, but he is going to pick one up here. Looks like he really wants to be able to just spread the map and prevent Secret from ever getting to a group up and fight position. I think that might have been scouted by a Radiant Observer Ward that just expired off in their jungle. Is Burning is going to back off the top lane.
Hasn't actually picked it up. It's still back in the stash.
Okay.
The ideal scenario with this pickup is you win a fight instantly off of it. You want to use this to try and get to the Dazzle, so you can't... If you go on the Drow or the Razor in the front lanes, they're very tanky, hard to deal with, and chances are they get graved and still get off most of their spells, and that's where this item pickup is going to be... You want to try and keep it secret and get that one big fight off of it, or at least a big pick off.
Now a jump onto Zai on the top side of the map. He does have Supernova, but forcing it out would be pretty sweet for IG. Not able to do it. He'll dive away, and now the Shadow Blade's ready. If Zai sticks around, he will not have an easy escape.
Just expired too.
Oh, what timing here for IG, but he is backing off. Seems a little suspicious. Even if you don't get a kill with this item, though, Gods, one of the benefits is it might force Secret to play a little scared. And already we can see they're not really very far ahead for the type of draft they're running. I believe it was like 2,000, 2,500 gold. It feels more and more like Secret with the items they went for, the draft in general, really have to start finding pickoffs and objectives.
I love this from Lure, who's just like on mobile Roche duty here, trying to scout them out as they go into Roshan, but it wasn't active enough, and they do manage to sneak by.
Well, for now, S4 holding the mid lane. Secret going to work, but look who's in position already. FaZe might scout this out.
This is dropped too fast.
Even if they know, they're really not going in. Secret will grab a much-needed objective here in that Aegis.
Seems like IG had just kind of accepted the fact that at some point they go in there. Not only it's no longer a medallion, it's now a Solar Crest upgrade from Visage.
This is such a good item. You just throw it for this type of draft. You throw it on the Razor. He sits in the front lines, and it may prompt Burning to rush something like an MKB a little bit sooner than what he normally would.
He's got to finish off that first. I feel like tanky item becomes before, and it looks like it will be
towers,
a BKB.
They're just melting. We barely even saw them enter the mid lane, and all of a sudden, tier 2 down, bottom lane being pushed, and the line gets drawn. It's going to be a very obvious game plan here from Secret. Let's roll up the last 3 outer towers, and we either go high ground or we start looking to starve IG and punish anyone who's on the split push. IG, let's see if they can hold this off and play for late game. They're
Again,
under the gun now.
Burning, split pushing, forces one TP back. So I don't see Secret trying to push high ground with just 4 heroes when Burning can TP in and engage. This is just not a, that's not a fight Secret want to take in a 4v5 without their biggest team fighter in Phoenix.
They don't have...
Oh, they've got sentries.
They do throw out a bit of Shadow Poison,
yeah,
though.
They've seen the Shadow
The heal
Blade.
looking to counter it. IG do hold the tower, and Burning did rotate back.
Smart from Secret to back off. They could have traded a tier 2. If they kept Phoenix, they can trade tier 2 for tier 2, but Phoenix TPs, then they have to back off, and they can't commit.
We'll see S4 grabbing the BKB. Got to imagine he's going to be the one in the front lines here. And at the same time, Burning is starting to get the damage items out. Of already 100 gold on top of the double Mithril Hammer. Deso will be the choice, and a much-needed tool to try and deal with the massive armor that Secret have. They have the Gravekeeper's Cloak, the Super Medallion, as you mentioned, the Solar Crest. On top of that, you've got the Drow Rangers, tons of agility. Razor generally gets a little bit of plus armor with the mech, and you need this and more, probably, to try to take these heroes down.
Yeah, Burning needs to be very careful that he doesn't get caught out by the Fire Spirits. That's going to be one of the biggest. I saw the Mithril Hammer and thought, I think he's just going to go BKB against the Phoenix, but without a BKB, if he gets hit by a Fire Spirit in a team fight, he's suddenly dealing very little damage. Doesn't have the best attack speed with this Desolator. Still an amazing pickoff. If you can get past the front lines, get onto the squishy heroes like the Visage or the Dazzle, bring them down early with a DK stun, you're looking fantastic if you're IG.
Well, Secret not yet fully committed to the high ground breach attempt. For now, just keeping the lanes pushed out. They are looking to take down this last outer tower, and they will get it. Not denied. IG, the only thing that stands between Secret and a lane of Rax now is the tier 3. And the one at top has already taken some chip damage. About 21 minutes in, generally, with this type of push strat, you're ideally looking to end the game around the 30 to 35 minute mark, or at least take a lane or two of Rax by then. They may have a second Aegis if they want to wait a little bit longer.
Just about to say, Artesia has 4,000 gold. I think his idea is another BKB, and that's exactly what it is. They've got 2 BKBs and about 2 minutes still on this Aegis. They can try Snowball. Well, they can just try Death Ball off of this and go for a lane of Rax.
Oh, they might catch him, though. Artesia backing off right into 430s, waiting arms. Now gets stunned. The BKB's not there. By the time he gets it, it'll probably be too late. Aegis goes down. With that, they're going to lose the Drow Aura just for a second here. They wanted Arteezy to just join the push late because he offers so much already. He ends up trying to chase them back.
Arteezy back. He didn't realize the DK had TP'd, and Burning forced out his 10-second BKB.
I don't know if this is going to stop them fully, though. Secret seems like they're sticking around mid.
Yep.
And to be honest, it is your carry, but at the same time, what the Drought really brings is less her own auto attack and much more that aura. You've got the familiars, the Razor to be the frontliners. Secret might go anyway, and it looks like they're sticking around for it.
Still a worry when he doesn't have BKB. I guess, like you say, S4 on the front lines, it's going to be Arteezy just sitting back as much as possible.
They are going to make a go here. Luo jump in quickly, dropping the wall. Now the turn coming out with the egg. Well, no one focusing it. Everyone burning to bits. Faith will be forced to self-disrupt and burning on the backlines. Now looks to make his way in. A bit of chip damage to the south from the Weaver, but they've already lost the tower. Still sticking around. Everyone healthy. They may even go again, gods. The wall going to be down about 30 seconds or so, maybe less, and IG may struggle to hold the line from here.
And you know, the second onslaught, you're going to have that Arteezy BKB back in about 15 seconds, so...
I don't even think they need it. IG just can't get on him. The Phoenix jumps in and they just run away.
They need the Darkseid vacuum, which is back up now, so Macy...
Another back, he catches out 2, maybe 3 into the wall, and that will slow them down, but Secret, at this point they know the wall is about to expire, and I don't know if they care. They just stick around and keep on going. Now the wall down, and this is the window. Secret, they do not want to deal with another full back wall, and in they go. IG up against it now. Do they sack the lane of Rax, or do they look to commit? Still no answer, not fully going in. Burning just slowly plinking away from the south. Tries to go on Arteezy, but they swoop through. Almost killing off Faith. Another back, but no follow-up. There's no wall for this. Still the Rax stand. Burning doing a good job of stalling, but he's just not getting through their armor. He can't damage them enough.
They're too tanky with their armor. The constant shadow wave coming out from Puppey as well, keeping everyone healed up. They know Burning's off to the side being pesky, and they've got sentries
they can just
every
ignore
entrance.
Him. He can't even kill a support. Normally with the Weaver Deso, you look for those easy pickups. One lane of Rax about to fall here in full. IG already losing the range Rax, and still no sign of being able to stop the aggression. The melee falls as well. At Secret, looking for a bit more. They're going to chase onto Faith. They got off the silence with the Gust. No follow-up just yet. It is up, and for Secret with no Aegis, this may be the time to back off, wait for Roche number 2, and then look to take a second lane of Rax.
If IG overcommit to a chase, they can turn and fight with their double BKB, but there's no need to, since they're very much playing objective gaming. They're going for lanes of Rax. They don't really care about the fights as much, but with that, they get a big lead. 24 minutes in, a lane of Rax, and about a 10,000 gold lead, 3,000 experience. Kind of mentioned earlier, yeah, the experience doesn't work out too well when you're constantly 5-manning, but ultimately, Dota's game of Rax, Dota is a game of this throne here in the middle, and that's what IG have to protect.
Yeah, and they've made some decisions to help and deal with that. They stopped 5-manning after they got the tier 2 top. They slowed the game down a little bit, get a Midas up. Let's farm double BKB on our big carries, and then we'll look for our second round of momentum into a push. And as a result, experience has largely equalized. And I mean, gods, this is all according to the script for Secret. Sure, maybe an unfortunate BKB usage for Arteezy, a couple of extra deaths for Secret, but when you run this type of strategy, if you get a lane of Rax by around 20 to 25 minutes, it is exactly what you're looking for as far as the overall gameplay.
Absolutely, and the damage output from Secret, like the Phoenix and Visage alone, forced IG just to crumble. That was where everyone on the IG side was down to like below half HP. They were forced to run away from the Supernova rather than fight it, and that was without the physical damage. That was just plasma field, soul assumptions, Phoenix with dive, fire spirits, and supernova. IG did not have a good answer to it. And
you know, I was looking at the Weaver pick, and one of the things I thought was, well, the double auto attack that occasionally comes out could be a way to help deal with the Phoenix egg, get it down more quickly, but Burning wasn't there to focus the egg. He was trying to backstab them, and even if he was, everyone just takes so much damage from the Phoenix supernova that they really don't feel like they have an answer for it yet. Once the Weaver gets a BKB, maybe the Dragonite gets a little more farm, picks up an Assault Cuirass, then perhaps IG can actually focus the egg, but at least for the next 5 minutes, it seems like if Zai gets it off in a good position, IG just have to let it go and run away.
And I think the most impressive thing about this, the way Secret has played this draft, is that even throughout all this 5-manning, they've kept all their T2 towers alive until just now where they deny the bottom one. The fact that none of the IG split push could even take a T2 tower while Secret took all the outer towers, took a lane of Rax, really says something as to how proactive and like well-coordinated they were. They would defend the split push with one hero. In mid lane it was Arteezy, there in bottom lane it's the Phoenix, in the past it was Phoenix TPing top, but then somehow still join up for a 5-man push that can take Rax, take tier 2s without losing much in exchange.
Well, now it all becomes about the second Roshan, and the question is, do IG let it go, or do they try to contest?
I think Secret may push before that, though. I think they're actually just going to say, they don't really need Aegis. They didn't have Aegis when they got the first lane of Rax.
You may be right. They ward up like they might want to go for the Rosh, but then they start to congregate towards the bottom side of the map, and they've got the Alpha Wolf for Arteezy. A little bit of bonus damage, the team TPing in, and it looks like the whole gang is getting ready for that high ground breach. Potentially, maybe not. They may have had second thoughts about it.
And the big thing is Puppey's got a gem now as well on himself, so he can deward the map, make it so that IG are always going to be kept guessing as far as what Secret are doing on the map. And again, IG back to the split push. Burning going to go top. This is either probably going to be an uncontested T2 tower if IG want to try and breach high ground, but otherwise they may look to reset, push out lanes, go for Roshan before a push.
I'm curious how many. I believe Secret have at least one pair of boots of travel here, and that may be the answer to what Burning's looking to do, is just being able to quickly join the lanes. No, it looks like they don't yet, but if they find themselves struggling to deal with the split push, that's where you can get a pair of BOTs on someone who can deal with the Weaver and then join the 5-man.
IG have double BKB, both Dragon Knight and Weaver. This is as good a timing as it gets for IG to make a high ground defense.
For now, though, Familiar's laying in hot and heavy onto this tower bottom lane. They pop the S4 BKB. He zones everyone out. Sure, he doesn't get a kill, but the tower's going to die because of it. Now the back. Wall on several heroes. Secret still surviving, though. They tank through this. They go in. Beautiful Supernova. He may end up dying, but he's buying all kinds of time for the team.
Burning is ready,
Rax about to drop here. Burning's trying. IG do hold on for now. With the wall here, they may be able to last as Burning tries to equalize the Rax score slowly but surely in the top lane. And IG trying to prevent any TPs out. One will get away in Arteezy in the tree line. KheZu and Puppey, though, not being allowed to leave freely. A couple of familiar stuns and Burning unable yet to claim Rax. They do get KheZu, though. Backing comes in. Burning re-engaging in the Radiant base while this is happening. Stuns there on the from the Dragon Knight.
Going down.
Visage still tanky, and S4 unable to finish off, or Burning unable to finish off him, I should say. Time lapse back goes in again. One more auto tech. He finds the solo kill. Arteezy can't do anything to stop this. 3 Secret heroes dead. Now they did take down the tier 3 bottom. They did some damage to the ranged Rax. Some damage which will be healed off eventually on the melee.
And they take the secret gem. I don't know who's making these calls, but whoever's telling Burning not to TP back is a genius. I don't know if that's Burning himself or the team back at base saying, no, just keep split pushing. We've got this hold. We don't need you to defend the tier 3 and the Rax. That was just amazing decision making from IG to hold the high ground there. And when S4 TP's back, Burning outplaying the Razor and getting that kill as well.
And some scary items are brewing here for IG. 430 complete the BKB. You have to imagine an Assault Caress is in the cards for him next. He's not that far off of level 16, and at that point he can run down a lot of these secret heroes, and I think most importantly perhaps that Chuan Aghanim Scepter gods, he's almost 3/4 of the way there.
And those impetuses doing damage through BKB was what kind of chipped away at the Razor bit there. Both teams now posturing around the Roshan pit as the familiars do scout at IG in there with a medallion.
The Fire Spirits are going to make this very hard for IG, though, really slowing down their ability to deal with the Roshan as Sai now zaps them and drives them back. This doesn't seem like the right time for IG to go.
And for Secret, they're a bit scared about running into because they know they need to have sentries down to deal with that Dragon Knight Shadowblade.
The big hero to worry about here is the Darkseer. Back onto the high ground, a wall in the pit could devastate Secret, but if he's not there, it's going to be a freebie, and it looks like it will be a freebie. Secret claiming the second Roshan, and with that, gods, they may look to just barrel down the bottom lane and make this a 2-0 Rax advantage.
Burning's got to move. He's kind of slow on the split push. They wanted to go for Roach, and as a result, this top lane was not being pushed out, and surprise, Secret showed themselves mid lane. They're going to force IG to kind of throw everything down. IG have to get back and defend at some point.
What they can do is push in mid and then maybe sweep in towards bottom. If they can bait out the wall, then there will be very little to stop Secret from just breaking down the front door.
Where's your TP? Sell your axe, sell your bottle.
Oh, he's heading there right now, but already this is going to be a little time. The wall comes out and the fight begins. 430 engaging with BKB. Doesn't have Dragon Form for now. Just trying to deal with S4, who's doing a bit too much. Now the Shivas, the Supernova as well. It's up to Burning to turn this. Focus on Arteezy, who's a bit far out in the front lines. Supernova stun will buy them some time, and now the familiars gonna start dropping here to the Weaver auto techs, but not that quickly. Ragerak's about to go down. They can't hold it off. The wall wasn't really in the best spot, and Secret take a second lane of Brax.
I think IG just were not expecting such a move from Secret to go through mid to the bottom lane. Secret say, we don't need a creep wave.
And they're going back in, it looks like.
It's really hard to hit the wall when the heroes aren't like funneling up into that little choke point as they go up the ramp. Instead they say, look, going through the mid lane, we're in open space. It's really, you can't get that good vacuum wall going through the open space that was mid lane. Once Secret on the high ground, you've lost your opportunity to get them at the choke.
Blink, there's the vacuum, there's no wall follow-up just yet, though Familiar's resummoned, and man, they hurt. Luo gets disrupted, nicely played, the stun comes out from 430, but he drops as well. Secret blasting their way through the IG defenses, searching for a 1-0 advantage in the grand finals. That will prompt a Darkseer buyback, but still no wall. Secret, tier 3 down, and closing in on what could be a very decisive Game 1 victory.
Yeah, IG had all the items you could hope for at this point for a high ground defense. The BKB Shadow Blade on Dragon Knight. Weaver completed a BKB with the Crystallis.
GG! Invictus Gaming getting demolished here in game number 1.
Well, what a way to start things off. The good old classic Drow Visage, and IG, they had some moments where they really showed they knew what they were doing. They had a plan as far as dealing with it, but Drow Visage is still as strong as ever.
And Wyvern.
We get a completely new pick and a very kind of different strategy from Secret. We'll see Zai looking to create tons of space for the rest of his team to let the Slaughter, Shadow Fiend kind of... It's going to be more of a 4-man death ball rather than a 5-man death ball when you have the Broodmother in your team. And yes, Winter Wyvern, his first appearance at the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 tournament, and my first time seeing this hero in competitive Dota.
Yeah, mine as well. I believe I may have seen him picked once in, it might have been Dream League or one of the other European leagues that have been ongoing, but hardly a go-to pick by any means. So with that, we get underway with game number 2, and we're going to quickly run through our lineups here. On the Radiant side, we've got Secret, beginning with Arteezy. He'll be playing the Shadow Fiend. Kuroki on the Winter Wyvern. Nearby will be S4 on the Slardar, Puppey on the Drow, and my oh my gods, we might have a clash off the bat. Faith looking for the lift. He's just been revealed, but unable to find Puppey. Some fancy footwork, steps into the trees, and will make his way out. And rounding out Secret, of course, Zai on that Brood, but we might not be done yet. Let's wait and see if IG are going to stick around.
They want to set up camp here for now, get down some vision, and try and use the fog to their advantage to maybe find a pick-off, but
it's always the
great scouting from
There's always
Secret.
that tango through kind of play that they could go for, and they're going to try to find Puppey. They get the lift up. Could be the first blood. Out comes the Shadow Strike, and in come the auto attacks. Puppey will be brought down, and first blood is spilt by IG.
Yeah, really nice ward. That does reveal to Puppey roughly where the ward is, because the only way you know the timing of that tango through is with a ward.
Well, with that said, we'll now go ahead and quickly run through IG. Hopefully the players will cooperate and not kill each other anymore. We've got Chuan playing the Visage, something that we saw Kuroki dominate with the past 2 times he's played it. Faith on the Rubik, and rounding out the tri-lane is going to be Burning, only known for more of his hard carries, but he will be on the Brew this time around. In the mid lane, we wanted a more aggressive, iconic 430 hero, and gods, we're going to get it. He's on the Queen of Pain against a Shadow Fiend. A very old school matchup, and that will round things out for IG with Luo, who has the tough task of dealing with the endless Broodmother onslaught.
I'm really curious to see how some of these 1v1 matchups goes. 430 versus Arteezy mid, and the Luo versus Zai matchup. This was a very crucial matchup last game, and just one solo kill from Phoenix onto the Darkseer made a big difference last game. One of the things which didn't really get highlighted too much, but that can really turn it gave Secret that little bit of extra momentum going into the mid game.
I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the Winter Wyvern pick this game? Looking at the hero, it feels like the main benefit to the hero more than anything is just how good it is against heavy physical damage. That's where a lot of people in the past patch, which was very physical damage based, the Juggernaut, Troll, Sniper picks being the go-to ones, were saying if Winter Wyvern was in this patch, it would be the counter to these strategies. Do you see the hero being useful in that role this game, or if not, why Winter Wyvern?
I don't think his physical damage negation is going to be a huge part of this game. And just looking at the IG draft, the physical damage is somewhat it's not really there. The heal, if they want to group up and push a lot, is really nice. And also the Winter's Curse, providing an instant lockdown disable. If you can catch the Brew when he blinks into clap ulti before he ultis, you can theoretically burst him out, and they haven't got really anyone to save the Brewmaster if he gets caught by that ultimate of the Winter Wyvern. Similarly, locking down someone like 430 on Queen of Pain. I feel like the ulti is one of the big reasons that this hero has been picked, as well as that first skill. Arctic Burn is just incredibly potent, giving you that extra range. and that kind of percent-based damage that burn through IG's tanky core's HP.
Yeah, even early on, we could see it's pretty good for just lane control and harassment from KheZu. So looking forward to seeing how it shapes up here. For now, looking at the tri-lane for Secret, things have stabilized, and it seems this game is going to be a lot more even when it comes to CS, Gods. At least early on, nobody with an overwhelming advantage, largely because we're not seeing a lane-dominant strategy like that Drow Visage.
Yeah, one thing, the Bristleback will use his early quills. He needs to get a bottle out to him ASAP, I feel. Otherwise, Luo maybe will struggle against Zai in this top lane. He won't have good HP or mana regen without the bottle, and that's where 430 may have to give up some kind of courier control to help out Bristleback in the safe lane.
For now in the mid lane, though, Arteezy doing a really nice job here. 430 getting unable to really get that dominant start that you're looking for. He did come to the lane a little bit late. I'm not sure if he got a great block off. And normally these are the levels where if you're Queen of Pain, you need to be ahead on Shadow Fiend, or it does get hard to continue to dominate.
We'll see if with this Trial Lane versus Trial Lane, it does tie up the IG supports. If they want to be able to hold their own in this 3v3 matchup, they can't really afford to risk sending someone to the mid lane to gank the Shadow Fiend without making someone like Burning on Brew or whichever support stays behind very vulnerable to some aggression coming out of Team Secret.
And good news, you know, you mentioned that ward should be pretty easy to deward, but it wasn't. And on top of that, the camp was never dewarded. So Secret, despite holding the defensive tri-lane position, normally you can get ahead with pulls here, not even able to get off a single one. IG are preventing them, and now they're making their go in on S4. They get up the clap, out comes the Grave Chill, the follow-up might be there, Soul Assumption. They got him. KheZu too late with the save attempt. And now the chase onto Puppey, another Soul Assumption. Man, that Visage doing work. Normally we don't see him in this kind of aggressive role nowadays. And Burning's gonna make it a double. Gets the clap off. You know, it used to be that Visage was the lane dominator in the age of aggressive tri-lanes, 3v3 action, but then the Visage really fell into this niche role of playing that slightly greedier farming support and didn't come online until he got the familiars, but this is kind of a taste of the old school Visage, Gods.
Yeah, this is really potent, and the big thing, as you mentioned, not having a pull camp available for Secret means all they can do is farm the lane. These supports can just sit behind S4 and look to counter-initiate aggression, but if you get the good lift-off, as they did on the Slaughter, pull him into your two supports on the IG side, there's no real escape. All you can hope for is that S4 is tanky enough to survive it, but he didn't even get his magic stick off, it looks like, and brought down IG with a quick early game advantage with 3 kills up on Secret, and Secret say this bottom lane is lost. Let's rotate supports and try and make something else happen in other places on the map.
Well, I mean, look at this top lane. Luo's having a great time of it. He did not go for, I'm not sure if he went for the early bottle here, but he's already able to just stay in lane for ages with the Ring of Health, and he's holding off the Brood pretty nicely. Zai getting good farm in his own right, but as long as you're not losing that tower and the Brood's not really snowballing, you're, I think, quite content with that lane. So that's where I think the key for Secret right now is Arteezy is having a very good time mid. He is just dominating at this point, 430.
Yeah, this is where Queen of Pain can use your nuke a bit to last hit, but this is a huge win for Arteezy and Team Secret as a whole.
And like you mentioned, they really can't gank. Not only is the tri-lane tied up, but the Bristleback can't leave the lane, because if he does, he loses his tower. So they're powerless to do anything to turn this lane around.
And now with the high ground lane ward as well, that just helps Arteezy out even more. He can throw Razor on the creeps and try and clip 430, keep him low as well at the same time. And that's something if 430 doesn't realize it's there, we could look at an early kill potentially happening onto 430, or even a solo kill from Arteezy if he uses that vision to his advantage.
He did even go for the double Shadow Strike build. Normally what you do see in the 1v1 is Queen of Pain looks to pull ahead early, zone you out, but at this point it's going to hurt you a bit in clearing the waves and rune control. May have to sacrifice some creeps to go it, as we will see a little slow coming out from KheZu. No follow-up just yet, though. IG starting to group up 4 heroes to secure that bottom rune, and Arteezy says, great, I'll take the top one for free.
Yeah, so even though the start was amazing for IG with the kills and just getting CS in all 3 lanes, they're kind of struggling now. There's great Radiant Vision up, which can protect the mid lane Shadow Fiend. They can also scout the movements of IG in the bottom lane. And it looks like Arteezy has in mind a sneaky little rotation, but it does get scouted out by a dire Observer Ward. If there's no top Observer Ward to scout out his move up top, you're very likely looking at a kill and a T1 tower, and as it is, this T1 tower may go down with that TP out.
IG looking to break down these lanes. Puppey will be the first man scouted out. Out comes the Shadow Strike, and he's got nowhere to run. Soul Assumption's there, no deny. Actually, does get denied by the neutral in the end. No teammates were around, but that's okay. The neutral's the Secret MVP right now.
S4 stuck
they are looking for more here. They find S4, the creep's giving vision. He gets lifted before he can come out with the crush, and now nuked into oblivion. Down he goes. goes, but the trade is top where Secret will take a tier 1 uncontested.
That's okay for Secret. I feel like they cut their losses pretty nicely there. The fact that Puppey got denied, they lose S4, who's pretty important, and kind of as one of the things the analyst said is that not a good catch-up here, but the fact that you're getting a T1 tower, RTZ and Zaya snowballing, and Puppey even TP'd minutes, had time to get some XP, some last hits, even just basic items towards your boots, magic stick can help out a lot, so I feel like across the board it was not as big a loss as the top kill score suggests right there for Secret.
Look at this emphasis on Luo. They're going to come in with a double raise and they'll get it done. Secret unloading on Luo, who is not prepared for it. I mean, why should you be? Shadowfeed normally does not camp the enemy safe lane. He's normally farming his stacks, especially Arteezy. This is just a total curveball from Secret, and IG caught unprepared.
Yeah, imagine we may see Zai pick up an early Midas off of this. He's probably got it in the next minute or so, and up to 1900 gold. As for S4, constantly being pressured at bottom lane and level 4 under farm. This is not going to be a game where S4 can really control the tempo as he'd like to on his kind of traditional tempo controllers.
And that is a big concern because he's really the only reliable way for them to start fights at this stage of the game.
Yeah, so we'll see. There's still good news across the board elsewhere on the Secret side. That's where 2 of the 3 lanes have been won, and already a tower down to give everyone a little bit of money to work with.
And if you're IG Gods, it really feels like it's up to the Burning Brewmaster. He's not yet level 6 yet, but he should have a Blink Dagger very soon, and he's got to make some plays for the team. Secret, knowing that split's not quite ready, they show 4 heroes mid, perhaps wanting to group up and go for something. Not really forcing it too much, though. They're just content to leave the Brood top, who gets solo killed by Luo. Wow, that was not expected.
Okay. You know, every now and then Luo just comes up with an amazing play that you're just like left scratch your head like, man, why can he do this every game?
I mean, especially in that matchup. Normally Brood can just run away from the Quills, but I guess let's let them stack up a bit too much.
The Soaring was used, so maybe just lost a bit of extra HP with the Soaring, and suddenly, like, with Spiderlings, you proc an extra Bristleback spray, and then suddenly, bam, a couple more sprays and some minus HP from the Soaring, and you're dead. But yeah, that was not something that should happen. Zai's first big mistake.
And he was pretty far ahead as well, so that's a nice swing of momentum.
While that was happening, Burning also pushed this bottom tier 1 tower, which matters quite a lot because it really accelerates him towards his Blink Dagger. Considering he went for a Magic Stick, Treads, Bassi Ring, you spend a lot of money on these early game items, which slow down like at what could be a 10 or 11 naked Blink Dagger, but now with the tower money, he can get it a whole lot faster.
And again, they want to go on Luo, the tankiest hero in the game, and they're going to use the Brutal, engaging onto him. He's just going to start walking away. I don't think they can kill him now with the Vanguard out. They'll need some other hero if they want to make that move. And they didn't have it.
The other good thing for IG is they've got an amazing full position support to get farm on. Visage can benefit a lot from items this game. I feel like the Secret side, Winter Wyvern, not a very farm-dependent support. Neither is the Vengeful Spirit. They've gone for this like 2 support duo where they're both very defensive, looking to protect a carry here. They don't have that really farm greedy 4-position support, which seems very popular in 6.84 to kind of take advantage of the new gold distribution across the board.
And it's a big change for Secret, where normally KheZu gets a very farm-dependent hero.
Yeah.
Someone like Rubik, maybe you don't need a lot early, but you can use it a lot, and they don't really have it, as you mentioned. So with that said, Secret counting more on their cores, and it could end up being one of those games where it's basically a 2v5 as S4 continues to struggle to find his farm. The amp damage will always be useful, but if he's under farm, he blinks in to go for a crush, and he's likely going down. Still though, Gods, we have not seen a split yet. IG, although leading 6-1, in terms of net worth, the 2 top farmers are still on Secret.
Yeah, and that's where Arteezy, you want to just protect him that little bit more to get towards that mech. Very important not to let him get ganked here. It almost feels like they're happy to let S4 just get ganked and killed a few more times because he's already behind. You protect him, well, maybe you secure him a few last hits.
They're going to make the move now. They find KheZu, but they want Arteezy. Faith jumps past, looking for him, but gets slowed down by the Winter Wyvern. Can't get a range. There's a Blake, a Scream. Requiem will force him back. Our 430 not wanting to engage. Now the raises could be in danger. Good lit, but it doesn't matter. Actually does. Out comes the stick. The ult. They turn it. Luo in the front lines now. Good embrace there, trying to keep Arteezy alive for a bit longer, but now Luo will lay into him, and one last swipe of that burning nunchuck, and down he will go. Ends up being a 2-for-1. Amazing that 430 lived that long. Held the stick, baited everyone, including me as a commentator.
If the Brood didn't rotate from top lane, he would have lived as well. That last right click from Arteezy had him except for the stick charges.
Still though, although it ends up being a win there for IG in terms of the kill trade, Zai again strikes back. He'll take down the tier 2 top, and he will now have free reign over the IG jungle, who don't have that great Brood ganking here in the mid game. No Storm, no Batrider. They are going to, no Slardar for that matter. They're really going to struggle to shut Zai down.
You've got to be very careful though now if you're Secret. You've got Burning just picked up his Blink Dagger even before that fight, I believe, and got a double kill and didn't even have to use the split, which is where IG will continue to look to be aggressive. Whenever split's available, there's no reason for them to just sit around, not go ganky, or not try to look to push down towers.
IG on a bit of a mission here. They'll find S4 bottom, and he gets delayed again, lifted before he can crush. Faith has been all over him. That's at least the second, if not the third time that the lift has prevented a crush, and it seems that's really the counter to the Slardar, is just quick fingers from Faith.
Yeah, they give Chuan the lane to get farm, try to get his level 6 up, finish off a medallion to help you take Roshan later on, and they're not done. They're going to catch up Kuro now in the trees, and Ferrari there, they're going to use the Bruce Split to secure this kill. Kuro can do nothing but watch his carcass fall, and still no mech. Arteezy caught out here in the mid lane underneath this tier 2 tower. He's got the protection of that, but that may not be enough. 430's got another Scream, and Arteezy, solo subject Scream. Arteezy trying to wind himself back up, still alive, Raise 1. He turns it around with the support of Zai. IG overextend and get punished.
Schwann's gonna fall as well. It's 3 down just for the Winter Wyvern buyback. What a swing of momentum. Excellent decision making there by Arteezy. And IG, they thought he was a lot squishier than he actually was. Once you have the buckler activated, he's not easy to bring out, and that's before the mech comes out. Now you have to worry about S4 potentially getting a little more. They're going to put Luo under, and they will bring him down. 430 has the ult. Can he get in range to kill anyone off? He's got to be careful about jumping in here. They try to deal with the spider lanes. The other thing that was a little surprising there, Guts, was the rotation. Not expecting the Brood to join a fight like that generally, but NEK caught them off guard.
Just winds up, dishes out some damage to secure a tier 1 tower, and why not at this point?
S4, he tried to walk in, but he gets tossed back by a swap right into the mech. Excellent teamwork from Secret. That lift could have led to his demise otherwise, and meanwhile, an Orchid comes out. Zai suddenly 8,300 net worth.
And he's going to look to keep on fighting, I imagine, or at least control this top lane. This makes it so that IG can't just bring someone like Queen of Pain to the top lane to solo defend. Even a Brewmaster could theoretically struggle against the Orchid with one hero assisting, and
well, they like that graph.
At least some of half the fans do.
Yeah, the ones that don't they're not booing, which means they're not really talking very much right now, but can't feel too good if you're an IG fan to see something like that.
Yeah, the 2 top farmers still heavily on the Secret side. Brood's still one of those heroes that does not scale amazingly well into the late game. And that's where things can quickly turn in the IG favor with a pick-off or 2 on a Brood who's the top net worth hero. And with just an Orchid, this is a very, very vulnerable hero in the top lane alone. And that's somewhere I feel IG may look to focus their efforts in the near future.
IG for now just trying to deal with the Brood onslaught, and as that Brood pushes out the top lane and as mid lane goes past the river, Secret have just so much room to maneuver in. All kinds of places they could look to go. Where are they going to make their first move? Burning on the low ground. He needs to get off the split. He blinks in. S4 not going on him. Clap comes out. Now the split is there, but where's the follow-up? The Bristle slowly working on the Puppey. Maybe they get this kill, but doesn't matter that he got put under by the Winter Wyvern, because out comes the Queen of Pain. They get one. They're looking for Arteezy isolated. This could be good for IG. A massive quantity of heroes descending on the fight, but the turn from Artor gets off the raises, dies with the Requiem death, and not enough to turn the fight. Luo now on the top side. Zai trying to force him back. Can't get the job done though. Will be forced off. Do they have detection? Nothing here. At least not yet.
Really nice by Burning on the Brewmaster there. Throwing Arteezy up in the air, and then you go for the other heroes. And Burning can't protect the... Arteezy can't protect them with the mech because he's used up in the air, and it forces the entire Secret team to run away when they don't have that heal from the mech. And then when they run away, Arteezy's suddenly alone, 1v4. He had no chance to stay alive himself. Just good execution for IG, but they do lose a lot of damage. So Secret is still making the best of that exchange.
Yeah, that top tower always under heavy assault, as we're going to see the graph plateau a bit here. You know, the Winter Wyvern has not felt that impactful this game. Oftentimes when you see this hero really shine, you put someone under with Cold Embrace and the whole enemy team's trying to hit them, doing nothing. Hero's healing up, but every time he does that, there's just a Queen of Pain ult or a nuke from the Visage, and the heroes die anyway. We just haven't really seen this hero work the way like the Dazzle did last game, where it just keeps a carry alive for ages and ages. 430 though, the unveiling of the Orchid in a fight at least, gets caught mid. There's the lift. 430 maybe looking to turn this, doesn't quite have the backup there, but Faith has just been everywhere for IG, and it's on 2,600 net worth.
And 430 has not had much luck this game finding any farm. He's got a great scoreline, 2-1 and 6, but his net worth is pretty lackluster compared to the Shadow Fiend, the Brood, and even his two other cores on his team. He has completely been crushed mid lane as far as CS goes.
Yeah, he had the 1v1 that you look for, and there was no Drow or any sort of support movement on mid. It was just a man fight, and Artur came out on top that time around. Ever since then, he's been on a roll.
And we'll see how things progress from here. They're still looking for the S4 Blink Dagger. When you play from behind here, you just can't afford to go for something like a Vanguard. He's their main initiator. Blink Dagger is #1 priority for S4, and he's still not quite there.
Well, Secret, they ducked back and for smoke, and the two IG wards in the neighborhood, but I don't think any of them actually saw that smoke. Kind of good positioning here from Secret.
Secret
looking for a pick-off.
IG are worried about Roche. And they'll see no one in there.
Do they want to risk this? I think they've got the Burning Vlads now on his brew. No, not quite yet. Might be coming out.
By the way, Rubik stole the spawn Spiderling, so he's using those to push out lanes, farm, and he can even use them to scout the map, which is pretty handy for Faith.
Secret going to show two heroes mid. Either they don't know or they don't care, but this Roche is about to drop, and IG grab a big pickup. They're going to give that Aegis to 430. And they really don't lose anything because they had already lost the 2 towers top. Mid gets shoved in a bit by Secret, and they'll lose some creep camps in the jungle. Overall, though, IG going to be very not getting the Aegis for themselves, but more importantly, slowing down any potential high ground push from Secret.
The great thing about Roche is you have 5 heroes missing from the map, so if Secret's one thing they weren't expecting Roshan, and they're thinking they're 5-man smoke ganking, they're trying to pick off someone like Zai. Zai was not pushing out the top and pressuring the tier 3 because he sees 5 heroes missing. He assumes he's being ganked up on the map, and not the case.
Now, that item we just saw on the Fishman could be very big. That is a bountiful pile of spiderlings in the meanwhile that Luo is looking to farm up. Still though, not really able to keep up.
Hopefully no arachnophobes in the audience with the Rubik and
the double spider action. You see spiders being killed on one side, being chased and hunted on the other. It's, I mean, or maybe the arachnophobes are happy because there's so many spiders dying.
I know some people, they use that little custom mod so Brood doesn't look like a Brood.
Yeah, it's the arachnophobe mod. It's nice. They're going to make their go on Puppey. They've cornered him in pretty bad here. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to run. Doesn't even get a chance to spend his gold. He'll get swapped, but to no avail.
Yeah, so for IG, they're going to keep looking to find pickups.
Top lane, meanwhile, we might have a go here. Engaging on Luo. The follow-up's coming potentially from the Winter Wyvern, but he's got a completed Crimson Guard. Good luck. Secret still working on Luo. They bring in S4, and with the amp, that's where he may drop quickly. No, the Quills almost put killing off Zai. He does get saved by the Winter Wyvern. They get the kill, but Burning arrives. Now the mech coming out, turning with the raises. The split's there to someone negate it. S4 gonna blink back. They cyclone up Artur, and reinforcements come in now. If they can get this Shadow Fiend, that is a big takedown. He gets boulder tossed. Where's the reinforcements? Familiar's busy dealing with other heroes. A cyclone again. IG may just be backing off. Another blink. Crush on 2. IG unable to finish him off. A Queen of Pain barely tickles S4. He gets healed up, but also kept in place for S4 to be finished off. Kind of a tough situation for Kuroki, and now Arteezy. 1v3, maybe 4. Can't do it alone. Raze is being chumped out willy-nilly, but he will die. And then to just rub some salt in the wound, Faith will finish it off by stealing and using his own Requiem against him.
Oh man, IG getting so much out of the farm. The top of that fight, so much farm on a Brood, and then Bernie comes in, gets a solo kill after Bristle goes down, and this is just Luo at his best. When he's creating this much space, staying alive for that long, his team took a long time to show up and come in, but Luo had done so much. He did more damage than any of his teammates that fight, with the constant quill stacks onto the Brood Mother, and even the other heroes like Slaughter chasing him in. Can really see the vulnerabilities in the Secret lineup considering how far behind S4 is. He blinks in, crushes, helps secure 1 kill, but then there's no escape plan for him. He's down to sub 5k net worth at the moment.
You know, the other thing is that looking at the way that fight progressed, they committed a lot to Luo, and you have to know IG are going to rotate. This team has been rotating extremely quickly both games. It feels like maybe they're just worrying too much about the Bristleback. Sure, he's a scary late gamer, but he's just not the easy kill that they're looking for. They'll find Zai in the tree line. Familiars come out with the medallion here. Zai drops fast, stuns were used, and down he goes. Death by Spiderlings for the Spider. A tragic way to go. That's just brutal stuff.
And that's a 1,100, 1,200 gold swing just from one kill with the Brute having that much
They're
fun.
not done yet. They want the little Spiderlings as well. Burning's going to massacre those too. Ay, ay, ay.
What was once a team secret lead is now back to 0 here as we get ourselves into the mid game. And IG Visage Brewmaster, this is just a great recipe for some good old 5-man deathball, which IG may look to turn around on Secret after what happened in game 1. And no real towers taken apart from the T1 a long time ago by Burning, and I think IG looking to change that here in the top lane and possibly elsewhere on the map.
They've got the Brew split available. He has already picked up the Vlads, as we mentioned earlier. Now the Ogre Club comes out. Could be that early BKB. Maybe we even just see him built straight into an Aghanim Scepter, but for now, they will take the tower unchecked. Secret. That early lead they accumulated, Guts, part of it was tower gold, and as IG equalized the tower score, they're going to start to pull ahead here in terms of net worth.
Yeah, absolutely. Their support's getting very scary as well. This is getting to the point where Secret have 2 defensive 5-position supports. IG have 2 playmaking farm supports. You've got a Visage up to 2.4k gold. You've got your Rubik Faith with a Blink Dagger completed. This is scary for Team Secret when on the IG side you have 5 heroes who can have a big impact in a fight. On the Secret side, the 2 supports, they're not going to have an impact, but damage-wise and the kind of team fight-wise, it's very defensive.
Oh, they're looking to use it. The big Blink Dagger unveil, lift, toss back, out comes the nukes, and down goes Zai. And this is always the worry with a Brood pick, is you get the Midas, especially Gods, you get ahead in net worth, you get ahead in terms of experience, and then you're just like a pinata. They just start swinging that bat at you, and if you pop open, all kinds of delights await within for IG.
The Orchid pick, it's nice.
Not done. Another Blink. Follow-up lift. They do get the crush on 2, but leaping forward is Burning. Hasn't even used the split yet, and they get another kill. IG just starting to take advantage of Secret.
Yeah. Especially the Brood. Now, the one thing there, I feel like the Orchid is one of those items which sometimes works and is amazing, but more often than not when I see it picked up, the Brood just becomes too squishy with it and doesn't actually pose a big enough split push threat. If Zai had a Necro 3 when he went for that high ground tier 3 push earlier, he likely gets that tier 3 tower. So I feel like he may be regretting this Orchid pickup at this point where he doesn't have a defensive item like BKB, doesn't have a pushing item like Necrobook, and he's not finding kills because IG see the Orchid and they say, okay, we're never sending a hero alone top lane against the Brood. If we're going top lane, it's with 2, 3, 4 heroes, and we're killing the Brood before he can do anything with his Orchid.
IG starting to press back in this game number 2. Could bring the series back to even. Secret firmly on the defensive. Brood not even close to the enemy side of the map. Not even thinking about a Roshan attempt despite the massive minus armor. You have Shadow Fiend, Slardart, Venge, and I mean, good luck walking to the pit, Gods. It's an IG infestation all the way. They pressure forward. They do maybe consider a go here on Puppey, though. They know someone's got to be lurking behind him. Seems they don't even want to risk that bait.
I know the teams are talking like we want a 3-0 or a 3-1, but this is what all the fans wanted. A close 5-game series. Everyone I talked to, even other players from Malaysia, from Summer's Rift, were like, we want 5 games.
This is bad. IG stealing a nice big stack of Ancients here. And with this, Burning's Brewmaster, he's been fighting all game, and he's almost even in net worth with a Midas Brood who got 2 early towers. This is trouble.
It took a while, but finally IG break out in the top 2 of farmers, but I don't even think they care. Even if the Brood as well as Shadow Fiend are more farm than Burning, their 5-man composition is just so scary right now. And they'll have their eyes on the next Roshan before they start looking to push and take more objectives. And more than anything, I feel like they're just team fight ready. They'll take any team fight Secret throw at them. The one thing that's kind of pesky is the Arteezy BKB, but if they can throw them up in the air or force an early BKB by Brewmaster initiating, I mean, Brew, he's kind of guaranteed to go for his split now that he's got a BKB of his own.
Somewhat of a, I wouldn't say desperation smoke, but kind of a long ball here from Secret.
Yep.
The lane's pushing out for IG. They seem to know something's up. They move back very quickly, about within 10 seconds of the smoke, and they're ready for it. In fact, they might even go in, Gods. The pings come out. Puppey starts the fight with a swap. They look to blow up 430. Requiem's there. They quickly get the job done as Burning is stunned, but he will get off the split, trying to deal with these BKBs. The Venge will fall. call an expected loss for Secret, but Zai's next run over by the Visage. Cyclone onto the Winter Wyvern, who's yet to really have an impact in these fights and tries to keep himself alive. Another Soul Assumption should end him. More importantly, Arteezy isolated, burning. Quick on the chase. TP out. Is there a lift waiting? Any sort of stun? He gets out! Tor able to survive, but still heavy damage. Secret just don't have the firepower. They got the swap Requiem, but they could not stop the burning split. They don't have the physical damage, and when he gets that split off, feels like the fight's just over.
Say what you want about Burning being known for his hard carry, but his Brewmaster is up there with the best of them.
Those micro skills have been impressive.
And he just sends off he throws up he knows he has the Winter Wyvern, so he just goes chasing after the Shadow Fiend. Even though Arteezy ends up escaping, it was just perfect decision making again coming out from his Brewmaster. And IG really being kept in this game, at least in the early game when they were behind by it, and now getting further and further ahead of Secret based on some of his plays and decision making in these fights.
That's for letting Luo know that he's here, but Luo's like, you don't really scare me.
S4 doesn't scare anyone this game.
The only way he can really have much of an impact is just getting that multiple hero crush and getting an amp off on a key team fight hero. They can't burst the brew, so
they tried. They even got the Winter's Curse.
What do you do at that point?
Yeah, if you can kill him during the Winter's Curse before he splits, I think that was the plan. They focus too much on Queen of Pain, though.
I feel like what they either have to catch him without the BKB or they need an MKB on maybe Arteezy, but
yeah,
that's looking pretty far forward in this game, by which point Visage already an Ag's out. We're going to see maybe an Assault Cuirass coming for IG, and their own physical damage gets out of control pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the Winter Wyvern pick, I think part of the game plan for Secret is to have an ulti that pierces BKB and then a ton of physical damage. That's where Winter Wyvern synergizes well with drafts that had physical damage, because you're guaranteed to lock down a hero. It's essentially a roar in that sense, except it's hard for the IG team to back up the hero who gets roared, or in this case, caught out by the Winter's Curse.
Yeah, part of the problem feels like the Kuro just fell behind early, so by the time he's able to start using that spell, Burning already has his Blink Dagger, he'd completed the Vlads, he's now level 16 with the BKB. Like, he's just been playing from behind on the Winter Wyvern, so they haven't really had opportunities to burst anyone, and Brew's great against all that. You try to focus him with Winter's Curse, he has evasion, potentially there's a Drunken Haze in the mix. Not very easy to bring him down.
Yeah, and I think more than anything, S4, he's now getting out-farmed by both IG supports. That is bad news for Team Secret.
Oh, they're going to break through the Roshan there rather easily. IG grab the Aegis, they immediately smoke. Let's see what Secret look to do. They go from trying to force the smoke ganks earlier to now, gods, probably wanting to play some keep away Dota. Something Arteezy is very used to historically.
Now, not the easiest here to go on. Even with the Blink Hex to prevent a BKB, there's Swap, there's the Winter Wyvern, there's a lot of potential counter game.
Only if they're together though. IG maybe gonna find someone. Kuro off to the left. They get vision on him. They blink to the north. They look for Arteezy and they will get him. There's the crit. Follow up. There's no swap available, but he does BKB. Quick TP out. Queen of Pain. It's too much. IG just blast through our Tor, and they're not losing anything. They hold the bottom lane. TP's coming out, and that is the hero that has to get fat if Secret want to take this late. Broodmother is going to fall off. We've already started to see it. The Slardar's just not getting enough in the way of CS to be anything but a support and utility hero. The deaths on Arteezy just matter so much here for IG.
And the other thing, when IG's support duo has just been incredible.
Like you said, they're basically cores at this point.
Yeah. Faith Seal's Crush. He's now got a Blink Stun Initiation.
With the lift to set it all up as well.
And then you've got Visage. Medallion. Acceptor hasn't upgraded to the Solar Crest yet, but you imagine that it's going to be coming up soon now with the gold that he's banked up.
Oh, Chuan gonna find Kuro, looks for the easy solo kill and he'll get it. 430 with the KS, but Chuan doing like 80-90% of the damage there. Secret, it just feels like they're kind of lost. What do you do now? You can't win the fights. You can't really control the map because IG are always pushing out the lanes. You can't gank the Bristle. He's too tanky. The Queen of Pain, a bit too mobile generally. They don't have that reliable initiation aside from a Blink Crush, and Burning's got a BKB. They're just entirely on the back foot, searching for some way to catch IG off guard and just slow the game down.
Yeah, this is, you take a page out of the Admiral Bulldog book. You rat here. This is where you split push, you avoid fights. You cannot afford to take 5-on-5 engagements.
This could just set the game on a downward spiral for Secret if IG find this pick.
They've got the lineup to split push as well. Brood and Shadow Fiend both great at doing it, and then it's going to be up to the support, someone like Puppey, to be sitting behind one or two of the cores. So when IG look to punish that split push, Puppey needs to be there, swap him out, and then throw away his life to save someone like Shadow Fiend or Brood. I feel like that's the general game plan for Secret moving forward, but there's so much catch potential from IG, especially with the Scythe of Vice on Queen of Pain.
What are your thoughts on going back for the completed Sanjin Yasha here we see on Arteezy? He, I believe, had the Yasha, went into BKB, has now gone back for SNY. We generally don't see this on Shadow Fiend, and if we do, it's normally when a team's just rolling the game over. Do you like this item? Oh, we might have a clash mid in the meanwhile.
So what IG looks to do? It seems just like a neutral buy. Like it doesn't really. It does a bit of everything.
430. Gotta work on that blink, man. He just wants a little rest. Wants some respite here in the trees. And he was hasted too. Rather unfortunate, but he's gonna find one. It's S4. He comes in on, gets up the Hex to start. The slow to follow Scream coming out. They do have the BKB from Bernie. Getting off the clap. He dodges the stun and will get the kill. Kuro TP's in. Bernie wanted to go for more, but good call by IG not to overcommit to that. Maybe, bro, you can blow the Bruce Blake, get one more, but they want to hold it, and gods, they may try for some high ground play here.
The Brute BKB kind of, some people might be like, oh, it's okay, they force out a Brute BKB, but this Brute doesn't need a 10-second BKB this game. He's not a carry in the sense that he needs to be staying alive to deal damage. The BKB is purely so that when he blinks in, claps, can throw a clap and a Drunken Haze before he ulties and not have to worry about the Orchid of Broodmother.
And if you do go late as Brew, you often get that Refresher Abyssal Blade, which is where you'll have a 10-second BKB potentially anyway. IG continuing to lay into the tower, but Arteezy doing what he does well. We saw it on his Naga back in the old days. We're seeing it now on the Shadow Fiend. He's going to stall the game. Split pushes, takes the tower. Secret making the right moves here, although it does feel like they're up against it.
And doing damage to the range rack, so this is not going to regenerate on the IG side. It was a fairly low HP tower, so it was kind of like IG did a lot more damage to the base, but a tier 3 for a tier 3.
Look at this. They want to go right back in on the mid lane. They're going to make their jump. That's Faith with the stolen crush on 2. See you later, Secret, he says. And now they've got confidence, and they don't have a split push problem to worry about, gods. IG straight up the mid. And this could be a late of Rex. It might be more. There's no tier 2s left standing. If Secret's on a buyback, which they don't.
Even?
They don't know. They might not know about these buybacks being down, but at the very least, you take one Rex. You see they're not buying back. You consider a second.
Absolutely. I feel like that is. This is the timing. You've still got Aegis on Queen of Pain. 430 is rocked back up, and you either go for another lane of Rax or you start poking at those tier 4s. And that's what Lua has in mind.
Bottom towards lane. Bottom. Even if Secret have 5, it's going to be tough for them to fight, but without it, how can they? Luo in the front
AC
here.
arrives.
IG clumping up the ACs here, and the Blake forward. They found S4 Hex, and dead it looks like, beaten down by the gang of IG heroes that descend on him as they look to make this best of 5, a best of 3. They get the crush off to turn it. The Requiem comes out, but nobody cares. The Bruce splits there. Luo tanks through it all. Cyclone doesn't get capped. They lose the Wind Panda. The Queen of Pain over the top. IG just laying into Secret. They'll bring down Arteezy. Can't save him with the embrace, and now they may lose more. BKB galore. 5 on Shadow Fiend. To what end though? Puppey's dead. Arteezy's about to be the next on the list. He gets hexed again, and they continue crushing their way forward. Now the stun, the clap, they get him. Another dead. That's a buyback for Arteezy, and IG have Secret by the throat. Any second now, expecting to see that GG out. Kuroki looks like he'll be the last man down. Soul Assumption continues to take auto attacks and will fall in the end. IG looks like they've made this a 1-1 series, gods.
There's no coming back from this deficit. It's at least another lane of Rax, and with that, IG pull even further ahead. They did take 3 casualties, but this second lane of Rax, and where is the comeback potential on the Secret side? Slaughter had to buy back. He's got no BKB. Arteezy had to buy back that fight. That slows down his item progression, and Brood, just a hero who is already starting to fall off. Picked up a Desolator just for these last couple of fights, but
he's not going to get to use it.
They don't actually go for the second lane of Rax. They kind of get cold feet there with the Winter Wyvern buyback, and I guess maybe Secret, I mean, they can definitely hold on out. It's still just 1 lane down, but
it's just look at the net worth, though. Yeah. You've got a Visage who's almost as farmed as your own Shadow Fiend. That 430 Queen of Pain that lost mid, suddenly he's more farmed than Arteezy. It's going to be scaling Mount Everest here, to be honest, for Secret to come back.
And the timing is such that Roshan coming up in the next 1 to 4 minutes, that's going to be decent enough for the IG side. They can buy their next couple of items.
It feels like Secret has to try and like smoke and steal the Roshan or catch IG and then go into the pit, but it's going to be very risky to do that with the buyback and then the death on Arteezy again. If he dies again, it might end up just being the game. Still swap to start though. They do get Bernie. He's got BKB the evasion. Too much for Secret for now. The stolen swap comes out. Faith with all the plays. Burning, kept alive and should be able to turn this. He's still got the split. He's going to use it right before the crush. And now they swing back the other way. Onto Zai. Getting chased out. Still for now Secret hanging on, but they've lost the Slaughter. They're going to lose Kuro quickly. Cornered and just isolated completely. Faith again and again on the Rubik. Denying Secret. 4 dead. And GG. The crowd gets a little excited as IG turn this best of 5 into a best of 3.
Well, with that, things even here between 2 of the best teams that have made it into the finals here. Secret and IG just putting on a bit of a show here. First, it was a pretty straightforward win for Secret, although IG really looked impressive even the 2 big heroes. If they have a good early start or if they don't get dealt with, could win the team the game. From the get-go.
Music to my ears and just a delight for the eyes. Dota happening live. Here we go, guys. Game 3, IG versus Secret. Let's run through our lineups. We'll begin this time, it looks like, with Invictus Gaming on the Dire side. We started off with Chuan playing the Witch Doctor. For now, Burning, as you mentioned in the last game before the remake, on the Queen of Pain. A bit of a change-up for him, and it'll be Luo playing a hero that's pretty common for him, or at least used to be, on the Broodmother. Rounding things off, this will be the change-up. 430 will take the Brew, and it looks like he's going solo mid.
Interesting, on the Radiant side, they have no detection against a Brood. And with that in mind, you're almost definitely the plan for Secret is to have the Axe versus the Brood. If you're not buying detection, you've got to have an answer from in lane, and that only comes in the form of Axe.
And speaking of that team, let's introduce them now. It's Team Secret. They took game 1, they struggled a bit in 2, and looking to make it a 2-1 advantage. We've got Zai on the Axe. We saw this a lot at DAC. Arteezy, very fresh and new for him. He's going to be on that Pugna. Kuroki, the Undying. S4 on the Viper. Everyone being slowed down by a very trolly
He's just showing off.
Warlock. And then to finish things off, we've got Puppey, who will be on his signature hero, the Enchantress.
If you had like 5 heroes or 4 heroes run in while Faith just channeled that from the other side, that could have been some next level plays coming out from Faith. But
yeah,
I love the animation, like little hands like coming out of the ground, grabbing at your legs, slowing you down from the Warlock.
You know, I feel like we haven't seen this Warlock since AUI 2000 stopped playing it as a support for Cloud9.
It looks to be a Faith special. He is decked out in cosmetics, has an immortal staff, has a mythical demon. He is pimped out on this Warlock, and well, he finds Puppey here in the jungle. This is useful information for IG more than anything. Even though Puppey will come in, get a creep, at this point Puppey's not getting XP, neither's the Warlock, and Warlock will just have to run around from the center, look to not take too much damage or get picked off.
Yeah, so we are going to see that Pugna
Chuan actually has boots here. This is really dangerous for Puppey.
Oh, at the same time, though, there's a 2-hero party in the woods, and 4 supports just roaming around. Gods, as we see the lanes kind of settle, it looks like Puppey and Kuro may both head towards top. For now, Kuro trying to decide. This is starting to look a little bit like that old DTS style of drafting way back in Dota 1, where they pioneered the aggressive tri-lane with the Enchantress Chen picks, often played by Art Style back then, and they would just really try to apply pressure early. But IG, they were around back then, and they know how to counter this, which is just get in their faces, don't let them sit in your jungle, and do not let them group up. At least for now, doing a pretty good job at keeping the creeps back.
Yeah, I love the reference. And right now, yeah, Secret, yeah, both the Dire supports kept busy, but at the same time, it's the Secret supports kept busy on the Radiant side. Kuro as well as Puppey not getting any XP, any farm. One center chasing each of the IG supports, but it's an even trade-off here. And the other big problem for Secret is they don't have detection for Brood in the lane. They've got the Pugna Nether Blast, which is decent against Brood for now, but at some point a support rotation coming in and Arteezy could get caught out and potentially punished, as he's very vulnerable in this solo offlane position.
They basically have to keep the pressure up. If they stop for a second, and it's something IG spots out. They can go in with the Witch Doctor, the Brood can start to run RTZ down, and the only thing that will save him at that point is a TP, which I want to point out, he's already grabbed one, knowing that he may need to just TP away once the cask has been used and finished bouncing to secure his retreat.
So 4 level 1 supports still, and I feel like that slightly favors Secret. I think their support's just a little bit better at level 1. You've got Decay as well as Enchantress who can gank regardless of level, but on the IG side, I mean, Cask amazing at level 1. Warlock wants some XP, and that's where he's actually going to kind of look to go leech a bit at top lane.
Very slow, cerebral game, and by that I mean we've got 4 level 1 supports, Scott. That is not what you expect early. Zai and Burning duking it out a bit. For now, Burning starting to pull ahead in that fight, may even continue the chase. There's no backup here. He's going to force that TP out, and Zai going to really have a tough time in the lane after that. Is going to have to walk back to lane. Burning should get at least a wave or 2 of extra experience. And good news for Zai, though, the lane was pushing a bit, so he doesn't suffer that much.
Yeah, and this is where the lane decision from IG is fantastic. They even dropped the web at that bottom rune at level 1 to catch Secret out by surprise. So they've got a laning stage advantage off this. They're going to go in top lane on Kuro with the cast. They don't get the bounce back onto Kuro, but it may not matter. He's trapped in the side anyways. Lua doesn't need another nuke because Kuro, surrounded, looking to juke, has a couple of tangos to escape, but the right-click damage, too much. First blood goes Lua's way.
Meanwhile, mid, though, they try to make a move on 430, but the Centaur Stomp doesn't connect. Puppey trying to find those early kills and unable to do so. And for the Undying there, Kuroki was level 2, but he did not skill anything else. I don't know if the Tombstone or potentially a Soul Rip would have saved him there, but he didn't even bother. He's like, I'm dead. Oh well. What can you do?
Yeah, and what they're going to do is swap the lanes up. Send Zai top against the Brood. At this point, though, Brood already level 5 with a good start. Can rotate into the jungle with the spider legs. Instead says, nah, I'm just going to TP bottom.
No, Burning and RTZ now looking to engage, and immediately Lua rotates. Burning does not want to have to face this matchup, it seems. And Lua just walks in, starts hitting the Nether Ward. That's really not much the Pugna can do to punish that, because even if you harass him, he just heals right back up. Zai engaging top, though, gets off a call. He needs a lot of spins here to get this kill. And instead he has to TP away immediately.
Musical lanes.
That's unfortunate. Not what Zai was really hoping for, and it really has been musical lanes. Brood goes bottom, Queen of Pain back to top, the Axe swapping around, the Undying moving now. We've seen the Enchantress ganking early. Hell, the only 2 heroes that really haven't moved so far are the Brew as well as the Viper mid.
Yep. I feel like this is more to IG's tempo, though. They're the ones who are kind of deciding who's rotating where. Like, they'll rotate first and constantly Secret have to react, and all this kind of just swapping around has kind of prevented Puppey's Enchantress from really doing anything in the early game.
Oh, RTZ is doing some work here bottom, though. The Decrep comes out the call, barely missing Zai. Would have been a kill almost certainly if he got it off, but that web move speed making the difference. Gods, though, I'm looking at the Pugna right now, and he seems to be the X-Factor. Leader in CS, did well top, even against some early pressure. He took the top tower down a few slots, and now he's looking to do the same bottom. As RTZ will bring this tower down well below half HP, around a quarter or even a fifth remaining. That's 2 towers that have just been brutalized early game.
And Burning, he's got his bottled out now, so he's going to probably chew through all these charges, and I think he needs to pick up a TP if they want to defend or fight bottom lane, and that may well be the game plan for IG. You've got this Queen of Pain, level 6,
Can't let Pugna start getting momentum. Luo tries to bait them back and jukes around a bit. They do have 3 heroes in position, but there's no Brewmaster Blink Dagger. There's no Warlock Ultimate. This is the time for Secret to apply pressure. The Analyst talked about it. We're seeing it now. Out comes the Maledict. A beautiful cast, though. RTZ could be in danger. He gets nuked once by the Brood, and then the follow-up comes from auto attacks. They get the kill, and look at the upheaval. They can't even get near anyone. Looking to engage further as Lowell gets off an auto attack here or there. Does he have mana for a spawn? Spider leads. He does. Finds Puppey as well. Nice turn of events for IG. They hold the tower, and I think more importantly, Gods, they kill the Pugna, but mid lane, meanwhile, Viper just laying in, trying to make up for this a little bit.
Oh yeah, Viper winning the mid lane pretty heavily on CS. 430 rotate down bottom in case it was needed, which was a good move, I think, because you don't really know how that fight's going to go if it wasn't for that amazing Witch Doctor cast Maledict. And that was a 2 points in Maledict. That's what really caught RTZ by surprise. He was not expecting that much damage output following up the stun, and that really caught him by surprise.
Secret trying to showcase this new style for the 2nd time in 3 games. You look back at DHC and when Secret was having their most success with this roster, and they were kind of playing a similar approach. They wouldn't end games as early necessarily as that game 1 Gods, but they were always looking to get an early lead, and it seems IG has been reasonably ready for that type of early game aggression since game 1. Game 2, they looked really solid, and for now able to hold the line, not giving up a tower, even though they've taken heavy damage on a couple. This tower's still alive.
Yeah, that's what their line was kind of designed to do, it feels like, with the Enchantress Undying Puppey.
Zai being pressured again. Out comes the upheaval. The cast bounce. Did it come back to him? No! He's able to just TP away.
That's the weakness of the level 1 cask at the same time.
Nicely done. TP seemed to be Zai's secret weapon here. They just can't kill him.
He's sitting on 1,700 net worth, though. He's probably spent a good 500 gold on TPs this game.
But look at this for IG. They have Bruce Split, but they have no Blink. And do you want to use it now? Because if you use it and you don't, they're not even going to bother.
Ooh, almost got the deny there. Nice attempt by Chuan from the side.
That's what Secret are looking for, though. If you don't want to use your Bruce Split, that's fine. We'll keep on pushing. Nether Ward doesn't have a long cooldown. Tombstone is pretty low as well. Compared to the Bruce Split, they can just keep on going.
Burning doing what he can at the top lane to counter push, but Zai shows up and...
But he's a Queen of Pain. He's just not the best. Puppey taking the double damage. Auto tech's not dead yet, though. They slow down 430, and that's going to prompt the split. And now all Secret want to do is walk away. The Tombstone got dropped. That zombies will help deal with some of the Bruce Split aspects, and I don't even think they get anyone here. Kuroki's fine. In fact, they may turn on Burning. Where's the backup for him? They keep on chasing. Will he make his way out? Arteezy trying to nuke him down. Can't do it as Puppey will fall on the Enchantress. But it's a Bruce Split for simply an Enchantress. Not that great. Good news, though, is IG do get that tier 1 bottom. A little more momentum for Luo. And to me, he's going to be the key. More so than their team fight is just the split push of the Brew, but he got called by a call. Oh, there's the chop. Splits that Spiderling down the middle, and away the Brood will go.
A slight misstep from Brood Mama. And that's what happens. Mid lane, meanwhile. 430 comes in from the side, gets the club on Arteezy. There's no split to follow, but with a cast Maledict, Arteezy in trouble. Queen of Pain rocks up, and Arteezy not going to survive the Maledict. Does as much damage as he can. But IG get one back.
Took some heavy commitment from them, but that is a big kill. Just slowing down the push, killing off Arteezy again. What is our Pugna going to go for this game? Generally, he's the early mech carrier for a lot of his lineups, but it seems like maybe Arteezy's got even a Necro book potentially in mind here.
He just needs to tank up, and yeah, Necro book possible, especially with the buffs to Necro 1 and 2. You can still actually push with low-level Necro books.
And it seems the Viper is going mech, so with that, probably the Necro 3 for Arteezy, the mech for the Viper, and then you just go, go, go.
Yeah, the other option is you just tank up, and that's something where Arteezy's struggling to stay alive. Could just get some treads, a bracer, drums. If they want to 5-man and push early towers, those are the kind of items which really help. But Necro book, if you can get to it, amazing now at level 1 and level 2.
Well, Secret ready for the next round of fighting. They know the Bruce Split's on cooldown. They know 430 doesn't have a blink anyway.
And the Queen of Pain ultimate.
And there's still no ultimate for the Warlock. You just keep on going.
They really need the Axe Blink, I think, to give them that initiation for their pushes. And that's where they can not only maybe take towers, but get kills to kind of boost up their lead right now. Although it is actually IG with an early game lead.
Well, Burning has found Puppey, but with no ult, can't get the kill. That's another tower about to drop in the top side of the map, and that blink you mentioned, God's about to come out here for the Axe.
Yeah. Took some time to do it and spent a lot of time off the map in the jungle making sure they can get to that point, but the Secret team took multiple T1 towers, took an okay-ish fight mid lane without the Axe, so you throw the Axe Blink into the picture with a mech. This is where Secret get really scary with their 5-man.
What are your thoughts on the Warlock build this game? Fatal Bond's got, I believe, a bit of a buff in the latest patch, but generally, historically, we've seen Warlocks mostly when they play support go for the upheaval max early. Do you like that build? Is there a situation where you want the Fatal Bonds first?
There's too many units for the Fatal Bonds. You've got like Enchantress creeps in the front lines. It's nice, you can kind of guarantee you get it off with the long cast range, but this upheaval has been a huge tool and boost to IG's team fight and just pick off potential. It has been one of the best spells that IG have had to fight here in the early game.
Man, this Pugna Dota, flashbacks to TI4. He may pay, though. Gets clapped. Arteezy kind of surrounded here, stunned and dead.
He almost took the cask over to S4 as well. That was close. It
does force a large rotation of 4 heroes, but another death on a core. And this is going to give Luo a little extra breathing room bottom.
Yeah, Luo, he's getting ridiculously farmed. This is... If Brood's not like the top net worth at 11, 12 minutes in, you're in some
he's
trouble.
Trying to run him down now, but doesn't have the time. He just bought the dust, but it's in the stash. And looks like they're going to get the tower. Was that the bottom tower? I think the Spiderlings just killed it off. Not denied by S4.
Yeah,
it's surprising he couldn't get that.
I think the siege creep maybe threw him off a little bit, but yeah.
Unfortunate. No, there's initiation in the jungle. Zai able to find Luo, who popped his ultimate, though. He's healing through this, and I don't know if he can really go any further. He'll just back
ambitious. No follow-up. He was hoping there were spiderlings there as well.
Yeah, then you get a bunch of spins, maybe. But
yeah.
Without that, no chance. So where does Secret go next? They've taken a tier 2 and a tier 1 top, the tier 1 mid. They're closing in on the Viper mech. Actually, I think he already completed it. We saw it earlier. And, I mean, Puppey's working a Necro Book.
Well, they go blinking in top lane. They want Faith here, and
he's got no tower. No way he drops the rock there. Nice pickoff for Secret.
Secret go for pickoffs like that. They can't just straight 5-man push because on the IG side, Brewmaster has Blink ultimate. You've got Queen of Pain with Sonic Wave. You've got the Warlock with Chaotic Offering. The teamfight for IG is insane.
Oh, you've got trouble for S4 bottom. He's been trapped out a lot this series, and it looks like bottom lane he may fall again. Does try to turn, but with the Death Ward committed, they'll get the kill. Secret bringing in reinforcements. They're going to blast. Oh, look at the damage on Luo. Gets zapped by the ward as well as the Soul Ring getting popped. He loses over half his health, but there's just no follow-up. Nobody in position to counter gank. They really need the axe here. Now Arteezy's overextended a little bit. Unless he can get out of here, he's going to go for the TP. Chuan unable to corral him. Nice escape by Artur. He'll make his way out.
Nice play from Burning. Kited Arteezy away from the Nether Ward, because if Burning goes in range of the Nether Ward with the Sonic Wave, he just dies to the death to the Pugna there, but was just out of range when he blinked in and managed to throw out his spells. But Arteezy with a nice little juke and kind of resets things a bit here. Putting the Sonic Wave on cooldown does help Secret a little bit. They ideally want to try find another pickoff from this and transition into some of these outer towers.
430 is going to scout someone out. Meanwhile, in the Dire jungle, Zai is revealed by Faith, but not going to make a go. Well, Secret's starting to cluster up mid a little bit. They may decide now is their time to strike. They've got an Alpha Wolf. The creep could be refreshed here, potentially re-enchanted by Puppey. No, he's going to let it die. Moves into the Dire Woods. Going to look for another creep, and gods, it looks like they want to force out these big IG ults. Ideally back off after that and not die, but they're coming, and they're looking for the tier 2 mid.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. And
IG are going to fight it, though.
Yeah.
Smoke.
No Sonic Wave, but Burning's still got a lot of good teamfight items. He's got a drums, he's going to go for a BKB first. He's really itemized so that he can fight early on.
Well, the tower's already dead, and now a Blink call comes out onto Burning, but there's no follow-up just yet. He's able to blink back and survive. Now the rock. That's on quite a few. Chuan going through with the Death Ward, and he's healing all the while as the Pugna Ward expires. S4 drops low. Still surviving through this, but the Brew Split follows it up. Now onto Puppey. They just can't attack him, though. He's basically invincible to physical damage. Arteezy continuing to do work on the backlines, dealing with the Brew Split. There's no backup for Burning here, and the zombie apocalypse is rendering this Brew Split all but useless towards the end. A 2-for-1, but that is every big ultimate expended there. The Warlock ult, the Queen of Pain ult earlier, as well as the Brew Split. But meanwhile, guess who's knocking on the back door bottom lane?
Oh, Axe gets a nice pick, a big pickup on Burning, but that was, I think, really well executed by IG. They get the tier 3 tower in the end at bottom. Luo not even needing to TP back to fight it.
And it's something we talked about pretty early in the pause earlier was Brood, maybe even more so than these big teamfight ultimates, is the way to counter this 5-man group up and push.
And that's where I feel maybe Zai made a bit of a mistake going back to game 2, not going for a Necrobook. It feels like if Luo there has a Necrobook, he's got the money for a Necro 1 now, he can offer so much added pressure with his split push when you don't want a team fight into Secret.
Zai looking for a bit more here.
He's been the big playmaker for Secret.
And it feels like he has to be, because he's really their only burst in lockdown with the call when potentially a big army of spiderlings is there. Everyone else is very much like War of Attrition style heroes that can't easily start a fight and just get a clean kill. Let's see if Secret want to go again. They know those ults are on cooldown, gods, but just constantly ratting it out in the bottom lane, cutting the wave, and it seems Secret are deciding now is our time. We know the ults are on cooldown. We're going to force it here. Sure, we don't have that next wave of big items, but if we wait much longer, the Brew Split's going to be ready. The Rock's going to be online. They got about half a minute here as the healing ward, or rather the Nether Ward gets dropped, and in they go. Zai leaping forward, one to the call, but 430 quick on the blink back. Now the siege begins, but with Upheaval here, it's not an easy siege. Tombstone drop.
Want the Pugna ward.
Birding's going to try to focus the Pugna ward. They get it. They still have to deal with the Tombstone, but
that was really good. IG bait out the Axe blink, and once Axe doesn't have blink, they can just focus down the Pugna ward.
And look what's happening bottom. A little infestation as they jump forward. They find the call on Tron here. Zai looking for the quick solo dunk. He gets it too. Chop number 1. He might be in a little bit far though. Secret, not a whole lot of ways to support him. The Bruce Blade gets forced out. There's the Soul Rip, keeping him alive. They need a Cyclone to come out. They will. Onto the Viper. BKB purchased by the Brood as the Spiderlings continue to push in. Looks like Brood's coming home to try and fight as they drop the Upheaval. Chasing S4 out a bit. He's very tanky. This one has the mech and the stick charges. Won't be an easy kill. 430. Lunging forward again. Wants to isolate Zai on the backlines, but gets hit by another strike. Chase forward. Claps there. Can they bring him down in time? Out comes the rock. It's cooled down. Luo getting called though. Arteezy kept alive by a nice Decrepify, but it seems the team fight might be too overwhelming from IG. Running down Zai, the Golem going to assist him as well. They get a second kill. 2 cores down, including Zai. That ends a mega kill streak, and they're not done just yet. Kuroki on the run has no TP, and Luo knows it. Drops the Tombstone on the high ground, not going to help him. In comes the Spider. It's Spider on Zombie. Massacre in the jungle, but the zombies do add up here a bit. Now the Death Lord, they need it all to kill off Secret. They get another. Chuan being surrounded. IG getting overrun. Man, they just can't deal with these zombies. Puppey getting chased back a bit further and will limp away in the end. But my goodness, so many summons and minions and just chaos in these fights.
These fights are insane. The Ranger exit bottom takes a good amount of damage. Did not go down in the end though, as the Brood Spiderlings were left behind as Luo TP'd in, decided to pick up a BKB and fight. So I like it better than the Orchid because it's a much better fighting game. You go with an Orchid, you're just going to die and melt. And he had Arteezy until Zai heroically got off that Berserker's call before the spawn Spiderlings could come out. But when your Axe can't fight a Brood, that's a big problem because that BKB Brood says, I don't need Spiderlings. I'm just going to right-click you down with the bonus damage from Insatiable Hunger, which got a decent buff in the recent patch.
Well, gods, we're not going to see Arteezy go into Necrobook. He picks up the Veil. They do have quite a bit of magic burst here, potentially from the Soul Rip, the Pugna Blast, and it feels more of like a we have to win very soon item. They know the big ults on cooldown, so they can afford right now rather than trying to complete the Necro 3. And I wonder if we see the same thing. Sure, they got thwarted a bit mid, but they may just go right back down.
The worry is IG are going to have double BKB with both Queen of Pain and Brood. And once their ultis are back up, then yeah, it gets really bothersome. So seems they may be trying to fake out IG. They show Arteezy and S4 mid, and then they're looking to hunt.
And hunt they shall. They're going to pop the dust. It does clip Luo, but he runs to the north. He's got another web available, and
he saw it coming.
He'll just walk away.
He was positioned on the trees such that he can't really be seen unless they blink over where he is. I just get lucky and guess where he is. They
would have to like run down the lane and then swoop back around, and you have to basically know where he is. Meanwhile, off near the Dire Secret Shop, we're going to have a bit of a clash here. The Veil comes out. They want to force out the 430 split, and if he doesn't, he may just drop to this. Oh man, that's a lot of magic burst, but they just can't finish the job quite.
The fact he held onto it too really helps out IG. That was good.
If Secret bait that ult out, then they 5 down mid as soon as the Brew ult's been used, but holding it means it's going to be tough for Secret.
I love how just the animation alone was like, so you're like, oh, we're not getting the kill, he just ulti, but then he's like, oh, I'll just cancel it.
Well, you run away? I don't know. He wins the game of chicken, basically.
And now they're ready to fight mid lane. Faith picks up a Midas, so he's confident that IG can hold and that he wants to build towards the late game with this pickup, but also build towards that level 11 Chaos offering, which gets so much stronger at level 2. I think that's really the big thing here with the Midas pickup, is that no items he can buy really help his team that much. Even like a mech or something is like only so-so. Having a level 2 ultimate is the best thing in the world for a Warlock.
This is what you want against the Pugna ward. Something that can go in and just snipe the ward without committing a hero, and they have it with the Spiderlings. The Spiderites, they're able to just strut up to it. They slowly plink it down, even after the Decrepify. Eventually it falls, and they're holding this lane off, gods, but they have shown their Brood in the mid lane, which really means Secret has no reason to back. As long as they see this Brood here, they're not worried about the split
At the
push.
same time, can they break through IG? It really feels like IG, if they execute decently with their big teamfight ultimates, I don't think Secret can break high ground.
It feels like one of those games where Secret has to bait out the ults, or just, if not like completely juke them, at least make the ult not very effective. If you get 4 or 5 hero rocked like last time, you're backing off.
The other thing, really interesting thing with these two drafts is neither team has a good draft to take Roshan, so neither team can really look to sneak it or even in Secret's position just go for a 5-man Roshan. It's not going to work too easily or too quickly.
But nice, slow, and steady siege as Arteezy will beat down that mid tower. This is Pugna Dota at its finest. This hero excels at these chip battles and just daring IG to come in and actually fight. As long as they sit back, will continue this. They call to kill off the Spider Leads again, and now Bernie makes his move. He jumps right into the Death Ward, takes a lot of heavy damage off the bat, but meanwhile, Chuan's going to work on the backside of the fight. S4 will fall to Luo, BKB, and they just can't deal with him. Now the Queen of Pain ult. Zai calls nothing, basically the Tombstone down, and Zai will fall as well. IG able to hold the line. Arteezy looks to turn this one, but Luo just too tanky. Now with Polder coming out, follow-ups there, Pandas and Spiders working together to bring down Skeletons and Bambi. Puppey should be next. 3 dead. They'll look, last but not least, for the Deer, and it seems they may find him. Another crit. Puppey unable to survive. Still the Warlock outgoing. That Golem doing some heavy lifting. It's 5 dead! IG, they clean up all the creeps, the Tombstone, the Ward, and Secret just lost every ounce of momentum they had in this game.
The Axe has, as soon as the Axe blink calls to save the Nether Ward, IG just, they go in. They're like, okay, there's no blink call, our BKBs cannot be counted, and that's where the Brew with the BKB is like guaranteed to get kills, to be able to deal with the Nether Ward. Similar story for Queen of Pain. Burning actually blinked in and took a lot of damage quickly. I think Puppey maybe could have killed him, but wasn't using the impetus through BKB. Either way, it was a tough fight for Secret to take. It feels like they have to get a blink call catch on heroes if they want to be able to fight IG, and once you use it to save the Nether Ward there, IG are ready to jump.
IG grab the Aegis, and with that, a whole lot of momentum in this game. The ults are on cooldown, and that's where Zai looks to make his move. Jumping quickly onto Luo, the 10th ward coming out from the high ground. It's Chuan who just stands and delivers. They also have the slow going for the Warlock. It's a full duration Death Lord. Somebody stop this man. They can, and Secret still trying to fight their way through a troll trap of Bernie, but he's got the Aegis. How the hell is Chuan still alive? Healing his teammates, getting zapped endlessly, doesn't even care. Another jump forward, looking again for the Pugna, and they'll find him, it seems. Luo just continues pursuit. Nobody dying for IG. In the end, they all survive. They bring down Kuro last, but not least, double team wipe. Oh my god.
Team wipe into team wipe. The Warlock pick is just insane. 5 heroes just slowed to a standstill. They cannot move outside of the upheaval. It has just been insanely powerful. You combine the upheaval with Death Ward, it sets up a beautiful Sonic Wave if you need. They didn't even have Sonic Wave that fight. They didn't even have Split that fight. It was just purely the Queen of Pain having 2 lives that Secret couldn't deal with. I think Zai getting a bit ambitious with the blink call in, and they got punished. The lack of disable on their Secret side against a hero like a Witch Doctor means you really have to be careful about choosing team fights.
I mean, at this point, if you're Secret Gods, what do? Do you just beat your head against the brick wall that is walking down mid? Do you try to farm for a late game that doesn't seem to be there?
Well, now is not the time to push. I don't even know if now's the time to push. You've got all your ultis.
That was without the full combo.
The analyst said, okay, the IG are very ulti dependent. Absolutely, but when they can get a team wipe without a single of their 3 big ultimates being used, I guess the Witch Doctor ultimate, the one that they did have available that fight, that is very worrisome for Secret.
Oh, the imps come out. They do find Chuan. A much-needed pick could be on the horizon for Secret, and they will waste no time in decapitating him.
That one pickup not going to be enough on its own, that's for sure.
Yeah, kind of a cocky movement from Chuan, just roaming into the enemy jungle on his own. Didn't have the best vision, but something that IG feel like they can get away with. Even with that death, still they have the top 3 heroes in net worth, and I gotta point out Luo. He got a Midas Gods, but this has been a team-fighting Broodmother who's actually done a lot of work. Not something you see very often.
I guess with some of the buffs, the 6.84 buffs.
He's 6-1-10. 16 kill participation out of 22 on a Brood.
And it's not just being like the sit back, throw your nukes like your spawn Spiderlings, go for a Dagon. No, this has been run in, BKB, and man fight. He now picks up a Daedalus to go with this. He's ready to go, and he can even build, and Captain Bite no longer an orb effect means he can go for items.
They're making their move in now. They've found S4, but no stuns. He'll make his way out.
Possibly a Basher pickup. Even AC could be fantastic for Luo to just give that bonus armor and attack speed, which he's kind of missing here, especially in the attack speed department.
IG comfortable just to slow the game down. Seems Secret feel like they kind of have to. You could see they really wanted to just force IG into a defensive posture for the remainder of the game. Uh-oh, Arteezy. He's been caught top. He's going to pop the ultimate. Bernie will just walk away as a haste turn active, and nothing really lost there. As High finds faith in the woods, tries for the TP out. Where's that chop? He gets him. Another big jam from Zai. He has been the one man keeping them in this game.
He's going to TP out from Burning. Actually, going
Oh,
for the call.
Zai looking to turn this one around. He tried to TP out, but Burning gets caught by the call. This Hastern's about to wear off, and they're looking to surround him a bit more. They have a ward, though, that sees S4. Burning, blink back to Hastern. Only now expires.
Call, yeah.
How timely for Burning.
Yeah.
Played that one just right.
It was mana for a call, or Viper was in the perfect position that he got blinked on top of.
It looked like it could have been a super next level bait on the Queen of Pain, where you TP out, she blinks in to go on you, and then all of a sudden the whole team shows up, but they're just a little bit too slow to make that play.
Brood's back bottom lane.
Arteezy can't stop this on his own. There's a BKB on this Brood with a Daedalus as well, and he's just going to go in. He decrepified the enemy Brood, and now will glimmer away, but look at the cracks from Luo. He just crushes his way through one. This is one ugly spider. Hasn't taken the Rex, though. He's just going to have to walk away. And
just a range Rex.
But another kill, and he's not done just yet. 430 walks in. They've got the Brew split ready. The Rock is online, but Warlock isn't here. He's back in the top side of the map. Soto is burning. And it seems Secret will at least stave off the inevitable for now.
By the way, Warlock saved up a lot of money. I was about to say, I saw Faith earlier with like 3.7k. He spent some of it.
Oh boy, this is trouble.
Massive. This is 27 minutes in. He's also level 13 is the other big thing here. We could be looking at a level 3 Ags upgraded Chaotic offering in no time at all.
It really feels like the Visage that we saw in the past two games, where it's like basically a carry. Not quite as farm, but with the ult online, you just do so much.
Yeah, and that's definitely been a big trend in 6.84. Getting your supports farmed is a great recipe for success. It so often leads to your supports being able to do a lot more in a team fight should one of your cores get shut down or initiated. If someone like Burning gets jumped and picked off the start of the fight, if you've got a Witch Doctor who can get a full duration ulti off a Warlock with an Acceptor, suddenly it doesn't matter if you lose someone like Queen of Pain or the Brood at the very start of a fight if your opponents overcommit and throw too many spells on that one hero.
IG mate looking for what could be that knockout blow. Chuan, when he went for his aggressive move earlier, he actually dropped a ward, which is now giving them a bit of vision on Secret. May allow them to catch S4 out. Not sure if he actually has buyback available. He could be caught. They blinked the wrong way. Still keep on going, though.
They just, I mean, they can backdoor the range Rex if they want.
I don't know if they
really
need the kill. I think they could just walk into the high ground,
I think they
honestly.
want to pick off, but they may just take this range Rex.
They're going to try for it. Nice positioning here from 430. Ninja Brew into the front lines. He's found Arteezy in the trees. He spots up a ward as well. Is he going to make a go? They lose the range Rex, and well,
he may just throw Kura up in the arrow side.
I think he's looking for that 2-3 hero clap and then immediately just go straight on the Rax. Is he going to find it? 430 patience from him as Burning initiates. BKB pop by everyone. Zai looking for the call, and Arteezy, he just melts to this. He tries to glimmer away. He life tries to turn it. He's not dead at the Fallon just yet. Do they stun him or kill him off? No. They're just trying to lock the other heroes down. Soul Rip not enough. They will fall. S4 going to drop suddenly 3 cores. Actually 2. Bite the dust along with the Undying. And now looking onto the melee Rex, but the Brew split's going to end fairly soon. Arteezy's still alive through this, and 430 maybe forced back a little bit here. The Golem's about to wear off. They're losing their momentum. Look at the damage coming out from that life drain, and they'll chop down 430. A 3-for-3 with a buyback on Secret. And honestly, a great hold from them, and Gods, meanwhile mid, range Rex is about to drop for IG.
Very, very odd fight from IG in a few things. Like, they didn't wait for the Acceptor on Fate. They
dove Arteezy really far, but didn't focus him with a boulder toss.
I feel like 430 just needed to go, like, throw an ultimate up and just start cycloning and bouldering people while your team take Rax. He didn't even have to set up a good team fight. He just had to set up, create space for his team to take the Rax. So I feel like almost 430 waited too long to use the clap ultimate. He waited for Burning to blink in, and Burning, once he blinked in, got hit by a Viper Strike, the Enchantress Impetus. Burning died very quickly despite this tanky build. BKB, drums, double ulti OP that he's gone for.
And they really didn't do that much to focus the Rax either. It seemed like they could have maybe just zoned 2-3 heroes back and just kill off the melee, but they did chase more for kills.
Yeah, Viper was the big hero of that fight, doing a lot of damage. Him and Puppey doing the most damage on the Secret side, and they didn't have to deal with the Brewmaster. That's the thing. These are heroes you ideally want to be kind of cycloning up in the air, especially Viper, because of how pesky and tanky he is.
Well, we used to see this a lot back when the Warlock was in vogue. The Diffusal Blade being picked
it's on
up.
the side of the Warlock, though.
Oh, sorry, that
It's
is
a Brood,
actually,
yeah.
it's Lewis.
You can use
Good for the
this-
Pugna. He tries to decrep, and
yeah.
you just purge that off and immediately go on him. So, honestly, Diffusal Blade would not be a terrible pickup for Secret, though.
And you get the mana break on Brood now as well, with the bite not being...
It's not an orb,
yeah.
Attack modifier, yeah. All right, we'll see. I mean, Luo's just gigantic. He's got 8k net worth more than the enemy Pugna. This is one of the fattest spiders you'll ever see.
Well, I think IG may have their eyes on Roshan after that failed high ground attempt, but they've got to wait for it to respawn first.
Well, what does Secret do now, gods? They start to come back a little bit in this game, but it does feel like IG, if they coordinated a bit better, would have been much harder to stop. And now they do have the Warlock eggs. The Brood has completed Diffusal, so as an answer for the Decrepify, it seems like IG should be looking to take out that laner X.
I think IG just wait for another item or two, wait for Roshan so they have Aegis on their side. And here comes one of the items, the Queen of Pain Skadi now picked up. But elsewhere, there's no crazy big items. They want to take Roshan, control the map with the gem they've got, farm the enemy jungle, control their side of the map, and then it may even not be until they get something like an Assault Crest on 430's Brewmaster before they get a lane of Rack or a full lane of Racks, but they can play a waiting game. Their late game is looking a lot better now because of their lead. If they were on even terms, I'd say Secret has a comparable late game, but with a 15,000 gold advantage, IG can play this slowly if they choose to.
Honestly, the big damage dealers are going to be Arteezy on the Pugna, who does insane damage with Veil Eggs and the Enchantress once she gets her own eggs. I feel IG really need to make sure they prioritize killing those heroes quickly in the fights.
Yeah, Ivor picked up an Egg Scepter himself, which is, it's definitely nice to be able to use that on multiple heroes, but
he feels like the one that Secret want IG to focus. Like the damage sponge while Arteezy's just sitting back and Veil Decrepify life trading people for half their HP.
Yeah. So on the IG side, they've got the Ags on Faith, so the next objective is get the Witch Doctor Ags, which, I mean, outside of the Axe Call, there's actually nothing to cancel it. Yeah. That's a problem for Secret. With nothing to cancel, because Axe is likely blink calling in on someone like the Queen of Pain.
They're not building a Hex. They're not building a Yules, I don't think.
They're going to have to look to focus down Twine and kill him more than they are. He's going to have to be a high priority kill in these fights, especially once he gets that Axe Scepter.
The good news is Zai does have a BKB, and there's really no way to stop him from jumping in with that.
Yeah.
Might be the solution to Chuan. But again, like, can you focus Chuan when there's the Golem to worry about, the Brew split coming out? All we know for now is that both teams have slowed down a lot.
And the other problem is it's like Luo, he does so much damage right now. The Diffusal Blade gives him more agi, more damage, more attack speed. And he's just an absolute beast in these fights if left alone. That's what kind of happened last fight, except he wasn't focused on the main fight. He was kind of prioritizing too much, killing off this Pugna, who was just kind of kiting him around, and the Glimmer Cape as well. I feel like that Glimmer Cape saved Secret's life multiple times this game. That's the second time it saved Arteezy on Pugna.
Yeah, it is a massive value item for what it gives you.
And right now it's 430 holding the gem. I wonder if they'd even consider giving that to... I guess 430 was on the backlines last fight, so if he had the gem in that fight, it could have worked.
I mean, you look at the way IG's itemizing. Burning goes into an Eye of Scotty. Luo did not go for the Necro Book or the Orchid. He went into more of the hard carry Brood, as you mentioned, with the Daedalus, the Diffusal, so he has a counter for Decrepify, and... I mean, it feels like the way IG is itemizing, they feel this might go late, and they want to be prepared for that late game. We're not seeing items like Hex that just let you end the game a bit quicker with a pick-off. They are focusing on right-click, physical damage, ensuring they can kill off the Tombstone, they can just fight their way through any of Secret's counter-initiation, and it seems like they are prepared for an hour-long game, basically.
Yep. The other crazy thing is, normally you see a Brood at this stage, like, okay, Brood's got 20k net worth, highest rated hero 12k, 13, 14k. In this case, it's 12k, which is really far behind, but you say it's still just a Brood. It's gone for like a Dagon 5 E-Blade.
I don't know about that this game.
Exactly. In this game, no, this is the main carry on the IG side. Luo.
It's the main carry in the game, it feels like. Unless they Viper Strike call it. Like, then they may be able to kill him, but... he's just not getting focused.
You put a Butterfly on him, you put an Assault Crest on him, whatever you want, and he's not going to get kited by Decrypt now that he's got BKB and Diffusal Blade. And Arteezy bottom lane, good luck, my friend.
Well, not sure what the plan will be. Quick purge, but he's trying to man-fight his way through this one. Continuing to go as Luo. Slowly getting him worked down. Arteezy, look at the life drain, but for now survives. Now the Golems come, and they look to finish him off. Out comes the Viper Strike. In comes 430. They'll bring down Arteezy, but they have to commit a lot for this one. Zai with a great call. Onto 3. The Golem's about to drop, and now comes Twine. Death Ward bouncing, doing massive damage. Kuroki next. That's going to be 3 dead. Buyback from Artor. Meanwhile, Zai trying to retreat out. He will drop as well. It's 4 dead, including the buyback, and that's 4. The last man standing just deals with the Aegis, but that's it. He's left alone. Another Viper Strike won't matter. Down he goes 2. 5 dead, plus the buyback on Arteezy. He'll be a second buyback, but they got nothing, guys.
You can't fight into up. If you fight into the IG team, you have to fully commit, because upheaval means you're not running. This is a fight you're fully committed to once you take it. And
that Diffusal refusal blade, just making life so damn hard for Arteezy with a crit. He just gets run over now. It's the Viper getting kited. Scotty's there, double dieback IG. About to make this a 2-1 series, gods. GG. Well played indeed.
Well, Luo on the Brood had an incredible performance and showed a new, different way this hero can kind of be played. Normally, it's just the space creator. This time around, he started off that way, but he was the key piece as far as defending against the 5-man secret push. He came up big, and then late game, oh man, he was just, they